The question at all can only do so by counting through the whole series from 1 to 25 aloud, and then determining that in this process the word 25 comes after the word 13. A true understanding for the relative magnitude of the two numbers is not, however, achieved by this process. For such an understanding presupposes something else and something more. It requires that taken in themselves, the two numbers, whose magnitude is being compared, can be taken in themselves and can be referred to 0 as the common starting point of counting. And it is no less characteristic that the patient should become confused when, as in the problems of written addition and subtraction, they are expected not only to use individual figures as numerical signs but also to distinguish the positional value of these figures. For here again, it is a question of the same diacal change of viewpoint. The same sensible sign, such as the character for the figure 2, has at the same time a numerical value and a positional value. And it can vary in its significance. It can stand either for 220, or 200. A similar difficulty arises when the patient is asked to undertake any other performance requiring him to move within a numerical system that is constructed of several unities standing in a fixed relation to one another. This is the case in regard to time when, for example, he is asked to indicate a certain hour of the day by setting a clock and, in respect to number, when within a certain system of values, a monetary system for example, he is asked to compare and contrast coins of different denominations. Head devised testing methods for both performances, which he systematically applied to all his patients. The clock test showed that even those patients who could read the time correctly from a clock were unable to set a clock at a given time. Often, they confused the significance of the big and little hands of the clock and were unable to distinguish between to and after in indications such as 20 minutes to or 10 minutes after. Analogously, in the use of coins, many patients were found to have retained the ability to use them correctly in daily life but had lost all understanding for their abstract value. In general, they made no mistake as to the type and number of the coins given to them as change for a larger coin when they made a purchase. This performance, however, was not based on a definite reckoning or an estimation of the relative value of individual coins, since they were frequently able to indicate these relative values, for example, how many pennies to a shilling, only inaccurately if at all. Thus, all these disorders of temporal and numerical consciousness point in the same direction as we have observed in disorders of spatial consciousness. They seem to be essentially grounded in the difficulty to create fixed systems of reference, Bazug's system, for the apprehension of spatial, temporal, and numerical relationships and to transition freely from one to another. In regard to space, a person with aphasia is unable to posit planes of coordinates and to transition from one to another. The transformation of coordinates is impossible for him. And this again points back to our earlier reflections. For if we recall the case of color name amnesia, the actual basis of the disorder seemed to be that the patient was too closely involved with his individual, optical lived experiences given here and now to be able to confront and refer to certain outstanding points in the color series as centers. He clung, as it were, to the sensible coherence of lived experiences. He was able to advance from one member of the color series to the next but could not refer to fair-removed color shades, to one another indirectly, through the medium of definite general color concepts. Moreover, he shifted between different directions of attention, between the correlation of colors according to their basic tone and according to their brightness, and could not keep the two sharply and securely apart from each other. He did not transition consciously from one to the other but slipped unaware from one into the other. This slipping, this inability to adhere to a specific manner of sight, Sicht, and, on the other hand, to freely distinguish between different modes of sight, Sicht, also seems to be the basic fundamental deficiency underlying the individual pathological deviations in a person with aphasia's intuition of space and time as well as in their representation of number and from which they can be uniformly comprehended. We acquire a new confirmation of this view if we look back from the point we have now reached to the problems of optical agnosia. At first sight, to be sure, it seems to concern entirely different relationships. The case of psychic, seal, blindness described by Gelb and Goldstein showed none of the more obvious aphasic disorders. The patient expressed himself fluently and often with striking clarity and sharpness, and his linguistic understanding demonstrated no clearly recognizable defects. And yet a closer examination revealed certain disorders of intelligence, which corresponded exactly to the observations made by Head and others in their studies of people with aphasia. He too had completely lost all true sense of the concept of number, although he was able to reckon in a certain mechanical sense, that is, to perform certain elementary problems of arithmetic. He solved all these problems, however, by reducing them to a simple process of counting. He had, for example, relearned the multiplication table, which he had forgotten immediately after his injury. However, when asked how much 5 times 7 was, He could answer only by beginning with 1 times 7 equals 7, 2 times 7 equals 14, and continuing on in the form of serial speech until he reached 5 times 7. The same was true of addition. If, for example, he was asked to find the sum of 4 plus 4, he counted on the fingers of his left hand from the little finger to the pointer and continued from the thumb of his left hand to the middle finger of his right hand. Then he folded in the ring finger and little finger and ran through the whole series of fingers again, from the little finger of his left hand to the middle finger of the right hand, until finally he arrived at the result. Nevertheless, with this result, the patient had no cognitive insight into the relationships of number and magnitudes. He was unable to answer whether, for example, 3 or 7 was larger, except by the roundabout method of reciting the whole numerical series beginning from and so establishing that 7 comes after 3, nor had he the slightest insight into the interconnection between die-errant numerical and arithmetical operations. If, for example, in finding the product of 2 times 6 and that of 3 times 4 he arrived at the result, 12, he was, nevertheless, unable to recognize a substantive connection between the two operations. He declared that they were absolutely die-errant. By means of his counting, he is able to solve a problem such as 5 plus 4 minus 4. It was, however, impossible to make him understand that the result could be arrived at without all this counting, since the two operations of counting 4 steps forward and 4 steps backward cancelled each other out. Confirming this, the patient explained that while he connected a definite intuitive sense, shin, with other words, such as with the word house, numerals possessed no such meaning. Shin, for him, they had become meaningless, bedeutungslos, signs. Aside from this impediment in the domain of reckoning, however, careful observation revealed another rather obscure disorder in the patient's thinking and speech. Although his thinking and speech at first sight demonstrated no noteworthy deviation from the thinking and speech of a healthy individual, the patient's thinking and speech broke down as soon as he was pressed to apprehend correctly an analogy or to apprehend correctly a linguistic metaphor. For the most part, he showed here a total disorientation. He neither made use of analogies and metaphors in his own thinking and speaking, nor was it possible to explain their sense to him. He simply rejected them entirely. In every case, he lacked understanding for the true tertium comparationis, the third part of the comparison. And perhaps even more remarkable than this feature was another trait that could be observed in the patient's linguistic behavior. He is unable to repeat anything other than the actual state of affairs that as such corresponded directly to his own concrete sensible lived experiences. In the course of a conversation that took place on a bright sunny day, I pronounced the sentence, "It is bad, rainy weather today," and asked him to repeat this sentence, but he was unable to do so. He said the first words easily and surely, but then the patient faltered and paused, and nothing could induce him to complete the sentence in the form given him. Each time he slipped into another form of the sentence that corresponded with the actual facts. Another psychic, seal, blindness patient whom I saw in the Frankfurt Neurological Institute had suffered a serious hemiplegia and was unable to move his right arm. He could not repeat the sentence, "I can write well with my right hand." He always replaced the wrong word right with the correct word left. At first sight, there seems to be no relation between these two disorders, between the impediment in reckoning and the disorders in the use of language, analogy, and metaphor. They seem to belong to entirely separate domains. And yet when we look back at the results of our previous investigation, do we not find a common factor? Is it not the same impairment and inhibition of symbolic behavior that is expressed in the counting disorder as in the speech disorder? We have already seen the importance of symbolic behavior for arithmetical reckoning, for meaningfully operating with numbers and numerical magnitudes. To solve such a simple problem as 7 plus 3 or 7 minus 3 not mechanically but with understanding, one must consider the natural number series in a twofold perspective. It is used at the same time as an enumerating series and as an enumerated series. In every such calculation, the numerical series undergoes a mirrored reflection, as it were, a kind of reflection in itself. The process of counting begins first with 1 and unfolds the series of natural numbers in a fixed and determinate order. It does not, however, stop here. Rather, at every point, Stelle, in this series, the same operation can and must begin again. When I construct the sum of 7 plus 3, this means that the beginning of the natural number series is moved 7 points, Stellen, and that a new enumeration begins at the new starting point thus gained. Now 0 corresponds to the former 7, 1 to the former 8, etc., and the solution of the problem consists simply in the insight that the 10, or in subtraction the 4, of the first series corresponds to the 3 of the second series. To express it schematically, we have here beside the base series, A, two derived series, B and C, which are correlated with it in a definite and unequivocal way. 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, A, 0123. b. 3210. C. In every operation of arithmetic, a transition must be acted from the base series to one of these derived series and back again, as indicated by the arrows in our diagram. It is, however, precisely this placing of the same numerical value in die-errant modes of counting that seems impossible for the patient. In order to perform the operation, not mechanically but meaningfully, the patient would have to begin a new counting, either forward or backward from 7, in other words to regard 7 as 0, 8 or 6 as 1, etc. This regarding of 7 as 0, while at the same time keeping it in mind as 7, is a diacal task, a purely representative performance. The 7 must remain what it is, and its relation to the original 0 must be retained in the course of the calculation. However, the 7 can and must at the same time represent, trade in, and stand in for the original 0, and in the course of other operations for any other desired number. While continuing to be 7, it can nevertheless function as 0, as 1, as 2 and so on. It is this multiple function of one and the same number that the patient was unable to understand. The patient was not able to adopt the simultaneous and spontaneous attitude toward die-errant focal points, in die-errant lines of vision. We have already seen this in the case of color name amnesia, where the patient was likewise unable to regard an individual, concretely given color phenomenon as this particular phenomenon while at the same time considering it in respect to its base tone or brightness and to differentiate these directions of observation clearly and sharply from one another. Similarly, the psychic, blindness patient cannot comprehend that one may start a new numerical series with the number 7, thus treating this number as. If the patient was given the problem of counting on from and prevented from actually counting softly beginning with, he could not do so. He admitted that he became confused, because he had no point of support. As we can see, this corresponds exactly, even the wording is similar, to the pronouncement, Äußerung, of Head's patient who declared that he could not draw a schematic drawing of his room, because it was difficult or impossible for him to fix an arbitrarily selected point as a starting point. And from here, we can now understand the interconnection between the patient's inability to use linguistic analogies and metaphors correctly and his general psychic intellectual, seelisch-geistig, mindset. The performance required here is the same, or at least similar in principle. For a correct understanding and correct use of metaphors require that the same word be taken in a die-errant significance. Aside from what it immediately and sensibly represented, Wortigen, it has another mediated and transferred sense, Shin. The understanding of the metaphor depends on successfully transitioning from one sphere of sense to another, to adjust to one significance and then to another. Again, it is this spontaneous change of viewpoint that has become difficult or impossible for the patient. He clings to what is present, to the sensibly demonstrable and available that he cannot substitute at will with something else that is not available. His language follows the same basic tendency. He succeeds in forming a sentence when he has solid support in the given, in the immediately experienced, erlebten. Without this support, however, he is rudderless, he cannot venture out on the high seas of thinking, which is a thinking not only of realities but also of possibilities. The patient is thus able to state, aussagen, only what is factual and available, not what is merely imagined or possible. For this requires precisely that a present, gegenwärtig, content be treated as though it were not present, gegenwärtig, that one disregard, absehen, it and look toward, hinsehen, another purely ideal endpoint. This subsuming of one and the same element of experience in die-errant, equally possible, contexts of relation zusammenhang, and the simultaneous orientation in and through these relations, is a basic performance required for thinking in analogies as well as for operating understandingly with numbers and numerical signs. The Greek language uses the word analogy in precisely this twofold sense, to designate certain linguistic logical relationships as well as certain arithmetical relationships. Here analogy is still the general term for the concept of relationship, the concept of proportion in general, a linguistic usage that has been preserved down to Kant in his treatment of the analogies of experience in the Critique of Pure Reason. It expresses a basic tendency of relational thinking, which is equally indispensable for apprehending the sense of number and the sense of relational thought formulated in language, of a linguistic metaphor. Dedekind, a modern mathematician, reduces the whole system of natural numbers, in his book Was sind und was sollen die Zahlen? What are numbers and what should they be? To a single basic logical function. He considers this system to be grounded in the faculty of spirit, to relate things to things, to let a thing correspond to a thing, or to picture, abbilden, a thing in a thing. Such a picturing, Abbildung, not in an imitative sense but in a purely symbolic sense, is equally requisite for the analogous, synchmat, and meaningful accomplishment of an arithmetical operation as it is for the analogous comprehending of a linguistic analogy. In both cases, a positing that was previously understood in an absolute sense is transformed into a relative positing. It is with this transformation that the patient with psychic seal blindness repeatedly encountered difficulties, just as he always took the number 7 as 7 and never at the same time as, so too could he understand language only when he could take everything that was said to him literally. Light is thrown on the interconnection between the individual slips in the domains of aphasic and agnostic disorders from still another, errant side. We have so far sought to find, as it were, an intellectual denominator in the disorders of counting and reckoning as well as ones in the understanding and use of linguistic analogies. However, now we shall add other disorders that go hand in hand with these but that, theoretically speaking, seem unrelated to them at first sight. Head devised and systematically applied a series of tests in which the patient's task was to repeat exactly the movements made by the doctor who sat facing him. The doctor pointed with his right hand to his right eye, with his left hand to his left ear, or in more difficult tests with his right hand to his left eye, etc., and the doctor then asked the patients to perform the same movement. In most cases, mistakes and misunderstandings resulted. Instead of making the symmetrically corresponding movements, the patient very often made movements that were merely congruous. If, for example, the doctor touched his left eye with his left hand, the movement as such was repeated but the patient used his right hand, which was directly opposite the doctor's left hand. But except in those cases where deficient understanding of language prevented the patient from clearly apprehending the nature of the task, the error vanished almost entirely as soon as the doctor, instead of sitting opposite the patient, sat beside him and had him observe in a mirror the movements he was to reproduce. Head's explanation for this was that in the latter case, the patient performed a mere act of imitation, a perceived act was merely imitated, while in the former case, such an imitation did not sue, and before it could be correctly reproduced, the movement had to be transposed into a linguistic formula. He could perform the action as long as it called for nothing more than a direct reproduction of a sense impression. He failed where an act of inner speech, of symbolic formulation was required. We do not contradict this explanation, however. We believe on the basis of our preceding theoretical considerations that we are able to grasp more generally the character and particular nature of this symbolic formulation and at the same time determine it more sharply. For if we look back at these considerations, we can see that the core of the difficulty lies not so much in the transposition of sense perception into words as, one might say, in transposition as such. If the patient is to correctly repeat the movements of the doctor facing him, it will not sue us to copy those movements mechanically. Rather, he must have previously undertaken a kind of exchange of sense of those movements, as it were. What is right from the doctor's point of view is left from the patient's point of view, and vice versa. The correct movement can be made only when this difference has been clearly apprehended and in every individual case taken into account, when the action is transposed from the doctor's system of reference to that of the patient. In the present case, as in the connection with arithmetical reckoning as well as in the endeavor to understand a metaphor as such, this conversion, this transposition and transformation, is unsuccessful. We are not imposing here an artificial interpretation on the clinical phenomena to make them fit into the unity and coherence of our systematics. Rather, the phenomena themselves point entirely in the direction of this explanation. Not infrequently, patients stress this character of the disorder with surprising sharpness and pregnancy by comparing the difficulty of the task before them with that of translating, Übersetzung, a text from a foreign language into their mother tongue. Here language was formed only gradually into an organ of purely relational thinking, and precisely this was one of its highest and most difficult achievements. It also begins from the presentation of individual concrete intuitive determinations, steadily transforming itself through various intermediate stages into a logical expression of relationship. The problem that concerns us here, however, does not belong, admittedly, exclusively to the sphere of language and linguistic concept formation, nor can it be fully elucidated within this sphere. The pathology of symbolic consciousness compels us to take a broader framing of this problem, because it is manifested in certain disorders of action no less than it is in disorders of speech and perceptual cognition. Alongside the symptoms of aphasia as well as optical and tactile agnosia occur the symptoms of apraxia. We shall now attempt to draw the symptoms of apraxia into the ambit of our general problem. We shall accomplish this by asking whether and to what extent the apractic disorders also give us a deeper insight into the structural laws of action, in much the same way as the agnostic and aphasic disorders helped us to apprehend more sharply the theoretical construction and distinctive articulation of the world of perception. The pathological disorders of action. It was observed early that the disorders of language that were grouped together under the concept of aphasia and the disorders of perceptual cognizing that have been designated as optical or tactile agnosia are connected to certain disorders of action. And these observations repeatedly brought forth the insight that in the symptom complex of aphasia and agnosia, it could not be any strictly defined individual performances that were damaged or destroyed, but that the intelligence in general must be in some way impaired. If with Pierre Marie, we were to take this intellectual deterioration as the cause of aphasia, then it would seem not only understandable but even virtually necessary that this deterioration should make itself felt not only in the domain of the patient's linguistic understanding and in his linguistic utterances, Äußerungen, but also in the domain of doing, in his practical behavior. And indeed, observation often showed grave impairments in this sphere. When asked to do so, patients were still able to carry out a certain simple action correctly. They were not, however, able to correctly perform a complex act that was composed of such partial actions. At the doctor's bidding, a patient could, for example, show his tongue, close his eyes, or hold out his hand. His performance became uncertain and flawed, however, as soon as he was required to perform several such acts at once. Even greater disorders of this sort stand out even more clearly when the patient is confronted with a question involving choice, when in a concrete situation he must choose between yes or no. For example, he could correctly answer when asked whether he wants to go out or whether he wants to stay home if the questions were presented to him individually, whereas he could not properly apprehend the question when asked whether he preferred one or the other. In one of Head's tests, a number of objects of daily use, a knife, a pair of scissors, a key, were set on the table before the patient, and he was asked to compare these objects with others that were either shown to him or placed in his hand. Many of the patients were able to carry out this task without error as long as it was merely a question of indicating the duplicate object, on the table of the one tactically or optically presented to them. They became confused, however, as soon as two or more objects were held out to them at the same time. The act of comparison between the model and the duplicate was then performed hesitantly or faultily if at all. Indeed, in other cases, a patient could perform a certain action automatically but not produce it voluntarily. For example, he could stick out his tongue to moisten his lips, but he could not do so without such a cause when the doctor asked him to. In all this it seems unmistakable that a person with aphasia's disorder interferes with or transforms not only the form of his thinking and his perception but also of his will and voluntary action. With this, the question arises for us as to whether this transformation indicates a specific tendency that can be uniformly observed and as to whether the investigation of this tendency can serve to provide further insights into the basic theoretical problem that is central to our consideration. Nevertheless, before posing the question in this general form, we must define more precisely the symptom of apraxia as it is established by clinical observations and examine it in its finer particularizations. Hugo Liepmann, in the course of his seminal research in this domain, first attempted a sharp conceptual separation compared to the diversity of clinical symptoms. Liepmann takes the general concept of apraxia to include every disorder in voluntary movements pursuing a definite purpose, provided that this disorder is conditioned neither by a lack of mobility in the pertinent limb nor by a deficient perceptual cognizing of the objects, objecte, toward which the doing is directed. In apraxia, the mobility of the limbs is retained as such, the impairment is due neither to paralysis nor paresis, and the patient's mistakes in action are not brought about by a miscognition of objects. In cases of miscognition, such as they occur in optical or tactile agnosia, we should not speak of an apraxia in the strict sense. Whoever uses an object wrongly because they miscognize it, their action, their doing, is obviously quite correct in itself but only turned about because of faulty presuppositions. The action itself is entirely in keeping with the presuppositions. Whoever takes a toothbrush for a cigar acts quite correctly when they attempt to smoke it. This general definition of apraxia can be further differentiated, according to Liepmann, into two basic forms of the disorder. The correct execution of an action can be impeded either by the misguided intent in the design, Entwurf, of the action, in the idea he initially had, or by the fact that, although the project, Entwurf, may have been correct, when the will attempts to carry out the project, one or another part of the limb did not obey its command. In the first case, Liepmann speaks of ideational apraxia and in the second case of motor apraxia. In ideational apraxia, the intention of the total action and the decomposition of this intention into individual parts of the act have been acted in some way. So that the parts of the act may intermesh in the right way, so that they come together into the whole of an action, they must be intended and performed in a certain order. It is this that seems to be disturbed in ideational apraxia. The individual components of a complex structure of an action are confused or temporally inverted here. If, for example, A cigar and a matchbox are put into the patient's hand. He opens the box and presses it as though it were a cigar cutter. Then, instead of taking out a match, he rubs the cigar on the side of the matchbox. The movements that are made here do in fact belong to the required movement pattern, but they are performed neither with the requisite completeness nor in the regular sequence. In the case of motor apraxia, there is no pathological change in the plan of movement. Rather, in general, the plan of movement is comprehended correctly, but it cannot be translated properly into action as in the case of healthy individuals. The limb affected by the ailment refuses, as it were, to obey the will. It no longer takes the direction that the will prescribes. This manifested itself most conspicuously where an individual limb is excluded in this way, as it were, from the general organization of willing and performing, while the other limbs have preserved their ability to carry out purposeful movements. In the famous case of Liepmann's Regierungsrat, senior civil servant, which has become a kind of classic in the literature on aphasia, the simplest movements went wrong when the patient attempted to perform them with his right hand, but he could, in general, perform the same actions faultlessly with his left hand. Thus, it cannot be said here that the patient's that he himself as a unitary subject, lacked the proper understanding of the task or was deficient in any other psychological intellectual, geistig, conditions required for its solution. With his left hand, for example, the patient could remove the stopper from a bottle and pour himself a glass of water, so demonstrating that intellectually he mastered all the individual movements that enter into this action sequence and knew how to arrange them in the proper order. The whole ideational process proceeded quite normally. The fact that he nevertheless was unable to carry out the same performance with his right hand proves that the disorder was not in the ideational process but in its transference to the motor mechanism of the right hand. In this case, the apraxia is not a total psychic disorder but rather a disorder by limbs, Störung nach Gliedmaßen. It shows that the whole sensomotor apparatus of a certain individual limb can split off from the total psychological, seelish, process. The patients themselves seem to sense this peculiar splitting. 1. Person with left side apraxia observed by Heilbronner complained that he could not trust his left hand although his right hand would remain where he put it. He could never set his left hand down in the same way from time to time. It performed certain movements that he had not intended. The patient never referred to the actions of this hand as his own. He felt that those actions did not belong to him in any way and linguistically spoke of those actions in the third person. There can be little doubt that pathological disorders of this kind are of crucial significance for the entire psychology of action, that they open up a deeper insight into the central problems of the will and of voluntary motion. In the context of our basic question, however, we must for the present disregard these appearances of motor or kinetic apraxia in order to turn toward the phenomena that Liepmann subsumes under the term ideational apraxia. For it is precisely here that theory and practice border on each other. Here we find that the form of doing is inseparably bound up with the form of thinking and representing. And now a general question arises: what is the mode, what is the tendency and direction, of representing, Vorstellen, that characterizes our voluntary actions and specifically distinguishes them from actions of other kinds? Can we demonstrate here the difference that has been confirmed in the previous consideration, the difference between an immediate and a mediated form of action, between a presentative, presentativer, and a representative, representativer attitude of spirit, between a clinging to the sense impression and to sensible objects and an attitude that detaches itself from this bond and transitions into a symbolic ideal sphere? One of the best known and thoroughly observed phenomenon in the domain of apraxic disorders consists in the fact that the symptoms are also subject here to the most striking variations inasmuch as the observer contents themselves with listing the individual performances of which the patient is capable. It soon becomes evident that here, as in the description of aphasic disorders, no sharp and unequivocal result can be achieved in this way. Just as the impairment of speech cannot be derived from the patient's mere use of words and that under certain conditions a patient may have command of a word that is denied him under other conditions, so too is this valid for action and the carrying out of specific movements. There are situations in which such movements are accomplished without difficulty, whereas in other situations, they completely break down. A patient may not, for example, be able to act out a threatening movement. However, as soon as he himself is in a rage, he carries out the threatening movement absolutely correctly. Another patient cannot raise his hand as if to make an oath when asked to do so. However, he places it in the correct position as soon as the words of the oath are recited to him. To express differences, of this kind, a distinction has been made between concrete and abstract movements. Abstract movements refer to isolated, voluntary movements made on demand. Concrete movements refer to those movements of everyday life that are made more or less automatically in certain situations. One of Goldstein's patients, whose power to perform any abstract movements whatsoever was gravely impaired, was not seriously hampered by this impairment in his everyday performances. He washed himself alone, he shaved himself, he arranged all his things, he could operate a faucet, turn on the light, etc. All these activities could only be done, however, provided that they were carried out on the object, Gegenstand, itself, on the actual object, Objekt. If the patient was asked to knock on the door, he could do so as long as the door was within reach. However, the knocking movement, though begun, was broken at once if he was withdrawn one step from the door, which thus prevented him from actually touching it with his hand. Similarly, the patient could hammer in a nail if he stood directly by the wall with the hammer in his hand. However, as soon as the nail was taken away from him and he was asked merely to indicate the motion of hammering, he stopped still, or at best made an indeterminate movement that differed unmistakably from the one he had previously executed. If a scrap of paper was laid on the table, he could blow it away when asked to, but once the paper was taken away, he could not make the same motion of blowing. The same was true of the purely expressive movements. The patient was not able to laugh on request, but he laughed perfectly well when a comical remark was made in the course of the conversation. Even where the desired movement is performed for patients of this kind, they are seldom able to imitate it, or the imitation takes place in such a way that it does not repeat the movement as a whole but merely attempts to build it up piece by piece from the separate parts that are apprehended. Even where the imitation seems to be relatively successful in its outward effect, the general type of the action is altered. If one drew a circle, for the patient, he kept looking back and forth between the doctor who made the movements and his own hand. It could be seen plainly that he imitated the movement part for part. Thus, what he inscribed was not really a circle, but only short lines which he strung together, and which produced an effect somewhat similar to a circle, but which was, strictly speaking, a many-sided polygon. How far he was from inscribing a circle was plainly shown by the fact that a sudden alteration in the movements that he was watching would make him abruptly transform the circular shape he had begun into an ellipse or any other figure. We have attempted here to give an account of only certain characteristic features of the symptoms of apraxia. We will now pause and ask how these features are to be theoretically assessed. Once again, as in connection with aphasic disorders, the loss of certain mnemonic images was customarily regarded as the actual cause of the altered behavior of the patient. Just as disorders in the understanding of words or the use of writing were explained by the loss of phonetic images or graphic images, these alterations in the doing were also explained essentially by way of the impairment of the recollection, of the ability to reawaken previous impressions, particularly impressions in the kinesthetic domain. Under the influence of Wernicke, who sought to apply this explanation to the whole domain of asymbolic disorders, Liebman initially located the basic condition for the pathological alterations of action in the fact that for the patient, the recollection of certain learned forms of motion was extinguished altogether or was at the very least difficult to awaken, so that, in the handling of objects, Objekte, for example, it emerged only with the help of the optical tactile kinesthetic impressions flowing from the objects, Objekte, in question. This inability to carry out movements from recollection, an inability that is by no means limited to expressive movements but is manifested in familiar manipulations of objects, Objekte, appeared to Liebman as the core of the apretic disorders. It seems, however, that in the long run, this theory, by which apraxia was essentially reduced to an impairment of the purely reproductive occurrences, did not satisfy Liebman, and so he sought to refine and modify it. The first thing that spoke against this view was the fact that he recognized and stressed that deficiencies quite analogous to those that manifested themselves in the free movement of the patient also tended to occur where it was a question of the simple imitation of movements. If the patient is unable to perform a certain movement merely because he cannot reawaken its mnemonic image, should he not at least be able to repeat it when someone else performs it for him and so recalls it directly to his memory? And in other respects, as well, this type of explanation seems unable to do justice either to the subtler features of the symptoms of apraxia that were observed by Liebman or to the specific character of the anomalies at issue here. When Goldstein, in the Frankfurt Neurological Institute, demonstrated to me the case of his patient SCHN, of whom we have spoken, one of the strangest and most remarkable features that struck me was the fact that after performing a movement perfectly correctly, the patient would interrupt it as soon as the objective substrate, as it were, was taken away from him. Standing by the door, he had just correctly carried out the movement of knocking with his left hand, but he stopped as soon as he was removed even one step from the door. The upraised arm remained in mid-air as though spellbound, and nothing the doctor could say could impel him to continue the corresponding movement. Are we really to suppose that in this case the mnemonic image, Erinnerungsbild, of the knocking movement, a movement that he had carried out only a few seconds before, had vanished from the patient's memory? Or was the deficient kinesthetic mnemonic image, Gedatnisbild, of blowing to blame if the patient who had blown the scrap of paper from the table a moment before could not repeat his movement when asked to do so without the object to blow, as it were, into the void? So peculiar a phenomenon obviously requires another and deeper explanation than can be provided by a mere return to mechanisms of association. Goldstein attempted to give such an explanation by pointing out the fundamental dependency of all movements and especially of all abstract, voluntary actions on optical occurrences. By means of the example of his two cases of psychic, seal, blindness, he was able to show how all deterioration of optical recognition and optical representing tended to be linked with a grave impairment in the ability to move and act in general. In the final analysis, the reason for this fact, he believed, was that every voluntary movement we perform occurs through a definite medium and against a certain background. We do not eject our movements in an empty space, unrelated, Hungslos, to them, but in a space that stands in a very specific relation to them actually. Movement and background are only artificially separable elements of a unitary whole. The fact that the patient with psychic, seal, blindness, whose optical spatial lived experience was severely damaged, is no longer able to create for himself an optically grounded medium for his movements explains why these movements as a whole are bound to be gravely hampered or at least to show a form that is different from those of the healthy individual. Even when these movements seem relatively well preserved in terms of their eject, they nevertheless are constructed from an entirely different foundation. The background has shifted from the optical to the kinesthetic domain. Goldstein sees an important and dramatic difference between the optically grounded background and the kinesthetically grounded background, above all in the fact that the latter is much less susceptible of free variation. While the optically grounded background is independent of my body and its movements, optically represented space does not move with the alteration in the location of my body, it is outside, fixed. We can execute our movements in different ways in it. The kinesthetically grounded background is much more intimately bound up with our body. A kinesthetically grounded surface always stands in a determinate relationship to my body. The kinesthetic representative image of writing contains from the outset a writing surface in a very determinate location vis-a-vis my body, whereas I bring my body to the optically grounded writing surface. In one of Goldstein's cases of psychic, seal, blindness, the patient characteristically showed that his space was always oriented toward the actual location of his body. Above always signified for this patient the direction toward his head, below the direction toward his feet. If, for example, he was lying on a sofa, he could not correctly indicate the upper and lower parts of the room. All the movements he made in writing or drawing were always in approximately the same plane, which was not quite vertical but tilted a little backward. He had learned this location to be the most comfortable one in which to write when standing up. However, he was not able to transpose this plane, i.e. write on another plane. If he was requested to do so, he had to laboriously create a new plane for this desired movement. When pressed, for example, to draw a circle on a horizontal plane, he pressed the upper part of both arms tight against his body, held his forearms at right angles, and made pendulum-like movements of his trunk so that his forearms moved in an approximately horizontal direction. Then on the basis of his kinesthetic sensations, he identified the plane on which his forearms were moving as the horizontal and performed the circular movement in it as described. Since the kinesthetically grounded plane is firmly anchored, an alteration in the position of the body as a whole correspondingly altered the plane that was most comfortable for him. This we could demonstrate very simply by letting him write first in a standing and then in a recumbent position. The plane in which he wrote always took the same location relative to his body. The two planes were then of course at right angles to each other, and the two body positions as well. Once again, we have here a highly characteristic and significant feature for our purposes. It is precisely this difficulty or inability to transpose, to vary freely the system of reference, that we have encountered in the most diverse kinds of performances of people with aphasia or agnostics, that generally seem to be a core part of their intellectual disorder. We repeatedly encounter this same inability in the doing of the patient, in their performance of arithmetic, in the form of their orientation in space, in their linguistic utterances, Äußerungen. However, we must ask for this very reason, can this very general alteration that is exhibited in the patient's behavior really be adequately explained by the altered form of their optical lived experience? Or must we not rather seek a more general cause in keeping with the generality of the disorder? To begin with, Goldstein's detailed clinical observations of his patient SCHN show that in performing certain actions, this patient required the help of tactile as much as optical experience. Even if he continued to look at the door, he could no longer carry out the same knocking movement once he was prevented from reaching the door, from actually touching it. The projected action broke down not only if its optical but also if its tactile support was taken away, if the door was hidden from his view or if it was removed from his immediately graspable vicinity. On the other hand, we have seen that the fundamental difficulty in transposition is not found only in those patients whose optical cognizing and imagining, Vorstellen, were in particular seriously impaired. We have also encountered this difficulty even in cases of people with aphasia whose optical representing is virtually intact. In Head's hand, eye, and ear tests, the cause of the faulty solutions was not any deficiency in the patient's optical lived experience. As soon as the doctor stood behind them and let them watch the doctor's movements in the mirror, they were in general able to repeat the movements perfectly. We find here, it seems to me, a hint that shows us in which direction the alteration in action moves in the cases of aphasia as well as in those of optical agnosia. I remember that the same patient of Goldstein whose apraxic disorder we have just considered also showed what seemed at first sight to be a highly remarkable speech disorder. He had some difficulty in repeating sentences said by others. The degree of disorder, however, depended on the content of what was said. He correctly repeated "I can write well with my left hand," whereas he could not utter the same sentence if the word right were substituted for left. For then, he would have been saying something unactual, unwirklich, since his one-sided paralysis prevented him from moving his right hand. Is it not the same limitation, the same attachment to the object, and to the concrete, objective location of things that is disclosed in the patient's activity overall? In every case, he was able to actively act, wirken, only toward an actual, wirklich, sensibly given and available object, not toward a merely imagined object, As long as he had this support in the real object, he carried out the performances that differed hardly at all from those of the healthy individual. He possessed an adequate orientation in space in his usual surroundings. He oriented himself perfectly well, so that, for example, he could move around the hospital by himself, find the door to his room without difficulty, etc. All these capabilities, however, forsook him when, instead of moving in a fixed thing space, the patient was expected to move in a space of free fantasy. He hammered the nail into the wall properly. However, this movement, which had just been performed, was suddenly inhibited as soon as its sensible tangible foundation was removed. He could not repeat the movement by hammering into the void. Heilbrenner reports that many of his patients, when they were asked to perform movements without the requisite object, the gesture of counting money, opening a door, etc., they first paused to reflect and then went through the strangest probing motions with their fingers and contortions of the joints, making all sorts of grimaces of the extremities, accompanied by evident anger and dissatisfaction. One of these patients, a pharmacist, who was asked to perform the movement of rolling pills with his apractic left hand, described this as a puzzling task. Another patient was able to handle all the objects of everyday use correctly as long as they were given to him in the customary way, and under the usual circumstances he failed, however, as soon as they were given to him under unaccustomed circumstances. At mealtime in the dining room, he handled spoons, glasses, etc. like any healthy individual, but at other times, he made perfectly senseless motions with these same objects, objecti. We see here how the individual actions have preserved their sense within specific concrete situations, but how they have at the same time become fused, as it were, with those situations, how they cannot be extracted from these situations and be used independently. What complicates this free use does not seem to be so much the patient's inability to create a sensible, optical space as the medium and background for his movements, as the fact that he possesses no scope, Spielraum play space, for them. For the latter is a formation, Gebilde, of the productive imagination. It demands that we can transpose the present, Gegenwärtig, with the non-present, Nicht Gegenwärtig, the actual with the possible. A healthy individual can perform the movement of hammering a nail just as well into a merely imagined, vorgestellt, wall as into an actual wall, because in free activity he is able to vary the elements, elemente, of the sensibly given, because he transposes in thought something available, vorhanden, here and now with something else that is not available, nicht vorhanden, and substitute the latter for the former. As we have seen, however, this form of variation, this form of substitution, is seriously impeded in these patients. Their movements and actions have something stereotypical about them. They must be made only in fixed and customary channels and, as it were, in rigid combinations. The space in which they move relatively well and securely is the restricted space in which solid things, Sachen, meet. It is no longer the free and broad symbolic space of the imagination, Vorstellung. The patient can wind a watch if it is put into his hand, even though this requires a highly complicated movement. He is not, however, able to visualize, Vergegenwärtigen, This movement and perform it out of this pure visualization, Vertigenwordigung, once its sensible substrate has been removed, once the watch has been taken from his hand. For this visualization, Vertigenwordigung presupposes more than a mere thing space, it requires a schematic space. This incapacity for schematization, for the movement not only within a spatial schema but also within an intellectual schema, was also manifested repeatedly in the linguistic performance of the patients, even when their ordinary understanding of words and sentences and their use of language in the framework, Rahmen, of everyday life was virtually unimpaired. Here again, the disorder is scarcely perceptible as long as the patient can hold fast to the object, in his use of language, as long as he can progress from the designation of one concrete object, Gegenstand, to another it becomes apparent. However, as soon as he is expected to substitute one object for another, to correctly apprehend or make use of a linguistic analogy or metaphor, this also gives a peculiar rigidity to his manner of speaking. It lacks the scope, Spielraum play space, that first gives language its scope and mobility and makes it come to life. In both cases, in his speech as well as in his doing, it is precisely his power of representation, that quickly fails, though he continues to be relatively successful in all the operations that can be accomplished by mere presentation, Präsentation. Accordingly, if we return to die Ernst as we made earlier, it is not so much the mode of seeing, sehen, as the form of sight, Sicht, that seems to be impaired in these cases, and that, once damaged, can eat the totality of the project of movement, Bewegungsentwurf. For every free project of movement requires a determinate kind of sight, Sicht, a spiritual anticipation, a preview, Vorblick, into the to come. Künftig, into the merely possible. Sometimes it seems as if a patient suffering from apraxia correctly apprehends the representation of a specific goal. However, every new sensible stimulus soured him from outside can at once deflect him from his course and guide the action into a wrong direction. The thought of the goal, as Leprinin expresses it, is displaced by another as thesiogenous representation. In other cases, a more or less indeterminate representation of the goal seems to run through a certain sequence of the patient's actions. It is, however, no longer apprehended sharply and clearly enough to place the whole action under one perspective and to organize it in accordance with this. The individual phases of the action form a mere aggregate. They are still executed vaguely with one another, but they are not interlocked in one another in the proper order. A teleological framework, Gefüge, is replaced by a mere flowing the forming, Formung, by a purpose, which to each phase of action assigns its unequivocal place in the whole, its non-interchangeable temporal determination as well as a substantive, Sachlich, determination is replaced here by a mere mosaic of partial acts, which slide into one another now this way and now that. The result is the form of loose action that Lippmann has described as ideational apraxia. In the voluntary operations, so early a writer as Jackson pointed out, there is preconception. The operation is nascently done before it is actually done. There is a dream of an operation as formerly doing before the operation. The patient who in most cases can still correctly perform a certain action out of the immediate need and requirement of the moment, Augenblick, cannot dream in this way, cannot reach forward into the future with a mere projection, Entwurf. Some patients who cannot pour themselves a glass of water when asked are able to do so when impelled by thirst. In general, the more the performance is immediately directed toward a specific goal, the more successful it will be, whereas it deteriorates in proportion as soon as the beginning and end are separated by a series of intermediary links that must be taken into account as such and evaluated in their significance for the action as a whole. This is strikingly shown, for example, by those of Head's patients who complained that they were unable to eject indirect shots in billiards. They could hit a ball when they aimed directly at it but could not play the cushion or from one ball to another through the intermediary of a third. For every such mediated performance is always a symbolic performance. It must tear itself away from the presence, Gegenwart, of the actual object, Objekt, and make evident in free visualization, Vertigenwordigung, a mere thought, ideal goal. Here lies the same reflective attitude that characterizes language and is indispensable for its development. An impairment of this behavior impedes and inhibits the use not only of language but also of every other activity that, like the capacity to read or to write, deals with the signs for objects, with their signification rather than with these objects themselves. And we may observe here a similar gradation. In most cases it is not simply reading and writing that appear to be ected but also certain performances within them that most particularly disclose a deviation from the normal behavior. The more the performance requires a kind of transposition, a transition from one system to another to be executed correctly, the more evident the defects become. A text may be successfully copied if it can be straightforwardly copied. If it can be traced line for line, on the other hand, The transition from one kind of writing to another, the change for example from printing to handwriting, is difficult or impossible. Spontaneous writing may be gravely impeded, although the patient may still write relatively well from dictation. And once again, there may be remarkable differences here, according to whether the performance consists in the use of a well-known or stereotypical formula or whether it consists in a free act of written utterance, Äußerung. When asked, one of Head's patients could write his own name and address correctly. However, he was unable to write his mother's address, though she lived in the same house. Once again, it is not so much a question here of the matter of the performance as its form. Once again, the criterion lies here not so much in the simple execution as in what this execution signifies when all the attendant circumstances and conditions are taken into consideration. At this point, however, we shall pause. For some time now, the impression has arisen in the philosophical reader that we have dwelled too long on our consideration of the pathological cases and gone into excessive detail. And yet this method could not be avoided if we wanted these cases to throw any real light on our general problem. The best and foremost authorities in this domain, whose guidance we have followed, agree that in the sphere of the described disorders, no general symptomology, no simple list of performances and deficiencies, can help us. Each case presents a new picture and demands to be understood out of its own particular center. For what is impaired is never any general capacity, Vermogen, the capacity of speech or that of purposeful action, the ability to read or to write. As Head drastically formulated it, there are no such general faculties of this kind any more than there is a general faculty of eating or walking. Rather, such a substantial view must be replaced by a functional view. What we have here is not the loss of an ability but the change and transformation of a highly complex psychic spiritual process. According to how the transformation eats this or that characteristic phase of the total process, different symptoms may arise, none of which need resemble the next in its unique and determinate individual traits and features, but all of which are nevertheless linked together insofar as the alteration or deviation in all of them points in the same direction. We have sought to establish this general direction while laboring with the detail of individual cases as presented in the descriptions of the most thorough and precise observers. We have sought, in a manner of speaking, to reduce the aphasic, agnostic, and apractic disorders to a common denominator. This cannot signify, however, that we may regard the various representative symbolic performances that are the indispensable conditions for speech, perceptual cognizing, and action as manifestations, Äußerungen, of a basic power, that we may regard them as diverse activities of the symbolic ability per se. The philosophy of symbolic forms requires no such hypostasis, nor, in view of its methodological presuppositions, can it admit of one. For what it is seeking is not so much similarities in being as similarities in sense. As a consequence, we must strive to bring the teachings of pathology, which cannot be ignored, into the more general problem of a philosophy of culture. Can the pathological alterations in speech and in the related basic symbolic performances provide a clue as to what these performances signify for the construction and the total structure, Gesamtgestalt, of culture? To distinguish the behavior of their patients from the categorical behavior of healthy individuals, Gelb and Goldstein have characterized it as more primitive and closer to life. And in fact, this term, close to life, applies if we include in the concept of life the totality of the organic vital functions and compare this to the specifically spiritual functions. For what stands between these two spheres and what marks the sharp cut between them is precisely those spiritual formations, Gebilde, that may be summed up in the unitary concept of symbolic forms. Long before it transitions into these forms, life is purposively configured in itself. It is oriented toward determinate goals. The knowledge of these goals, however, always implies a breach with this immediacy and immanence of life. All cognition of the world and all spiritually active action, Wirken, on the world in the strict sense requires that the eye thrust the world back from itself in contemplation, as in doing, the eye acquires a certain distance from the world. Animal behavior does not know this distance. The animal lives in its environment, Umwelt, without confronting or, by virtue of this confrontation, representing the world in this way. This acquisition of the world as representation is, rather, the aim and product of the symbolic forms, the result of language, myth, religion, art, and theoretical cognition. Each of these constructs its own intelligible realm of intrinsic significance, which stands out sharply and clearly from any merely purposive behavior within the biological sphere. However, where this dividing line begins once again to be blurred, where consciousness in particular lacks the secure guidance of language or it no longer obtains this guidance with the same certainty as before, perceptual cognizing and action also take on a different character. A surprising light is thrown on many of the appearances in the symptoms of aphasia, agnosia, and apraxia when instead of measuring them by healthy individuals' behavior, we choose rather a norm that is drawn from a relatively simpler biological stratum. When the patient uses his spoon or cup correctly if it is given him during a meal but fails to recognize the item or does not know how to use it appropriately at other times, the images of action of animals often provide striking analogies to this phenomenon. We recall the behavior of the spider that immediately attacks a mosquito or a fly that flies into its net in the usual way but flees from them as soon as it encounters them under unusual circumstances. The sand wasp does not carry its prey directly into its hole but first drops it to inspect the hole and repeats the visit as many as 30 or 40 times if this customary action sequence is interrupted by outside intervention once again. We have here an analogy to the rigid, stereotypical action sequences that may be observed in the patient. In both cases, the representing as well as the action are forced, as it were, into fixed channels from which there can be no escape in order to independently visualize, vergage and wardage in either the individual characteristic traits of an object or those of the individual characteristic phases of an action. Doing is subject to an impulse from behind that drives and pushes it forward into the future. It is not determined by this future nor by the anticipation of this future but by the ideal anticipatory preparing the way, Vorwenyam, of the future. When we follow the course of objective culture, this determination, this progress into the ideal, makes itself felt in two ways. The form of linguistic thinking and the form of instrumental thinking, Werkzeugdenkens, seem here to be closely connected with one another and dependent on one another. With language as the tool, Werkzeug, the human conquered, Robert, the new basic tendency of mediated behavior that is specifically distinctive to the human. In its representations of the world as well as its active actions upon it, the human now becomes free from the compulsion of the sensible drive and the immediate need. Direct grasping, Zugreifen, is replaced by new and direct modes of acquisition, of theoretical and practical domination. Away from grasping, Greifen apprehending, to comprehending, Begreifen, is pursued. A person with aphasia or apraxia seems to have been thrust one step backward along this path that humanity had to open up by a slow, steady endeavor. Everything that is purely mediated has in some way become unintelligible to him. Everything that is not tangible, not directly existent, evades both his thinking and his will. Even though he can still apprehend and in general correctly handle what is actually, concretely lying before him and is necessary at the moment, he lacks the spiritual view into the distance, the sight, Sicht, of what is not before his eyes, of the merely possible. Pathological behavior has in a sense lost the power of the spiritual impulse that forever drives spirit beyond the sphere of the immediately perceived and immediately desired. Precisely in this step backward, however, the general movement of spirit and the inner law of its construction are rendered intelligible from a new angle. The value and signification of the process of spiritualization, the process of the symbolization of the world, becomes comprehensible for us where it no longer operates freely and unhindered but where it has to struggle and make its way against obstacles. In this sense, the pathology of speech and action gives us a standard by which we can measure the breadth of the distance between the organic world and the world of human culture, the domain of life and the domain of objective spirit. Most patients with aphasia imitate my actions extremely badly when we sat face to face, or if the order was given in the form of a picture. When, however, these movements or their pictorial representations were reflected in a mirror, they were usually performed without fail. For in the first case the words right or left, or eye or ear, or some similar verbal symbol, must be silently interposed between the reception and execution of the command, but, when reflected in the glass, the movements are in many instances purely imitative and no verbalization is necessary. It is an act of simple matching, and such immediate recognition presents no greater difficulty than the choice from amongst those on the table of a familiar object laid before his sight or placed in his hand. The difficulty of passing freely from one form of orientation to another is stressed also by Goldstein as an essential factor in aphasic disorders, Neurologische und Psychiatrische Abhandlungen aus dem Schweizer Archive for Neurology und Psychiatry, ed. C. von Monaco, Zurich Fussli. He writes, many of the perseverations that we so often find in aphasiacs, and which observers so often attempt to explain or rather to explain away by an abnormal tendency to perseveration, become understandable, even as to content, once we take into account the factor of deficient orientation and particularly the impairment of the power to change orientation quickly. This accounts above all for the fact that the so-called perseveration does not appear equally in all operations and in some may not appear at all. I also believe that I have found confirmation of this fundamental view in an article by L. Baumann and A. A. Grunbaum, which became known to me only. Part 3. The function of signification and the construction of scientific cognition. I. Toward a theory of the concept the whole of the natural world concept. If we wish to apply a single, general name to the domain in which our considerations have moved so far, then we might designate it as the realm of the natural world concept. This domain, however, is disclosed throughout a definite theoretical structure, an intellectual forming, Formung, and construction, Fugung. On the other hand, the general rules of this forming, Formung, seemed so bound to and deeply imbued in the contextual particularizations that they can be brought to presentation only together with them. At this stage in our consideration, what theoretical form itself is and wherein consists its specific significance and validity could be rendered visible in no other way than through its product. Its principles remained, one might say, fused with this product. They were not determined in abstracto, detached in themselves, but could be demonstrated only through a certain order of objects, of objective formations, Gebilde, of intuition. Accordingly, reflection and reconstructive analysis were not yet directed here toward the function of form as such, but toward one of its particular achievements. In configuring the thought of a determinate image of objectivity, in producing it, so to speak, out of itself, thought nevertheless remains confined within this very image, which originates from its own ground. It can acquire knowledge of itself only through this medium, through the mediation of objective knowledge. Its regard is directed forward toward the reality of things, not backward toward itself and its own performance. In this way, it acquires the world of the you and the world of the it, and both worlds appear to it at first as unquestionable, utterly unproblematic certainties. In the form of the simple expressive lived experience or in the form of perceptive lived experience, the I grasps the existence of the other, fremd, subjects and the existence of the objects outside us, and it remains still in this existence and its concrete intuition. How this intuition itself is possible is not asked here and need not be asked. It stands for itself and bears witness to itself, requiring no support or confirmation in anything else. This unconditional trust in the reality of things undergoes, however, a transformation and an initial shock as soon as the problem of truth enters onto the scene. The moment, Augenblick, that the human not only stands in reality and lives with it but demands of itself a cognition of this reality, the human moves into a new and fundamentally other relationship to it. At first, to be sure, the question of truth seems to apply only to individual parts of reality and not to the whole of reality itself. Within this whole, different strata of validity begin to stand out from one another. Reality, Realität, seems to separate sharply and clearly from semblance. It lies in the very nature, Wesen, of the problem of truth, however, that once it arises in this way, it never comes to rest. The concept of truth conceals in itself an immanent dialectic that drives it relentlessly forward and further. It presses beyond every boundary it reaches. It does not content itself with questioning the individual contents of the natural world concept, but instead engages its substance, its total form. All those witnesses to reality that have hitherto been taken as absolutely sure and reliable, sensation, representation, intuition, are now brought before a new forum and interrogated. This forum of the concept and pure thinking is not established in the moment that true philosophical mindfulness begins. It belongs to the beginnings of every scientific consideration of the world. For even here, thought no longer contents itself with simply translating into its own language what is given in perception or intuition, but instead subjects it to a characteristic transformation of form, a spiritual recasting. The primary task that the scientific concept has to fulfill seems in fact to be simply to set up a rule of determination that must be confirmed in what can be intuited and in the sphere of intuition. Precisely because and insofar as this rule should be valid for the world of intuition, however, it no longer simply belongs to it as a mere inventory, bestand, or as an element of this world itself. In comparison with this world, it signifies a particular nature and something independent, even though its independent sense can be manifested at first only through the matter of the intuitive. The further scientific consciousness progresses in its development, the sharper and clearer this difference is expressed. Now the rule of determination is no longer simply posited but, in this very positing, apprehended and as such understood, durchschauen see through, as a universal achievement of thought. And this vision, Schau, now creates a new form of view, Durchblick, of spiritual perspective. With it, we stand for the first time on the threshold of the truly theoretical consideration of the world. We have a classical example of this process in the emergence of Greek mathematics. For the decisive factor here is not that the significance of the basic motive of number is recognized and not that the cosmos is subjected to the law of number. This step had been taken long before the beginnings of truly theoretical, rigorous scientific thinking. Myth had already elevated number to a universal, truly world-embracing significance. It already knew and spoke of its dominion over the whole of being, of its demonic omnipotence, Ulgewalt. The first scientific discoverers of number, the Pythagoreans, were still wholly dominated by this basic magical mythical view of number. And aside from this mythical bond, the Pythagorean concept of number discloses another, purely intuitive bond. Number, Zahl, is not comprehended as an essential being unto its own but rather thought of as the numerical amount, Anzahl, of a concrete quantity. It appears bound, in particular, with spatial determinations and configurations. It is originally of a geometrical as well as arithmetical nature. However, only to the extent that this bond loosens, as the purely logical nature of number is recognized, is the foundation laid for a pure science of number. Even then, to be sure, number is not separated from intuitive reality. It aspires to demonstrate nothing less than the basic law governing this reality, governing the physical cosmos. Number itself, however, ceases to be a physical thing like or to be definable by the analogy of any empirical objects, objecti. Although it has a consistent substantial existence only through concrete things that are ordered according to it, one must nevertheless attribute to it a form of cognition that is clearly separate from sensible perception or intuition. Only by virtue of this separation was the number of the Pythagorean theory able to arrive at the genuine expression of the truth of the sensible. And this relationship that emerges in the beginnings of pure theory remains a determining factor in its further development and continued formation. Time and time again, it becomes apparent that theory can achieve the desired closeness to reality only by placing a certain distance between itself and reality, by learning more and more to look away, abstain, from it. It is by virtue of this distinctive distancing that the gestalts within which the natural worldview dwells and through which it acquires its forming, are transformed into strict theoretical concepts. What lay, as it were, buried like undiscovered treasure within the intuitive formations, Gebilde, is now gradually unearthed and brought into the light through a conscious work of thinking. The prime achievement of the concept is precisely to apprehend as such the elements on which rests the organization and ordering of intuitive reality and to recognize their specific significance. It unfolds the relations that are implicit in intuitive existence, that are posited in the form of mere co-givenness. It detaches these relations and sets them forth in their pure in-itselfness, in Plato's words, as an a, t, itself by itself. With this transition to the realm of pure signification and validity, however, thinking is, admittedly, confronted with an abundance of new problems and difficulties. For only now is the final break made with mere existence and its immediacy. Already the sphere that we designated as expression, and still more the sphere that we designated as presentation, reached out beyond this immediacy, for they did not remain within the sphere of mere presence, but arose from the basic function of representation. It is within the sphere of pure signification, however, that this function not only acquires great breadth but that the specificity of its sense first emerges in full clarity and sharpness. There now develops a kind of detachment, of abstraction that was unknown to perception and intuition. Cognition releases the pure relations from their involvement with the concrete and individually determined reality of things, in order to represent, vertigen wortigen, them purely as such. In the universality of their form, in their relational character. It is no longer suicide to construe being itself in the various directions of relational thinking. Rather, cognition also demands and creates a universal system of measurement for this process. It is this system that is more and more firmly grounded and is more and more extensively configured in the progress of theoretical thinking. The naive relationship between concept and intuition within the natural world concept is replaced by a new critical relationship. For the theoretical concept in the strict sense of the word does not content itself with surveying the world of objects and simply reflecting its order. The interconnection, the synopsis of the manifold, is not simply prescribed here to thinking by objects. Rather, it must be fashioned through thinking's own independent activity according to the norms and criteria within it. And while within the boundaries of the natural world concept, the activity of thought still shows a more or less sporadic character, it unfolds there in different directions beginning from this point, then from that point here. The activity of thought undergoes an ever more strict condensation, Zusammenfassung, an ever more rigorous conscious concentration. All concept formation, regardless of the particular problem with which it may start, is ultimately oriented toward one basic goal and key objective, toward the determination of the truth as such. Every particular positing, all individual conceptual structures, must in the end fit into a unitary and all-inclusive intellectual interconnection. This task would not be attainable if thought, in undertaking it, did not at the same time create a new organ for it. It can now no longer remain content with the configurations that come to it, as it were, prefabricated from the world of intuition. Rather, it must transition to construct a realm of symbols in full freedom, in pure self-activity. It constructively projects, entwurft, the schemata by which and toward which it orients the whole of its world. Of course, these schemata cannot remain in the empty space of sheer abstract thinking. They require a foundation and support. This is, however, no longer simply taken from the empirical world of things but rather is created by thought itself. The system of relations and of conceptual significations is now subjected to an ensemble of signs that is so constituted that the interconnection prevailing between the individual elements, elementae, of the system can be surveyed and read from it. The further thinking progresses on its path, the closer this bond is drawn. And now it would actually seem to be one of the ideal goals of thinking to provide every connection among the contents toward which it is directed with a corresponding connection or determinate operation in signs. The scientia generalis now calls for a characteristica generalis. In this characteristic, the work of language continues at the same time, however, it enters into a new logical dimension. For the signs of the characteristic have cast away everything that is merely expressive or vividly representative. They have become pure signs of signification. With this, we have a new mode of objective semantic reference, Sinnbezug, that dears specifically from every kind of relation to the object that exists in perception or empirical intuition. Apprehending the elements of this diarence must be the first task of any analysis of the function of the concept. In every concept, however it may be individually constituted, there may be said to live and prevail, as it were, a unitary will to cognition, whose direction and tendency as such must be determined and understood. Only once the nature, Wesen, of this universal form of the concept has been clarified, only once it has been sharply set from the particular nature of perceptual and intuitive cognition, can we progress to particular tasks and transition from the function of the concept as a whole to its individual repercussions and configurations. Concept and law. The position of concepts in mathematical logic. Class concepts and relation concepts. Relationsbegriff, the concept as propositional function concept and representation. The analysis of intuitive cognition has shown us that the form of intuitive reality rests essentially on the fact that the individual elements from which it is constructed do not stand by themselves but that a peculiar relationship of co-positing, Mitsetzung, takes place between them. Nothing is isolated and detached here. Even what seems to belong to a determinate and individual point in space, or to an individual temporal moment, Augenblick, does not remain confined to the mere here and now. It reaches out beyond itself, it points toward the totality, Gesamtheit, of the contents of experience and joins together with them into determinate totalities of sense, Sinnganzheiten. In the construction of every spatial intuition, of every apprehension of spatial forms, of every judgment as to the location, magnitude, and distance of objects, Objecte, the individual experiences weave themselves into the whole, Ganze. To be spatially determined in relation to the whole, every individual content must be referred to and interpreted according to certain typical spatial configurations. These interpretations, as undertaken in the sign language of sensible perception, may be regarded as the primary achievements of the concept. For indeed, they contain one element that tends wholly in the tendency of the concept, Begriff, and its truly fundamental achievement. They order the individual and particular into a determinate ensemble, in Begriff, and see in it a presentation of this ensemble itself. As intuitive cognition progresses along this path, each of its particular contents gains greater power to represent, vertreten, the totality of the others and to make it indirectly visible. If we take this representation, vertreten, as determinate and characteristic of the function of the concept in general, then there can be no doubt that the world of perception and that of spatio-temporal intuition can nowhere dispense with this function. In the modern theory of perception, this view was advocated above all by Helmholtz, who made it the basis for the entire construction of his physiological optics. If to comprehend, begreifen, means to form concepts, Begriff, and if, we grasp together, zusammenzufassen, in the concept of a class of objects, object, the same characteristic traits they inherently bear, then it follows analogously that the concept of a number of appearances that changes in time must seek to grasp together, zusammenzufassen, what remains the same in all their stages. What remains the same without dependency on another through all the changes of time, we call substance. The invariable relationship between variable magnitudes we call the connecting law. It is only the latter that we perceive directly. The first product of the intellectual comprehending of appearances is the lawful. What lies within our reach in appearances is the lawfulness. What we can reach is the acquaintance, Kenntnis, of the lawful order in the realm of the actual, and, this, admittedly, only as depicted in the system of signs of our sense impressions. In this view, the logical concept accomplishes nothing other than to fix the lawful order that already lies in the appearances themselves, to establish consciously the rule that perception follows unconsciously. In this sense, Helmholtz holds, for example, that the mere intuitive representation that we furnish with the stereometric form of a corporeal object, entirely fills the role of a concept grasping together a large series of sensible intuitive images. This concept, however, is not necessarily held together by definitions expressible in words such as a geometrician can construct them, but only by the living representation of the law in accordance with which the manifold perspective images of this particular corporeal thing follow one another. Hence, the representation of an individual object, must as such already be designated as a concept, because this representation embraces all the possible individual aggregates of sensation that this object, can call forth when regarded, touched, or otherwise examined from different sides. Helmholtz saw and stressed that this view, which transfers the function of the concept into the midst of the process of perception, does not correspond to the usual linguistic usage of traditional logic, which customarily considers universality, Allgemeinheit, as the proper and salient characteristic trait of the concept. However, the general, allgemein, appears as that which is common, gemeinsam, to many. How can such a commonality, Gemeinsamkeit, prevail where it is not a question of the comparison, Vergleichung, of one object with another, but rather of its constitution, of the acquisition of the thought of an individual object? Yet Helmholtz would have been justified in dismissing this objection, because on closer scrutiny, it contains within it a petitio principii. Precisely that universality that is regarded here as the necessary condition of the concept signifies not so much a secure result of logical analysis as a latent postulate to which logic as formal logic has been subordinated since its first beginnings. The modern development of logic has increasingly recognized and illuminated the questionable nature of this very postulate. The view that the concept must necessarily embrace the representation of a species, and that all relationships that can prevail between concepts must ultimately be reducible to a single basic relationship of the subsumption, of the superordination and subordination of genera and species, has been contested from the most diverse sides in modern logic. If we abandon this view and, with Kant, interpret the concept as nothing other than the unity of a rule by which a manifold of contents are held together and connected with one another, then the construction of our perception and intuition of the world clearly cannot dispense with such a unity. For only through this unity are certain formations, Gebilde, singled out within intuition itself. Only through it is a fixed belonging togetherness created by virtue of which manifold and qualitatively different from one another appearances are taken as determinations of one and the same object, Objekte. What is decisive here is obviously not that something common, gemeinsam, is detached from the appearances and that they are subsumed under a general representation, but that they fulfill a common function, that precisely in their thoroughgoing diversity they are nevertheless directed toward a definite goal and point to it. However, the form of this pointing to is of course different in the sensible intuitive world than it is in the world of the logical concept in the restricted sense. For the pointing to that is merely employed in perception or intuition becomes conscious in the concept. It is this new mode of consciousness that first truly constitutes the concept as a formation, Gebilde, of pure thinking. Even the contents of perception and those of pure intuition cannot be thought as determinate contents without a characteristic form of determination, without a viewpoint, under which they are placed and in regard to which they are looked upon as belonging to one another. The regard of perception or intuition rests, however, on the elements, elemente, that are compared with one another or in some way correlated to one another, not on the manner, the mode, of their correlation. It is with the logical concept that this mode of correlation itself first emerges. It first effects that turning around by which the eye turns from the objects, Objekte, that stand in sight, Sicht, and by virtue of which it becomes apprehended, toward the manner of the seeing, Sehen, the character of the sight, Sicht, itself. Only where this specific mode of reflection is practiced do we stand in the true realm of thinking and in its center and focal point. And this is the source of the pregnant significance that the concept assumes within the problem of symbolic forming, Formung. For now, this problem not only presents itself from a new side, but it also enters into a new logical dimension. The boundary between intuition and concept is usually drawn in such a way as to distinguish intuition as an immediate relation to the object from the mediated discursive process of the concept. Intuition itself, however, is already discursive in the sense that it never stops with the individual but strives toward a totality that it never achieves in any other way than by running through a manifold of elements, elemente, and finally gathering them into one regard. Yet over against this form of intuitive synthesis, the concept establishes a new and higher potency of the discursive. It does not simply follow the fixed directives provided by the similarity of appearances or by any other intuitively graspable relation between them. It is not a cleared path, vague, but a function of way-making, Ba-nung, itself. Intuition follows certain paths of connection, and herein consists its pure form and schematism. In this sense, however, the concept not only reaches out beyond these paths that it knows but shows them. It not only treads an already cultivated and known path but helps to prepare it. Of course, from the standpoint of strict empiricism, this basic power of the concept makes it seem to be tainted once and for all with the blemish of subjectivity. This suspicion and this reproach run through the entire positivist and empiricist theory of cognition. This is already the essential objection that is raised by Bacon against all conceptual thinking, that it does not content itself with the reality of experience as something purely given instead of solely receiving this reality, conscious in the concept. It is this new mode of consciousness that first truly constitutes the concept as a formation, Gebilde, of pure thinking. Even the contents of perception and those of pure intuition cannot be thought as determinate contents without a characteristic form of determination, without a viewpoint, under which they are placed and in regard to which they are looked upon as belonging to one another. The regard of perception or intuition rests, however, on the elements, elementae, that are compared with one another or in some way correlated to one another, not on the manner, the mode, of their correlation. It is with the logical concept that this mode of correlation itself first emerges. It first effects that turning around by which the eye turns from the objects, objecte, that stand in sight, sicht, and by virtue of which it becomes apprehended, toward the manner of the seeing, sehen, the character of the sight, sicht, itself. Only where this specific mode of reflection is practiced do we stand in the true realm of thinking and in its center and focal point. And this is the source of the pregnant significance that the concept assumes within the problem of symbolic forming, Formung. For now, this problem not only presents itself from a new side but it also enters into a new logical dimension. The boundary between intuition and concept is usually drawn in such a way as to distinguish intuition as an immediate relation to the object from the mediated discursive process of the concept. Intuition itself, however, is already discursive in the sense that it never stops with the individual but strives toward a totality that it never achieves in any other way than by running through a manifold of elements, elementae, and finally gathering them into one regard. Yet over against this form of intuitive synthesis, the concept establishes a new and higher potency of the discursive. It does not simply follow the fixed directives provided by the similarity of appearances or by any other intuitively graspable relation between them. It is not a cleared path, vague, but a function of way-making, Ba-nung, itself. Intuition follows certain paths of connection, and herein consists its pure form and schematism. In this sense, however, the concept not only reaches out beyond these paths that it knows but shows them. It not only treads an already cultivated and known path but helps to prepare it. Of course, from the standpoint of strict empiricism, this basic power of the concept makes it seem to be tainted once and for all with the blemish of subjectivity. This suspicion and this reproach run through the entire positivist and empiricist theory of cognition. This is already the essential objection that is raised by Bacon against all conceptual thinking, that it does not content itself with the reality of experience as something purely given instead of solely receiving this reality, that is given to us in immediate perceptions. Even in this radical renunciation of the concept, however, a peculiar reversal, a genuine peripety of thought is historically as well as systematically prepared for. Berkeley believed that through his critique he had struck the concept in its root. However, if we think this critique through to the end, it proves instead to be one of the most fertile, positive elements for the understanding and appreciation of the concept. For it is not the concept as such that cuts the thread of life, rather, what is eliminated by a sharp cut is the alienation with the general representation, with the general idea that had hitherto been upheld by a centuries-old logical and psychological tradition. This is what has been decisively eliminated, what has been recognized as an internally inconsistent formation, Gebilde. The general idea, the image of a triangle that is right-angled, acute-angled, or obtuse-angled, but rather all these at once, is an empty fiction. However, in combating this fiction, Berkeley, contrary to his own basic purpose, instead prepared the ground, Boden, for another and deeper view of the concept. For he too, with all his opposition to the general representation, allgemeinen Vorstellung, leaves the universality of the representative, Allgemeinheit der Repräsentative, function in place. A single concrete, intuitive formation, Gebilde, a triangle with a definite magnitude of sides and angles, can nevertheless stand for all other triangles, can represent, vertreten, them for the geometrician. Thus, from the intuitive representation of a triangle arises its concept, not because we simply erase certain determinations that are contained in it but because we posit them as variable. What holds together the various formations, Gebilde, that we regard as instances of one and the same concept is not the unity of a generic image but the unity of a rule of alteration, on the basis of which one instance can be derived from another and ultimately the totality of the generally possible instances. If Berkeley rejects the unity of the generic image, he does not as such contest this unity of the rule. With this, however, the question must immediately be raised as to whether and to what extent this admitted unity can be grounded on the ground, Bodin, of a pure psychology of representation. The rule is and is valid, unless the mode of its validity is rendered visible in a concrete representative image, in any direct perception. Therefore, when Berkeley seeks some sort of sensible intuitive substrate for it, he can find this substrate nowhere other than in the word, in the name. This nominalism, however, does not solve the problem of the concept but only moves it one step further back, because the name first becomes a name only through the fact that it possesses the capacity to designate and to signify something. If we take away from it this function of signification, then we have destroyed its character as a name and have reduced it to a mere sensible sound. If we leave it this function, then the riddle of nominal signifying merely revives the whole riddle of the concept. Instead of apprehending the problem of signification indirectly through the name, we may and must move it directly into the center and focus of our investigation. We must pose the question as to what this kind of representation, what this kind of substitution, means, which even the outlook and critique of empiricism had to give to the concept. And here it seems for the moment to apprehend this basic relationship in that it reduces this basic relationship to a quantitative relationship. The determination of the concept as the one and the many seems in itself to call for a quantification of this sort. This determination goes back to the first beginnings of the problem of the concept, to its basic discovery in Socratic induction and in the Platonic dialectic. And ever since then, it has been a classical, basic, and originary component of logic and of philosophy in general. To distinguish the concept from pure intuition, Kant also defines it as a representation that is contained in an infinite quantity, Mensch, of different possible representations as their common characteristic trait and that therefore encompasses these representations in subordination to itself. The surest, if not the only way to determine this characteristic trait, to recognize its significance, would seem to be to eject the discursus, actually to run through the quantity, Mensch, from which the common factor is expected to stand out. We simply set the elements, elemente, of this quantity, Mensch, side by side, and we will immediately discover in their simple enumeration the form of their unity. In and through them, we shall apprehend at the same time the logical bond that holds them together. A sensationalist psychology of the concept cannot but adopt such a view, since for it, the unity of the concept, like the unity of the eye, breaks down into a mere bundle of representations. The same reduction is, however, demanded and favored by still another camp, from what would seem to be a diametrically opposite point of view. The further the mathematization of logic progressed, the more it aspired to apprehend the content of the concept through its extension and ultimately to replace content by extension. For only insofar as this seemed possible could the goal of mathematical logic be achieved, namely, that the qualitative elements of the concept were subjected to the dominance of a quantitative consideration. The concept seemed to be accessible to an exact theoretical quantitative consideration only if it were defined as an ensemble in the strict sense, only, that is to say, if it were taken as a class of elements, elemente, forming a purely collective unity. Only in this way, it was supposed, could logic accomplish that achievement that natural science had accomplished long before in its domain and through which it had first been raised to the rank of rigorous cognition. The homogenization of logic was achieved, the reciprocal relationship and determination of concepts had been reduced to the basic rules of a general calculus of classes. In this sense Schroeder, in particular, in his Algebra der Logik, sought to construct logic as a pure logic of domains, Gebietslogik. Logic only has to test whether or not classes coincide with one another, in Neanderthalen, whereas it is for the class to think an aggregate of the elements, elemente, that it encompasses. What connects these elements, elemente, with each other is precisely the mere relation, und relation, a relation that, according to Russell, may equally well connect a teaspoon with the number 3 and a chimera with 4-dimensional space. Admittedly, even among mathematical logicians, grave critical objections were soon raised against this view and treatment of the concept. No less logician than Frege argued in opposition to Schroeder that the calculus of domains, whose basic relation is that of the part to the whole, must be regarded as wholly distinct from logic. Frege writes, "Indeed, I hold that the concept logically precedes its extension and regard as a fallacy any attempt to base the extension of the concept as a class not on the concept but on individual things. In this way one may arrive at a calculus of domains but not at a logic. The relationship between mathematics and logic is seen and grounded here in a fundamentally different direction than it was in Schroeder. The interconnection between the two is apprehended not in the class concept but in the function concept, and the concept itself is understood and defined according to its nature, Wesen, as a function. The modern logic of mathematics has taken this view into account even where it has adhered to the basic concept of the class and to the presuppositions of the calculus of classes. It has recognized, side by side with the calculus of classes, a wholly independent member, a calculus of relation. In Russell's treatment of the principles of mathematics, the relation concept, Relationsbegrip, gradually achieves a clear and determined logical primacy over class concept. Thus, in the Principles, he writes, "A careful analysis of mathematical reasoning shows that types of relations are the true subject matter discussed. However, a bad phraseology may disguise this fact, hence the logic of relations has a more immediate bearing on mathematics than that of classes or propositions, and any theoretically correct and adequate expression of mathematical truths is only possible by its means. It has always been customary to suppose relational propositions less ultimate than class propositions, or subject-predicate propositions, with which class propositions are habitually confounded, and this has led to a desire to treat relations as a kind of class. Once, in this sense, relation has thus been recognized as the basic and essential element of mathematical concepts and concepts in general. The attempt to render intelligible the content of a concept by its extension becomes untenable." Russell goes on to determine the concept purely as a class of elements, elementae. However, in so doing, he must explicitly distinguish between two definitions of class. There are, he stresses, two ways to arrive at the determination of class: one by pointing out their members individually and connecting them together as a mere aggregate, by a simple and, the other by stating a general characteristic trait, a condition that all members of the class must satisfy. Russell opposes this latter generation of the class as the intentional over against the former, which is explained by means of extension. And he does not stop at this mere juxtaposition. Rather, it becomes gradually clearer that the definition by intention has precedence over the definition by extension. First of all, it has the advantage of greater logical universality. It alone makes it possible to integrate classes embracing an infinite quantity, mensch, of elements, elementi. Russell, admittedly, seems at first to level down this difference and mitigates its significance in that he considers it as a purely psychological difference. Thus, he explains, "Classes may be defined either extensionally or intentionally. That is to say, we may define the kind of object which is a class, or the kind of concept which denotes a class. This is the precise meaning of the opposition of extension and intension in this connection. But although the general notion can be defined in this twofold manner, particular classes, except when they happen to be finite, can only be defined intentionally, i.e. as the objects denoted by such and such concepts. I believe this difference to be purely psychological. Logically, the extensional definition appears to be equally applicable to infinite classes. But practically, if we were to attempt it, death would cut short our laudable endeavor before it had attained its goal. As far as I can see, however, Russell's logic was not able, in its further construction, to maintain the equivalence proclaimed here. As a result, the definition by intention assumes more and more not only a subjective but also an objectively valid priority. It constitutes not only a p?t, p, mu, first according to us, but also a genuine p?t, t, f, say, first according to nature. For it is evident that before one can proceed to group together the elements, elementae, of a class and indicate them extensively by enumeration, a decision must be made as to which elements, elementae, are to be regarded as belonging to the class, and this question can be answered only on the basis of a class concept in the intentional sense of the word. What seems to hold together the members that are united in the class is that they all meet a certain condition that can be generally formulated. And now the ensemble itself no longer appears as a mere sum of individuals but is defined by this very condition, whose signification can be apprehended and stated explicitly, für sich, without having to ask in how many individuals it is realized or even whether it is realized in any individual at all. When I pronounce a sentence with the grammatical subject all humans, Frege had argued against Schroeder, I do not by this mean to say anything about an unknown chief in Central Africa. Thus, it is absolutely false to say that in using the word human I am in any way designating this chief. In line with the same basic view, Russell expressly declares in his Principia Mathematica that an extension is an incomplete symbol whose use acquires sense only through its relation to an intension. What holds the class together, according to the theory developed here, is the circumstance that all the members united in it are to be thought of as variables of a determined propositional function. It is, therefore, this propositional function and not the mere thought of a quantity as a pure collective that appears as the core of the concept. The propositional function must as such be strictly distinguished here from a certain individual proposition, from a judgment in the usual logical sense. For what it primarily gives us is only a pattern for judgments, but in itself is no judgment. It lacks the decisive characteristic trait of a judgment, since it is in itself neither true nor false. Truth or falsity attach only to the individual judgments in which a determinate predicate is referred to a determinate subject, whereas the propositional function contains no such determination but only sets up a general schema that must be filled with determinate values in order to achieve the character of an individual statement. A propositional function, Russell defines, in fact, is an expression containing one or more undetermined constituents, such that, when values are assigned to these constituents, the expression becomes a proposition. In other words, it is a function whose values are propositions. In this sense, every mathematical equation is an example of such a propositional function. Let us take the equation x equals. This statement is true if for the wholly indefinite value of x, we substitute the two roots of the equation, whereas for all other values, it is false. Given these determinations, we may give a general, purely intentional definition for the concept of class. If we consider all x as so constituted that they belong to the type of a certain propositional function f, x, and group together the values of x that prove to be true values for this function, then we have defined a specific class by means of the function f, x. In this sense, every propositional function yields a class, the class of x constituted so that they are f, x, and precisely this so that cannot be broken down into other determinations but must be recognized as a signification sui generis, as a logical indefinable. Each class becomes definable only through the statement of a propositional function that is true for the members of that class and false for all other things. With this, however, what logic calls a concept has by no means been broken down into a collective quantity, Mensch. On the contrary, the quantity, Mensch, is once again grounded in the concept. Accordingly, pure logical calculus as such has led us no further. Here it becomes apparent that it cannot replace the pure analysis of signification. It can never do any more than state it in the strictest and simplest formula. From the perspective of this point of logic, mathematics may be expected to pave the way to furnish an analytical clarification but no truly genetic definition of the concept. Yet in another respect, it seems to pave the way toward this point of logic. For although, as Kant argued in his Methodology of Pure Reason, philosophy can expect no salvation from an imitation of the methods of mathematics, mathematics nevertheless provides it with those contents through which the specific sense of the pure function of the concept can most clearly be discerned and most adequately apprehended. The concept seems to stand out with full clarity only in its exact mathematical framing here, and only here do we seem to find what it is, signifies, and achieves, written in large letters. I took this path in an earlier investigation, where I attempted to arrive at a general determination of the function of the concept through the paradigm of mathematical and mathematical physical concepts. Of course, it can be argued against such a consideration that it takes the part for the whole. One might interject that a truly logical and phenomenological analysis of the concept must attempt to grasp it in the totality of its signification, Bedeutungstotalität, in the totality, Gesamtheit, of its individual performances and phases of performances, whereas mathematics and exact science disclose it, to be sure, in perfection but by that very token only at the end of its development. Must not this end, so the argument goes, be linked with the beginning, and must we not survey and pass through the whole of the mediate and intermediate stages if we are to arrive at an exhaustive determination of the concept? Some logicians have in fact gone so far as not only to distinguish what they called the logical concept from the scientific concept but to actually regard them in a sense as polar opposites. According to Wundt, the logical concept and the scientific concept form the opposite endpoints in the development of thinking, because it begins with the logical concept and concludes every determinate direction of activity with the scientific concept. The logical concept is bound by only two basic conditions: its contents must be determined, and it must stand in a logical interconnection with other concepts. The scientific concept demands in addition that cognition must have arrived at a certain, at least relative, conclusion, that it must have justified its validity on all sides and so raised itself to the level of universal validity. Consequently, Any attempt to read and derive the structure of the logical concept as such from that of the scientific concept seems to amount to a confusion of genus and species. And what makes it harder to escape the force of this objection is that one of the most important findings of our investigation consists precisely in that we must recognize certain types of spiritual forming, that, though differing sharply in their imprint, prägung, and their particular nature from that of the scientific concept, nevertheless can in no way dispense with intellectual determinateness. Should this insight not have any effect on the conception of logic itself? Should we not expect to also find here a complex and differentiated totality, Ganze, of forms of thought and cognition instead of a single and unitary type of concept in general? Indeed, our entire preliminary consideration has repeatedly shown us that what we called the symbolic forming, Formung, of the worlds of perception and intuition does not begin with the abstract concept, and certainly not with one of its highest manifestations, Auspragen, the concept of exact science. To understand this mode of forming, Formung, and its basic tendency, we must begin our inquiry at a much lower level. We must return from the dimensions of the scientific world concept to that of the natural world concept. From this going back, Rückgang, however, there arises for us a further lesson that, far from altering the results of the previous analysis of the exact concept, confirms it from a new angle. For it has shown us, on this occasion, that the broader problem domain that we had undertaken nevertheless left untouched the pure problem of existence, Problembestand, as we sought earlier to demonstrate by the example of the relation concepts, Relationsbegriffe, of mathematics. Wherever we attacked this problem, whether at the highest or lowest levels of cognition, whether we inquired into intuition or pure thinking, into linguistic or logical mathematical concept formation, we always found that one in many that constituted and expressed its sense identically in the most diverse stages of concretion. And in all these instances, this overarching one is not so much a unity of the genus under which the species and individuals are to be subsumed as a unity of the relation by virtue of which a manifold is determined as inwardly belonging together. Outstanding mathematicians have designated this basic form of relation as the core of the numerical concept, and hence of mathematical thinking. It is, however, by no means limited to this realm. It is at work both in the smallest and the largest phenomena. It dominates the whole of cognizing from the simplest sensible retrieval, Wiederfinden, and recognition up to those highest conceptions of thought in which thought transcends everything given, in which, surpassing the mere reality of things, it establishes its free realm of the possible. Consequently, here the concept, Begriff, must be grounded and anchored. For a close logical and epistemo-critical analysis, to comprehend, begreifen, and to relate, always proves to be correlates, genuine reciprocal concepts. This correlation as such continues to exist, regardless of which world concept we move in, regardless of whether we are dealing with the empirical things of our worlds of perception and intuition, with the hypotheses of natural science, or with the constructions of pure mathematics. The content of thought does not eat or alter here the pure form of thought any more than, in Descartes' well-known metaphor, the light of the sun becomes something else or different by the different objects it illumines. For the construction of a world, whether it is taken as an ensemble of sensible or logical or of real or ideal objects, is possible only in accordance with determinate principles of organization and configuration. And the concept does nothing other than to make apparent these configured elements and fixate them for thought. It sets up a determinate direction and a determinate norm of discursus. It indicates the point of view under which a manifold of contents, whether belonging to perception, intuition, or pure thinking, are grasped and by virtue of which are seen together. The errors in the logical and epistemo-critical theory over the nature, Wesen, of the concept ultimately go back to the fact that we do not take it in this way as a pure viewpoint but as a visible thing, as something that was supposed to have its home in the sensible world, alongside it or above it. The two parties that confronted each other over the concept in this battle of the giants have erred in the same sense, the one by striving to apprehend the concept as though at their hands, the other in that it expelled the concept to a supersensible place while continuing to think of it in this place as something substantially available, vorhanden. Characteristically, where Plato comes closest to a cognition of the pure relational nature of the concept, where he deepens the original form of his theory of ideas through the thought of and demand for a community of forms, he rejects both views here. In the Sophist, he is driven to turn against the concept blindness of the sensationalists and materialists as well as against the conceptual realism of the friends of ideas. Even the counter-movement against this conceptual realism, the nominalism of the Middle Ages and modern times, however, is itself by no means free from the fetters it goes. For where it attempts to determine the nature of the concept, it is also fundamentally grappling with shadows. Because it is not able to find the concept as a thing, it makes it into a mere sound, a flatus vocis, breath of the voice. Nevertheless, it also treats this mere sound, this word of language, like an essential secondary kind of existence, instead of exposing the pure function of signification in it and grounding its subjective content, Gehalt, precisely therein. Time and time again, when materialists and spiritualists as well as realists and nominalists attempt to ascertain and hold fast to the sense, Shin, of the concept, they do so by attempting to reach back into some sphere of being, Sein. In this way, however, they miss the deeper insight into the symbolic content, Gehalt, of language as well as that of cognition. This insight consists in the fact that all being is graspable, fassbar, or accessible only from sense and by means of sense. Hence, if we wish to comprehend, begreifen, the concept, begree, we must not attempt to grasp, greifen, it like an object. Accordingly, we find here the point in which the inner contradiction in the sensationalist view of knowledge is most clearly revealed to us. There have been idealist logicians who suppose that they are able to concede and surrender the world of appearance, the world of the senses, to the sensationalist view, in order to more securely defend the intellectual world from all admixture with the sensible and confirm it as an independent sphere that is subject to its own laws. From the beginning, however, our basic problem has led us along the opposite path. It has increasingly shown us plainly that sensationalism is unable to acquire a unitary and uncontradictory view even of the sensory world itself. It is valid here to meet the sensationalists on the field that they have always claimed as their own inalienable domain, to discredit them not from the perspective of the content, Gehalt, of the idea but from that of the content, Gehalt, of the sensible appearance itself. For the analysis of sensible appearance showed that its very appearing, its presentation, Präsentation, is impossible without a gradated and organized system of purely representative, functions. In order for it to be constituted as a whole, as the totality of an intuitive cosmos, the ensemble of the visible, Sichtbaren, required certain basic forms of sight, Sicht, that, even though they may be exhibited through visible, Sichtbaren, objects, are nevertheless in no way mistaken for them and cannot be taken as visible objects, Objekt. Without the relations of unity and otherness, of similarity and dissimilarity, of sameness and difference, the world of intuition can acquire no fixed shape, Gestalt. These relations themselves belong, however, to the consistent existence, Bestand, of this world as the conditions for it, not as a part of it. This relationship, which has shown itself to us in the basic and originary stratum of intuitive cognition, now finds its demonstration and confirmation when we go on to other and higher levels of thinking and comprehending. The world of pure signification adds nothing here that is fundamentally foreign to the world of presentation. It only unfolds what is already contained in this according to possibility, der Möglichkeit nach. On the other hand, this very progress from potency to act is, to be sure, the most difficult achievement of cognition. For now, it is a question of freeing the functions of pointing to that are contained in the formations, Gebilde, of intuitive reality from this containment and comprehending them purely as modes of functional validity. A theory of this validity is demanded, a theory of forms that, on the one hand, isolates the various kinds of relations that already prevail in the intuitive and are here demonstrable and concreto, and that, on the other hand, comprehends them in their reciprocal determinacy, in their interdependence from one another. We have thus seen, for example, that certain basic norms prevail in the construction of the world of space and that this construction is possible only because the individual spatial perceptions continuously orient themselves by certain basic shapes, Gestalten. It is geometrical cognition, however, that first apprehends the law to which these shapes, Gestalten, are subjected and expresses it as such with objective determinacy. Here again, the theory of the concept must avoid confusing the form of determination with the contents that are first made determinable through it. It must avoid confusing the sphere of law, Gesetz, with the posited, Gesetzt. Although both must constantly reference one another, the two must remain sharply separated in their significance. The symbolic language of logical calculus can be of assistance here in an analysis of significance, since in a sense, such a logical calculus places, as it were, the intellectual differentiation on which it depends immediately before our eyes. If we do not think the concept through the enumeration of what falls under it but rather purely and intentionally define it by the statement of a determinate propositional function, this propositional function f, x, contains two elements that are obviously dissimilar to each other. The general form of the function, as it is designated by the letter f, stands out sharply against the values of the variable x, which may enter into this function as a true value. The function determines the interconnection of these values but is not itself one of them. The f of x is not homogeneous with a series of x, etc. In his theory of the propositional function, Russell stresses. It is to be observed, that according to the theory of propositional functions here advocated, the f in fx is not a separate and distinguishable entity. It lives in the propositions of the form fx, and cannot survive analysis. If f were a distinguishable entity, there would be a proposition asserting f of itself, which we may denote by f. There would also be a proposition not f, denying f. In this proposition we may regard f as variable. We thus obtain a propositional function. The question arises, can the assertion in this propositional function be asserted of itself? The assertion is non-assertability of self, hence if it can be asserted of itself, it cannot, and if it cannot, it can. This contradiction is avoided by the recognition that the functional part of a propositional function is not an independent entity. A difficulty that has not only always troubled logic but has also eked deeply the whole development of metaphysics is rekindled here in the form of a familiar logical paradox, none other than the old problem of universals, which now confronts us in an altered shape. Regardless of how this problem has been solved, whether the universals were thought of as preceding or following individual things, or as contained in them, all these supposed solutions disclose the same methodological fallacy. They substitute for a pure relationship of significance one that exists between empirical things or occurrences. For it is only between empirical things or occurrences that a statement of before or after or inner or outer can be made. Nearly all the parties in this struggle over universals were destined to take these metaphors of before and after, inner and outer, for valid and logical, if not metaphysical, determinations. All these metaphorical figures of speech, however, can no longer deceive us as soon as we have made it clear that the universal and the particular are distinguished from each other not in their being but in their sense, and that a diarens, Unterschied, in dimensions of sense can never be reduced to such diarences, as those that prevailed between the dimensions of the spatial and temporal, or be adequately traced back and adequately expressed in terms of them. Of all the solutions attempted here, the most relatively satisfactory still seems to be the one that sought the being of the universals in individual things honor salia non sunt res subsistens, sed habent esse solum in singularibus. The universal are not subsisting, rather they have a being only in individuals. For at least the external separation is avoided here, although the image is borrowed from space. The strict correlation, the reciprocal relation between the universal and the particular, is rightly maintained. Meanwhile, this very correlation immediately involves new difficulties and drawbacks, in that it is in danger of being confounded with the homogeneity of the elements that are related to each other. The conceptual universal, allgemein, then becomes a mere commonality, gemeinsamen, something that admittedly is not an independent and new thing but that nevertheless expresses a similarity that is present in things. The significance of the universal would now seem to be reduced to this category of similarity, of similitudo. With this, however, the sense of the concept is a purely relational concept. Relationsbegree sewers an unwarranted restriction in the system of relations. Relationen, similarity functions only as a special instance that cannot be raised to the rank of the type of the conceptual relation, but seeing, as such. It is not in respect to similarity alone that a manifold can be compared and combined, rather, this form of combination, Zusammenfassung, is confronted by others, equal in rank, which are oriented according to totally different perspectives, which are determined by other kinds of aspects. And every such aspect, every relation, etc. may raise the same claim. Each of them defines a fully legitimate concept. In view of the universal element of signification that the concept sets up and stresses, everything that falls under this element is not only similar but the same to be thought of as a particular instance of a concept. The individual exemplar must satisfy the whole concept, that is, the totality, Gesamtheit, of the conditions it embraces. This equality of the aspect, however, in no way requires that the elements, elemente, of the multiplicity that are to be consolidated by the concept exhibit any common consistency, because the aspect itself is nothing tangible that can in whole or part be contained in these elements, that by some sort of spatial analogy can be stuck in them. Does the functional equation, for example, in any way lie in the various values of the variables that we can insert in it as the true values? The equation of a plane curve may be designated as the concept of this same curve. In it we have a propositional function that is true for all values of the coordinates of the points in the curve but false for other values. Through this condition, the individual points of the curve are grasped together into a unity, which, however, designates in them no other commonality than that which consists in this form of correlation. Once the law of such a correlation has been established, The totality, Gesamtheit, of possible spatial points immediately breaks down into two classes that are sharply separated from each other: the points that fulfill the relation stated in this law and those which do not fulfill it. What intuition apprehends as a particular shape, Gestalt, with certain spatial characteristics and properties now seems to be reduced, by the analysis of thinking, to a general rule of alienation. And this not only is valid for mathematical concepts but constitutes an essential feature of all true conceptual structures. For it always seems as if the basic task of the concept is to gather together, as Plato called it, what is scattered in intuition, even what is from the standpoint of intuition completely disparate, by establishing a new, ideal reference point for them. Through this unity of direction, the particulars, which were directed toward this reference point prior to diverging from one another, are stamped with a new unity of being, Wesen, and this very being, Wesen, is not to be taken onically but logically, as a pure determination of signification. The convergence by which the sensible or intuitive strangeness, Fremdheit, is overcome does not come about by the fact that a substantial equality or accord is demonstrated in the elements, elementae, of the manifold, but that, however different they may be from one another, they are taken as elements, momenta, of an interconnection of sense, Sinnzusammenhang, that each in its own place, Teil, and its particular position, Stelle, constitutes the totality, Gesamtheit, and function of this sense. If we take the unity of the concept in this way, then admittedly it can never be, to employ a term that Kant coined in a different context, anything other than a projected unity. This is because the concept only establishes a standpoint of comparison and correlation, without implying whether or not something in existence is encountered that meets the determination it provides. For this reason alone, it is obvious that and why its adequate explanation can never be gained from the consideration of its mere extension, from the consideration of the individual or individuals. For it is by no means certain that an individual corresponds to the unity it establishes, that any particular falls under it. In the way of handling mathematical logic that sought to reduce the concept to the class, the integration of the null class has always been conjoined with particular difficulties. The null class was indispensable to a complete logical theory of the concept or number, but on the other hand, it was burdened with paradoxes and contradictions for every purely extensional view. Precisely these paradoxes initiated a turnabout that led Russell, for example, to regard a purely extensional view as inadequate and to supplement and deepen it with an intentional approach. For a class that has no elements, elementae, cannot be defined by indication of its elements, it can be designated intentionally only by virtue of a certain propositional function. One of the limitations of the usual abstraction theory of the concept is that it must assess as given the elements, elementae, from which the concept is constructed, from which it is supposedly abstracted. If the concept is to bring out the common in a series of individuals and leave aside the distinct, then it must first set out these individuals themselves, must have them as sensible or intuitive determinations, before it can stamp them with its own form. According to this theory, it can designate only what it is, not what it is not. It is thus also this postulate that stands at the beginning of all logic. It constitutes the basic thought of the Eleatic logic. Parmenides is, however, followed by Democritus and Plato, both of whom give to non-being a new justification and sense, the former in the realm of physics, the latter in the field of dialectics. The system of knowledge, the community and interweaving of concepts, we learn in Plato's Sophist, is not achieved until we resolve to recognize being and non-being as equally justified and equally necessary elements. Every single concept embraces, side by side with a statement about being, an abundance of statements about non-being. Every is in a predicative sentence can be fully understood only if we think of an as not as correlative with it. Indeed, the concept cannot attain an ideal determination of the actual as long as it remains exclusively within the boundaries of this actual itself. Its true and supreme achievement requires that it progress from the consideration of the actual to that of the possible, and it cannot do this if it shrinks back from its opposite, the impossible. The whole history of science teaches us how eminently significant the conception of the not possible can be, and how in many instances this conception opens up a free survey of the realm of the possible and of its systematic configuration and organization. If the concept is a mere point of view of relation and correlation, it must also be free to link conflicting antagonisms with each other so that through this connection it may learn to recognize the conflictual antagonism and to penetrate its ground. It is thus wholly fruitful and meaningful to grasp such a concept as that of the regular decahedron, because precisely the non-being, nicht sein, that is contained within it opens up to thinking a new insight into the being of the geometric world, into the structure of the spatial. We said earlier that the concept is not so much a ready-made path, vague, along which thinking progresses as rather a method, a process of way-making, Ba-nung, itself. In this way-making, Ba-nung, thinking can proceed entirely independently. It does not bind itself to fixed goals that are already finished and given, but sets up new goals and asks whether there is a path leading to them, and if so, what path. In the language of symbolic logic, this means that neither truth nor falsity is imputed to the propositional function in which the concept is grounded, that it remains open for the time being whether there are determinate values of the variable x for which this function is valid. Such a propositional function intends a determinate signification, but it does not yet fulfill it. It gives no fixed and ready answer but only establishes the direction of the question. All cognition, however, must be preceded precisely by such an establishment, Feststellung, of the question if a clear and secure answer is to be found. Before certain lines of sight of cognition have been set up, as is done in the concept, research cannot begin. The valid relations in the realm of empirical as well as in ideal being cannot be determined. In this respect, in the history of philosophy, the concept itself, characteristically first emerges in the form of a question. Aristotle designates Socrates as the discoverer of the universal concept. This very discovery in Socrates presents itself not so much as a new kind of knowing, Wissen, as a kind of not knowing, Nichtwissen. The Socratic question concerning what is, st, contains within it the method of Socratic induction of the inductive arguments. And thus, it remains true, even in developed cognition, that each newly acquired concept is an attempt, a starting point, a problem. Its value consists not so much in that it pictures, Ableton, a determinate object as in that it opens up new logical perspectives and by virtue of this makes possible a new penetration and survey of the whole of a certain problem complex, Fragekomplex. If, therefore, under the basic logical functions the judgment possesses a closing, abschließend end, character, the concept, by contrast, has essentially the function of opening up, aufschließen. It raises the questions, the final decision of which falls to the judgment. It is only the starting point of an equation whose solution is expected from analyzing a definite ideal realm of objects or from advancing experience. In this sense, a concept can be active and fruitful for cognition long before it is itself exactly defined, i.e. is brought to a complete and definitive determination. For one of its essential tasks does not consist in bringing the problems of cognition prematurely to rest but in preserving them in a steady flux while it guides them toward new goals that it must for the moment hypothetically anticipate. Once again, we find here that the concept is far less abstractive than perspective. It not only fixes the already known, establishing its general outlines, but also maintains a consistent outlook for new and unknown connections. It not only takes up the similarities or interconnections that experience owes it but also strikes new connections. It is a free guideline that must always be attempted anew if the inner organization of the realms of empirical intuition and of the logical ideal object is to be brought out clearly. With this, it immediately becomes evident why every theory of the concept that seeks to explain it through purely reproductive tendencies and to reduce it to such tendencies must necessarily fail. This limitation has already proved impossible in the domain of intuition and the pure presentative function. Even here, every theory of perception and every theory of empirical cognition in general must call on the aid of the function of the productive imagination at every step. In the concept, the achievement of the productive imagination stands before us in a heightened and intensified form. We thus fall into a misunderstanding of its simple what if we attempt to transform it into a sum of reproductions, a mere ensemble of remembered images. For simple phenomenological reflection raises the objection here: if we take the concept as it is immediately given, it stands over against the mnemonic representation as something totally different, as something interchangeable with it. We must go behind the sphere of consciousness, must pass from pure logic and phenomenology to physiology, in order to maintain an equivalence between concept and the remembered image. The concept then appears as a product of unconscious traces and residues that have been left behind in the brain by earlier sense perceptions. Aside from the fact that this notion distorts the simple sense of the logical question, transforming logic into a brain metaphysics, the concept would, however, be inadequate to its task if this were its actual task. We should have a true application here of Bacon's quip that anyone who supposed he could apprehend reality through conceptual thinking seemed to him to be like a man who, to gain better knowledge of a distant object, climbed a high tower and looked out from it even though he was perfectly free to approach the object itself and observe it close at hand. One thing is seen correctly here: the concept, in accordance with its characteristic attitude, must, in adherence to direct perception, move its object, owing to the distance, into a kind of ideal distance, in order to bring it within its perspective. The concept must sublate presence, presents, in order to arrive at representation. However, this transformation that the concept carries out no longer has for us the purely negative sense that it must have for strict positivism. For the analysis of both perception and intuitive cognition have shown us that even here this transition is required and carried out within determinate boundaries. The function of the concept does not bring about a break in the whole of cognition, it only continues a basic tendency that already proved to be at work in the first stages of sensible cognition and perceptual knowledge. Precisely in this continuation, this tendency is truly authenticated and justified. It has been argued that my critique of the theory of abstraction applies if one starts from the most highly developed concepts, those of mathematics and mathematical physics, but that it falls down as soon as we consider the preliminary stages of scientific cognition, as soon as we take as our basis those concept formations that are already found, far from the aims of science, in our natural image world that is not yet altered and encumbered by theories. It is maintained that the theory of abstraction remains in full force here. The intuitive concept is in fact developed from the general mnemonic image that has been deposited in us by a series of concrete sensible perceptions. It seems to me that this rehabilitation, as it was attempted by Max Brod and Felix Welch in their book Anschauung, Intuition and Concept, reveals, precisely through the sharpness and pregnance with which the essential features of the abstractive view of the concept are elaborated, the dialectic in which the view must always ultimately become entangled. For according to this basic view, the true and, for cognition, essential achievement that the concept carries out is that it transforms the sharp, individual, determined images provided by sensation and perception into unclear and blurred representations. This vagueness is regarded as the necessary condition for the concept, the element of existence in which it should exist and, so to speak, the life air in which alone it can breathe. Through detailed psychological analyses, Brod and Welch seek to demonstrate how the perception and the intuitive representation gradually enter into this element. The stage of recollection functions as a medium here in that in it begins that blurring of boundaries between the individual sense impressions that are taken up and continued by the concept. Indeed, self-observation shows how rare truly specific recollected images are, i.e., images in which the memory of a unique, formally punctual lived experience has remained securely free from the influence of similar ensuing lived experiences. A recollected image almost always representieren, a whole series of impressions. The recollection of a friend presents him to me in many relations at once. If I think of a landscape, it stands before me as I have seen it time and time again, in varying extension, illumination, mood. However, these images, which represent a considerable deviation from one another, do not for that reason cease to be intuitive. Thus, in fact, the general recollected image actually corresponds to the condition to rescue the world from its infinitely progressing pulverization. Representations thus arise that bring back to a higher unity what is crumbling into disparate, detailed images. This mission is accomplished by the general recollected image, as a blurred representation, which by virtue of it can be interpreted into many sharp, deviating representations, embraces these representations. In the alternately sharp and blurred parts of this general recollected image, there is a kind of impression of all the representations we have lived. They all appear as represented through the special stratification of the vagueness in the general recollected image. To designate this state of errors, Brod and Welch introduce a specific symbol A plus X. A signifies here what was common to the manifold lived representations, that is, for example, to the landscape and iron illuminations and moods, whereas the divergent blurs into X. In the blur we have thus found the instrument by which two seemingly opposed attributes, hitherto regarded as crass contradictions, are brought into one, the intuitive and the abstract. For some intuitive representations are at the same time abstract. These are the blurred representations of the form, A plus X. And here, it is claimed, we have for the first time a foundation for a true psychology of thinking, insofar as we do not arbitrarily restrict thinking to the domain of scientific cognition but seek to apprehend it in the totality of its living manifestations. It consists, then, in nothing other than the living play of the A plus X formations, Gebilde. It seems certain that we think in blurred general intuitions. With this, however, the Gordian knot of the problem of the concept is not untied but cut. For is it really a rescue from the infinite diversity and fragmentation of individual impressions if we flee from them into the bleariness of a total representation? Do we want and, in fact, are we able to renounce this multiplicity in general? Or does not the sense of concept formation consist precisely in the fact that it gives us an Ariadne's thread within the labyrinth of the many and the particular? The genuine concept turns away from the world of intuition only to lead back to it with all the greater certainty it serves for the regulation, the determination, der Bestimmung, der determination, of the particular itself. It cannot be argued here that this function resides only in the highest, strictly scientific concepts. For although it is in the scientific concepts that this function of the concept first stands out with full pregnance, although it is here most clearly apprehended and immediately accessible to logical analysis, it is still not limited to the scientific concepts. Rather, it already belongs to those preliminary stages, those germ cells of the theoretical scientific concept that Broad and Welch designate as intuitive concepts. For these, too, are not so much generic concepts as rather concepts of connection. They do not set out blurred total images of things but strike bridges between the things that are given in perception as merely singular and relatively isolated. Thus, for example, the intuitive concept of color is no generic image in which red, blue, yellow, and green fade into each other in some vague way. Rather, through the concept of color, a characteristic domain is lifted out from the whole of sensible experience and defined by a definite relational element, Relationsmoment, the relations, Beziehungen, to light and to the eye. How would such an insight into the order, into the organization, into the concrete Diarenzen, of a multiplicity be possible if the concept consisted essentially in a turning away from them, if it consisted in the leveling down of these Diarenzen? And is it not a leveling down when, understanding the Diarenzes, Unterschiede, through deriving them from it, we suppose them rather to be blurred in it? If, however, instead of remaining with the systematic oppositions in the view of the concept as such, we inquire into the underlying grounds of these oppositions, then, we find ourselves once again brought back to our central problem, to representation. For it is the view of representation, and the conditions of its possibility that dominates and determines the view of the concept. If in their theory, Broad and Welch have recourse to a blurred representation, Vorstellung, this explicitly happens because only such a blurred representation, only a representation that is not thoroughly determined but seems, as it were, to possess, in all the colorful play of representation, the power to advocate for a multiplicity of contents. This relative indeterminacy of a representation would seem to be the sole ground for their interpretability, would, in fact, alone seem to give it the possibility of being taken now in this and now in that sense. The following can therefore be concluded. The property of blurriness, to be interpretable, gives the a plus x, in germ the primary characteristic of the concept, which has created so much difficulty for theoreticians, namely the extension of the concept alongside the content of the concept. How must a single representation be conditioned in order to name many objects? On the basis of all the foregoing we may answer as follows in that in a plus x, within the boundaries that its a imposes on its x, can transform itself into different representations, in that it connects itself without difficulty with these recent, disparate representations through a judgment of identity. It can name the objects corresponding to these representations. The property of the a plus x can be the subject of direct identity judgments, making it possible for the function of the concept to name. Thus, two distinctly disparate individual images, the image of the dog lying, L, and that of the dog standing, S, may be given to me. However, if from L and S, and the other positions of a certain dog that are known to me now, I form its a plus x, that is, if I detach from them a blurred total representation of the dog, then the representation of lying, x, or that of standing, x, may be added to this representation, and accordingly the a plus x can designate for me now an a plus xl, and now an a plus x. However, if we now look back over our previous considerations, the opposition between our view of representation, and the view that is represented here is brought to its sharpest expression. For we have had to continuously struggle against this very assumption that the symbolic content, Gehalt, of a representation, what lends it a definite significance, may be demonstrated as something in itself, as a real, distinguishable part of it. Signifying an existence are not homogeneous in the sense that they may be disclosed as components of a representation from which it is composed, Zusammensetzen. The formula that is here chosen as the expression of the concept must already appear questionable insofar as it connects the a and the x, the expression of the universal and the expression of the particular or individual, by a simple plus sign. Can the universal and the particular, the content of the concept and its extension, what is meant and what is given in perception or sensible intuition, really be added together in this sense? Through the representation of such an addition, the organic unity that characterizes and distinguishes the concept is transformed into a pure aggregative togetherness. In the propositional function f, x, that designates a certain concept, The expression for the function itself and the expression of the individual values that are grouped together by it do not stand on the same lines. The elements, momenta, that are referred here to each another cannot be thought of as elements, elementae, of a sum. There is an inherent contradiction in attempting to make the expression f, x, graspable by dissecting it into separately existing components, by making the f, x, into a f plus x. For the function sin f is not the expression for a single numerical quantity that might be combined with other quantities of the variable by elementary arithmetical operations. We have earlier compared the concept with the general member of a series, which designates the rule of the succession of its individual members. This law of the series restricts the individual elements, elementae, that belong to it to definite conditions. However, it does not itself form a member of the series. If an arithmetical series of the form 1 2 2 3 3 4 4 5 eq is designated by the general expression n+, then this n+ no longer presents an individual magnitude. It stands rather for the whole of the series, insofar as this series is taken not as a mere sum of parts but as a characteristic relational framework, relationsgefüge. In a similar way, in order to choose a geometrical example, the general concept of the conic section is not gained through images of individual circles, ellipses, parabolas, and hyperbolas flowing together and forming a blurred total image. What happens rather is that circle and ellipse, hyperbola, and parabola are retained as thoroughly determinate and determined geometrical forms, but at the same time, they are moved into a new relational interconnection. They all obtain the tendency and characteristic sight, Sicht, toward the right cone, from which they may arise as results of the various cuts that may be made in it. And the same is true in principle of the simplest intuitive concepts. They too never form a mere conglomerate of sense impressions and recollected representations but contain a distinctive articulation of these impressions and representations. They constitute a form of their organization. In them, the separate is seen together, not in the sense that its components are mingled with one another but in the sense that their interconnection is retained in view of some connecting element. When the Greek language names the moon as the measurer, mu, and the Latin language as the shining, luna, diarrhent intuitive concepts underlie these diarrhent denominations. However, these intuitive concepts act in both cases only as a motive of comparison and correlation, as a point of view, which is not itself given as a distinct or blurred visibility. And it is here largely immaterial whether this point of view asserts itself in the further progress of cognition or is sublated in its subjective construction by another mode of seeing. Such alterations give to the content of the concept and its scientific validity nothing but its sheer form. If, for example, certain individual languages designate the butterfly as a bird, then the connection that is expressed must of course be severed as soon as thinking progresses to describing the order of living beings systematically in accordance with definite natural scientific, morphological or physiological criteria. However, the original point of view of the correlation that focuses not on such criteria but solely on the intuitive element of flying is not thereby declared to be absolutely senseless but merely constitutes another standard of sense that from the standpoint of scientific synopsis must be replaced by another, more complete one. The circumstance that such a change of standard proves to be necessary in the transition from intuitive to scientific concepts does not prove that the operation of measurement as such is not already practiced in the pre-scientific concepts, that they too do not already follow determined basic rules of relational thinking. In the theory of Broad and Welch, however, at least the pre-scientific concept, for in connection with the scientific concept they restrict their thesis in very important and even crucial respects, is produced by a mere flowing together of representations and recollected images. In this theory, consciousness resembles a photographic plate, on which various images are produced over the course of time, which overlap one another and mix with one another, until they finally become a single blurred total image. However, even if we accept this comparison as an expression for the genetic process of concept formation, it remains impossible to see how it can elucidate the logical function of the concept, its capacity to name and designate various individual intuitions. For the fact that it has arisen from individual impressions could never in itself bestow on the concept the power to representieren, exactly that from which it has emerged. Admittedly, a total image of this sort is formed on the photographic plate still, the plate will never be able to know it as such, to refer it back to the individual elements, elementae, from which it grew. Such a relation would require that the process in which the concept was acquired be made, as it were, retrogressively, that the elements, elementae, from which it is put together to be freed from the mixture into which they have entered and separated from one another. If we attribute to the photographic plate the activity of mixing all the individual impressions that are made on it, shall we also impute to it the power of separating them? Yet precisely this is presupposed and required in representation, in the strict sense. Every function of presentation implies an act of identification and an act of differentiation, Unterscheidung, of this sort, and both must be thought of not as a mere succession but as a genuine interpenetration. The positing of identity must be undertaken in differentiation and that of differentiation in the positing of identity. For this kind of systole and diastole, or synkrisis and diakrisis, of concepts, all analogies that are drawn from the world of things and from the events and EX in this world are inadequate. Only the opposite formulation of the problem guides us further. Here we must begin with what the concept signifies to then proceed to what it proves to be an objective cognition and what it performs for the construction of this cognition. Conversely, we can never understand the basic spiritual act of representation, of intending a universal in the individual, by dissecting it into parts and in a sense crushing it into bits. When we do this, we do not retain the fragments, the broken bits of representation, rather, we pass altogether from the ambit of their sense in general to an empty existence, from which no path leads back into the sphere of sense. 2. Concept and object. One of the most important achievements of the critique of pure reason is to have given the problem of the relationship between concept and object an entirely new framing and a fundamentally different methodological sense. What made this transformation possible was that at just this point Kant brought about the decisive transition from general logic to transcendental logic. Through this transition, the theory of the concept was thereby freed from the paralysis into which it had fallen in the traditional treatment. The achievement of the concept now no longer appears as merely analytical and formal but as productive and constructive. It is no longer a more or less remote and pale picture, Abbild, of some absolute, existing reality. It has become a presupposition of experience and with this a condition of the possibility of its objects, Objekte. The question of the object has become for Kant a question of validity, a question of the quid juris. However, the quid juris of the object cannot be decided before the other question, the quid juris of the concept, has been answered. For the concept is the last and highest stage to which cognition rises in the progress of objective consciousness. In the construction of objective cognition, the synthesis of apprehension and intuition and of reproduction in the imagination must be completed by the synthesis of recognition in the concept. To recognize an object means nothing other than to subject the manifold of intuition to a rule that determines it with respect to its order. The concept is, however, nothing other than the consciousness of such a rule and of the unity that is posited through it. A transcendental ground must therefore be found for the unity of consciousness in the synthesis of the manifold of all our intuitions, hence also the concepts of objects, Objekte, in general, consequently also of all objects, Gegenstände, of experience, without which it would be impossible to think of any object for our intuitions, for the latter is nothing more than that something for which the concept expresses such a necessity of synthesis. Through this common referring of the problems of the object back to the problem of the synthetic unity, the concept is now placed from the outset on another basis than in general logic. It no longer sues to take it as a mere generic concept, a conceptus communis. For such a generic concept is lacking in precisely the characteristic and decisive element. It is a mere expression of the analytical unity of consciousness, but not of the synthetic unity of consciousness. It is, however, only by virtue of the possibility of the synthetic unity thought in advance, vorausgedacht, that the analytical unity can be represented. A representation that is to be thought of as common to several must be regarded as belonging to those that in addition to it also have something different in themselves. Consequently, they must antecedently be comprehended in synthetical unity with other, even if only possible representations, before I can think of the analytical unity of consciousness in it that makes it into a conceptus communis. And from this, there immediately follows a far-reaching and fruitful insight respecting the character of the thing concept. The older metaphysics and ontology take the unity of the thing as a substantial unity. The thing is what remains identical amid the change of states. It thus stands over against these states, over against the accidents, as something independent, as being for itself, für sich seiend. It is the solid core that the accidents approach only from the outside. Once again, however, the transcendental logic transforms here the analytical unity of the thing into a synthetic unity. The thing is no longer, so to speak, a substantial thread on which the variable determinations are arranged in it, rather, the process, the form of the sequence itself, is expressed. If we investigate what new character is given to our representations by the relation to an object, and what is the dignity that they thereby receive, we find that it is nothing beyond making the combination of representations necessary in a certain way and subjecting them to a rule, and conversely that objective significance is conferred on our representations only insofar as a certain order in their temporal relation is necessary. Thus not the object, Objekt, as an absolute object, Objekt, But the objective signification now forms the central problem. The question is no longer directed toward the constitution of the object as a thing in itself but toward the possibility of the relation to an object. This relation arises through and only through the fact that cognition does not stop with the individual appearance as given in an individual here and now but weaves it into the context of experience. And it is the concept that is unremittingly at work on this web, that strikes the thousands of connections on which rests the possibility of experience. Its first activity is to overcome the discreteness of the individual empirical data, to unite them in a continuum, the continuum of space and time. It is able to do this, however, only by creating fixed and generally valid rules of correlation between them, by subjecting the togetherness in space and the succession in time to definite laws. The merging that the individual perceptions undergo in and through the concept constitutes for us the thought of nature. This idea means nothing other than the existence of things, insofar as this existence is determined according to general laws. With this, the object is removed from transcendence in the metaphysical sense of the word. However, at the same time, and this is what characterizes the critical theory of cognition, it is determined as something absolutely and fundamentally unintuitive. For just as, according to the opening sentences of the Transcendental Aesthetic, that in which sensations are merely arranged cannot in turn itself be a sensation, so too can the rule that connects the manifold intuitions together not in turn itself be an intuition. The constant values of intuition over against what we call the object thus becomes a mere X, a purely thought point of unity. What does one mean, then, if one speaks of an object corresponding to and therefore also distinct from cognition? It is easy to see that this object must be thought of only as something in general equals X, since outside of our cognition we have nothing that we could set over against this cognition as corresponding to it. This framing of the thought of the object was required to provide a strict and exact correlation between concept and object. A concept of the object is no longer possible, in the sense that the object is tangibly encompassed by thinking, apprehended and contained by the concept. In place of such graphic descriptions of the basic relation of cognition there now emerges a purely ideal relationship, a relationship of conditioning, bedingungen. The concept relates to the object, Objekt, because and insofar as it is the necessary and indispensable presupposition of objectivization itself, because and insofar as it constitutes that function for which alone there can be objects, for which there can be constant and basic unities amid the changes of experience. Once this insight has been achieved, all the presentations of cognition that seek to transpose the general logical relationship of condition that is shown here back into a specific relationship of things and to elucidate it through them lose their validity and their sense. Cognition and object no longer stand over against each other as spatial objects, Objekte, as an over here and an over there, and on this side and an on the other side. Rather, all such designations, which have dominated the framing and formulation of the problem of cognition for centuries, are recognized as absolutely inadequate, as mere metaphors. The object is neither outside nor inside, neither on that side nor this, for the relationship to it is not an ontic real relation, but a symbolic relation. Among modern psychologists and theoreticians of cognition, it is above all Theodor Lipps who, by roads far removed from those taken by Kant, arrived once again at a sharp and pregnant formulation of this basic problem. Admittedly, at first glance, the relationship between consciousness and the object is also presented by him in the language of spatial imagery by virtue of which both appear as spheres separated from each other. To confront an object and relate itself to it, consciousness must reach out beyond itself, and this progress and transition, this reaching into the transcendent, is its distinctive function. The proper nature, Wesen, of consciousness is to be sought in this jumping over its own shadow. Lipps, however, soon corrected his initial description by expressly admitting its purely metaphorical character. For the fact that the content of consciousness is directed toward something objective and that it representieren, this objective must not, as he now stresses, be mistaken for a relation between cause and effect. Designation can never and at no time be interpreted as a special case of effective cause, bewirken, or derived from the general form of effective action, wirken, the relation between the appearance in the strict sense of the word, for example, between the sensation content of sound, and the real underlying it, the sound wave in the physical sense, is no causal relation but it is a relation of an entirely diarrhent kind, a relation of the symbol to what is symbolized in it. And this symbolic relation, Beziehung, or relation, consists not in the fact, which is susceptible to no further description but rather in or through the sensation content called sound. I can think an object similar to it and regard it as actual, and then rethink this actual object in accordance with the law of causality. In this rethinking the distinctive symbolic relation, The thinking of an actual object in a content, the relation of representation, continues to exist. This is not surprising, since in this rethinking the sound waves have taken the position what was initially for the actual contents, or precisely because this latter was rethought into them. We have quoted these lines because they indicate with particular clarity and particular emphasis the cardinal point in both the history of philosophy and the philosophical systems around which the problem of the concept as well as that of the object have been handled. Both have often been treated as merely parallel problems. The order of ideas was held to move side by side along with the order of things and to correspond to it point for point. Yet these apparent parallelisms determined one common point: they focus on the basic phenomenon of representation. At the same time, however, there is a still sharper difference to be made within this general phenomenon. It has already been seen how the concept, even before undergoing its explicit, properly logical forming, already carries out its achievement within the domain of intuition. It grasps together the basic elements of intuition, it connects them and relates them to one another. However, all the relations that arise in this way are realized over and over again in individual concrete formations, Gebilde, and emerge in them as their determinations. They are not merely abstract relations, relationen, apprehended in pure knowledge, rather, they thicken into shapes, Gestalten, of intuitive reality and stand before us as such. We have seen that Helmholtz, in his theory of perception, stressed the participation, Mitwirkung, of the concept in precisely this primary shape, Gestalt, formation, and actually regarded this as one of its essential achievements. However, in its stricter and more restricted Formung, in its specifically logical character, the concept must of course be distinguished from intuitive concepts, which are nothing other than living representations of the law of a concrete sequence of intuitive images. The signification of the concept no longer adheres here to any intuitive substrate, to any datum or dabble, rather, it is thought as such in a determinate relational framework, Relationsgefüge, within a system of judgments and truths. And precisely to this twofold sense, this potentization that can be disclosed in the concept, there now corresponds a twofold configuration of object consciousness. The first phase of object formation takes subjective being as purely intuitive, as a being that belongs to and is integrated into the basic orders of intuition, the orders of space and time. It stands in these orders, it possesses a determinate spatial outline and a fixed temporal duration. As scientific cognition progresses and creates its own methodological implements, however, the bond that immediately connects the concept with intuition is progressively loosened. The concept no longer remains bound to the reality of things but rises to the free construction of the possible. It draws precisely what has never and at no time happened into the sphere of consideration and sets it up as a norm and intellectual standard. This feature separates theory in the strict sense of the word from mere intuition. Theory fulfills itself as pure theory only when it breaks through the barriers of intuition. No theory, and particularly no exact one, no mathematical theory of the natural event, is possible unless pure. Thinking detaches itself from the soil of intuition, unless it progresses to formations, Gebilde, that are of a fundamentally non-intuitive nature. And now the last decisive step is taken, now these very formations, Gebilde, become the proper bearer of objective being. It is only through them that the lawfulness of being can be expressed, for they now constitute a new kind of object, that may be designated as an object, of a higher order over against those of the first phase. As soon as science arrived at a critical insight into its own procedures, as soon as it not only practiced this procedure but also understood it, it had to ward any attempt to create a similarity or resemblance between its objects and those of immediate perception or intuition. It recognizes that although its objects are thoroughly related to the objects of intuition, they can never be reduced to them. For any such reduction would negate the specific achievement of scientific thinking, would transform the comprehension, begriffen, of the world and the interconnectedness of the world into a mere reduplication of the given. However, admittedly, the cognition of difference, that is given here likewise contains a logical dilemma. For, it can now be asked, does the inner polymorphism that has thus been disclosed in object consciousness not contradict its actual task? Must not the object, if at all, be thought of absolutely unambiguously? The multiplicity, the movement, and the transition from one stage to another, all these seem to enter into consciousness itself, but not to pertain to the being toward which it is directed and which it strives to express. Being, at least, can be understood only as the counterpole and opposite of movement, its fixed, unchanging and immovable goal. Thus, being would seem to be susceptible of no further differentiations and gradations, rather, only the simple alternative of Parmenides would seem to apply here. St. It is or it is not? Mere thoughts may readily dwell side by side, gradated according to the varying degrees of their universality. However, no such compatibility prevails in the realm of the things, such an, that clash in space. Here, where one thing takes a place, another must give way. It is important to make a clear decision here between what makes a claim to reality and what, in every such decision, is at the same time sacrificed. We have to choose between the immanent contents of consciousness, between reality as it presents itself to immediate sensation, to perception and intuition, and that other transcendent being that reaches out beyond it, the being to which theory, the scientific concept, leads us. If we hold to this being as the proper and truthful one, then the initial world threatens to dissolve into a mere phantasmagoria of senses. In the real world of natural scientific objects, nothing is left of the subjective qualities of color, tone, etc. On the other hand, if the weight of reality is laid in the other pan of the scales, the objects, objectae, of theory, the atoms and electrons, become mere abstractions. The matter, materie, of natural science cannot justify itself in the presence of pure perception that in a manner of speaking shatters against it. And yet this etherer, which we encounter over and over again in the history of the problems of cognition, already contains within it a hidden dogmatic presupposition. Since it simply postulates what was to be proven, it contains a petitio principii. The substantial view of the world, of course, seeks in being something absolutely permanent. It takes being as a property, as a predicate, which is to be imputed to certain subjects and not to others. For a critical view of cognition, however, this alternative is no longer valid. Here being in general has altogether ceased to designate a real predicate. What is here called the object of cognition acquires its determinate significance only in that it is referred to a certain form or function of cognition. And these functions themselves are not engaged in a mere contest or conflict but stand to one another in a relationship of correlative correspondence and correlative supplementation. Each does not simply negate or destroy the other, rather, it takes it up and sets it in another systematic interconnection, where it will be configured and determined anew. And it is this kind of combination, Zusammenfassung, in which alone the explanation and grounding of the object of cognition can be found. If, to speak with Kant, this object is nothing other than the something for which the concept expresses such a necessity of synthesis, then the question of its being cannot be answered independently of the question of what this necessity of synthesis signifies and on what conditions it rests. In the framework, Rahmen, of this basic view, there is no contradiction in the fact that this significance as such is there, to ist, not with one blow. Instead, it is constituted only in a gradation of approaches. It passes through a series of diarrhent phases of sense before it achieves its true and adequate determination. In the realm of validity, there thus rules an entirely other complexity and interpenetration of the various elements and possibilities of validity than the one at the level of pure being. The object must be thought of as one does preclude this unity, as a functional unity, being progressively constructed. It must run through a series of determinations, and it is taken up in none of them. It is taken up in no single member of the series, not even in the final member of the series, in which it is completed. It is, nevertheless, the all-embracing principle of the series, according to which the progression from member, glede, to member, glede, is determined. We have accordingly seen that even the mere object of perception is in no way immediately given, but that it can only be presented by means of perception, that it can be only represented, representeerd, in it. The unity of a thing can initially be spoken of from the standpoint of such a presentation. In its continuous flow, actual perception as a process knows of no such unity. Every content that emerges in it is immediately replaced by another content, every gestalt that it seems to form is caught up in the vortex of the process and carried away with it. Notwithstanding this, the always variable, incomplete, and fragmentary data of perception join into the whole of an object. This is possible only because instead of being taken as mere fragments, they are seen as belonging together and considered as diarrhent expressions of a determinate sense whole, Shingansen. The path of this view transcends the directly given in a double direction: the first in that the contents of perception are situated under the perspective of continuity, and the second in that they are situated under the perspective of coherence. Even strict sensationalism could not avoid recognizing this state of affairs. Even Hume wrote that the thing is not simply a bundle of individual perceptions, but that the thought of an object identical with itself first arises through the concepts of constancy and coherence. In accordance with his basic view, he had to explain this concept as a mere fiction, a deception of the imagination to which it must necessarily be subjected to general psychological laws but to which we may ascribe no objective logical value. This is, however, to misunderstand the proper dignity and actual grounding force that is inherent in pure synthesis. This has above all been proven in the Critique of Pure Reason, particularly in the section in which reality is explained as a postulate of empirical thinking. It is a postulate of this kind when, as it were, we bid the transient and fleeting sensible impressions to stand still, when we ascribe to them a consistent existence that goes beyond the time span of their immediate existence and their immediate givenness. In a purely qualitative sense, this consistent existence does not extend beyond the purview of perception as such. It is the content of perception itself that is as such repeated and endowed, so to speak, with a certain index of duration. However, thought does not stop at this kind of temporal supplement and integration. It does not simply extend the content beyond itself and beyond the time span in which it is actually given. It also considers its transformations and inquires into their law. Where these transformations occur, it is not arbitrary. They are thought as subject to definite rules. With this requirement, however, thinking now feels compelled to take a further step. For it appears that the establishment, Aufstellung, of the exact rules of alteration cannot be achieved as long as we limit ourselves to defining the elements, elemente, for which these rules are valid, by the very same determinations as emerge in mere perception. The definition must be amplified and deepen. The particular quality, the being a certain way, sein, of perception must not form a barrier to the determination of the being, sein, of its object. If appearances are to be interpretable and form an intelligible whole, cognition must undertake a further transformation that is fraught with grave consequences. It must not only institute, stiffen, new connections between the contents of perception themselves, but in order to give these connections a strictly conceptual expression, it must alter the constitution of the former contents. The sensible world is now supported, unterbaut, by an ideal world, a world of significance and pure theory, because it is only for the formations, Gebilde, of such an ideal world that we can formulate those laws of interconnection that are necessary if the individual appearances are to be read as experiences. Only now has cognition gained objects in the strict sense, contents that really stand firm and fit into an unequivocal order. Thus, if we are to penetrate the domain of pure knowledge, the content, Gehalt, of perception must necessarily be reconfigured, must be transcended in the strict sense. This transcendence of signification must not, however, be confused with an ontic transcendence, because it is subject to an entirely different principle than this. This transition is a transition in sense, not in being, and as such, it cannot be apprehended or adequately explained on the basis of the fundamental relation, that governs and regulates relations, Beziehungen, within being. The symbolic relation of meaning, meinen, the way in which the appearance relates to the object and expresses it in this relation, is lost as soon as we attempt to think of it as a special case of a causal relation, as soon as we seek to adapt and subordinate it to the principle of suescient reason. What has impeded an insight into this specific difference, what has again and again beguiled thinkers into reducing pure relationships of signification to those of causality and explaining the former by the latter, is, above all, an equivocation that resides in the concept of the sign itself and in its use. Husserl has stressed that a fundamental difference must be made between genuinely symbolic, truly significative signs and merely indicative signs. All signs do not embody signification in the same sense as we think of, for example, a word as a bearer of signification. In the sphere of natural existence or events, Geschehen, a thing or an event, Ereignis, can also become a sign for something other as soon as it is connected with this other by some constant empirical relation, particularly the relation of cause and effect. In this way, smoke, for example, can designate fire and thunder can designate, bezeichnen, lightning. However, such signs, Zeichen, as Husserl stresses, express nothing unless, side by side with their function of indication, and Zeigen, they also fulfill a function of signification. To signify is not a particular way of being a sign, Zeichensehens, in the sense of indication. This basic difference, however, is always in danger of being blurred and leveled down as soon as the function of the sign, instead of being understood as a primary and universal function, is regarded from some special point of view of reflection, in particular, as soon as it is regarded from the beginning exclusively as a subspecies of natural scientific concept formation. Because this latter is subject to the norm and domination of causal thinking, it also tends to transpose involuntarily all the problems it grasps into the language of causality and by way of this transposition render them comprehensible. This process of transposition stands out with particular clarity in Helmholtz's theory of cognition. Of all the modern physicists, it is perhaps Helmholtz who has most sharply stressed that the concepts of mathematical physics may lay no claim to resemble real objects, Objekte, but that they can function only as signs for these objects, Objekte. In support of this view, he writes, "Our sensations are, EX that have been produced in our organs by outward causes, and how such an EX is manifested depends of course essentially on the type of apparatus that is ECted. Insofar as the quality of our sensation informs us regarding the peculiarity of the outward stimulus by which it is aroused, it can pass as a sign for it, but not as a picture, Abbild. For of an image, Bild, we demand some kind of similarity, Gleichheit, with the pictured, Abgebildet, object, from a statue similarity of form, from a drawing similarity of perspective projection upon the field of vision, from a painting, also, similarity of color. A sign, however, need have no manner of resemblance, Ähnlichkeit, with that for which it is a sign. The relation between the two is limited to the fact that the same object, acting under the same circumstances, will produce the same sign, and that dissimilar signs always correspond to dissimilar influence. In this use of the sign concept, however, two different views and approaches suddenly and imperceptibly transition into one another. On the one hand, we have the sign in its purely deictic function as a something that points to an object, that intends and means, meinen, it. On the other hand, however, this something is transformed into a determination that is ejected, bewirken, by this same object. The intentional object, Objekt, to which perception relates itself and which it presents in itself, has thus become a real thing that conceals itself somehow behind it and that is ascertainable by cognition only indirectly, by means of an inference from the eject. Designate fire and thunder can designate, bezeichnen, lightning. However, such signs, Zeichen, as Husserl stresses, express nothing unless, side by side with their function of indication, and Zeigen, they also fulfill a function of signification. To signify is not a particular way of being a sign, Zeichensehens, in the sense of indication. This basic difference, however, is always in danger of being blurred and leveled down as soon as the function of the sign, instead of being understood as a primary and universal function, is regarded from some special point of view of reflection, in particular, as soon as it is regarded from the beginning exclusively as a subspecies of natural scientific concept formation. Because this latter is subject to the norm and domination of causal thinking, it also tends to transpose involuntarily all the problems it grasps into the language of causality and by way of this transposition render them comprehensible. This process of transposition stands out with particular clarity in Helmholtz's theory of cognition. Of all the modern physicists, it is perhaps Helmholtz who has most sharply stressed that the concepts of mathematical physics may lay no claim to resemble real objects, Objekte, but that they can function only as signs for these objects, Objekte. In support of this view, he writes, our sensations are, EX that have been produced in our organs by outward causes, and how such an EX is manifested depends of course essentially on the type of apparatus that is ECted. Insofar as the quality of our sensation informs us regarding the peculiarity of the outward stimulus by which it is aroused, it can pass as a sign for it, but not as a picture, Abbild. For of an image, Bild, we demand some kind of similarity, Gleichheit, with the pictured, Abgebildet, object, from a statue similarity of form, from a drawing similarity of perspective projection upon the field of vision, from a painting, also, similarity of color. A sign, however, need have no manner of resemblance, Ähnlichkeit, with that for which it is a sign. The relation between the two is limited to the fact that the same object, acting under the same circumstances, will produce the same sign, and that dissimilar signs always correspond to dissimilar influence. In this use of the sign concept, however, two different views and approaches suddenly and imperceptibly transition into one another. On the one hand, we have the sign in its purely deictic function as a something that points to an object, that intends and means, meinen, it. On the other hand, however, this something is transformed into a determination that is ejected, bewirken, by this same object. The intentional object, Objekt, to which perception relates itself and which it presents in itself, has thus become a real thing that conceals itself somehow behind it and that is ascertainable by cognition only indirectly, by means of an inference from the eject. Adequate ground for the representative relation it is held to explain. To be able to indicate, to present, an object, sensation must not only be an eject of it but also know that it is an eject of it. And the very possibility of such knowledge remains unintelligible as long as we have not left the sphere of merely indicative signs and entered into the sphere of genuine truly and originally significative. The deeper systematic ground for the difficulties that arise here, however, lies in the fact that generally the attempt is undertaken to explain a fundamentally unintuitive relationship by resorting to analogies taken from the world of intuitive objects, Objekte, and the relations prevailing between them. The particular nature and specific sense of the pure category of signification, through which the relation of the representation to its objects is constituted, cannot be rendered intelligible by attributing to them some determination of being, whether it is a question of the determinations of causality or the determinations of similarity or resemblance between things, or those of the relationships of the whole to the part. We must go back here not to any particularities of given things, not to the image of an already available, vorhanden, reality, but to the pure conditions of positability, Setsbarkeit, of a reality in general. Because and insofar as the pure concept belongs to these conditions, thinking can relate to objects, objecte, in it and by virtue of it, can claim objective significance for itself. This stands out most clearly when we grasp the concept in the strict logical sense as a propositional function and define it as such. The formula for such a propositional function f, x, is used to indicate all those theoretical oppositions in the view of the problem of in that of the problem of the object and to give these oppositions sharp and pregnant expression. The sensationalist's point of view believes it is able to apprehend the functions of the object by apprehending those values of the variable that enter into this function and simply coordinating them. They take the f as though it were itself an x, or as though it were at most the mere sum of the x's, an x plus x etc. The other view starts from the differentiation of the connected elements in the propositional function. It attributes an independent logical validity to the concept, just as it attributes an independent transcendent reality, Realität, to the object and therefore sharply isolates it from the immanent givenness of consciousness. In the end, however, this view believes that it is able to secure both the object only by cutting the function f, x, as it were, in half. Not only did it concede a distinctive dignity to the relation f, but it has raised to the level of an absolute, detached, and unconditional being. Nevertheless, this very relation, possesses its whole sense and content, Gehalt, only in that it singles out the element in respect to which the individual values of the variable are regarded as determinable and determined. Surely, the function f and the values of the variable still belong to different types of thinking, and the two can never be reduced to one another. However, this irreducibility does not mean that they are strictly separable from one another. Thus, for example, the unity of the thing never dissolves into an individual appearance, such as a particular spatial view. Rather, it is determinable only through the totality, Totalität, of the possible views and through the rule of their connection. Each individual appearance repräsentiert, the thing without ever, as individual, being able to truly coincide with it. In this sense, it also holds for critical idealism that the mere appearance necessarily points beyond itself, that it is an appearance of something. This something does not, however, signify a new absolute, a new ontich metaphysical being. For even though the presenting and the presented, the present and represented, Präsent und repräsentiert, are far from identical with one another, only by reference to one another is an intelligible sense produced. The function is valid for the individual values precisely because it is no individual value. On the other hand, the individual values are only insofar as they stand to one another in the connection expressed by the function. The individual, the discrete itself consists only in respect to the interconnection that it possesses with some form of the universal, whether by this we mean a universality of the concept or that of the object. And similarly, the universal can be manifested only in the particular and can then be authenticated and proven in no other way than as the order and rule for the particular. To understand the specific validity of the character of empirical objectivity, we thus must see ourselves referred back in the end to the significative function, which, without being split in itself, constructs itself from fundamentally different elements of sense. For no true sense is as such perfectly simple, rather, it is both one and twofold. And this polarity that lies in it does not divide and destroy but instead presents its initial actual fulfillment. 3. Language and science. Thing signs and ordinal signs. The previous considerations into the interconnection between the problem of the object have led us back to the general fundamental question of logic and the critique of cognition. However, we may seem to have almost deviated from our path and lost sight of our proper systematic goal. For our question should not be directed toward the logical problem of signification or with the epistemo-critical problem as such, but both should be apprehended only in their relation to a third problem, that of the sign and that of designation. The deeper we go into the structure of that of objective cognition as such, the further this last problem seems to recede into the distance. For however far we may have engaged in the thought of nominalism, it always proves impossible to dissolve the problem of signification simply into the problem of designation and to derive the one entirely from the other. Signification remains a logical essential, a true p t, f, say, first according to nature. It proves to be the core and center, while beside it, designation is forced more and more into a merely peripheral position. The more resolutely the content, Gehalt, of the concept, as a pure relational framework, Relationsgefüge, is worked out in modern logic, the more sharply the inference tends to be drawn that the name remains something secondary and external over against the ideal sense of this framework, Gefüge. Boerkamp, for example, writes, "A concept is a relational framework, Relationsgefüge, that can be related to an indeterminate multiplicity. For our thinking, this concept becomes a unity and, in important cases, is designated by a name. The name, the word is, however, no more the concept than my name is myself. The name is something external to, has nothing to do with the being, Wesen, of the concept. If I understand a new mechanical arrangement, then it is a concept for me, even if I do not give it a name. The functional interconnection, transferable to an indeterminate multiplicity, is the concept. The name is a convenient appendage. It serves primarily as abbreviation, Kurzeichen, and means of expression for the concept. An abbreviation of this kind can, it would appear, claim no independent value, no autonomy for itself. Its task is solely one of substitution, and all cognition must at some time learn to dispense with such substitution and face things themselves in their pure in-itselfness, Ansicht. It becomes cognition in the strict sense only insofar as it succeeds in doing this, insofar as it casts away the covering in which language and the word threaten to envelop it. The relationship between linguistic and scientific concept formation presents here, however, the same dialectic we have encountered in a wholly other spiritual domain, in the progress from the mythical to religious consciousness. The religious consciousness, as we have seen, could also not do without the mythical image world from which it struggled free and which it faced and opposed itself. Rather, it had to make its way through the midst of this image world. It could not overcome the mythical figures, Gestalten, in that it denied and discarded them, but only in that it held onto them and thereby permeated them with a new sense. In the relation of science and its pure logic to language, the same opposition can again be recognized. All rigorous science demands that thought free itself from the constraint of the word, that it become mature and independent of it. Once again, however, this act of liberation cannot be achieved by a mere turning away from the world of language. The path pursued in language cannot be abandoned, rather, it must be followed to its end and continued beyond this end. Thought presses beyond the sphere of language, however, precisely in doing so, it takes up a tendency that is originally contained in language and that from the beginning was active as a living motive in its own development. This tendency is now worked out in full force and purity. It is freed as it were from mere potentiality and translated into its full efficacy. At the same time, however, it is implicit in this tendency that the new spiritual reality that now emerges, that the highest energy of the pure scientific concept also remains connected through a secret bond with language. As high as the pure concept may rise above the world of the senses into the realm of the ideal and intelligible, in the end it always turns back in some way to that worldly, earthly organ that it possesses in language. The act of detachment from language, which is indispensable, shows itself to be conditioned and mediated by language itself. For the progress from the linguistic concept to the scientific concept consists not in a negation, in a simple reversal of the spiritual process on which the formation of language rests, but in a continuation, Fortsetzung, and ideal heightening of that process. The same fundamental spiritual force that brought forth linguistic concepts from intuitive concepts ultimately refashions these into the form of scientific concepts. We have seen how the function of representation prevails even in the domain of the natural view of the world. Only through representation, could the world of the senses form itself into a world of intuition and representation, Vorstellung. This process of Formung, however, shows itself here to be thoroughly confined within the matter, Materie, of the sensible. Even if it were used as a pure means of presentation, the representation, Vorstellung, viewed in a purely substantial, Stoic, sense, seemed to consist of the same matter, Sto, as that of the world of the senses. And from this ambivalent relationship arises anew the danger of a leveling regression. No sooner than the separation between content and function had been achieved was it in danger of being lost. For as long as representation, the presentation as such, still requires a definite intuitive image as its bearer, it cannot detach itself sharply and fundamentally from its substrate. The regard of spirit is only too easily caught in the details of this same image. Instead of taking it only as a starting point and transition, as a medium of signification, it is language that first brings about a new and crucial turn here. The word of language is distinguished from the sensible, intuitive image precisely in that it is no longer burdened, so to speak, by a sensible matter, Materie, of its own. If we consider it in its mere sensible consistent existence, then it appears as something dissipating and indeterminate. It is the play of a breath of air. From the standpoint of the pure presentative function, however, precisely this intangible and ephemeral quality is at the same time the basis of its superiority over the immediate, sensible contents. For the word possesses for itself, as it were, no consistent, independent mass with which it might owe a resistance to the energy of relational thinking. The word is open to every form that thought wishes to imprint onto it. After all, it is itself no being in itself, no concrete and substantial being, but first takes its sense from the predicative sentence and from the context of speech. It is only in the living dynamic of speech, read, that the word receives its distinctive content, Gehalt, that it first becomes what it is. Language repeatedly shows itself here to be the powerful and indispensable vehicle of thought, a flywheel, as it were, that assimilates thought into the circle of its own incessant movement and sweeps it away. This free mobility is denied to the individual sensible intuition, because of its concrete abundance and static determination. Thus, admittedly, such a thinking without words cannot be denied. This thinking, however, always remains in far greater measure captured by the singular, Einzelne, the given here and now, than is the case with linguistic thinking. Only in linguistic thinking is the real equipotential surface concept clearly and decisively set apart from the sphere of the perceptible and that of the intuitively representable. To speak in Platonic terms, the pure nominal function of the word makes the first sharp cut between the realm of the logos and the realm of the mueta, things. The word thus does not create the concept, but neither is it a mere external appendage to the concept. It forms, rather, one of the most important medians for its actualization, for its detachment from the immediately perceived and intuited. This detachment may seem like a kind of fall of cognition, whereby it is expelled from the paradise of the concrete and the individual. Still, by this very token, it is in the same moment the beginning of that boundless progressing work of spirit in which cognition conquers and configures its world. When we attempt to clarify the type and direction of this process from a genetic standpoint, we find that the facts of developmental psychology accord fully with the results of our purely systematic analysis. It would also seem that in the development of the individual, we can still discern the point where the two worlds separate, where the turn from the merely intuitive general representations to linguistic concepts takes place. The former may be described psychologically as schematized representations, which are indeed still representations, that is to say, they still have intuitive determinacy. However, their mode of appearance is no longer so detailed and individualized as individual representations of memory. There are, as it were, sensible abstractions, simplifications, which, however, still remain within the sphere of sensible intuition. The progressive development, however, now reaches out beyond this stage. The schema still has a certain, though ever so vague, resemblance to the intuition, which it still recalls. Gradually the need of representing what is meant by something similar vanishes, and an intuitive vestige of this sort suffices to designate the reference to the object, that is the intention. The schema becomes a mere sign. It is with this turn that we first enter into the domain of language and of actual conceptual thinking. We are led to an analogous conclusion if we seek to delimit the particular nature of human language from those forms and types of semantics that we find more or less clearly developed in the animal kingdom. In the life of animal communities, it can also be recognized how the individual animal communicates with his fellow species through certain signs. A bee, for example, returns from the food source that it has discovered to the hive in order to enlist its companions for a new flight with the help of certain movements, a kind of rallying dance. In this way, each one receives a sample of the specific nectar that is gathered from the source, and this serves the swarm as a means of orientation, as a sign of recognition by which they are led to the source of the scent. If we attempt to distinguish this mode of bestowing of signs in communication, Verständigung, by signs from the presentative function of human language, then we encounter two essential determinations. Buhler writes, "Let us concentrate our critical thinking on the function of the sign of this giving of the scent. When the bees fly searching the food source following their instincts, it may operate very much like a sign of recognition imprinted on the memory. On closer scrutiny, however, the whole arrangement lacks two elements that are essential for the incomparable degree of freedom and the almost unlimited scope of human linguistic designations. First, there is the dematerialization of the signs. For it is and remains the real scent of the flowers that provides the communication of the bees, whereas the distinguishing marks provided by the human bestowing of names make possible a communication without material samples. Only if, the receiver of the material sample, were able to convey its mnemonic impression to other bees without further need of something from the actual material sample, Only such independence would provide a basis of comparison with human speech. In addition to this, the further condition is the element of detachability. The names of which human speech makes use are no longer a part of the thing, Sache, to which they point. They no longer attach to it as real properties, as accidents, but belong to an independent, purely ideal domain. The two are held together: the step from the material sample to the genuine sign and the fundamental detachability of the sign from the things for which it functions as a sign initially determine the particularity and the characteristic sense and value of human speech. And it is on these same two elements that the further progress, the progress from the verbal signs of language to the pure conceptual signs of theoretical science, is essentially based. In science, the process that was devised and initiated in language is completed. For although the word is clearly separated from the individual contents of intuition and confronts them as something independent, endowed with a certain logical content, Gehalt, of the given, it nevertheless never ceases to hold fast, with clinging organs, to the intuitive world as a whole. This bondage becomes evident even where the word functions as a pure expression of relation, where it no longer serves in any sense as a pointing to a given, where it fulfills no deictic but only a purely predicative performance. In studying the construction of language, we have repeatedly seen how the predicative function grew out of the deictic function and only gradually and with great difficulty unfolded from it. All logical determinations of relationship derive at least the means of their linguistic forming, formung, from the sphere of intuitive relationships and in particular from that of spatial relationships. Even the copula of judgment, even the is of the purely predicative sentence, appears in this sense saturated with intuitive content, Gehalt, logical being, sein, and being a certain way, Sein, could be expressed only in that it is transposed into some kind of intuitive existence, Dasein. Thus, language, as though by an inner pressure, is impelled over and over again to ease the boundary between essence, and existence, conceptual being, Wesen, and intuitive reality. The development of certain linguistic suffixes has shown us clearly how the kernel of the formal signification of these suffixes must gradually be freed from the sensible matter, Materie, how the sense of the formal relation is to be apprehended in no other way than through material words, Stoort. Scientific concept formation and scientific terminology go one step further here. The use of signs is freed from all its restrictive sensible conditions. As the processes of dematerialization as well as that of detachment progresses, the sign tears itself away from the sphere of things, in order to become purely relational sign and ordinal sign. Now it is no longer directed toward any single formation, Gebilde, that it immediately represents, that it set before the mind's eye and its intuitive contours. Its aim, Absein, rather, is to mark out the singularization of a universal, of a form and structure determination that appears in the individual example but can never be exhausted in it. To apprehend this universal, it is not enough to take up the particular contents as they present themselves in immediate perception or intuition and provide them with a linguistic mark, a name, nor in the sense of linguistic class formation does it sue us to gather larger groups of appearances into unities. Rather, the grouping together must follow a definite systematic plan. It must progress methodically from the simple to the complex. This requirement drives the semantics of science out beyond the domain of natural language. Science can no longer take its designations from this domain but must begin to fashion them for itself, giving them their required completeness and unambiguousness. The activity of the sign that is originally established in it and that already gave the word of language its distinctive spiritual imprint emerges now for the first time in full force and purity. The act of spiritual forming, formung, does not work with random and accidental matter, Sto, given from outside but gives itself the matter, Sto, that it requires, the matter, Sto, on which it can set the stamp of its own determination. On the one hand, diarence, between linguistic and scientific concept formation sharply and clearly shows itself. On the other, this diarence, does not interrupt the continuity between them. For as far removed as the scientific concept may be from the linguistic concept and raised above it, the transition from one to the other signifies no actual transformation into a wholly other genus. It is the same logos that was active in language formation itself from the beginning that in the progress to scientific cognition, frees itself from the qualifying bond in which it is initially inherent and that transitions from its implicit shape, Gestalt, to its explicit shape, Gestalt. This relationship surely must present itself diarently as long as we look upon language not as a logical but as a purely aesthetic formation, Gebilde, as long as we do not let it rise out of the sphere of pure intuition but think of it as permanently and essentially confined within this sphere. For a philosophy of language, which places in this way the aesthetic and not the logical element at the center, The diarrhence between linguistic and logical thinking must appear as a sheer diarrhence, as a true gulf. Accordingly, Vassler thus stresses: from linguistic to logical thinking, there are no comfortable, gentle, imperceptible transitions. In fact, there is no progress at all, no ascending or descending gradation. There is only reversal. What is to come alive in logical thinking must die away and become inert in linguistic thinking. The thought cannot become a concept without slipping out of the larva of its linguistic past life and casting the dead cocoon. These remnants or shells are no longer immediate, meaningful linguistic forms, but only a kind of trace or footprint that the logos has left behind in its leap. In their formula-like, pallid, and rigid outlook, in their grammatical schematism, we can still study and recognize the work that logical thought had to perform in order to free itself from linguistic thought. As apt as this picture is, a diarrhent systematic conclusion lies, however, inherent in it from the one that Vassler has drawn. For admittedly a true transformation is carried out in the progress from language to the logical concept. However, is not this transformation itself still an evolution? Logos may appear in language as if in a cocoon, but even so, are not the forces that will one day enable it to burst through the shell in which it lies confined not already at work within it? It seems to me that in pursuing his own basic idea, Vassler is himself led to a view of this sort. For as sharply as he stresses the opposition and the tension between, he nevertheless, at the same time, based on the vast distance and estrangement of both, points to the onset of a reversal, the admission of a speculative or reflective turning point. In this turning point, the abstract concept becomes dialectical. Thus, logical thinking first discovers its own nature, Wesen, and at the same time its unity with the linguistic. How could thinking discover this unity, however, if in some way, albeit latently, it did not lay the ground for it? Vassler himself speaks here of a return of thinking to itself, namely in the way that the linguistic direction of thought, which at first glance was free from doubt and was outwardly, is startled from its dream and critically illumined by the logical concept. This does not destroy and negate it merely stops it in its somnambulistic course, in order to orientate it on the way. On the basis of the findings of our systematic investigation, we have no need to contest this formulation of Vassler's thesis. We must stress only one point: although the reflective turning point of which Vassler speaks is indeed achieved only beyond language, it is nevertheless recognizable in itself, within language, and is, in a certain sense, prepared and anticipated in language. For the spoken word should never be thought of as a mere product of intuition. Rather, it contains in itself an act of reflection. The first characteristic trait of mindfulness, as Herder stresses, was the word of the soul, an awakening from the hovering dream of images, of mere sensible lived experiences. It is implicit in the very nature of spirit itself that its return to itself does not occur in a single isolated climax of its development but dominates and determines the whole of this development. The same characteristic process repeatedly begins at a diarrhent elevation, and this process brings about the separation between the world of immediate intuition and that of linguistic concepts, as well as the detachment of logical scientific concepts from linguistic concepts. For the process of finding characteristic traits, the process of qualifying concept formation, begins in language, although surely only in science is it guided into fixed and systematic channels. What began in language by chance is directed methodically toward a determinate goal in science. Even the linguistic concept, even the primary function of naming, is not possible unless a one in the many is apprehended and is fixed with the spiritual regard. A manifold of perceived or intuited contents are moved into a determinate perspective and by virtue of this are seen together as a unity. Every single linguistic concept thus establishes in this way a determinate center and focal point in which the rays from the various domains of intuitive being come together and, as it were, permeate one another. All these centers, however, are still separate. They do not form a unitary and homogeneous whole. The space of speech and thinking presents itself at first more as an aggregate than as a system. It consists of individual places and positions, which as yet stand in no thoroughgoing, enduring connection with one another. To the extent that language progresses in its development, this lacuna is more and more redressed. For the process of speech does not consist simply in coining more and more new names, in acquiring new individual significations. Rather, these significations must also enter into a relation with each other and mutually determine each other. Every predicative sentence is the beginning of such a determination. In it, the subject is related to a predicate and vice versa, and one is determined by the other. Each individual concept first obtains its full sense by this unremitting work of determination. The unpredictable manifold of interconnections into which it enters in the whole of speech, read, first gives it its content, Gehalt, and its shape, Gestalt. Of course, precisely because this shape, Gestalt, can never be thought of as absolutely stable and permanent, as fixed once and for all. It subsists only by producing and asserting itself in the river of speech, read, in its to and fro, in its ebb and flow. Language does not float along tranquilly in a predetermined stream, but rather, at every turn it must dig out its channel anew. The living flow itself produces the ever new and more highly developed shapes, Gestalten. Herein lies its true and original strength. However, from the standpoint of conceptual thinking, this is also its weakness. For the concept in the strict sense tends to posit a goal for this surge and flow. It demands stability and unambiguousness. In its being, it seeks to transcend and negate all indeterminacy and vagueness that language must tolerate in its becoming. Thus, although the concept requires and demands presentation in a symbolic sign, it does not make do with any arbitrary sign but sets up determinate requirements that the world of signs into which it immerses itself must satisfy. The first of these requirements is the postulate of identity. The same sign must always be chosen for the same content. The scope, Spielraum, of signification that is essential for language and that renders possible its movement, the state of affairs that a word can be taken sometimes in one sense and sometimes in another, must now be deliberately abolished. A strict, unambiguous correlation is intended between sign and signification. And this fundamental postulate implies another: every new concept that is set up in scientific thinking is related from the outset to the totality, Ganze, of this thinking, to the totality, Ganze, of possible concept formations. What it is and what it signifies depends on its validity within this totality, Ganze. Any truth that can be attributed to it is bound to this constant and thoroughgoing verification of the totality, Gesamtheit, of the contents and positing of thought, Denksetzung. From this requirement of the concept arises the demand for the concept signs that they must form a self-contained system. It is not enough that individual signs be arbitrarily correlated with individual contents of thought. Rather, they must all stand in a fixed order, so that the total ensemble of the signs is organized in accordance with a rule. Just as one thought content is conditioned by and grounded in another, so too must one sign be grounded in another. That is to say, it must be possible to derive one sign from another in accordance with a determinate law of construction. This requirement, to be sure, can be fulfilled with true strictness only where the concept itself satisfies all the requirements of precision, where it is susceptible of a definition that delimits and determines it from all sides. The tendency toward such a determination, however, prevails in the concept even where the nature of the objects toward which it is directed posits barriers to its complete implementation. Even where the concept still remains close to the concrete individual intuition and seeks to exhaust it, it is never oriented toward this intuition as something singular but seeks to gather it into the continuum of its forms and to understand it through this continuum. The particular concept strives toward the community of concepts, the particular eidos or genos aims, to speak with Plato, toward the community of forms. This striving cannot content itself with a mere manifold of signs such as the words of language. Rather, it requires that the signs themselves possess a determinate structure, that they must not only stand alongside one another but must unfold from one another and be surveyed through a determinate principle. If the sign is to fulfill this new task that it is given here, then it must of course disengage itself from the sphere of intuitive existence far more sharply and energetically than it had in the domain of language. The word of language also had to rise above this sphere. However, it kept returning to it over and over again. Although it unfolded its force in the pure function of pointing to, in the end it still strove here to find a way to immediately represent, vertigen wortigen, the object to which the pointing to referred. We have already seen how in the formation of its deictic particles, which became for it the starting point of certain basic originary grammatical forms, language repeatedly proceeded in this way. Where these particles, designating the here and the over there, the spatial near or distance from the one who is speaking, the direction from the speaker to the one spoken to or vice versa, first appear, a wholly sensible tonality still clings to them. They are intimately fused with the direct gesture of showing, whereby an individual object is raised up out of the sphere of the immediately perceived. The first formation of the spatial words of language, the formation of the demonstrative pronouns, the article, etc. everywhere reveals this primary unity of language and gesture. Originally, all these words are nothing other than phonetic metaphors, which first receive their signification from the whole of the intuitive situation in which they are uttered. And even where language has long since broken free from this bond to the sensible present, Symbolic gegenwärtig, even where it has raised itself to the relation of pure intellectual and abstract concepts, this tendency, Zug, toward the pictorial, bildhaft, continues to exist. Here too it strives to give the concept a body, to apprehend it through certain corporeal features. Sensationalism tends to point out this metaphoric character of all speech in order to conclude that basically in its root all thinking is sensibly determined and bound. This conclusion, however, would be valid only if the symbolism that thinking makes use of, and that even pure thinking cannot dispense with, depended solely on language. The development of thinking, however, suggests rather the contrary. It shows not only that thought uses the signs that language owes it already stamped, but that whenever thought enters into a new form, it creates and gives itself an appropriate form of signs. And what distinguishes these pure concept signs from the words of language is precisely that no intuitive associative sense adheres to them, that they no longer bear any sensible color, farba, any individual atmosphere, colorant. From the means of expression and the means of intuitive presentation, they have become pure bearers of signification. What is meant, germained, and intended in them stands outside the sphere of actual or even of possible perception. Language can never definitively leave and break through this sphere even where speech, read, as objective logos, is directed towards something absolutely nonsensible. It can designate this nonsensible something only from the standpoint of the speaking, readent. It is never a pure statement, usage. Rather, at the same time, there lives in it a mode, an individual form of saying, sagen, in which the speaking, sprechend subject expresses themselves. All living speech, read, contains within it this duality, this polarity of subject and object, object. Living speech not only points to certain states of airs but also expresses the position of the subject toward these states of airs. This inward participation of the I in the content of the spoken comes to expression in countless subtle nuances, in changes of dynamic accents, in changes of tempo, rhythm, in the transformations and beats of the sentence melody. To divest discourse of this feeling tone would annihilate its heartbeat, pulse, and breath. Admittedly, however, there is a stage in the development of spirit at which this very sacrifice is demanded of it. Spirit must progress to a pure apprehension of the world, in which all the particularities resulting out of a deference to the apprehending itself are erased. As soon as this demand arises, as soon as its necessity is consciously recognized, the intellect must pass beyond the pillars of Hercules erected by language. And it is this transition that opens up the domain of true, rigorous science. In its symbolic signs and concepts, everything that possessed any sort of mere expressive value is extinguished. It is no longer any individual subject here but simply the thing, Zaka, itself that comes to language. On the one hand, this seems to signify an immense impoverishment. The movement of language now seems to have been stopped. Its inner form seems to have frozen into a mere formula. On the other hand, however, what this formula lacks in closeness to life and individual fullness it makes up for through its universality, through its scope and general validity. In this universality, national as well as individual differences are sublated. The plural concept of languages loses its justification. It is repressed and replaced by the thought of a characteristica universalis, which enters the scene in the form of a lingua universalis. With this, we now stand at the birthplace of mathematical and mathematical natural scientific cognition. From the viewpoint of our general problem, we may say that this cognition exerts itself precisely at the point where thought breaks through the cloak of language, not to appear absolutely unclothed, bereft of all symbolic dress, but to enter into a fundamentally different symbolic form. The word of language, with its variability, mutability, and iridescent ambiguity, must now make way for the pure sign with its determinacy and constancy of significance. Thus, Vossler also stresses, in the presence of mathematical and natural scientific concepts, all languages are outwardly equal. These concepts are capable of making themselves at home in every language, since they not only dwell in the outward form of the language but consume and hollow out the inward form. The mathematical concepts of the circle, the triangle, the sphere, of number etc., or the natural scientific concepts of force, matter, the atom etc., only become fully and strictly scientific when everything intuitive, everything imaginative, all mythical and linguistic thinking that may still haunt them is eradicated. And yet, this eradication signifies no break in the life of spirit. Rather, it manifests the unity of the law that it follows in its development. For the very same process of dematerialization and detachment that proved active in the beginnings of language now returns at a new stage and undergoes a dialectical intensification, an accentuation, and a potentization. Admittedly, there seems to be an abyss, Abgrund, between the scientific concept and the linguistic concept. However, on closer scrutiny, this abyss is the same gulf that thinking must have already leapt over before it could arrive at linguistic thinking. If we look back at the examples of animal semantics discussed earlier, their essential limitation seems to lie in their remaining confined to a singular moment, Augenblick, and to a singular present, Gegenwärtig, situation of perception. This bondage, Gebundenheit, to the here and now is characteristic of all forms of communication, Mitteilung, in the sphere of animal life. When the individual bee gives its companions an account of the flowery scent it has discovered, its giving of an account takes place through the medium of a real material communication. The scent must be displaced from the place where it is found into the perceptual field of the fellow bees who are to be enlisted for flight. It must, in the literal sense of the word, be carried over there, in order to serve as a signal and impulse for the swarm. Even though more complicated forms may gradually join this simple form, even though a contact of a higher order may be created by the interpolation of middle lengths, still it is the sensible intuitive presence, Anwesenheit, of the object, that first creates this contact, that gives the sign its intelligibility, Verständlichkeit. Only human language overcomes this bond to the immediately given and present, Vorhanden, sensible situation. Only it is truly able to reach into the spatial or temporal distance. This reaching, Greifen, into the distance becomes the beginning of all conceiving, Begriffen, in general. Thought ultimately comes to a point, however, where this striving into the expanse of space and time no longer suisses, where, rather, a progress and transcending of a fundamentally diarrhent and more diacold kind is required of it. It must now not only tear itself away from the here and now, from the present place and moment, Augenblick, but must reach out beyond the whole of space and time, beyond the boundaries of intuitive presentation and of all presentability. Thus, it must detach itself from the native soil not only of intuition but also of language. And yet thought could not have accomplished this ultimate and highest endeavor if it had not previously gone through the school of language. In language, it gathered and concentrated the power that ultimately raised it beyond language itself. Language taught it to peso the sphere of intuitive existence and to raise it from the sensible individual to the whole, the totality of intuition. Now, it no longer contents itself with this totality, Ganzheit, but goes beyond it to put forward the requirement of necessity and universal validity. Language is no longer suicient for it, however much the original powers of reason prevail in its construction. Every particular language constitutes its own subjective view of the world from which it cannot and will not detach itself. Rather, this very diversity, this differentiation, is the medium in which it enables them to unfold. It is like the air in which alone they can breathe. If, on the other hand, we progress from the words of language to the characters of pure science, particularly to the symbols of logic and mathematics, a kind of vacuumous space, as it were, would seem to envelop us. At the same time, however, it would appear that the movement of spirit is not obstructed and destroyed thereby, but rather that spirit for the first time truly discovers itself as that which contains within itself the principle, the beginning of movement. The vehicle of word language on which it had so long relied can carry it no further, but spirit now feels strong enough and powerful enough to risk the flight that will carry it to a new goal. If we attempt to follow the individual stages in this path, we must begin with a process that at first sight seems to belong wholly to the domain of language formation itself, or at least is deeply rooted in it. All exact concept formation starts from the realm of number, from the determination and designation of the natural number series. The sequence of numerical signs is the first example and enduring prototype of all pure ordinal signs. If, however, the pure form of science begins in this way with the form of the number, then the beginning of number, on the contrary, begins in a diarrhent and far earlier stratum than that of strict scientific concept formation. There is, after all, no phase of language formation in which some impulse toward number formation cannot be disclosed, in which, though with ever so primitive means, the diarrhence between unity and multiplicity is not apprehended and fixed through definite linguistic means. The form of the number and of enumeration is therefore the actual connecting link in which we can clearly represent, vertige and wortige, the interconnection between linguistic and scientific thinking as well as the characteristic opposition between them. The origins of number carry us back then to a domain in which language does not yet seem to have attained its independent significance, its autonomy. Phonetic language and gesture have not yet separated from one another but are still closely intertwined in each another. The sense of the enumerative act can be apprehended only in the carrying out of a corresponding corporeal movement, a specific number gesture. Consequently, the sphere of numbers and the enumerable does not extend beyond the sphere of these movements. At this stage, the number thus appears far more as a concept of the hand, Handbegri, than as a concept of thinking, Denkbegri. We were able to demonstrate this bond everywhere in the configuration of numerals in the languages of natural peoples. It was shown that it was precisely in them that the pure objective sense of presentation, Darstellungssinn, receded the most. They no longer serve the designation of an objective state of airs but serve, rather, as determinate directives, or one might say imperatives for certain motor movements. The word name, for 5, for example, means, besagt, that the hand used in counting should be closed. The word name for 6 means bezocht, that a jump should be made from one hand to the other. It scarcely seems able to go beyond the bond to the subject and the partiality in it. After all, the subject must be present, gegenwärtig, and sensibly apprehensible not only as an individual I but even as a determinate material lived body, before the individual stages of the enumerative act can be differentiated from one another. And yet, even in this most primitive mode of counting, closer analysis reveals a motif that points in a new and different direction. For as sensible and material as the original numerical terms may seem in their linguistic configuration, this does not detract from the function they have to fulfill. They are closely dependent on noun substantives. Dingword, thingword, the names for the hand, for the fingers and toes, etc. are employed at the same time as the proper names for certain numbers. Even so, it is not the hand itself or the fingers themselves that is meant, gemeint, when the numeral in question is spoken and toward which the linguistic intention is directed. Rather, everything depends on the fact that the individual thing names, dingnamen, are repeated respectively in a determinate sequence that as such must be firmly fixed in the mind, so that the individual names always recur in the same order. Once this condition is fulfilled, each element belonging to this sequence grows beyond its initial significance. Although it started out as a mere thing sign, it has now become a sign of position. When the natives of New Guinea count, they first name the fingers of the left hand, then the wrist, the elbow, the shoulder, the neck, the breast. Nevertheless, this pronouncing of the names of the individual parts of the body does not have the intention of pointing them out as sensible objects. Rather, it serves in the differentiation of the individual stages in the act of enumeration itself. The thing name functions as an index of enumeration. It indicates an earlier or later step within the whole series. The extension in which such a differentiation is possible may be extremely limited. Thus, for example, an independent name may be given only to the first and second, or at most to the third and fourth, member, glede, of the series, but beyond this limit, there is only a vague expression for indefinitely many. Even in this extreme limitation, however, a new approach and application of thought is recognized. For the word of language has now become the expression of a spiritual operation, however simple. It still leans, almost anxiously as it were, on the intuition of individual sensible objects for support. However, in them, though at first unclearly and uncertainly, it apprehends an element of their form that refers not to the simple what of these objects but to the manner in which they are ordered and in which they may in turn be coordinated, zuordnen, to each other. The scientific concept of number arises when this first beginning is freed from all accidental barriers and raised to the level of the absolutely universal. It requires a universal system of ordinal signs that progresses from an initial positing according to a determinate, generally valid principle. No outward boundaries may be set to this progress. The quantity of things that can be distinguished for us in sense perception or in intuitive representation may no longer be the measure for the formation of ordinal signs. Rather, these signs now possess a purely ideal character. They designate, to speak with Leibniz, orders of the possible, not of the actual. The consideration of language has surely taught us what difficulties stand in the way of this turn toward the idea, what obstacles and setbacks thought must face on this way to itself. The transitions and intermediaries may be disclosed here step for step. Number has at first no independent, no purely abstract, sense. Rather, it can appear only in the enumerated and is still tainted with all its particularization, its particularity. It does not refer to objects in general without difference but in each instance only to an individual class of objects, so that different numerical terms must be employed for different types of objects. Each class, such as persons and things, Sachen, animate and inanimate things, Dinge, flat or long or round objects, Objekte, requires a special group of numerical terms to designate it. The mathematical concept of number, however, distinguishes itself from the numerical terms of language precisely in the fact that it has freed itself from all these entanglements and involvements. It has overcome the heterogeneity that seems to be imposed and forced on thought by the manifold of objects, Objekte, and penetrated to the homogeneity, to the genus and eidos of the number. Now, individual numbers have no detachable being apart from their positional value, no individuality in the sense of a concrete givenness. And while thought in this way distinguishes the pure form of the numerical relation from everything that can enter into it, it can make unlimited use of this form. The outcome is what we may call a qualitative and quantitative infinity of number. Quantitative, because the operation from which the individual numbers arise can be applied over and over again to its result, and qualitative, because the principle by virtue of which the order and series ensued is independent of the particular constitution of the content in which the serial relation constitutes itself. Thus, in a fragment on the universal characteristic, Leibniz writes, It is an old saying that God created all things according to measure, weight, and number. Nevertheless, there are things that cannot be weighed, namely those that possess no potency or force. There are things that are without parts and thus admit of no measurement. But there is nothing that evades number. Hence number in a manner of speaking is a metaphysical figure, figua, and arithmetic is a kind of statics of the universe, in which the forces of things are investigated. This ontological universality of number is rooted in the fact that in it an absolutely general and ideal standard of contemplation is acquired. This standard is applicable wherever any manifold of contents, however constituted in other respects, fulfills one condition, namely that it fixates elements, elementae, that may be ordered and organized according to a determinate viewpoint. In his natural philosophy, Plato designated space as the originary form of all material being, because it provides the receptive principle, the p?t, t, the first that can receive, for all material stew, because all material configurations are only particular determinations of the general form of space. In a similar way, the realm of numbers forms a kind of receptacle for all comprehension and apprehension of concrete orders. Through the universal system of signs provided by number, thought first acquires the possibility to apprehend all being toward which it is directed as a thoroughly determinate being and to comprehend it under the perspective of the universal and necessary. One of the most striking features in the picture, built, of modern mathematics is that it recognizes this logical universality of the pure concept of number and that it has constructed a system of analysis on it. Surely even today, the attempts at grounding the number concept differ greatly in terms of the details. However, in the work of Cantor and Dedekind, of Frege and Russell, of Peano and Hilbert, the characteristic methodological tendency in which this grounding is sought stands out clearly. While only a few decades ago, a thinker of the stature of Helmholtz could attempt a derivation of the number concept along essentially empiricist lines, today it can be said that strict empiricism has progressively lost ground, Bowden, in this domain. Since Frege's classical argument against Mill's arithmetic of gingerbread biscuits and pebbles, a final purification seems to have been achieved here. As Frege defines and derives cardinal number, it can no longer be designated as the property of a thing in general, let alone a sensibly perceivable object. Rather, it may be determined only as the property of a concept. When a scythe emperor's carriage is drawn by 4 horses, writes Frege in the Foundations of Arithmetic, I attribute the number 4 to the concept of the horse that draws the emperor's carriage. Dedekind, however, goes a different way here, though for him too, it is settled that the number concept is to be regarded as an immediate emanation of the pure laws of thinking. And Russell's whole theory of the principles of mathematics aims to prove that in order to determine and establish the sense of the numerical concept, we need presuppose nothing other than purely logical constants. Even mathematical intuitionismus, presents no opposition to this basic tendency of contemplation. For as sharply as it differs from the formalistic and logistic tendency in its view of the relationship between mathematics and logic, the originary intuition, your intuition, from which it sets up as the source of number is anything but an intuition, Anschauung, of empirical objects, Objekte. Even Brouwer, in his attempt at grounding a purely intuitionistisch, mathematics, does not begin with the representation of things but from the positing of a basic relation, from which he derives the concept of order and with it the concept of number. A species P is said to be virtually ordered if an asymmetrical relation, which we shall designate as an ordering relation is defined for the element pairs, A, B, of P within it. This relation, which we express by a B, or A before B, or A to the left of B, or A lower than B, or BA, or B after A, or B to the right of A, or B higher than A, possesses very definite ordering properties, which must be designated universally and exactly. If we compare this development of the problem of number in pure mathematics to its apprehension and shape in philosophy and in the critique of cognition, there thus emerges here, admittedly, another picture. More sharply than before, the systematic opposition in the basic outlook manifests itself. Even within the sphere of critical philosophy, the opposition would seem irreconcilable. According to the systematic organization of the critique of pure reason, the theory of number belongs neither to the transcendental aesthetic nor to the transcendental logic. It forms, rather, an intermediary and binding link that connects the two with one another. Kant defines number as the pure schema of magnitude as a concept of the understanding, because it grasps together the successive addition of one, homogeneous, to another. It is thus nothing other than the unity of the synthesis of the manifold of a homogeneous intuition in general, in that consciousness generates time itself in the apprehension of the intuition. This basic view is able to develop further in 2 different directions, according to whether the stress is laid on the element of understanding or on the element of sensibility, on the motive of synthesis or on that of intuition. In the first case, number appears not merely as a formation, Gebilde, of pure thinking but virtually as its prototype and origin. It not only arises from the pure lawfulness of thinking, but designates the primary and originary act to which it is ultimately traced back. Accordingly, an exponent of logical idealism stresses: for thinking there can be nothing more original than itself, thinking that is, the positing of relation. Whatever else we might claim as the ground of number would include this positing of relation, and it could appear as the ground of number only because it contains the true ground, the positing of relation, as a presupposition. Opposed to this view is the one developed by Rickert in his book Das Eine, Die Einheit und die Eins, the one, the unity, and one. For according to Rickert, number not only cannot be dissolved into the elements, elemente, of logic but forms the example par excellence of the illogical whose nature, Wesen, can be apprehended most purely and indicated most clearly by the critique of cognition. Thus, any attempt to derive even the most elementary arithmetical concept or even the most elementary arithmetical truth from purely logical premises remains hopeless. Even a proposition such as equals presupposes an experiential or intuitable element, an element that is barely encompassed in the logical form of unity and remains illogical. This thesis seems to cut the ground from under any or to penetrate the essence of number through the presuppositions of pure logic. And nevertheless, the problem acquires a diarrhent character here as soon as we consider not simply the conclusion but also the methodological and substantive, sachlich, grounds of Rickert's theory. For it appears then that the element in which this theory separates sharply from the basic view of logical idealism and by virtue of which it resists it lies far less in Rickert's view of number than in his view of the nature, Wesen, of logos. As far as number is concerned, Rickert clearly and decisively rejects any attempt at an empiricist grounding, any derivation of its sense and content, Gehalt, from the things of empirical reality. Its independence of experience, its a priority and ideality remain intact. If he nevertheless designates it as an illogical formation, Gebilde, this in his language means only that over against the logical object that is constituted by unity and alterity, by identity and diversity, Verschiedenheit, the object of number constitutes a content sui generis. Identity and Differenz, Unterschied, form the logical minimum without which no sort of objectivity is thinkable. However, this minimum does not sue us to construct the concept of the numerical one, the concept of quantity and of the numerical series as an ordered sequence of elements, elementi. Rickert stresses: the insights of mathematics, like all purely theoretical insights, are certainly logical in the broader sense of the word. However, nevertheless, there must be something special that is added to the pure logos and makes it into a specifically mathematical logos. Or does mathematical ratio coincide with the purely logical ratio? Is the mathematical procedure not, rather, rational only in a very special sense? Grasped in this way, the problem posed by Rickert is no doubt justified, but of course, it is not a clear and adequate expression of the problem to say that because number is not absorbed by logic that it must be designated as something illogical. For this expression repeatedly makes it seem not only as if in the nature, Wesen, of number something else was posited that goes beyond pure logical identity and diversity, Verschiedenheit, but also as if this something else were in some way foreign to thinking, as if it were opposed to the logical. Mere particularization in no way includes, however, any such opposition. The specific difference, does not depart from the genus or negate the genus but rather contains its closer determination. Logical idealism itself is also far from asserting a simple coincidence of number with the logical. Rather, it only regards number as a determination of the logical. If we take the logical in Rickert's sense, if we regard identity and diversity, Verschiedenheit, as the sole, in the strict sense, logical categories, then there can be no doubt that these categories are in themselves insufficient to produce the realm of number and of mathematics in general. Insofar as it aimed merely to substantiate this proposition, Rickert's demonstration would have been greatly simplified and sharpened if he had made use of the instruments provided by modern logical calculus, particularly by relational calculus. For, expressed in the language of this calculus, identity and diversity, Verschiedenheit, are symmetrical relations, Relationen, whereas for the construction of the series of number and for the concept of ordered sequence in general, an asymmetrical relation is indispensable. If on the other hand, however, we understand the concept of logical form in its full universality, if we take it as an expression of relatedness in general, under which all individual varieties of relation, the transitive as well as the intransitive, the symmetrical as well as the non-symmetrical and asymmetrical, are subsumed as special cases, then number cannot be denied admittance into this universal system. Number no more exhausts the system than it falls outside of it, rather, it forms a foundation and cornerstone that cannot be extracted from the whole structure without endangering its stability and security. For precisely because number presents the schema of order and series in general, thinking always sees itself brought back to it as soon as it seeks to apprehend the content of being as ordered. Thinking possesses here the fundamental means of its orientation, the ideal axis around which it rotates the world. Wherever it is confronted by a manifold of given contents, thinking attempts this transposition into its own ideal norm. The Pythagoreans expressed this basic relationship in their first enthusiasm over the philosophical and scientific discovery of number by saying that number is being. For being cannot be thought except in the form of determinacy, of harmonious order, but there is determinacy and harmonious order only where number reigns. However, in addition to the basic formula that expresses the metaphysical identity of being in number, there is found in the Pythagoreans another methodologically sharper and more cautious formula. In it, number is designated no longer as being as such but now as the truth of being. The nature of truth and that of number are essentially related to each other. The one can be known only in and through the other. The subsequent development of theoretical cognition shows of course that logical form as such is not restricted to the domain of number and the innumerable. Rather, the realm of this form extends to the domain and law of necessary connection. The realm of numbers provides the clearest example of a manifold that is constructed in accordance with strict law, that arises in an unequivocal way and in systematic completeness from a fundamental and originary positing and from a principle that regulates the advance from it to a second positing and thence to a third, etc. From now on, wherever thought is confronted by a construction of the same conceptual type, it possesses an analogy of number. In his earliest basic philosophical conceptions, Leibniz started with a project, Entwurf, for a universal arithmetic, but he soon extended this to a project for a general combinatorics. This need not be limited to numbers as such, as it could equally as well extend to formations, Gebilde, of a completely other kind, for example, to points, and for this, Leibniz provided an example in the configuration of his analysis situs, which is a pure point calculus. Whenever and wherever there is an original generative relation, and where it is such that the whole of a domain is completely determined, we have the essential presupposition for the dominance of logical form. The condition for this dominance is that by repeated application of the basic relation, every element of the manifold may be reached in a regulated sequence of steps of thought and be defined by means of this sequence. The form, taken in its most general sense, is never exhausted in the positing of the one and the other and in the differentiation of both but requires the determinability of one by the other. Wherever this determinability not only is empirically given but follows from a necessary law that is valid for all elements, elemente, a strictly deductive progress from member to member and a synopsis, a single synthetic survey of the allness, allheit, of the members, becomes possible. This specific mode of vision, Blick, not any particular quality of content, Inhaltigkeit, that might be expressed in an individual element or characteristic trait, determines the object as a logical mathematical object. Step by step, modern logic and modern mathematics have approached the fulfillment of this ideal. However, the establishment, Aufstellung, of the ideal had been accomplished by systematic philosophy long before its concrete fulfillment. The fundamental conception was expressed by Descartes with surprising universality and a positively prophetic clarity. At the age of 22, he wrote in his diary Larviti nunc scienti sunt, quae larvis sublatus pulcherrimi apparent catenae scientiarum providentiae non dies ilius viti biceres animo retinere quam seriere numerorum. The sciences are currently masked. If the masks were lifted, they would appear in all their beauty to him who perceives the chain uniting them. They will be no more difficult to keep in one's mind than a series of numbers. The sciences, which had hitherto formed a coexistence, an aggregate, should now be forged into a chain, each single link of which reaches over into the next and is connected with it in accordance with a strict rule. From this concept of the chain, which in Descartes contains in general the germ of a new form of scientific theory, Dedekind was to derive his new fundamental foundation of arithmetic. However, with Descartes, on the basis of the methodological perspective that is acquired here, the thought advances in the direction of a newer and deeper insight into the object of exact science. Arithmetic and geometry, statics and mechanics, astronomy and music seem to deal with very different objects, objectae, and yet, on closer scrutiny, they are only elements, diverse aspects and manifestations of one and the same cognitive form. The general scientific theory, the Mathesis Universalis, treats this cognitive form. It does not relate to number, to spatial form, to motion as such, but extends to everything that is determined according to order and measure. As early as Descartes, the concept of order appears as the more general and the concept of measure as the more specialized motive in this determination. Every measurement we undertake in a manifold is ultimately grounded in a determinate function of order. However, without particular additional presuppositions, not everything that is ordered is measurable. Thus, the real decisive characteristic of the object of mathematics is increasingly concentrated in the one basic concept of order. In Leibniz, this intellectual process is completed, and at the same time, a further requirement is clearly formulated, namely that an exactly determined order of signs must correspond to the order of thoughts. Only by virtue of this order of signs does thought acquire a truly systematic survey of the whole of its ideal objects. Every single operation of thinking must be expressible by an analogous operation in signs and must be verifiable through the general rules that have been established for the connection of signs. With this postulate, the standpoint of the modern Mathesis Universalis is achieved. Although this Mathesis Universalis demands a thoroughgoing formalization of the entire process of mathematical thought, it by no means abandons the relation to the object. The objects themselves, however, are no longer concrete things, they are rather pure relational forms, relations for men. It is not the what of the connected but the how of the connection that decides whether a certain manifold belongs to the sphere of mathematical objects. A modern mathematician writes in summing up this basic view: if we have a certain class of relations, relation, and if the only question we ask is whether or not certain ordered groups of objects, objecte satisfy these relations, relation, then the results of these investigations are called mathematical. In this version of the concept, the mathematical is fundamentally extended beyond its initial, classical domain, beyond the domain of quantity and magnitude. Leibniz defined combinatorics as the scientia de qualitate and invariant equated quality in the most general sense with form. As a matter of fact, modern mathematics also discloses a whole series of disciplines in which there can no longer be any question of the consideration or comparison of extensive magnitudes. In geometry, for example, metric geometry stands alongside projective geometry as an independent and autonomous formation, Gebilde, whose construction has no need of the specific relation of magnitude, of the standpoint of the larger being or smaller being. The same is true of analysis situs and of the geometrical characteristic, as it was founded by Leibniz and developed by Hermann Grassmann, who directly expanded on Leibniz's basic ideas. Even in the domain of arithmetic, determination by the concept of magnitude proves to be too narrow. The theory of substitutions takes its place side by side with the theories of number as they are developed by elementary arithmetic, but it develops that the basic theorems of elementary arithmetic can be strictly deduced only on the basis of this theory of substitutions. And from here, the path leads further to that concept that has been said to be perhaps the most characteristic concept in 19th-century mathematics. 4. Investigations of groups of letter substitutions give rise to the general concept of a group of operations and the new discipline of group theory. With this discipline, not only was an important domain adjoined to the system of mathematics, but it soon became increasingly clear in its further construction that a new, far-reaching motive of mathematical thinking was founded here. Felix Klein's famous Erlanger program shows how the inner form of geometry changes under the influence of this motive. Geometry now becomes subordinated to the theory of invariance as a special case. What links the various geometries together is that each of them considers certain basic properties of spatial formations, Gebilde, which prove invariant in relation to certain transformations. What distinguishes them from one another is the fact that each one of these geometries is characterized by a particular transformation. Group. To convince ourselves that the group theory has in this way encroached on the overall conception of geometry and the configuration of other basic mathematical disciplines, we need only recall the significance that Lie's theory of transformation groups had for the theory of differential equations. This already suggests the supposition that a general epistemo-critical sense is to be assigned a special status. Indeed, an inner methodological interconnection between the basic concept of number and that of group can also be shown. From an epistemo-critical point of view, the latter, as it were, elevates to a higher stage of consideration the same problem from which the concept of number began. The creation of the series of natural numbers begins by fixating a first element, and stating a rule, through whose repeated application more and more new elements, elementae, can be produced. They are all joined in a unitary whole by the fact that every connection that we make with elements, elementae, of the numerical series defines in turn a new number. If we form the sum of the two numbers a and b or their diarents, their product, etc., then the values a plus b, a, b, a times b do not fall out of the basic series but belong to it as determinate positions, or at least can be indirectly related to the positions of the basic series in accordance with fixed rules. Thus, however far we progress in ever-renewed syntheses, we are still certain that the logical framework, Raman, in which our consideration moves, much as it may be extended, will never be totally broken. The thought of the self-contained, unitary realm of numbers means precisely that the connection of ever so many arithmetical operations always leads back ultimately to arithmetical elements, elementi. In group theory, this same aspect is now raised to true and strict universality. For in it, the dualism of the element, and operation is, so to speak, sublated. The operation itself has become an element. A totality, Gesamtheit, of operations forms a group when any two transformations that we have successively undertaken lead to a determinate result that may also be arrived at through a single operation belonging to the totality. The group, accordingly, is nothing other than an exact expression for what is understood by a self-contained operational field, or system of operations. The theory of transformation groups, whether we think of it in reference to finite discrete groups or to continuous transformation groups, can thus, logically considered, be designated as a new dimension of arithmetic. It is an arithmetic that refers no longer to numbers but to forms, to relations, relation, and operations. And we see once again that a deeper penetration into the world of forms and its inner lawfulness signifies here at the same time a new step in the direction of the real, in the progress of our cognition of reality. Leibniz's words hold true on this point: le réel ne laisse pas se gouverner par l'idéal et l'abstrait. Kepler has said that number is the eye of the mind through which reality becomes visible, sichtbar, to us, and this is valid also for group theory, which has been designated as the most striking example of purely intellectual mathematics. Kepler added that only through number can certain physical interconnections be interpreted. It is through the concept of the group that Minkowski was able to translate the complex of problems in the special theory of relativity into purely mathematical form and so elucidate them from an entirely new angle. And again, the group theory of space metrics led to important insights in modern physics by divesting certain observed facts of their merely accidental character and making it possible to consider them from a general systematic standpoint. If on the basis of these general theoretical considerations, we now attempt to determine the position of number in the system of mathematics as a whole, we find that for this determination, it is necessary to differentiate clearly two elements that have often crossed and intertwined with one another in the course of the historical development of the problem. We already find in the Pythagorean theory a peculiar wavering in the expression of the basic idea. Side by side with the basic and central formula, according to which every being, seen, is its nature, Wesen, according to number, stand other formulas according to which all being, sein, imitates number and by virtue of this imitation participates in it. In the fragments of Philolaus, it is said not only that things are numbers but that everything knowable, incidental as to how it is conditioned, has its number. This having of number appears at first sight as an elusive and curiously conflicting relationship. For it embraces unity and otherness, identity and difference, Verschiedenheit, and it distinguishes being and number from one another, auseinander, and at the same time measures one against each other, aneinander, and indissolubly connects them with one another, miteinander. Time and time again, this original tension of motives has threatened to break out into a dialectical conflict. Only modern mathematics has created the means by which to maintain the tension and at the same time to intellectually master it. Modern mathematics has comprehended the polarity that opens here at the same time, however, it has developed it into a pure correlation. Now it becomes evident that the realm of objects with which mathematics deals cannot be reduced to mere quantity, to number or magnitude. On the other hand, however, the continuous referring back, Rückbeziehung dependence relating back, of all mathematical objects to number and its fundamental form of order is preserved. Thus, the way that leads beyond number always leads back to it. One must take both tendencies together in order to gain an insight into the intellectual structure of modern mathematics. However far its object may go beyond the realm of numbers, it still remains attached to number in its method. Hermann Weyl writes, "The modern development of our science has shown the old explanation of mathematics as the theory of number and space to be too narrow, yet there is no doubt that even in such disciplines as pure geometry, analysis situs, group theory, etc., the natural numbers are brought from the very start into relation with the objects treated. Thus, precisely in the broadening that modern mathematics has undergone, the tendency, Zug, toward arithmetization is preserved and in fact stands out with particular sharpness. Every great thinker who has given the mathematics of the 19th century its spiritual imprint has contributed to the steady progress of this work. Gauss, who called mathematics the queen of the sciences, designated arithmetic the queen of mathematics. In the same sense, Felix Klein called for a thoroughgoing arithmetization of mathematics. In this way, the The definitive securing of mathematical cognition also appears to be grounded. Thus, for example, Hilbert proved that geometry was free from contradiction by demonstrating a procedure by which the elements, elementae, and theorems of geometry could in an unequivocal manner be mapped, Ableton, onto a purely arithmetical manifold. If it can be shown that and why such a manifold is free from contradiction, then likewise the coherence of the geometrical domains would seem to have been secured. Hilbert thus regards the numerical order as the ultimate and fundamental stratum of the axiomatic thinking that is characteristic of mathematics as such. In general, the procedure of the axiomatic method consists in continuously sinking the foundations of the various domains of knowledge to a deeper level. However, a truly radical grounding and consolidation can be achieved only if we succeed in anchoring the domain axioms in number axioms. Hilbert concludes his exposition thus. Everything that can as such be the object of scientific thinking falls to the axiomatic method and thus indirectly to mathematics, as soon as it is ripe for the formation of a theory. By penetrating to deeper and deeper strata of axioms, we also gain ever deeper insights into the nature, Wesen, of scientific thinking itself and become increasingly aware of the unity of our knowledge. Under the sign of the axiomatic method, mathematics seems to be called upon to play a leading role in all science in general. We recognize in all this that it is not so much number as the content of thinking so much as number as a type of thinking that determines the specific nature of modern mathematics. If in this way, however, pure mathematics is thus defined as the science of numbers and numbers as signs manufactured by us for the ordering faculties of our understanding, then the question of the truth content, Gehalt, of these signs itself becomes all the more urgent. Are they mere signs, befit no objective significance? Or have they a fundamentum in re? And if the latter is true, where shall we seek this foundation? Is it provided ready-made by intuition, or must it, aside from and independently from all givenness of intuition, be acquired and secured in independent acts of reason, in a pure spontaneity of thinking? With these questions, we stand at the center and spiritual focal point of the methodological battle that is now being waged again over the sense and content, Gehalt, of the basic concepts of mathematics. We cannot go into the details of this battle or into its origins here. We shall merely inquire into its significance for our own basic problem, the problem of symbolic thinking. 4. The object of mathematics. The formalist and intuitionist grounding of mathematics. Before we consider the opposition between formalism and intuitionism, intuitionismus, in its present methodological intensification, let us look back at its historical presuppositions and preparations. This retrospective is decisive not only for historical interests but also for systematic ones. For it appears that much misunderstanding between the contending tendencies might have been avoided, that the crux of the opposition might have been made to stand out more clearly, if both camps had been aware of the long preliminary history of the problem in both logic and philosophy. As early as Aristotle, we find a remark suggesting that he found the essence of geometrical definition not in a mere conceptual explanation but in an explanation that contained a theorem and proof of existence. The geometer assumes the significance of the word triangle, but he must prove that there are triangles. As for the rest, the concept of geometrical construction, in the framing it received in the philosophical and mathematical theory of antiquity, is closely connected with the problem of the proof of existence. And the renaissance of mathematical thinking as it took place in the 16th and 17th centuries started from this very point. Spinoza, Hobbes, Schönhaus, and Leibniz worked here in the same direction. For them, all the problems of genetic, or as they call it causal, definition take on a systematic philosophical significance extending far beyond the domain of mathematics. It was Leibniz with his methodological clarity and mastery who gathered all these considerations into one and determined their place in the general structure of logic. The strife between nominalism and realism that had dominated all medieval logic now took on a new form, redeemed, as it were, from sterile speculation. It entered into the heart of the concrete work of the exact sciences. Hobbes had endeavored to demonstrate that the truth of basic mathematical concepts as well as their universality were simply a verbal truth and a verbal universality. According to him, they were grounded not in the object, Sache, but in the word. They rested solely on a convention regarding linguistic signs. In opposition to this view, Leibniz suggests the idea that the sign itself, insofar as it is to be a meaningful, Bedeutungsvoll, sign, is subject to certain objective conditions. The symbols and characters of mathematics cannot be formed haphazardly, nor can they be connected according to subjective convenience. Rather, they obey certain norms of connectability that are stipulated by the necessity of the object, Sache. Yet this object, Sache, by which these norms must constantly orient themselves and whose inner truth they seek to bring to expression, is to be thought of not as an empirical thing, Ding, but as the consistent existence of certain relations that prevail among pure ideas. It is here that all mathematical concept formation and all mathematical sign bestowing find their support and inner measure. The connection of characters must correspond to the objective relations, relation, of ideas. Ars characteristica est ars ita formandi atque ordinandi characteres, ut referent cogitationes, seuetim inter se habeant relationem, quam cogitationes inter se habent. Expressio est aggregatum characterum remque exprimitur representantium. Lex expressionum haec est ad ex quarum rerum ideis componatur re exprimindi idea, ex alarum rerum characteribus componatur re expressio. The art of characteristics is the art of forming and ordering characters in such a way that they relate to thoughts, or, in other words, have to each other that relation which the thoughts have to each other. An expression is the ensemble of the characters representing the thing which is expressed. The law of expressions is this: the expression of a thing is composed from the characters of things in the same way that the idea of the thing to be expressed is composed from the ideas of these things. The relationship between the mathematical formula and the state of airs toward which it is directed is unambiguously established. The formula first acquires its significative function through its intention toward the state of airs. On the other hand, it should be so constituted as to embrace all the essential features of the latter and give them a pregnant and exact expression. Thus, the construction of the world of mathematical signs, the creation of the individual characters and their combination, are for Leibniz bound up from the outset with a definite qualifying condition: the possibility of the object of connection must be secured. For not every connection of the elements, elementae, of thinking and every connection of the correlated signs yields a possible object, object, of thought. Among the contents of thought are some that, when one seeks to unite them synthetically, do not define and determine one another more closely in this synthesis but instead sublate each other. Thus, to every actually executable combination of signs, there does not correspond an in itself possible, logically determined and logically grounded formation, Gebilde. Rather, this ground, the fundamentum in re, must be established and demonstrated for each concept formation. The definition may not be taken, therefore, as finished and ready-made so that it designates the object toward which it is directed only by indicating a characteristic trait or a sum of characteristic traits. For there always exists here the danger that this sum will be made up of components that reciprocally negate one another. This danger becomes particularly acute if we enter into the domain of an infinite manifold. It may be the case, then, that on the way from concept formations, which are perfectly reliable and innocuous in the realm of the finite, to determinations, a contradiction to the structural principle of the manifold is included. Thus, for example, if we are given a finite series of numbers, we can always state a largest number in this series. However, transferred to the infinite totality, GANs, of numbers, the concept largest contains a contradiction. The situation is analogous for concept formations such as the smallest fraction or the smallest velocity. Leibniz does not, however, stop at such isolated examples of concepts whose elements, elementae, are incompatible with one another. Rather, he uses them to develop a general conclusion. Every concept that attempts to designate and determine a mathematical object, object, only by naming a single one of its properties stands on shaky ground. For the mere declaration of such characterizing attributes provides no guarantee that something corresponds to them in the domain of thought contents. If, for example, we define a circle as a plane curve so constituted that a given circumference will enclose a maximum area, the question always remains open whether, under the presuppositions of our geometry, there is such a curve and, if so, whether the given condition indicated can be fulfilled only by one kind of curve. In the first case, no geometrical formation, Gebilde, is determined by our explanation in general. In the second case, the formation, Gebilde, is not fully and unequivocally determined. We can dispel our doubts here in no other way than by indicating a modus generandi, a definite manner of producing the curved line, and proving by strict deduction that the desired property is necessarily contained and postulated in this mode of production. Only now does the definition, which formerly had a purely nominal character, become a genuinely real definition, that is, one that constructs the object from its constitutive elements, elementi. According to Leibniz, however, the coherence, Geschlossenheit, and inner consistency of this construction can be certain for us only if an analogous operation in signs corresponds to every step of thought that is undertaken here. If with each simple idea we correlate a simple sign, and if we set up certain general rules for the connection of these signs, then we acquire a symbolic language that has its own laws. The violation of these laws, such as results in the formation of impossible object concepts, would then inevitably be betrayed in the form of the signs themselves, so that we should be able to discern and disclose the latent logical contradiction through the direct, sensibly tangible symptom. A relationship belonging to the world of pure concepts thus becomes discernible in an image. We have, as it were, compelled thought to come forth from its inner workshop and manifest itself in its involvements and complexities. This theory of mathematical definition and of the mathematical object establishes a sharply determined, precise relationship between sensibility and reason. The two regions are clearly divorced from one another. They cannot mix with each other or merge into each other at any point. No mathematical content arises as such from sensibility, because sensibility lacks the characteristic attributes, the constitutive principle, of the mathematical. To be valid as mathematical content, a content must be apprehended distinctly. It must be constructed from simple, intrinsically certain basic elements of cognition. In the same way that every number can be constituted in an unequivocal manner as a product of prime numbers, sensible lived experiences are not susceptible to such thoroughgoing analysis. We must ultimately stop here at some totalities that can no longer be further subdivided into their constitutive elements, into their determining grounds, but that we can apprehend only confusedly. The direct consequence of this separation of distinct and confused cognition is that, for Leibniz, no single, truly mathematical object is grounded in sensibility. This applies not only to number but also no less strictly to geometrical extension. It too is in no such a curve and, if so, whether the given condition indicated can be fulfilled only by one kind of curve. In the first case, no geometrical formation, Gebilde, is determined by our explanation in general. In the second case, the formation, Gebilde, is not fully and unequivocally determined. We can dispel our doubts here in no other way than by indicating a modus generandi, a definite manner of producing the curved line, and proving by strict deduction that the desired property is necessarily contained and postulated in this mode of production. Only now does the definition, which formerly had a purely nominal character, become a genuinely real definition, that is, one that constructs the object from its constitutive elements, elementi. According to Leibniz, however, the coherence, Geschlossenheit, and inner consistency of this construction can be certain for us only if an analogous operation in signs corresponds to every step of thought that is undertaken here. If with each simple idea we correlate a simple sign, and if we set up certain general rules for the connection of these signs, then we acquire a symbolic language that has its own laws. The violation of these laws, such as results in the formation of impossible object concepts, would then inevitably be betrayed in the form of the signs themselves, so that we should be able to discern and disclose the latent logical contradiction through the direct, sensibly tangible symptom. A relationship belonging to the world of pure concepts thus becomes discernible in an image. We have, as it were, compelled thought to come forth from its inner workshop and manifest itself in its involvements and complexities. This theory of mathematical definition and of the mathematical object establishes a sharply determined, precise relationship between sensibility and reason. The two regions are clearly divorced from one another. They cannot mix with each other or merge into each other at any point. No mathematical content arises as such from sensibility, because sensibility lacks the characteristic attributes, the constitutive principle, of the mathematical. To be valid as mathematical content, a content must be apprehended distinctly. It must be constructed from simple, intrinsically certain basic elements of cognition. In the same way that every number can be constituted in an unequivocal manner as a product of prime numbers, sensible lived experiences are not susceptible to such thoroughgoing analysis. We must ultimately stop here at some totalities that can no longer be further subdivided into their constitutive elements, into their determining grounds, but that we can apprehend only confusedly. The direct consequence of this separation of distinct and confused cognition is that, for Leibniz, no single, truly mathematical object is grounded in sensibility. This applies not only to number but also no less strictly to geometrical extension. It too is in no does for Leibniz. The cut is now made at a diarrhent point in the total system. For Leibniz, it is a question sharply separating pure rational cognition from sensible cognition according to their legal ground, Rechtsgrund, but at the same time, he strove to bind them closely together in application through the middle link of the universal characteristic. Mathematical and logical thinking stand on the same side here. They belong to the world of the pure understanding, of the intellectus ipse. Over against both of them stands the world of perception, the world of mere factual truths. At no point, however, can this diarrhence become an opposition, a true conflict between them. For the basic metaphysical principle of Leibniz's philosophy, the principle of pre-established harmony, applies also to the relationship between reason and experience. No pure rational truth can be gained from experience, from the contemplation of sensible individual examples. Every such truth, however, applies without restriction for experience. Thus, a conflict can never arise between logic and mathematics on the one hand and empirical physical cognition on the other. The problem of the applicability of mathematics has no place in the construction of Leibniz's system. It is, however, precisely this problem that Kant puts forward more sharply than ever before, and out of which grew the final shape of his critical theory. Rejecting the dogmatic decision of pre-established harmony, he inquires into the ground of the possibility of agreement between a priori concepts and empirical facts. And he gains the answer to this question from the insight that even the empirical object is not simply given but contains within it an element of mathematical construction. Empirical objectivity comes into being only on the ground of an ordering of the empirical. This ordering itself, however, is possible only by virtue of the pure sensible intuition of space and time. This concept of pure intuition is equally far removed from Locke's sensification of cognition as it is from Leibniz's intellectualization. The mathematical no longer possesses an absolutely autonomous logical dignity, rather, its significance, its quid juris, now stands out fully in what it accomplishes for the construction of empirical cognition. Without this constant relation, without regard to this achievement, the theory of pure space and pure time would be nothing more than and nothing better than a preoccupation with a mere chimera. Kant now goes so far as to declare that there can be no cognition of pure mathematical concepts in themselves, except in so far as we assume that there are things that can be presented to us only in accordance with the form of pure sensible intuition. For this reason, the truth of mathematical ideas is closely connected with their empirical fulfillment, indeed in this fulfillment. Thus, the method of constructive construction has conquered a new domain. It is introduced, as it were, into the realm of experiential cognition itself. At the same time, however, this entails that the gap between logical and mathematical cognition has substantially grown compared to Leibniz's epistemology. Thinking, provided that it does not relate to the pure intuitive forms of space and time, becomes an ensemble of mere analytical propositions that, though they contain no contradiction, can lay no claim to any content, Gehalt, to positive fruitfulness for knowledge as a whole. This makes it apparent, however, that the requirement of constructibility in the Kantian system embodies a twofold significance. On the one hand, it states and asserts nothing more than the same element that we found active in Leibniz's theory of the genetic definition: every given must always be understood and derived through a productive rule. On the other hand, however, to define a concept means for Kant to present it immediately in intuition, that is, to apprehend it in a spatial or temporal schema. The sense of mathematical concepts now appears to be bound to this form of schematization. Pure sensibility has thus acquired here an entirely other position in the total structure of mathematics than it had with Leibniz. Sensibility has ceased to be a mere means of presentation, as it was for Leibniz, and has become an independent ground of cognition. Intuition has now achieved a grounding and legitimizing value. For Leibniz, the domain of intuitive cognition, which relates to the objective connection of ideas, is separate from the domain of symbolic cognition, in which we are not concerned with the ideas themselves but with the signs that represent them. However, the intuition, to which he goes back, does not stand in opposition to the logical but rather comprises both the logical and the mathematical as particular forms. For Kant, by contrast, the boundary passes not between intuitive, and symbolic thinking but between the discursive concept and pure intuition, Anschauung, where the content, Gehalt, of mathematics can ultimately be provided by and grounded in only symbolic thinking. If we consider the methodological opposition that is given here from the standpoint of modern mathematics, then it must be said that modern mathematics follows not the road indicated by Kant but the way shown by Leibniz. This has followed particularly from the discovery of non-Euclidean geometry. The new problems arising out of this discovery turned mathematics more and more into a hypothetical deductive system, whose truth value is grounded purely in its inner logical coherence and consistency, not in any material, intuitive statements. Mathematics no longer appealed to intuition as a positive means of proof and grounding. Rather, it used intuition only to give a concrete representation to the general relational interconnections that it constructed in pure thinking. And, as it demonstrates, there is not only one such representation, but in general infinitely many of them. Thus, a determinate system of axioms is in no way fulfilled in only a single domain of intuitive data but is susceptible of different kinds of fulfillments. The diversity of these presentations is not contested. It has, however, ceased to be a mathematically significant fact. For from a mathematical point of view, all the diverse intuitive domains designate only one object, and one form. They are all isomorphous, insofar as the same relations are, etc. are equally valid in them all, And regarding this validity of pure relations, according to the new view that has gained general validity and acceptance in the 19th and 20th centuries, it is the only one that constitutes a mathematical form as such. George Boole, one of the founders of modern symbolic logic, determined the concept of formal science precisely in the sense that was later fully confirmed through the development of abstract mathematics. He stressed that the validity of processes of analysis is dependent not on the interpretation of the symbols that occur in them but only on the laws of their connection. Thus, it must appear all the more surprising at first sight that all the difficulties that come together in problem of intuition should have reappeared in mathematics itself over the course of the last few decades and that they acquired ever greater importance. The controversy today is once more critical, and with it, the relationship between mathematics and logic seems to have become once again ambiguous and questionable. On the one side stand those who not only ground pure mathematics in logic but wish to reduce mathematics to logic, who in principle deny the possibility of drawing a dividing line between them. Opposed to this view, we find, however, those who stress the inherent right and the proper sense of mathematics so strenuously and vigorously that not only does the object of mathematics become independent of the object of logic but also the fundamental principles of classical logic, such as the principle of the excluded third, are even attacked from the standpoint of mathematics. From this standpoint, logic in its usual form, Gestalt, no longer appears as the foundation of all thinking, since there are fully autonomous operations of thought that cannot be derived from it. It is not logic that lays the actual ground of truth, rather, ultimately it bears what significance and truth it has inherited from another authority, instance, from the certainty of an originary mathematical intuition, your intuition. For Brouwer, who represents this basic view in its sharpest form, the thinking of numbers stands at the beginning of all thinking and the elementary rules of logic have been abstracted from the theory of number, from arithmetic. Mathematics as well as logic, however, refer here originally to nothing other than finite quantities. They set up rules for such quantities and admit of no processes other than those that can be brought to a determined conclusion, a final decision. As soon as this barrier is surpassed and thinking proceeds to conceptions that contain within them the concept of the infinite, it faces an entirely new problem, for which its old instruments are inadequate. According to Brouwer, modern analysis has attempted in vain to master this problem. The further it advanced, the more entangled it became in paradoxes and contradictions. A remedy for these contradictions cannot be expected from the working out of new means of thinking, only from a critical limitation of the possible objects of thinking. Set theory will acquire a form free from contradiction only when it no longer attempts to drive thinking artificially beyond its natural boundaries and instead restricts itself consciously and explicitly to finite processes. Modern mathematics thus faces a true methodological dilemma here. However, it decides, something must be sacrificed. If mathematics intends to uphold its old claim to evidence, then it would seem to be compelled to return to the primal source of this evidence, to the basic intuition, Grundintuition, of the whole number. On the other hand, however, this return would seem to call for a heavy intellectual sacrifice, which threatens to close wide and fruitful domains that classical analysis has conquered step by step. The final solution of this conflict within mathematics itself is not in sight. Regardless of how it turns out, however, the fact of such a conflict already signifies an important and fertile problem from the standpoint of the pure critique of cognition, because in the shifting balance between these two views, the critique of cognition can with particular clarity make us aware of the diverse intellectual forces that have contributed to the construction of modern mathematics and that have determined its current shape, Gestalt. The construction of set theory and the crisis in the foundation of mathematics. The paradoxes of set theory, which give the first impetus to a revision of the fundamental principles of modern analysis, have opposed themselves to mathematical thinking in various forms. Considered purely methodologically, however, they may be reduced to a unitary conceptual formula. Each of these paradoxes contains the question whether and to what extent it is permissible to mark a sphere of objects by a mere indication of a conceptual characteristic trait and declare that the thought totality of these objects, Gegenstände, will represent an unequivocally determined and valid mathematical object, Objekt. When set theory was first developed, mathematical thinking still believed itself justified without harm in abandoning this mode of object, Objekt. Formation. A set seemed to be determined as a unitary and inherently clear object if some criterion were given on the basis of which one could decide whether anything whatsoever was an element, belonging to this set or not. Through this one requirement, the set seems to be defined in its existence, as a legitimate mathematical object secured. As far as the membership of the element, in the set was concerned, It was suicide if this could be decided in principle and actual decision was not demanded in each individual instance. The set of transcendent numbers, for example, exist here, in the sense just mentioned, even if, in the present state of mathematical cognition, we cannot say whether the number pp belongs to it or not. According to this basic view, a set is given in a pure inventory, bestand, if, through any defining determination from the sphere of the thinkable, a certain domain is singled out and all its elements, elementae, comprehended as united in one ensemble. The mode of this union is subject to no limiting conditions. Equality in reference to the defining property is the sole interconnection that is demanded of the members of the set. If it is present, no other inner bond that connects the members is required. The set is characterized from the outset by the form of a mere aggregation, not by that of a specific system. Fundamentally, it implies that regardless of any consideration of qualitative unity of sense, anything can be grouped together with anything and united into a whole, into a conceptual totality. If we keep in mind this point of departure of set theory, then it cannot be surprising that the application of set theory was ultimately bound to encounter certain limits that might be designated as limits of specific sense. If we generally assume that in the realm of the thinkable, some specific laws of sense are valid, then these laws will sooner or later have to set a boundary for the arbitrary interconnection of everything with everything. Certain basic laws of connection will manifest themselves, on the strength of which certain unitary formations will be recognized as legitimate, as objectively, sachelijk, valid, while in others this validity must be contested. The mathematical thinking of the 19th century found the antinomies of set theory in formations of this latter kind. At first, there was a wide divergence of opinions over the solution to these antinomies as well as to the path that must be forged toward their solution. One thing was certain, however, going forward, the current loose definition of sets had to be abandoned. It lies here in the tendency of axiomatic thinking that the bond that was now recognized as indispensable was at first understood in a purely formal sense. The arbitrariness in the definition of sets as well as the admission of statements regarding their elements, elementae, were now limited by the formation of certain axioms that were able to prevent contradictions within set theory, whereas the scope and application of this theory remained unimpaired despite the restrictions imposed on it. By such logical safeguards, it seemed possible to satisfy all the technical requirements of mathematics. Zermela's investigations into the foundation of the set theory and Russell's theory of types have pursued this path. In the latter, for example, a certain procedure of set formation, the so-called non-predicative procedure, in which a concept that belongs as a member to a certain totality is characterized such that the totality enters as a whole into its definition, is denied admittance into legitimate mathematics. No totality may contain members that are definable only through the totality itself. However, even if contradictions can be avoided through the installation of such prohibitions, there nevertheless remains a fundamental question for this procedure. For while the axiomatic provides the pure content of a specific prohibition before us, it tells us nothing about its own methodological ground. The validity of a certain axiom, for example, of the validity of proposition introduced by Russell as the axiom of reducibility, proves its validity by its favorable consequences. By the exclusion of paradoxical set formations it does not, however, understand itself in its own inner necessity. We apprehend that it applies, but not why. Thus, as it were, only the appearance of a certain symptom of the illness is avoided through axiomatics. A doubt remains, however, whether the illness behind the symptom has been truly diagnosed and cured. And as long as we have no certainty of this, we may expect it to break out in another place. This relationship has been drastically expressed by Fraenkel. The fence of axiomatics, to speak with Poincaré, preserves the legitimate sheep of the unexceptionable set theory from an incursion of the paradox-tainted wolves. As to the enduring quality of the fence, no doubt is possible. Who guarantees, however, that some wolves have not been left inadvertently inside the fence, and that, though today they still pass unnoticed, they will not one day burst in upon the flock and devastate the fenced-in field as they did at the beginning of the century? In other words, how shall we safeguard ourselves against the possibility that the axioms bear within themselves germs which, once set in motion by inferences, will produce still unknown contradictions? The endeavor to achieve not a temporary but permanent assurance has inevitably led modern mathematics back into the center and core of the controversy, to the problem of mathematical definition and mathematical existence. With this, the difference between nominal and real definitions, as clearly and sharply established by Leibniz, regained its justification. Not every association of characteristic traits that can be expressed in words suffices to determine a mathematical object and guarantee its possibility. In every case, rather, This possibility can be guaranteed only if sense is substituted for words and the decision is made through the criteria of this sense. In particular, we cannot operate with infinite totalities without previously inquiring into how and by what means such totalities can be given to thinking. The paradoxical sets show with particular clarity that this giving is never a merely collective act, that it can never occur through the bundling together of random elements, elementae, that are determined only by some common property. For the requirement that everything that shares in this property should be grouped together is a mere postulate without any guaranteed satisfiability, or Fulbarkite. The doubts about the possibility of its satisfiability can in principle be overcome not by a mere collective unity but only by a constitutive unity of a law through which the construction of the set is determined. The law not only embraces an infinite number of possible applications but produces them out of itself. With this insight, however, modern mathematics essentially returns, from new paths that are entirely its own, to the point from which Leibniz as a methodologist of mathematical thinking took his departure. Once again, the interconnection between genuine real definition and genetic definition is recognized. In this sense, Whale also stresses that to arrive at a truly secure and tenable foundation for analysis, one must start from the pure process of iteration. Pure number theory becomes the core of mathematics again, so that the category of natural number together with the relevant original relation, by which the relation, Beziehung, of immediate inference is expressed in the order of numbers and determines the absolute operational field of mathematics. From the process of iteration, of an infinitely possible progress in a series, we can derive the fundamental insights regarding natural numbers on which all pure mathematics is logically constructed. What is epistemo-critically essential and decisive in this foundation is that with it the primacy of the functional concept over the thing concept is for the first time recognized in its full extension. If mathematics is led back to the originary intuition, your intuition, of number, this intuition, no longer signifies an intuition, Anschauung, of concrete things rather, it is grasped as an intuition, Anschauung, of a pure process. The starting point is a determinate domain of operations, and these operations initially lead only toward the individuals that we designate as numbers. The consistent existence, B-stand inventory, of these individuals can be demonstrated and is demonstrable only through the disclosure of a principle, in accordance with which they are positable ad infinitum according to a predetermined rule. This mode of positing alone allows for their full intellectual mastery. Here knowledge of the law, Gesetz, is in the strict sense prior to knowledge of the posited, Gesetzten. From the operational sphere of number, the thing sphere of the countable and the counted first unfolds. Only if it is permeated with this idealistic idea and is understood as an expression of it can modern intuitionismus, fully develop and prove its power for the critique of the foundation of mathematics. Idealism surely must be understood here as a strictly objective idealism. The object sphere of mathematics must be grounded not in the psychological act of counting but in the pure idea of number. If I am not mistaken, it is its sharper apprehension and emphasis on this element that gives Whale's framing of intuitionismus, its preeminence over that of Brouwer's version. Even Brouwer's foundation of analysis starts from the process of iteration. According to Brouwer, analysis begins with the positing of a multiplicity that is constituted so that it is fully determined by a single ordering relation. In this case, the principle of intuitionist mathematics is that all objective realms to which it extends must indirectly be referred to this basic and originary scheme and configured according to its model. From this, it follows that wherever mathematics speaks of existence, and wherever it states a specific existential theorem, it is not this theorem as such that is valued but the construction ejected in the proof. In this sense, Brouwer says that all mathematics is far more a doing than a theory. A closer explanation, however, is required here as to what is to be understood in the field of mathematics and within its borders by the concept of doing itself. Mathematical doing is a purely intellectual doing that does not occur, verlaufen, in time but rather first makes possible a basic element on which time itself is based, the element of sequencing, Rehung. The basic operation on which the realm of numbers is grounded may not therefore be dissolved into an ensemble of individual actions that stand to one another in a relationship of empirical succession, so that they are able to construct a whole only bit by bit. Rather, here the whole is strictly before the parts in the sense that the principle of the operation, the generating law that stands at the beginning and before individual positing takes only its sense from it. The progression from member to member within the series does not create this principle but only explicates it. It is, as it were, the interpretation, Auslegung laying out, of what it is and signifies. Accordingly, mathematical doing is always an absolutely universal doing, which in one single fundamental positing grasps an infinitude of possible partial acts and makes them completely accessible. The ordering relation, that is assumed marks once and for all a total realm of possible objects, but to win and secure this realm, it is not necessary to disclose the particular objects and their individuality and to construct them in this sense. In Brouwer's representation of intuitionism, these 2 points of view do not seem to be sharply differentiated from one another. He requires, it would seem, that every mathematical statement be of the following form: there is, es gibt it gives, grounding, Begründung, in a single act of giving, geben, however, this threatens to blur the boundaries between the purely ideal giving and the empirical giving. To designate these boundaries, we may go back to a Ernst made and implemented by Leibniz in another connection. In his critique of the Newtonian concepts of absolute space and time, he assumes the fact that these concepts are denied objective physical significance because they can never be demonstrated in actual observation. A concept that cannot be legitimized in concrete experience, he contends, remains empty. No determinate and unambiguous physical object can be correlated with it. To speak, for example, of an alteration that the universe has undergone in respect to its absolute motion, then, every hypothesis of such an alteration is physically meaningless insofar as we are given no means of verifying its being or non-being. The boundaries of observation are accordingly at the same time the boundaries of what we are able and permitted to designate as physical reality. As for the objection that there can be processes in the world without their needing to be verified for us through our empirical research, Leibniz counters it by a methodological refinement of his original thesis. The elements, elemente, from which the reality of nature, the reality of the physical object world, is constructed for us need not be such that they can be apprehended singly through immediate perception. They must, however, nevertheless be susceptible to direct confirmation through some datum of experience. What is decisive here is possible observation more than actual observation, observable light rather than observation. In the same sense, one might say that for the validity of a mathematical object, it is not its actual construction but its possible construction, its constructibility, that is decisive. Once thinking, on the basis of a general law, on the basis of an insight into the a priori structure of a certain domain, has assured the possibility of construction, it does not require that the actual construction be carried out. In the language of set theory, the basic difference we are attempting to make here can most clearly be designated if we recall the diverse significations that the concept of the definite set has assumed in the course of the development of set theory. In the beginnings of the theory, this concept was grasped so broadly that a set was regarded as adequately determined if it could be established with certainty whether or not any random object of thinking should be counted among the elements of the set or not. Each, in this sense, elementary definite totality presents for us the inventory, bestand, of a set. Paradoxes in set theory soon made it necessary to drop this unrestricted use of the concept of the set. The requirement of elementary definiteness was now replaced by that of extent definiteness. Not every ensemble defined by a specification of a property or a law constitutes as such a valid mathematical object. Rather, we must additionally demand of this ensemble that it be ideally self-contained so that all the elements of the set must be comprised in a circumscribed sphere of things, which may be delimited by a certain constructive principle. Brouwer then went a step further by admitting only decisive definite, Entscheidungsdefinite, totalities, so that the question of whether they include elements, elemente, with a prescribed property can always be decided by purely finite processes. The requirement of extent definiteness, but not necessarily that of decisive definiteness, would correspond to the concept of constructibility as we have attempted to grasp it. For decisive definiteness requires that the construction be actually carried to its conclusion, while extensive definiteness is satisfied with the ideal possibility of construction. Whale notes the nuances in the difference between his view and Brouwer's. Let us assume that E is a meaningful property in the domain of natural numbers such that it is established whether, if n is any such number, E belongs to the number n or not. Brouwer says that the question "is there a number property E or not?" should be placed in the same class with the number sequence, and this in spite of the fact that the concept of natural number, in contrast to that of sequence, is extensively definite. Brouwer grounds this view by saying that we have no ground for believing that every such existential question is susceptible to a decision. In considered opposition to this view, I have maintained, in my attempt to provide a foundation for analysis, that the essential is not whether we are able with certain means, for example, the inferences of formal logic, to decide a question, but how the matter, Sache, stands in itself that the natural numerical sequence and the existential concept relating to it are the foundation of mathematics, in the sense that for a meaningful property in the domain of numbers it is always intrinsically established whether or not numbers of the E-type exist. In fact, we cannot renounce the possibility and justification of such in themselves valid statements without dissolving the objective idea of number into the subjective act of enumeration and hence submerging the principle of idealism into that of psychologism. Whale seems to go too far in his underestimation of the general and abstract when he refuses to recognize statements of the general form there as judgments in the strict sense but at most admits them as abstract judgments. According to him, the proposition is an even number is a real judgment, expressing a state of affairs, whereas the statement there is an even number is only an abstract judgment, derived from this judgment. Such an abstract judgment might be compared to a piece of paper that indicates the being presence, Vorhandensein, of a treasure without revealing the place where it is to be found. Actual cognitive value cannot be attributed to such a piece of paper, only the immediate, the absolutely singular, has real value comparable to that of foodstuffs in economics. The general partakes only indirectly of this real value. The image used here, however, might be carried further and reversed. Do real economic values include only what is tangibly present in a given moment, Augenblick, what is present as an immediately available and useful commodity? Must we not also here make a distinction between what is in this sense really given and what is realizable under certain conditions? The critique of cognition cannot attempt to challenge or unsettle the credit of the general, allgemeinen, it is only to pose the question as to how the general can be properly grounded. It is possible that the general, generel, in Whale's sense, can be seen not as hard cash but as being only a representative, and a manager, as a simple order of payment. After all, this detracts in no way from its value, inasmuch as there is a guarantee and assurance of its being redeemed. Mathematics at least can nowhere dispense with such purely representative values. It cannot restrict itself to individual statements. It constitutes, rather, a system of purely functional determinations. For the validity of its general propositions, it never demands the fullness, erfülligkeit, with determinate, singular content, only satisfiability, Erfüllbarkeit. This satisfiability is, however, assured for the truly universal basic judgments of mathematics. They are concretely general in the sense that they enable us to embrace a comprehensive rule and at the same time its infinitely diverse applications in one and the same intellectual view. And here the singular case of application does not ground the rule but merely attests to it in it. The rule depicts, darstellen, itself without absorbing its significance. In the singular case, in this respect, general judgments that relate to existential states of affairs are not, as Whale asserted, an empty invention of the logicians. For if, as he himself admits and stresses, the general judgment instructions conceal within them an infinite abundance of actual judgments, if indeed they formulate the justification, Rechtsgrund, for all the to be redeemed singular judgments, then this justification, Rechtsgrund, surely cannot originate in a mere nothing but must possess an objective foundation. However, modern mathematical intuitionismus, also seems, not infrequently, to succumb to the danger that has so often arisen in the philosophical controversy over the problem of universals. Its grounded critique of the pseudo-universal, of the abstract concept, carries over into an attack on the genuine universal, on the universal of the constructive principle. The two must, however, be strictly separated from one another, particularly if we are to arrive at a strict grounding of mathematics and exact science. Such a grounding can never be successful if we impugn the significance of the universal. If we absorb it in the singular, the only thing that we can and must demand is that this significance not simply be abstracted, that it not be made into a separate being, but rather that it be kept in constant contact with the particular and comprehended in a thoroughgoing relation to it. This form of the concrete universal is even misjudged or missed if we regard it as something merely secondary and derived, which must in some way be reduced to the reality of things. The attempt at such a reduction is characteristic not only of certain empiricist derivations of the numerical concept but also of a certain tendency of pure logicism. Empiricism and logicism meet here in a common realistic assumption. They both believe that the pure validity of number can be secured only if it is grounded in some pre-given stratum of a really available existence, Vorhanden. Empiricism reverts here to the existence of concrete sensible quantities. It seeks to interpret the purely numerical statements in such a way that they become nothing more than statements about the immediate givenness of perception or intuition. If we think this view through to its end, arithmetic becomes a part of physics. As a consequence, Mill is entirely consistent when he goes on to regard arithmetical truths as dependent on the material and milieu of experience, when he concludes that the statement plus equals need have no necessary validity for, say, the inhabitants of Sirius, who perhaps live under dire and empirical conditions. Today, since Frege's incisive critique, such grounding of arithmetic has been generally abandoned. However, the construction of the pure theory of numbers, which Frege and the logicians who followed in his footsteps have provided, is no less removed, though in an entirely different direction, from the ideal of a truly autonomous arithmetic. For once again, the ultimate and proper truth of number rests here not in itself but in something else. Statements about numbers retain their objective sense and their objective validity only in that they are recognized as statements about classes. The existence of such classes, which surely are now taken no longer as sensible but as purely conceptual manifolds, forms the foundation for all the propositions of the pure theory of numbers. Just as Mill starts from the stratum of empirical things, so too does Frege start from certain conceptual things, which he regards as the absolutely necessary substrate of the realm of pure numbers. Without such a substrate, he maintains, number would, as it were, lose its support and being and hover utterly in the void. However, the purely functional basic sense of number is equally misjudged, regardless of whether we seek to derive it from the empirical existence of things or from the logical essence of concepts. For in both cases, number no longer signifies an original form of positing but calls for something that is pre-given and pre-posited. This realism is characteristic also for Russell's derivation of the number concept from the class concept. For him, the first thing is not the concept of number but the concept of numerical equivalence, which can be defined only as a property of certain classes, namely as the property of their elements, elementae, that can be unequivocally correlated with one another. Thus, for example, the concept expresses nothing other than a determination that is found immediately in certain groups of things, in the things that we ordinarily designate as pairs and that can be abstracted from them, while the number designates a common property of all dozens. The significance of depends on the being of the dozens, since the number as such can be thought only as a class of classes, which are bound up with one another by the relation of equivalence. Once again, the relation here follows being however logically composed and logically purified this being may be, it is not the being, order, and organization that derive from it, from the basic consistence, Grundbestand. It is to the merit of intuitionismus, over and against all such theories that it has restored the primacy of the relation and has brought about its basic recognition. Any attempt to deepen the foundations of the pure theory of numbers by thinking of this theory as a mere special case of a general set theory and logically deducing the series of natural numbers from the concept of classes and sets is now consciously abandoned. Such deduction is replaced by complete induction. This name, it is true, may arouse concerns. It seems to want to draw mathematics closer to empirical science rather than to logic and to anchor it in one of the basic methods of this science. The induction of which it is a question is, however, sharply separated from the procedures of empirical generalization that otherwise tend to be referred to by this term. It has preserved the original historical sense of the word, the sense of leading to. The leading would not be worthy of this name. It would remain a mere groping in the dark if it did not possess a general standard. True mathematical induction does not seek the way to the universal but rather shows, it the way, Weg, indeed, it is itself the way. And its actual way showing, Wegweise signposting, guide, is not that inductive inference that progresses from a given multiplicity of instances to a hypothetical assumption or assertion regarding the allness, Allheit, of the instances but rather the inference from n to n plus. In this inference, determinations that have been found and proven through singular instances, through individual numbers, are not collected together and transferred to other, equally singular instances, but rather, there is a kind of return to the absolute principle of number, the same basic relation that combines one member of the numerical series with its immediate successor continues through the whole of the series and determines it in all its parts. In light of this fact, a genuine a priori synthesis, as Poincaré, in particular, repeatedly stressed, actually underlies the principle of complete induction. For Weil, too, this principle is neither in need nor capable of further grounding, Begründung, because there is nothing in it other than the originary mathematical intuition, your intuition, the intuition, of the yet one more. All the recurrent proofs in mathematics pursue no other aim than to redirect a certain mathematical problem back to its ultimate cognitive source and to bring it to a point where it can be resolved with certainty. No thing relationships, only pure positing relationships that go back to the functions of the positing of unity and the positing of difference, of series and correlations, can ground the a priority of mathematical judgments and the distinctive, their proper specific evidence. In their attempts to derive the concept of number from the concept of sets, The logicians have always argued with particular vigor against any imputation of a petitio principia. They have pointed out that the sense in which logic speaks of identity and inerrance in no way includes the numerical one and the numerical many, and that it therefore signifies a decided advance in cognition if it succeeds in reducing the numerical sense to a purely logical sense. Regardless of the formal justification of this reproach of a petitio principii, it is difficult to deny that the deduction of the numerical concept from the class concept contains, in the epistemo-critical and strictly transcendental sense, a ste, p, te, latter former. For in order to fill the class concept with a certain content, Gehalt, one must have already, immersion, inserted into it the thought functions of positing, identity, and inerrance. Thus, these thought functions are the same relations that are prerequisites to the constitution of the numerical concept and out of which the numerical concept can be derived directly, without detour through the class. The position of the sign in the theory of mathematics. If we now look back once again at the various attempts at grounding number that came forth in modern mathematics, the most striking feature in all these attempts is perhaps that they all seem ultimately to lead to a point in which the competence of pure mathematics threatens to be denied. Ultimately, the mathematical problematic encounters a problematic of an entirely different sense and origin. The decision seems to be taken out of the hands of pure mathematics and left to the Weltanschauung of the individual mathematician. Paul Dubois-Raymond had already drawn this paradoxical inference in his work General Theory of Functions, in which he explains that the conflict between the idealist and the empiricist could not be decided according to strictly objective, generally valid criteria, but that here a domain had been reached where the philosophical credo of the individual entered into its rights. And indeed, Brouwer's theory has sometimes been designated as idealism thought to its end in mathematics, while the theories of Frege and Russell bear an unmistakable alienation with certain tendencies in scholastic realism. In medieval universalism, the problem entered into a new phase as the emergence in the philosophy of Wilhelm von Ockham of a new theory, the theory of the so-called determinism, and an analogous development seems to be taking place today in the camp of pure mathematics. In the battle for the objectivity of mathematics, a virtual about-face occurs as soon as the question is directed at mathematical signs rather than at mathematical objects. Formalism now rises beyond idealism and realism as an independent power. And for the first time, the danger that mathematics will overstep its domain, the danger of a methodological transition to another genus, seems definitely overcome. It seems that mathematics can save and regain its threatened autonomy only by becoming a pure theory of signs. Among the present-day mathematicians, it is Hilbert who has drawn this conclusion most decisively. In sharp conflict with intuitionismus, he attempts to rehabilitate the classical form of analysis and set theory against it. On the other hand, however, his own theory grew out of an extreme critical caution concerning the free formation of sets and distrust of the transfinite modes of inference in set theory. Hence, he rejects not only intuitionismus, but also the extreme conceptual realism that he finds embodied in Frege's theory. And although Dedekind's idea of grounding the finite number in the infinite, in the system of all things, strikes him as brilliant and fascinating, he stresses that this road has been shown to be untenable by the paradoxes of set theory. Nevertheless, it would be to misjudge the particular nature of Hilbert's theory if we were to view it solely as a compromise and middle road between two intellectual extremes. What it aspires to provide is, rather, a new general intellectual orientation. The abstract operation with general conceptual scope and contents has, Hilbert emphasizes, repeatedly led mathematical thinking astray. The essential, then, is to break resolutely with this method and find a way by which thinking cannot only progress according to a definite, prescribed plan but also submit to verification at every step. It is a critical authority, instance, of this sort that Hilbert strives to create in his theory of proof. The basic idea of Leibniz's universal characteristic is taken up and given pregnant and acute expression here. The process of verification is shifted from the side of content-oriented thinking to that of symbolic thinking. As the precondition for the application of logical inferences and for the practice of logical operations, certain sensible intuitive characters must always be given to us in representation. It is in them that thinking first acquires a secure guiding thread, which it must follow if it wishes to remain free from error. Thus, Hilbert sums up his basic insight. In diametrical opposition to Frege and Dedekind, I hold the position that the objects of the theory of numbers are found in the signs themselves, whose shape, gestalt, we can recognize universally and surely, independently of place and time and of the particular conditions attending the production of the signs as well as of insignificant differences in their elaboration. Here lies the firm philosophical attitude that I regard as requisite to the grounding of pure mathematics. As to all scientific thinking, understanding, and communication in the beginning, we may say here, was the sign. If we take this attitude seriously, all pure mathematics seems to dissolve into a mere game. For if the signs do not merely play a mediating role, representieren, determinate ideal states of errors, if, instead, they themselves and the manner of their putting together, Zusammenstellung, the manner in which they unite into intuitive groups and formulas, become the object of mathematical consideration, then this consideration must henceforth remain entangled in itself. It moves with perfect certainty within its sphere, however, this movement has no reference point by which to orient itself. In support of his basic view, Hilbert believes himself able to invoke none other than Kant. For Hilbert, the sense of the transcendental aesthetic seems to consist in the fact that mere logic can never produce mathematics, but that for this the support of intuition, Anschauung, is necessary and indispensable. He does not, however, take intuition itself. In the sense of Kant's pure intuition, Anschauung, it is not taken as an a priori form but as a totality, ganz, of concrete sensible data. If logical inference is to be certain, it must be possible to survey the objects, Objekte, fully in all their parts, and their demonstration, their differentiation, their succession or juxtaposition are at the same time immediately and intuitively given with the objects, Objekte, as something that cannot be further reduced to something else and requires no such reduction. In mathematics, the objects of our consideration are the concrete signs themselves, whose shape, Gestalt, in our view, is immediately distinct and recognizable. On the strength of these sentences, Hilbert has on occasion been branded a kind of intuitionist. This seeming analogy disappears, however, as soon as we look more closely into the presuppositions of Hilbert's system. For here, the position that intuition, Anschauung, holds in this system and the use that is made of intuition are entirely different from those in the case of the intuitionist. Intuitionistisch, grounding of mathematics. The role intuition, Anschauung, plays is not active, as in intuitionism, but passive. It is a kind of givenness and not a kind of giving. For the intuitionist, the originary intuition, your intuition, of the whole number signifies a constructive principle, whose continued application produces an infinite manifold of numerical individuals. For Hilbert, the task of intuition, Anschauung, exhausts itself in that it provides us with certain extra-logical discrete objects, Objekte, that we have simply to accept as immediately lived experience prior to all thinking. Of course, the signs in Hilbert's symbolic mathematics cannot be understood simply as singular things, demonstrable by a simple act of pointing to, as a this and that, as, a this, fully specified particular. After all, they may vary greatly in certain determinations, for example, the material out of which they are formed, their color, size, etc. without, in this way, ceasing to be the same signs. Inherently different sensible contents can, thus, function as the same sign. Their recognition is not sublated by the fact that they may differ in subordinate particulars. Nevertheless, it very much remains the case that mathematical thinking need not substitute some abstract signification for the signs but that it holds fast to them as concrete intuitive formations, Gebilde, and orients itself by these formations, Gebilde. According to Hilbert, the formalization of the processes of mathematical inference must be carried through to the degree that every contradiction in thinking will immediately betray itself in the appearance of certain constellations of signs. Once the general theory of proof has advanced to this point, thinking is relieved of the need of contentual consideration. Possible contradictions in which it may have become entangled now need no longer be discovered as such through a difficult discursive process. Rather, they immediately catch our eye. Wherever formulas of a kind prohibited by the general theory appear in a demonstration, there the appearance of a contradiction may be ascertained through them. If, on the other hand, it turns out that however far a chain of inferences is carried, no such forbidden formulas occur in it, then we know this chain to be free from contradiction. Modern mathematical determinism thus seems to be driven here in the same direction that was determinative for the development of the logical determinism of the Middle Ages. Just as medieval determinism looked on the words of language as mere sounds, flatus voces, so too does our mathematical determinism look on signs as mere intuitive figures, Figuren, with no inherent independent sense. The opponents of Hilbert's theory have repeatedly attacked it at this point. Even if the truth of mathematics is secured by Hilbert's theory of proof, so they argue, it is at the same time transformed into a monstrous tautology. The validity that is now allowed it is no longer the validity of objective cognition but only that of a conventional rule of the game, quite comparable to the rules governing the game of chess. For the intuitionist, an essential basic tendency and character of the human intellect is expressed in mathematical symbols. For the formalist, They are nothing more than signs on paper. Whale, who raises this objection, once again finds himself, however, in difficulties as soon as he seeks to overcome the negative thesis of conventionalism and replace it with a positive statement. He seeks to secure the objective significance of mathematical symbols in two ways. On the one hand, he considers them in respect to their physical applications, and on the other hand, he regards them as a subspecies of metaphysics. If mathematics is to remain a serious cultural error, he argues, it must be possible to link some sense together with Hilbert's play of formulas. Where then, however, is the beyond, jenseits, toward which the symbols of mathematics are directed? I do not find it unless I let mathematics fuse entirely with physics and assume that the mathematical concepts of number, function, etc. or Hilbert's symbols, fundamentally partake in the theoretical construction of the actual world, in the same way as do the concepts of energy, gravitation, the electron, etc. However, this is not enough. An independent signification must also be attributed to the transfinite components of mathematics, which go far beyond the requirements of physics. If we cannot renounce the thought of such a signification, though, then we must not conceal the fact that with this we have entered into a domain that can no longer be seen but only believed in. In theory, consciousness succeeds in jumping over its own shadow, in leaving given matter, sto, behind it, and in presenting the transcendent. However, as is self-evident, it does so only in the symbol. Theoretical configuration is something other than intuitive insight. Its aim is no less problematic than that of artistic configuration. Over the idealism that is destined to destroy epistemologically absolutized naive realism, there rises a third realm. If I designate phenomenal insight as knowledge, then theoretical insight rests on faith, faith in the reality of one's own eye and the eye of others, or in the reality, realitate, of the outside world or the reality of God. We have here before us in its greatest intensification the opposition that dominates the methodological controversy within modern mathematics. Either the mathematical signs may be regarded as an end in themselves, as the real objects of mathematical cognition, or else some sort of intellectual life must be breathed into them. And it seems possible to give this life only if they are covered by something other, something outside themselves, and understand them as symbolic presentations of this other. Nevertheless, if this path is taken, once a transient sense is attributed to the mathematical formations, Gebilde, then no further boundary seems to be given for thought. It is driven inexorably from transient signification to transcendent signification. Now, however, after a consideration of the intellectual situation in mathematics today up to this point, let us pause to consider our own systematic framing of the problem. What this framing of the problem has taught us is precisely that the disjunction we encounter here is not unequivocal or complete. Over and over again, in the course of our investigation, we have been brought to the insight that the true and genuine concept of the symbolic does not fit into the traditional metaphysical classifications and dualisms, but that it demolishes this framework. Raman. The symbolic never belongs to the sphere of this world, diesseits, or beyond, jenseits, the region of immanence or of transcendence. Its value, rather, consists precisely in its overcoming this opposition, which arises from a metaphysical theory of two worlds. It is not the one or the other, rather, it constitutes the one in the other and the other in the one. Thus, language, myth, and art each constitutes an independent and characteristic framework, Gefüge, which does not achieve its value from an outward, otherworldly existence that is somehow reflected in it. What gives each of these forms their content, Gehalt, is that they construct a distinctive, independent, self-contained world of sense according to their own inherent law of formation. Thus, as we have seen, a principle of objective forming, Formung, and configuration is at work in all of them. They are modes of coming into being, word and zum sein, of s, e, s, a, as Plato called it. If we now apply this general insight to the world of mathematics, we find ourselves once again raised above the alternative of dissolving the symbols of mathematics into mere signs, into intuitive figures, Figuren, without sense, or of subjecting them to a transcendent sense that only metaphysical or religious faith can reach. For in either case, we should be missing their distinctive significance. This significance does not consist in what these signs are in themselves, nor in something that they reproduce, nicht bilden, but in a specific tendency of ideal forming, bilden, itself, not in an outward object, object, toward which they aim, but in a determinate mode of objectivization. The world of mathematical forms is a world of forms of order, Ordnungsformen, not forms of things. Hence, its truth cannot be determined by divesting the signs in which it presents itself of their significative meaning, significative Bedeutung, and leaving, as it were, nothing but their factual physical content, Gehalt, nor can we do it by exhibiting any existing individual objects to which the numbers immediately correspond. Rather, we can recognize the specific value of the mathematical and can disclose its quid juris only by assigning to it a position in the whole objectivization process of cognition. Whether this be viewed as physical or metaphysical, it is a necessary element in this process, not a part or picture, op-build, of a transcendent reality. If we hold fast to this point of view, which is imposed on us by the whole of our consideration, then the difficulties that, as we have seen, surround the relationship of the mathematical to the logical and the mathematical to intuitive being are clarified. The differences here stand out in true sharpness only if we understand and evaluate them not as tangible differences but as functional ones. The logical world, the mathematical world, and the empirical objective world all have a common foundation insofar as they are all rooted in one and the same originary stratum of pure relational forms. Without these forms, without categorical determinations such as unity and otherness, equality and difference, Unterschied, it would be equally impossible to think of a totality, Ganze, of logical objects, an ensemble of mathematical objects, or an order of empirical objects, Objekte. There is, however, a definite gradation from the logical to the empirical, from the pure thought form to the object of experience, in which the mathematical appears as an indispensable transition point. In contrast to the logical object, the mathematical object discloses an abundance of new concrete determinations for the form of positing, of differentiation, of relation in general. The mathematical object adds a determinate mode of positing, adds the specific mode of positing and ordering that constitutes itself in the system of numbers and in the natural numerical series. On the other hand, however, this new mode proves to be the indispensable preparation and precondition for the achievement of an order in the world of perception and hence of that object that we call the object of nature. Here too, however, the objective significance of the mathematical is not that it possesses any immediate correlates in nature, in the physical world, but that it constructs this world according to its structure and so teaches us to understand it through its lawfulness. In this sense, the logical object points to the mathematical and the mathematical to the empirical physical object, not because one might in any intelligible sense be regarded as a copy, or reproduction of the other but because each of them represents a definite stage in the positing of the object and because the principle of the unity of cognition contains within it the demand that we comprehend all these stages not separately but in reciprocal relation to one another. Only if we set out from this fundamental insight can we acquire a completely satisfactory answer to the question of the truth value of mathematical symbols. For now, to arrive at such an answer, we no longer need to measure the mathematical concepts directly by the absolute reality of things rather, the comparison concerns only the mathematical cognitive form, on the one side, and the logical and physical cognitive form, on the other side. And the outcome of this comparison ultimately consists in the fact that none of these forms in themselves alone construct objective being in the sphere of objective theoretical validity but that they construct it only in their interconnection and their reciprocal interwovenness, that consequently an absolutely isolated truth and validity may be attributed to none of them rather, they possess such truth and validity only within the whole, within the hierarchy and system of cognition. Thus, we cannot, with Whale, draw a sharp line between the domain of intuitive insight and that of theoretical configuration, assigning the one to knowledge and the other to belief. For us, there are no detached, self-subsistent intuitive lived experiences that are not already permeated with theoretical significative functions, Bedeutungsfunktionen, of some sort and configured accordingly. On the other hand, there is no such thing as a sheer commensurate signification, Bedeutungsmasses, that must not somehow seek and find its fulfillment in the intuitive. We can apprehend signification only by referring back, Rückbesiehung, to intuition, just as the intuitive can never be given to us otherwise than in regard to signification. If we hold fast to this insight, we escape the danger that the symbolic factor of our cognition will itself split, that it will break asunder into an immanent and a transcendent component. The symbolic is, rather, immanence and transcendence in one insofar as in it a fundamentally superintuitive content, Gehalt, is expressed in intuitive form. Now the value that a rigorous formalistic construction of mathematics possesses appears in a new light. In itself, this value can scarcely be overestimated indeed, it would scarcely be too much to assert that mathematics can justify and preserve its old rank as a rigorous science only if the task of its formalization, as understood by Hilbert, can really be carried to its end. For this would once again produce the logical miracle that is grounded in the essence of the mathematical. The question of the infinite would be made accessible to finite resolution, to resolution through finite processes. Hilbert described it as the principal merit of his theory through it. The idea of the infinite is methodologically grounded and secured by means of the finite. As masterfully as the completion of mathematics may require the accomplishment in the pure separation of the strictly formalistic viewpoint, this mathematical technical interest is nevertheless not collapsed together with pure epistemo-critical interests. Once again, the critique of cognition ultimately requires establishing the unity between two basic elements that mathematical abstraction rightly sets apart. Indeed, formalism and intuitionism are by no means mutually exclusive from an epistemo-critical point of view, and they are not mutually disparate. For precisely what is apprehended of its signification in pure intuition must be fixed and preserved by the process of formalization, must be annexed as a constantly available possession of thinking. In this sense, even Leibniz, one of the most consistent proponents of the strictly formalist standpoint, did not separate intuitive, and symbolic cognition from one another but indissolubly connected both. Intuitive cognition, according to Leibniz, creates the foundation of mathematics. Symbolic cognition guarantees that we may progress through unbroken chains of proof, from this foundation to the conclusions. In this process, thinking does not require a constant view of the ideal state of errors themselves. It can, to a great extent, content itself with substituting an operation with signs for an operation with ideas. Ultimately, however, it must come to a point where, admittedly, it inquires after the sense of the signs, where it demands a substantive interpretation of what is expressed and depicted in them. Leibniz thus compares mathematical symbolism to the telescope or microscope. However much these two may aid the human to see, they cannot replace seeing. Mathematical cognition, as a form of intellectual seeing, rests on an original and independent function of reason, which uses the symbolic characters only as an instrument. Even Hilbert's vastly broadened and deepened mathematical formalism never compels us, as far as I can see, to reverse this fundamental verdict. For the construction and development of Hilbert's system of signs would not have been possible if he had not based it on the concepts of order and sequence as originary concepts. Even when Hilbert's numbers are taken as mere signs, they are always positional signs. They are understood with a definite index that makes the mode of their sequence discernible. Even if we regard the individual signs as nothing more than intuitively given, extra-logical discrete objects, objectae, these objects, objectae, in their totality never stand simply side by side as independent elements, elementae, but possess a determinate organization. We start from as the initial sign, then we arrive by a definite progression at a next sign, comma and then at, etc. Ultimately this means only that in order to be securely differentiated, the individual signs must be distinguished from one another in a determinate order, and this distinguishing is basically already accounting in the substantive sense of the word. The strokes that we use to separate from and from etc. function already as numbers in the sense of a purely ordinal derivation of the numerical concept. On the whole, we may say that intuitive thinking provides the foundation for the mathematical edifice, while symbolic thinking provides for its construction and its securing. Considered from the perspective of a critique of cognition, the two tasks, as it were, may be said to belong to different levels. For Hilbert, the proposition in the beginning was the sign, is valid because he sees the essential task of his theory to be that of avoiding error, of safeguarding mathematical thinking against contradiction. What serves toward error, however, is not necessarily the full and adequate ground of truth. Ultimately, this ground can be discovered only in definite synthetic connections of thinking that ground the construction of a determinate objective region and render possible the governing of these regions through general laws. Along with an analytical logic that provides a complete and unbroken survey of the found in its systematic interconnections, Leibniz called for a logica inventioniz, a logic of inventing, erfinden. For the purposes of this differentiation, one might say that formalism is an indispensable instrument for the logic of the found, that it does not uncover the principle of mathematical finding. Hilbert occasionally speaks about the fact that his theory aims to safeguard the power of mathematics for all time from all rebellions, such as those that have been attempted against classical analysis. Even if his theory of proof should fully achieve this aim, the logician and epistemo-critic may be permitted to ask, however, whether the forces that there are enlisted here for the protection of the mathematical power, Staatsmacht, are the same as those that have grounded the rule of mathematics in the realm of spirit and that are constantly expanding and enhancing it. Formalism is an incomparable means for the discipline of mathematical reason, however, it cannot in itself explain the existence, bestand, of mathematics nor justify it in a transcendental sense. On the other hand, it signifies one of the essential achievements of formalism. It has taken up once again a problem that the philosophy of mathematics has persistently struggled with since its revival by Descartes, and it has made great strides toward a final solution of this problem. Descartes distinguishes two basic sources of mathematical certainty: intuition, and deduction. The former supplies the principles that are neither needful nor susceptible of any further grounding because they are immediately elucidated by the light of reason. This light admits of no diminution or darkening what it apprehends as such, it apprehends completely and undividedly, with unconditioned clarity and certainty. In contrast to it stand those propositions that are not self-evident but are derived by a mediated process of proof from the self-evident axioms. For here, thinking is compelled to proceed purely discursively. It does not survey at one glance the ideas that it connects together, rather, it connects them by way of a greater or lesser number of middle links that it places between them. However, because these middle links never present themselves at once to spirit in true unity, which is because spirit can progress successively only from one to the other, it is subject in this successive process to the uncertainty that attaches to all becoming. In progressing from one link in the proof to the next, it must not lose sight of the preceding links but rather reproduce them, but it can never be fully certain of the exactitude of its reproduction. Now it no longer depends on the certainty of intuition, but on the security and fidelity of the memory, and for this reason, it is at the mercy of a cognitive function that, as a matter of principle, is open to every doubt. For Descartes, methodological doubt culminates in the rule that one must not trust a faculty of the mind, Geist, if we have even once observed that it can lead us into errors and fallacies. What faculty, however, is more likely to yield fallacies than the merely reproductive certainty of recollection? Thus, deduction, and with it the core of the method of mathematical proof, is in danger of falling prey once and for all to skepticism. This is the occasion for the Cartesian fiction of the evil genius who can deceive us and lead us astray even in the seemingly most certain conclusions. For there always remains, even with the formally correct application of the rules of thinking, a possibility that the contents of thinking, instead of being repeated with identical determination, are unnoticeably changed and transposed. As we know, there is for Descartes no epistemological but only a metaphysical way out of this labyrinth. His invocation of God's veracity does not appease or resolve the doubt but simply suppresses it. However, here precisely lies the point of departure for Leibniz's development of the technique and methodology of mathematical proof. It can be shown historically that Descartes' skepticism about the certainty of the deductive process became the actual moving and driving force for Leibniz's theory of proof. If a mathematical proof is to be truly stringent, if it is to embody a real force of conviction, it must be detached from the sphere of mere recollective certainty and raised above it. The succession of the steps of thinking must be replaced by a pure simultaneity of synopsis. Only symbolic thinking is able to accomplish this achievement. For its nature consists in the fact that it does not operate with the thought contents themselves but correlates a definite sign with each thought content, and by virtue of this correlation achieves a thickening by which it is possible to concentrate all the links of a complex chain of proof in a single formula and embrace them in one glance as an organized totality, Gesamtheit. It is this basic idea of the Leibnizian characteristic that underwent its resurgence in Hilbert's formalization of the processes of logical and mathematical inference and, thanks to the broadening of the domain of mathematics and the extraordinary refinement and deepening of its conceptual means, seems at last to have become ripe for actual fulfillment. We now understand why Hilbert stresses that the objects, objecte, to which mathematical inferences refer must be so constituted that they can be fully surveyed in all their parts and can be generally and certainly recognized. It is not things but signs alone that make such a recognition possible and that thus emancipated thinking from the dangers and ambiguities of mere reproduction. The ideal elements, elementae, and their signification for the construction of mathematics. If we now turn back from the theory of mathematical proof to the region of mathematical objects and inquire into the intellectual forces that have proven active in the construction of this region, then it is, in particular, the development of the boundary concept, Grenzbegriff, and the theory of ideal elements, elementae, that stand out as important basic methodological motives. As for the boundary concept, it too is one of those fundamental concepts that before finding access to the region of science was discovered and first determined in the sphere of philosophical thinking. Number and boundary appear as reciprocal concepts in the philosophy of the Pythagoreans. Insofar as one may speak in general of an earlier or later, the boundary must here be accorded logical and metaphysical primacy over the number. What gives number its decisive position and basic significance in the Pythagorean system is that it alone constitutes the satisfiability of the postulate that is presented in the concept of the boundary. Boundary and the unbounded, (a), limit, and p, unlimited, are the two poles of being and the two poles of knowing. The power of number over being lies in its striking a bridge between these poles. In entering into the order of number, the indeterminate and infinite become subject to the forceful power of form. The whole harmony of the all, emerges out of this synthesis and consists in it. For the Pythagoreans, the certainty of this harmony is unassailable by any doubt it forms, rather, the originary factum on which all philosophical as well as all mathematical cognition rests. It lies in the nature, Wesen, of philosophical cognition itself, however, then it cannot sustain itself in the long run on this factum without transforming it into a problem. This transformation took place with Plato. For him, too, the boundary and the unbounded form the two basic determinations around which his entire thinking circles. In the late works of Plato, the binary opposition of P?A, limit, and P, unlimited, are designated as the point of origins, Ursprungsstelle, of everything logical, as the eternal and immortal pathos of the concept itself. The tension between the two opposing poles has, however, now become considerably exacerbated. For the opposition between determination and the indeterminate now embraces that other opposition that according to Plato's basic theory subsists between the world of ideas and the world of appearances. Between these two worlds, a true harmony in the strict sense of the word is never possible. It is implicit in the sense of the idea that no appearance can be given that is congruent with it in a truly rigorous way. Thus, the relation between the two always involves the necessary distance between them, their fundamental alterity. And no participation of the appearance in the idea can bridge this abyss. Abgrund, can ease the element of? T? Ernst. For Plato, the opposition between the world of knowledge and the world of empirical existence arises over and over again out of this originary opposition. In its form and nature, Wesen, all knowledge is directed toward determination, while all existence as such is abandoned and delivered over to indeterminacy in knowledge. Thought comes to rest in a fixed and definite being, whereas in existence, there prevails the flux of becoming, which can never be halted nor contained in sharp boundaries. It is historically remarkable and systematically noteworthy how for many centuries this Platonic verdict not only dominated the framing of the problem of metaphysics but also exerted its influence anew within scientific mathematics. As late as the 19th century, Paul Dubois-Reymond, in his General Theory of Functions, positions the question of the truth of mathematical objects almost entirely in a Platonic sense. He no longer, however, ventured a definitive and unequivocal answer to the question but instead left open the choice between two basic opposing tendencies of contemplation, between idealism and empiricism. According to him, the former goes the way of transcendence, the latter the way of immanence. Empiricism sees number as a means of determination. However, it carries the determination no further than the nature of the object of experience permits. For empiricism, the number always remains bound to the limitations that are posited by every factual and concrete measurement. The process of measuring can always be more sharply and more subtly formed, but it cannot, without losing its comprehensible sense, be carried beyond the boundaries within which an intuitive differentiation is still possible. The idealist begins, however, from the apprehension and definition of mathematical sense as free, as fundamentally independent of all conditions of empirical verification. Not only as a formation, Gebilde, for example, an infinite, non-periodic decimal fraction, determined to the degree in which its value has actually been computed, but also the idealist speaks of it as a consistent and fully objective determination, as a being in itself. According to the theory of Dubois-Reymond, the opposition raised here can be resolved, if at all, not by any purely mathematical decision. It belongs to a domain in which it is not mathematical knowledge but rather philosophical faith that has the last word. As strange and paradoxical as this judgment may appear at first sight, it seems to have been largely confirmed by the development that the theory of mathematical cognition has undergone in the last decades. For within the inquiry into the truth and validity of the ideal elements, elementae, mathematicians still appear divided into two camps: a nominalistic view and a realistic view, without a way to indicate how to decide between the two based on purely mathematical criteria. Some outstanding mathematicians speak as though an answer to a question could be supplied not by the logical conscience of mathematics but only by the ethical conscience of the mathematician and their Weltanschauung. On the other hand, this displacement of the main emphasis in the question of mathematical truth is, epistemo-critically considered, more worrisome the greater the range and importance that the ideal elements, elementae, have acquired in the construction of modern mathematics. Of course, there have been numerous attempts to restrict the ideal elements or to suppress them entirely. Kroneker's remark that the whole number was created by God and that everything else is the mere work of humans is well known. And yet if we follow the development of mathematical thinking from antiquity to the present, this thinking seems to owe its supreme triumphs precisely to this work of humans. Out of this problem, the desire repeatedly arose, not to deny the use and fertility of the ideal elements, elementae, but to secure their logical foundation, fundament, and to anchor them in the ultimate foundation, Grundlagen, of mathematical thinking. Thus, in particular, Hilbert has recently reiterated most sharply that an actual carrying through of the theory of mathematics would never be possible unless we decided to adjoin ideal propositions to the finite propositions of mathematics. The right to such an adjoint is suicidally secured for the mathematician if he can show on the one hand that the new objects that he takes up obey the same formal laws of connection that had been established for the old ones, and if he is able furthermore to prove that the addition of the new, ideal elements, elementae, can never give rise to contradictions in the old, restricted sphere, that the relations that prevail among the old formations, Gebilde, when the ideal formations, Gebilde, are eliminated are still valid. The philosophical critique of cognition must, however, raise here still another and sharper demand. For it is not enough that the new elements, elementae, should prove equally justified with the old, in the sense that the two can enter into a combination that is free from contradiction. It is not enough that the new should take their place alongside, neben, the old and assert themselves in this juxtaposition, nebeneinander. This merely formal compatibility would not in itself provide a guarantee for a truly inner merger, for a homogeneous logical construction of mathematics. Rather, such a construction is produced and secured only if we show that the new elements, elementae, not only are adjoined to the old ones as formations, Gebilde, of a diarrhent kind and origins, but also are a systematically necessary unfolding of the old. And the proof of this interconnection can be undertaken only through the demonstration that there exists an originary logical kinship between the new and old elements, elementae. Then the new elements, elementae, will bring nothing to the former, nothing other than what is already contained and implicitly decided in their original sense. It must be expected that the new elements, elementae, instead of fundamentally changing this sense and replacing it by another, will rather first bring it to its full development and clarification. And when we survey the particular nature of the ideal elements, elementae, in the history of mathematics, this expectation is never disappointed. Every step that has enlarged the domain of mathematics and the sphere of its objects also steps along the way toward a deeper fundamental grounding, to the foundations of its fundamentals. It is only because and insofar as the two tendencies of reflection support one another that the inner coherence of mathematics is not endangered by the continuous growth of its formations, Gebilde, but rather always more clearly and strictly confirmed. For every new extension, every extensification amounts at the same time to a logical intensification. The consistence, bestand, once secured, does not merely spread out on the surface, rather, in each new sphere of objects, a growing stabilization and a more radical grounding of the total consistence, of mathematical truth as such, is achieved. It is from this point of view that the decisive achievement of the ideal elements, elementae, must in the end be posited, and from it that they must be understood and justified. This brings with it, however, a strange reversal of our epistemo-critical task. For, considered more closely, this task no longer consists in reducing the new elements, elementae, to the old, nor in explaining the new through the old, but rather in using the new as an intellectual medium by which the actual significance of the old is alone truly apprehended, by which it can be recognized in the universality and depth of its nature, Wesen, that was previously not reached. In this sense, we may say that the logical path of mathematics is not directed toward winning the ideal elements, elementae, their own rights, rect, and space alongside the others. Rather, we should say that in the ideal elements, elementae, mathematics first achieves the actual goal of its concept formation and comes to a critical understanding of what this concept formation is and of what it is capable. Even if we assume that the ratio essendi of the ideal formations, Gebilde, lies in the realm of the old formations, Gebilde, the ratio cognitiondi of the latter is nevertheless found in the ideal elements, elementi. For this signifies the discovery of an originary stratum of mathematical thinking in which not only this or that individual domain of mathematical objects, objectae, but the intellectual process of mathematical objectivization itself is rooted. In positing the ideal elements, elementae, this process does not forge an absolutely new path, rather, it frees itself only from certain accidental limits that hampered it at first, thus becoming truly conscious of its full power and scope. In all the individual domains in which the of ideal elements, elementae, has proven their significance, this characteristic process of detachment, of logical emancipation may be followed. Thinking could not shun here the path through the seemingly impossible. Only by taking this path could it arrive at a truly free and all-around survey of its own possibilities, which had hitherto been closed up within it. The discovery of the imaginary in mathematics and the various attempts that have been made to justify it logically represent a classical example of this basic tendency in mathematical thinking. Where it first appears in the history of mathematics, the imaginary seems very much of a stranger and intruder, However, not only does this stranger gradually achieve full rights of citizenship, but also through it, a far deeper knowledge of the principles and foundations of the mathematical constitutional state is now acquired. Hermann Grassmann has thus created, with his use of arbitrarily chosen numbers, a new concept of geometry as a truly general theory of extension. On the other hand, it appears that the approach to a true systematization of algebra could be found only by way of the introduction of imaginary magnitudes only after this was the proof for the fundamental theorem of algebra rigorously conducted. In all these cases, the logical touchstone for the justification of the new elements, elementae, was found not only in the fact that the new dimension of reflection in which we entered did not further displace the relationships that were valid within the former dimension, but also in the fact that it essentially sharpened our view of them. Looking back from the newly developed domain upon the old domain allows us to intellectually appropriate this older region in its entire extension, which helps us to know and understand its subtler structural forms. Thus, it was the concept of the complex number that enabled us to discover an abundance of hitherto unknown relations between real magnitudes and to demonstrate them with true universality. Thus, with this concept, not only was a new domain of mathematical objects opened up, but also a new intellectual perspective that made the lawfulness of real numbers identifiable and transparent in an entirely new and inerrant way was also established. Mathematics confirmed here Goethe's dictum that every new object, correctly considered, opens up at the same time a new organ of seeing. In a like fashion, for example, Kummer's discovery of ideal numbers had the same effect within the theory of numbers. Among whole algebraic numbers now arose certain laws of divisibility from an astonishingly simple form by means of which it was possible to unite number formations, Gebilde, that at first sight possess no interrelationity with one another, into ideal totalities, into determinate numerical bodies. And it furthermore appeared that the theory of the divisibility of whole numbers, as it was justified here, not only applied to this original field of application but also could be transferred almost in its entirety to another domain, to the theory of rational functions. Thus, when we look back over the history of mathematics, the of ideal elements, elementae, proves everywhere to be justified by the factum. However, the critique of knowledge cannot, of course, stop with this mere factum, rather, it must inquire into the possibility of this factum. For the relation revealed here between the various regions of mathematical objects is in no way a simple, at first glance, transparent relationship. That the new objects do not simply enter into mathematics alongside the old ones but inwardly change and transform their aspect, that they imprint on them another cognitive form, is and remains a peculiar intellectual phenomenon that can find its interpretation and explanation only if we go back to the original motive of all mathematical object formation in general. Indeed, the key to a true understanding of the ideal formations, Gebilde, must be sought in the fact that the ideality by no means begins with them, rather, it is in them that it first emerges in pregnant sharpness and with particular emphasis. For there is no single truly mathematical concept that refers simply to pre-given and pre-encountered objects, rather, in order to find its position in the sphere of the mathematical in general, each object must contain within it a principle of synthetic production. Here, it is always the positing of a general relation, that comes first, and it is only from its carrying out from all sides that the particular sphere of objects develops, in the sense of the genetic definition. Thus, essentially, the of even more complex formations, Gebilde, only continues a process that was already begun and anticipated in the first elements, elementae, of mathematics. Hilbert also points out that the method to which the ideal formations, Gebilde, owe their origin can be followed back to elementary geometry. For in both cases, the same fundamentally identical logical act of thinking is required. It consists in the fact that a plethora of possible relations are grasped together in one single object and represented, through this object. Without such ideal representation, no single mathematical object, objecte, however simple, would be possible. The ideal formations, Gebilde, in the specific sense of the term, may be designated as objects of a higher order. However, there is no radical cleavage between them and elementary objects. The same process is at work in both, the difference is merely that in the ideal elements, elementae, the process stands out, as it were, in an extract, in its pure quintessence. For even in the simplest conceivable object of pure mathematics, in the construction of the natural number series, the ordering relation, proves to be the first, while what is ordered in it and through it proves to be secondary and derived. Once we have perceived this, nothing prevents us from extending this ordering relation, beyond the domain where it was first active. Now it becomes evident that its significance and its creative energy is not exhausted in this work and does not cease with it. The process in which number formation is ultimately grounded is not exhausted in the simple formation, Gebilde, of whole numbers, although even this itself presents an infinite and infinitely varied framework, Gefüge. Rather, each new system of relations found within this framework, Gefüge, that is to say, derived from the originary productive relation, can itself become a point of departure for a new positing and for groups of postings as a whole. The object is subjected here to no other conditions than those of mathematical synthesis itself. It is and exists insofar as the mathematical synthesis is valid. No external, transcendent reality of things decides this validity. Rather, the immanent logic of the mathematical relations, in themselves uniquely decides this validity. With this we have apprehended the simple principle to which the validity and truth of the ideal elements, elementae, can ultimately be traced. If even the elementary formations, Gebilde, of mathematics, if even the simple arithmetical numbers as well as the points and straight lines of geometry are understood not as individual things, but only as links in a system of relations, then the ideal formations, Gebilde, form, as it were, a systems of systems. They are composed of no intellectual matter, other than these elementary objects, but distinguish themselves from them only in the mode of their integration, in the increased refinement of their conceptual complexion. Accordingly, the judgments that we make concerning the ideal elements, elementae, can always be, Gebilde, their origin can be followed back to elementary geometry. For in both cases, the same fundamentally identical logical act of thinking is required. It consists in the fact that a plethora of possible relations are grasped together in one single object and represented, through this object. Without such ideal representation, no single mathematical object, objecte, however simple, would be possible. The ideal formations, Gebilde, in the specific sense of the term, may be designated as objects of a higher order. However, there is no radical cleavage between them and elementary objects. The same process is at work in both, the difference is merely that in the ideal elements, elementae, the process stands out, as it were, in an extract, in its pure quintessence. For even in the simplest conceivable object of pure mathematics, in the construction of the natural number series, the ordering relation, proves to be the first, while what is ordered in it and through it proves to be secondary and derived. Once we have perceived this, nothing prevents us from extending this ordering relation, beyond the domain where it was first active. Now it becomes evident that its significance and its creative energy is not exhausted in this work and does not cease with it. The process in which number formation is ultimately grounded is not exhausted in the simple formation, Gebilde, of whole numbers, although even this itself presents an infinite and infinitely varied framework, Gefüge. Rather, each new system of relations found within this framework, Gefüge, that is to say, derived from the originary productive relation, can itself become a point of departure for a new positing and for groups of postings as a whole. The object is subjected here to no other conditions than those of mathematical synthesis itself. It is and exists insofar as the mathematical synthesis is valid. No external, transcendent reality of things decides this validity. Rather, the immanent logic of the mathematical relations, in themselves uniquely decides this validity. With this we have apprehended the simple principle to which the validity and truth of the ideal elements, elementae, can ultimately be traced. If even the elementary formations, Gebilde, of mathematics, if even the simple arithmetical numbers as well as the points and straight lines of geometry are understood not as individual things, but only as links in a system of relations, then the ideal formations, Gebilde, form, as it were, a systems of systems. They are composed of no intellectual matter, other than these elementary objects, but distinguish themselves from them only in the mode of their integration, in the increased refinement of their conceptual complexion. Accordingly, the judgments that we make concerning the ideal elements, elementae, can always be whatever is predicated of them, what can be said of them, in the sense of a logically and mathematically significant truth, is nothing other than the inventory, bestand, of just those relations they embody and express in themselves. However, of course, the symbolic thinking of mathematics does not content itself simply with apprehending these relations in abstracto. Rather, it demands and creates a specific sign for the logical mathematical state of errors that is present in them, and it ultimately treats this sign itself as a fully valid, legitimate, mathematical object. This transposition, unquestionably justified, if only we remember that from the outset the objects of mathematics are not an expression of something thing-like, something substantially existing, but that they are intended to be, and can be, nothing other than functional expressions, ordinal signs. Every advance to a new, more complex ordering of relations basically creates a new genus of mathematical objects, which are not connected with the old ones by any kind of intuitive similarity, not because they possess any common characteristic trait that can be indicated in isolation but because they are logically related and homogeneous, because they are formed and constructed according to an essentially identical intellectual principle. However, another and deeper sameness, gleichzartigkeit, a stricter homogeneity, than is here guaranteed can neither be demanded nor expected. The mode of every mathematical object is not established before the principle of its production but is first determined by the productive relation, on which it rests. That this concentration of a whole system of mathematical statements into one point is possible is one of the most fruitful, one of the most truly decisive, elements in all mathematical concept and theory formation in general. For it is only with this that the mathematical method is able to master the abundance of shapes, Gestalten, that are produced from its own ground and to stand its ground vis-à-vis those shapes, as well as their ever-increasing diversity and richness. Mathematical method need no longer evaporate this abundance in a vague generic universality, rather, it can now take it in as a concrete totality and concrete determinacy, as it is certain that it can master and prevail over this concretion. Every science that does not synthetically and constructively produce the region of its objects but that somehow empirically already finds, vorfinden, these objects can gather the manifold of its objects, Objekte, into a methodological focus in no other way than by examining them, as it were, step by step. Such a science must grasp this manifold as it presents itself immediately to empirical knowledge. It must arrange perception to perception, observation to observation, and the union of these individual details into a systematic whole is invariably required. The requirement itself will, however, remain an intellectual anticipation, a kind of petitio principii. Each new aspect of empirical research opens up a new aspect of the object. Here too, the tendency toward the whole, Ganze, must be preserved. Insofar as empirical thinking is understood not as a mere groping but as thinking, as a function requiring and positing unity, proves itself in that the individual parts ultimately complete, ergänzen, one another to form some total image, Gesamtbild. However, here this completion, Ergänzung, itself always retains a preliminary character. Nevertheless, what is given here ultimately remains a piece in pieces. Thinking does not begin from the original apprehension of a whole so as to generate its individual determinations. Rather, it attempts to construct a whole, bit by bit, while it clings to the separate empirical data. Mathematics, too, would not be a synthetic progressive science if its total field lay before it from its inception in a complete and surveyable glance. Its intellectual progress also consists in an unremitting advance into new, previously unknown, and inaccessible domains. Every new instrument of thinking that it creates for itself opens up new determinations of its region of objects. Thus, it is never simply a question of a mere laying asunder, an analytical unfolding of the known, but a genuine discovery. And yet, on the other hand, this discovery itself presents a peculiar methodological feature. The path does not lead simply from determinate beginnings, established once and for all, to ever more richly diversified conclusions. Rather, each new domain that is opened up and conquered through these inceptions casts a new light on the inceptions themselves. The progress of thinking always contains its own reversal into itself. Here it is at the same time a decline into itself. For the consistent existence and meaning, the intellectual content, Gehalt, of the mathematical principles first stands out fully in their achievement, so that every enrichment of this achievement always discloses a new depth in the principles themselves. We may thus say that the entire development that the concept of number undergoes in the course of the history of mathematical thinking, in the transition from the whole number to the fraction, from the rational to the irrational number, from the real number to the imaginary number, is in no way based on a merely arbitrary generalization, but that in it the nature, Wesen, of number explicates itself and is apprehended more and more deeply in its objective universality. As Heraclitus said of physis, of active nature, the way up is itself the way down. So in the ideal concept world of mathematics, the way to the periphery and the way to the center is the same. There is no real conflict and opposition here between a centripetal tendency and a centrifugal tendency of thinking. Rather, the two require and promote one another. And in this intellectual union of polar oppositions lies the true and epistemo-critically significant achievement of the ideal elements, elemente, of mathematics. They are not so much new elements, elemente, as new syntheses. The pendulum of mathematical thinking takes place, as it were, in a double movement. It swings toward the relation, and it swings toward the object. This thinking continuously dissolves all being into pure relations, but Beziehungen, on the other hand, it at the same time unites a totality of relations into the concept of one being. This is true not only for the classes of objects, objet, with which mathematics deals but also for its individual disciplines. For it always transpires that the of a new, genuinely fruitful ideal element, in mathematics results in an entirely new reciprocal relationship among these disciplines and a closer and profounder union among them. Their rigid apartness, their differentiation according to object, that are relatively alien to one another, proves now to be an illusion. The thought of the Mathesis Universalis triumphs over all attempts to split this whole into mere departments. Thus, to cite an outstanding example, the profound cognition of the imaginary has not only proven fruitful for specialized mathematical inquiry but also done away with one of the partitions that had complicated and deterred insight into the systematic interconnections between the individual domains. For the imaginary does not stop at these individual domains but permeates them all with the new thought form that they contained within themselves. In its first historical application, it seemed to be limited to arithmetic and algebra, particularly to the theory of equations, and since Cauchy, it has been included in the logical inventory of algebraic analysis. Its development did not stop here, however. With Bensley's construction of projective geometry, the imaginary captured the theory of space, producing an entirely new form of geometrical consideration. And it no longer appeared here incidental or extrinsic, rather, it was consciously moved into the center of geometrical concept formation in that Bensley bases his use of imaginary on a thoroughly general principle, which he defined as the principle of the permanence of mathematical relations, relation. The supreme triumph of the imaginary consists, however, in that it inexorably made inroads into physics, into the theory of the cognition of reality. Here too, the use of the functions of complex variables proves to be an indispensable aid of mathematical determination. An entirely new bond is now woven between the diverse contents and the diverse provinces of mathematical knowledge. Their more or less arbitrary separateness is replaced by a relationship of reciprocal illumination that not only places the disciplines themselves in a new light but makes possible a deeper and stricter apprehending of the absolute nature of the mathematical as such, which precedes and underlies all its particularizations. If we adhere to this insight, then with it all fictionalism in the judgment and evaluation of the ideal elements, elementae, is cut out at the root. The core of their objectivity can now no longer be sought in the individual given contents corresponding to them, rather, it can be sought only in a purely systematic inventory, in the truth and validity of a definite complex of relations, relation. Once this truth has been secured, the only possible objective foundation for it is disclosed. Another foundation for it cannot be found but also cannot be meaningfully and justifiably be searched for. The sense of the ideal elements, elementae, can never be given in individual representations that are directed toward a concrete, intuitively tangible object, rather, it can be rendered identifiable and comprehensible only in a complex framework of judgments, Urteilsgefüge. The form of mathematical objectivization surely implies that this framework, Gefüge, is itself made into the object and as object treated as such. However, the strict partition between it and empirical things is not thereby annulled, but rather, it continues to exist as before. This partition is not situated within the domain of mathematics, separating a sphere of unreal formations, Gebilde, from real ones, rather, it separates the whole of the mathematical world from the empirical world of things. Thus, we must either decide to brand all mathematics as a fiction or, in principle, endow the whole of it, up to its highest and abstractest postulations, with the same character of truth and validity. The division into authentic and inauthentic, into allegedly real and allegedly fictive elements, elementae, always remains a half measure that, if taken seriously, would destroy the methodological unity of mathematics. And on the other hand, this methodological unity is always attested and guaranteed anew by the positing of the ideal elements, elementae, and the position that they acquire in the whole of mathematics. We have already seen this in the of imaginary magnitudes. However, this is only a paradigm, an individual example for a far more general state of affairs. For wherever mathematical thinking, usually after long preparations and uncertain gropings, decides to gather a rich concept of relations, which it had previously considered and investigated separately, into one spiritual focus and designate them with one symbol, then, by virtue of this basic intellectual symbolic act, factors that had previously been far removed from one another and seemingly unconnected join to form a whole that initially is usually nothing more than the whole of a problem but that as such contains within it the pledge of a future solution. It has been from such a logical process that the analysis of the infinite has grown as its fruit ripened. Neither Newton's discovery of fluxional calculus nor Leibniz's discovery of infinitesimal calculus contributed to such an entirely new content to the list of mathematical problems of their time. The decisive concepts of fluxion, of the differential, and of differential quotients were in fact prepared by preceding developments down to the last detail. It operated in the most various domains in the grounding of dynamics by Galilei, in Fermat's theory of maxima and minima, in the theory of the infinite series, in the inverse tangents problem, etc., before it was universally recognized and fixed. At first, Newton's sin x and Leibniz's sin di dx accomplish nothing more than to effect this fixation. They designate a common point of orientation for investigations that hitherto had moved along separate paths. The moment, Augenblick, that this point of orientation had been determined and fixed in a symbol, a kind of crystallization of problems followed. They poured from all sides into one logical mathematical form. Once more, the symbol demonstrated a power that we can find in it always and everywhere, in the most diverse domains, from myth to language and theoretical cognition, the power of thickening. It is as if through the creation of a new symbol an immense energy of thinking is transferred from a relatively diffuse form into a concentrated form. The reciprocal tension between the concepts and problems of algebraic analysis, geometry, and the general theory of motion had long been present. However, only through the creation of the algorithm of Newton's fluxional calculus and Leibniz's differential calculus was this tension discharged and did the spark bridge the gap. The road was then opened up and the path marked out for future development. What was indicated and implicitly posited in the newly created symbols had only to be raised to full explicit cognition. It was through this very achievement that the Leibnizian form of analysis ultimately proved its preeminence over the Newtonian form. Newton in his fluxional calculus also strived for a free survey of all the problems involved, for a truly universal framing of the concepts of magnitude and continuous alteration. From its inception, however, certain limits were imposed on this effort. For Newton's thought derived from mechanics, and in the final analysis he always had mechanics as his objective. The consequence of this was that even where his thinking seems to move in wholly abstract channels, it always required and held on to mechanical analogies. As a consequence, his general concept of becoming is wholly oriented toward the phenomenon of motion. Thus, the concept of fluxion underlying Newton's analysis is modeled on Galileo's concept of moment of velocity and still bears certain characteristic individual features. Leibniz's method seems by comparison formal and abstract. For it, too, derives from dynamics. However, for him, dynamics only served as a preliminary stage and gateway to a new metaphysics. He is thus compelled from the start to take it in full universality and to exclude from the concept of force all intuitive, secondary notions derived from physical motion. Consequently, his concept of alteration, on which he constructed his analysis, is not filled and elicted with a determinate, concrete intuitive content, Gehalt. Rather, it rests on the principle of general order, principe d'ordre général, which he defines as the principle of continuity. The basic problems of analysis are thus not translated into the form of the problem of motion as is the case in Newton's method of first and last relationships. Rather, the theory of motion is from the beginning regarded merely as a special case, which, like the theory of the series or the geometrical problems of the quadratures of curves, is subordinated to a universal logical rule. In this sense, arithmetic, algebra, geometry, and dynamics as such ceased for Leibniz to be independent sciences. They have become mere samples, échantillons, of the universal characteristic. From the standpoint of this characteristic, which aspires to be the general and universally valid language of mathematics, what were formerly regarded as individual regions are merely particular idioms. The logic of the sciences can and must transcend this mere idiomatics, because it has the power to penetrate to the ultimate foundational relations, relationen, of thinking, which are contained implicitly in all the connections between particulars and which provide the justification for these connections. The true universality of thinking thus emerges from the universality of the sign. When Leibniz gestures toward a justification of his use of infinitesimal magnitudes, he often makes use of the example of imaginary numbers, and it is only in the context of our problem that we can understand the logical foundation of this analogy. The common and connecting factor lies in the theory of the symbol that Leibniz has created as an idealist logician and that he generally presupposes in the construction of mathematics. This is the ultimate junction of all the threads that connect his configuration of the individual sciences with his general science of knowing, Wissenschaftslehre, and this in turn with his total system of philosophy. Looking back once again over mathematical concept formation as a whole, we find that its entire development has followed the path that Plato, at the beginnings of scientific mathematics, pointed out with truly prophetic clarity. The goal that it has steadily pursued and approached is that of determination, the overcoming of the apparent, limitless, by the a limit. The beginning of all mathematical concept formation is that thought, while not absolutely detaching itself from the intuitively given and intuitively representable, still strives to liberate itself from the fluidity and indeterminacy of intuition. It replaces the mutual reflection and the imperceptible transition into one another of sensible intuitive data with sharp and clear divisions. As long as we remain within the sphere of mere perception or intuition, such divisions are nowhere available, voorhanden. There are no points, no lines, no surfaces, in the sense that mathematics associates with these concepts. It is the axiomatic thinking of mathematics that first posits the possible subjects for all genuinely mathematical propositions. In this sense, Felix Klein has gone so far as to define the axioms as the requirements by means of which we rise above the imprecision of intuition, or above its limited precision, to unlimited precision. Whale similarly points out, in his Ernst between the intuitive and the mathematical continuum, that the latter can be achieved only if thinking injects exact elements, elemente, into the flow of intuition, if it injects the rigorous concept of the real number into the indeterminate multiplicity of the intuitive. And this, as he expressly stresses, is not a schematizing violence or a simple achievement of the practical economy of thinking but instead an act of reason that reaches through and beyond the given. The actual intellectual miracle of mathematics, however, consists in that this process of reaching through, which already determines its beginning, in itself never finds an end but is repeated over and over, always at a higher level. It is this alone that prevents mathematics from freezing into an ensemble of merely analytical propositions and degenerating into an empty tautology. The basis of the unity and coherence, Geschlossenheit, of the mathematical method is that the originary creative function to which it owes its emergence never comes to rest but continues to operate in ever new forms, and in this operation, it proves itself to be one and the same, an indestructible totality. To all objectivity there is, in principle, i.e. technical difficulties aside, an approach. It is this that first characterizes all objectivity as a phenomenon and satisfies the absolutely universal claim of transcendental phenomenology, for which all being is synonymous with being constituted. I also agree fully with the consequence that Becker draws from this principle, namely his assertion of the primacy of the concept of number over the concept of quantity. Cf. However, what strikes me as not demonstrated by Becker's argumentation, and moreover seems to me indemonstrable in the present state of mathematics, is the necessity and the justification for connecting the general serial principle, on which the region of number is constructed, with the phenomenon of time, as Becker does throughout his work. Even if we recognize the decisive role of temporality, Zeitlichkeit, for the being character, Seincharakter, of mathematical objects, this temporality that is questioned signifies nothing other than the general scheme of order and progression, to use William Rowan Hamilton's term. This objective time of mathematics must not be confused with historical time or with the time of lived experience of the mathematician, cf. Becker. As far as I can see, mathematics today offers no more justification than ever before for an attempt to anthropologize transcendental idealism. The subject to which the pure constructive principles of mathematics and hence the realm of mathematical objectivity must be referred remains the I think of Kant's transcendental apperception, hence the pure I, the I-pole, which is also Husserl's original starting point. Becker, however, seeks rather to refer the substantive content and invistory, bestand, of mathematics to a definite mode and tendency of factual life phenomena. He sees mathematical existence, as ultimately grounded in certain modes of factual life. Mathematics, I believe, will always have to resist this grounding in a mere facticity of existence, Daseinsfachlichkeit, because of the fundamental demand for objectivity inherent in it. In a recent work, Über den sogenannten Anthropologismus in der Philosophie der Mathematik, Philosophischer Einzeiger, which became accessible to me only while I was correcting the present volume, Becker says that the Marburg Neo-Kantians had rightly attempted to approach the problem of the philosophical foundation of mathematics from an idealistic point of view, but he goes on to say that they failed because they formulated the idea of the subject of cognition too indeterminately, or rather, they did not even bring the already achieved determinacy of subjectivity to bear in their formulation of the problem. If this reproach of indeterminacy means merely that logical idealism rejects a mixture of pure subjectivity with determinations of the subjectivity of human beings, I believe that it is based on a petitia principii. Logical idealism starts from an analysis of mathematical objects and seeks to apprehend the peculiar determinacy of these objects by explaining them through the peculiarity of the mathematical method, the mathematical concept formation, and the formulation of its problem. As to what this method itself is, the logical idealists derive their answer solely from its imminent achievement. However, in this achievement, subjectivity, insofar as it is understood as the concrete subjectivity of the mathematician, is not present, voorhanden, as a constitutive moment, Rather, this subjectivity is consciously eliminated. When Becker attempts to deny this state of affairs, when he puts forward the thesis that the mere definition of mathematics, as the science that strives to master the infinite with finite means, points immediately and necessarily to the mathematician, such a conclusion, it seems to me, is nowhere justified by the existence, b-stand, of mathematical cognition. It can stem only from an artificial interpretation of this existence, b-stand. For even in the cited definition of mathematics, the emphasis is not on the fact that mathematics uses finite means but on the fact that through these finite means, it masters the infinite. If we start from the problem of this mastery and go on to ask how it is possible, we are led to an entirely different time form than that in which the existence of human beings, as a necessarily finite existence, moves. As far as I can see, no path leads either from the object of mathematics or from its method to the very determinate and concrete structures, death, historicity, Geschichtlichkeit, freedom, guilt, that Becker's analyses seek to disclose. It seems to me that the essential and evident relation between the meaning structure of mathematical as such and the meaning of being, Sinn, of the finite nature, Wesen, of the human, cf., can be found no more in the present stage of mathematics than in any previous stage. V. The foundations of natural scientific cognition: empirical and constructive manifolds. The construction of the realm of number shows us, in typical purity and perfection, the example of a domain of objects that takes shape from a basic originary relation, and that is entirely accessible and determinable through it. Thought starts from a pure relation, which at first seems to be of the simplest conceivable form, which comprises nothing other than a string of intellectual elements, elementae, through a law of sequence that is imposed on them. From this elementary law, however, flow ever broader and more complex determinations, which in turn are interwoven with one another in a strictly lawful way, until from the totality, Ganze, of these interweaving emerges the ensemble of the real numbers, in which the wonderful edifice of analysis is grounded. There is never any danger here of reaching the absolute limits of cognition or the internal contradictions as long as mathematical cognition remains true to its own constructive principle, as long as it admits of no other objects than those that it can gain and derive directly from this principle. It is the basic form of relation itself that posits and delimits a determinate domain of objects, and that in this determination it makes them into a whole, Ganze, for cognition that can be theoretically mastered. This kind of intellectual mastery seems to be frustrated, however, if we step beyond the domain of the mathematical, if we take the step from the ideal to the real. For here begins the realm of matter as opposed and contrary to that of pure form. In place of an original unity, which lawfully unfolds and disassembles, auseinanderlegen, itself into a multiplicity, we now have a manifold that lies before us purely as such, an existing multiplicity. This manifold, at least in the mode in which it immediately presents itself, is not constructible. We must accept it as a simple givenness. Precisely this givenness seems to be the specific, the distinctive characteristic that distinguishes the physical from the purely mathematical. An objective world is not constructed here for us in the consequence and inner consistency of pure thinking. Rather, an outward existence is given here to us through the intermediary of sensations and sensible intuition. And this kind of appropriation can be only fragmentary and patchy. We must move, not according to a predetermined plan but according to the dictates of planless, accidental observation, from one point in this existence to another. And we may be well pleased if, at the end of our road, we can connect all these points into a line whose form can be described and expressed in general terms. At every moment, we must be prepared to replace this form with another as soon as the newly flowing material demands it, as soon as the data on which our intellectual synthesis rests changes. In opposition to this kind of empirical constrained, theoretical thought seems, as such, powerless. Nature nonu insider nisi parendo. Nature is not conquered except by obeying her. It is not by forcing its general form on nature but only by immersing itself in its individual configurations and seeking to copy them feature for feature that thought is able to acquire knowledge of these configurations. The survey of these configurations no longer takes place in a delimited and, from the beginning, coherent horizon, Horizont. Rather, every extension of the content horizon, Gesichtskreis, seems to compel a change in the mode of our consideration, a shift in our line of sight. What we call nature, what we call the existence of things, confronts us at first as a mere rhapsody of perceptions. It may be possible to line up these perceptions as if on a string and describe them in their togetherness and succession. However, this mode of enumeration nevertheless remains radically different from the basic characteristic form of succession, Rehung, that we found expressed in the progression of whole numbers. For here one member does not follow on another, as it follows at once from another. The second can be derived from the first in accordance with a general rule that is valid and can be determined for the whole of the series, raya. The path, the progression, the method has become a mere progress, a mere empirical succession, succession. With this, however, the relation between individuality and universality is altered from the ground up. Each single number is also an individual concept and object with its own determinations and characteristic traits pertaining to it alone. This peculiarity, however, does not belong to it as such, but only in the system of numbers. It is grounded in pure order relations in which an individual number stands to the totality, Gesamtheit, of possible numbers. Thus, the individual is also thought and fixed here as a pure place value. The individual perception wants, however, to be something else and something more than a mere position in a series. It stands, as it were, for itself and in itself, and its significance resides precisely in this particularity. Of course, it also fits into those holes that we designate as the whole of space and time. However, it fills this hole. It fills the individual point of space in which it finds itself and the individual moment of time with a unique and singular content that cannot be reduced to a mere determination of where and when. It is here that the character of the mere givenness is once again revealed. Every perception is as such immediately given only to one observer and under their particular spatio-temporal conditions. It is by no means self-evident, indeed, it is incomprehensible at first sight, how perception can emerge from this isolation, how it can be connected with other perceptions. For it is just this connection that seems to lay claim to an interconnection of elements, elementae, that must be thought of as being not only accidental but fundamentally dissimilar. Without its inherent heterogeneity, perception would not seem to be perception, because then it would lose the qualitative particularity pertaining to its essence. And with this heterogeneity, it does not seem to fit into the form of the system, which is a condition of possibility for knowledge and theoretical comprehending. This antinomy contains the first beginning, the dialectical germ, of all natural scientific concept formation. For sure enough, as soon as thinking passes from the domain of mathematical objects to that of physical objects, it does not, of course, cast its own form in its own presuppositions, rather, it now seeks confirmation of these presuppositions in the resistance presented by the given. And through this resistance, thought discovers in itself a new power that had hitherto seemed locked within it. It now aspires to perform the impossible, to treat and regard the given as though it were not alien to thought but instead posited by thinking itself and produced by its constructive conditions. The form of the merely factual manifold, in which perception first presents itself, must now be transformed into the form of a conceptual manifold. Concrete physical thinking, as it constitutes itself and operates in the history of the cognition of nature or Kenntnis, does not inquire into whether such a transformation is possible but directly turns the problem into a postulate. It translates the conceptual aporia into an act. All natural scientific concept formation begins with such an act of thinking. The discursive nature of thinking proves itself in that it does not content itself simply to accept and to assume the series of the given but in that it seeks to actually run through this series. And it can run through it only by seeking at the same time a rule of transition that will lead from one link to another. This rule, which is not immediately given but is solely postulated and sought, remains the characteristic by which the distinctive facticity of natural scientific thinking differs from every other form of mere factual cognition. Even the vérités de fait, as they are discovered and established in physical thinking, are determined by the particularity of the physical ratio and as it were impregnated with it. This immediately becomes strikingly evident if we compare the facts, Tatsache data, of physics with those of another domain, such as the facts, Fakten, of history. We find here an immediate confirmation of the truth and profundity of Goethe's saying the highest thing would be to recognize that everything factual is already theory. There is no factuality, Faktisität, in itself as an absolute, an eternal and immutable datum. Rather, what we call a factum must always be theoretically oriented in some way, must be seen in reference to a definite conceptual system, which implicitly determines it. The theoretical means of determination are not subsequently added to the sheer fact, Tatsächlichen, but enter into the definition of the fact itself. The facts, Fakta, of physics are thus distinguished at the outset from those of history by their specific intellectual perspective. Henri Poincaré writes in La Science et l'Hypothèse. Carlyle says somewhere that the factum alone is decisive. John Lackland has passed by here that is noteworthy, that is a reality, Realität, for which I would give all the theories in the world. That is the language of the historian. The physicist would say on the contrary, John Lackland has passed by here that is a matter of endurance to me, because he will not pass by again. In this pregnant formulation, we can immediately apprehend the basic opposition between the two methodological originary significations of factuality, Tatsächlichkeit. Even where the physicist describes a single occurrence that is confined to a definite place in space and to a determined moment in time, he is not concerned with the singularity as such, rather, he considers it subspecie to their repeatability. He does not want to establish that something has happened here and now, but rather to inquire into the conditions of the event. His question is whether in establishing these conditions, the same occurrence can be observed in other places and at other times, or how it will change under determinate variations of these conditions. Even where a single matter of fact is investigated and confirmed, the consideration aims not at this matter of fact alone but at the rule according to which it is comprehended as recurring. At the start, the form of this rule is still an open question, and we must take care not to make any definite statement about it prematurely. There was a period in physics when it looked as though this form had been definitively established. Helmholtz set forth to his seminal article on the conservation of energy, the general principle of causality as this originary form of physical thinking. For him, it is the conditio sine qua non, indispensable condition, for the natural scientific framing of the problem itself, the condition for the conceivability of nature. In the present state of physics, the critique of cognition must judge more cautiously and with reserve. The question of whether all explanation of nature must necessarily lead to causal laws of a certain type or whether it must content itself with mere laws of probability cannot, however it may be decided, be resolved by a simple edict of thought. Here only immersion in the conceptual ordering framework, Ordnungsgefüge, of physics itself can bring a decision, can teach us how, within natural scientific thinking, the realm of the purely dynamic lawful regularities, Gesetzmäßigkeiten, can be marked off from the domain in which only statistically lawful regularities, Gesetzmäßigkeiten, are valid. However, even where physical thinking does not lay claim to comprehend an occurrence in a strictly causal sense but contents itself with establishing statistical rules, its essential goal is and remains not the occurrence itself but the rule-governedness, Regelhaft, of the occurrence. And the judgment that establishes this regularity, Regelhaftigkeit, can never be dissolved into a mere sum, into an aggregate of statements about individual instances. Of course, in accordance with its basic tendency, strict empiricism must attempt such a dissolution. For Mach, for example, the establishment of the law of gravity seems in fact to signify nothing more than the combination, Zusammenfassung, of a large number of concrete individual observations that undergo no further alteration in this summation than that they are grasped in a common linguistic expression. The form of Galileo's law S equals half gt is valid here as an abbreviation for a table in which certain individual values of S are correlated with certain individual values of t. Only the economy of thought, which requires that we make the most sparing use of signs, can ground and justify that we choose a general formula instead of applying this table explicitly to all hitherto observed cases, but it receives its concrete significance only if we use determinate numerical values in place of indeterminate variables. If this point of view were valid, then physical factuality would be reduced to a mere historical factuality. The difference between the two would reside not in the things, Sache, themselves but solely in the signs that we employ to present the prevailing state of affairs, Sachverhalt. However, even if we follow radical empiricism in this point of view, a new question arises at this point within the context of our general problem. The philosophy of symbolic forms has shown us everywhere that the sign is never a merely accidental and outward garment for thought, but that in the use of the sign a certain turn, a basic tendency and form of thinking, takes shape. The question still remains open which tendency in physical thought necessitates emphasizing one determinate sign. Language, the sign language of the mathematical formula, and favor it over all others? In view of the insight we have gained in regard to language itself and its spiritual constitution, we can no longer suppose that mere grounds of convenience prevail here. We cannot but suppose a deeper and more intimate relation, Bezug, between the form of thinking and the form of language. Whether this presumption or, if one wants, this systematic prejudice, is confirmed, this can be shown, of course, only by a penetrating analysis of the formation and sign bestowing in physics itself. Once again, the way leads here from an apprehension of the signs to an apprehension of the things, Sache, of what is designated an investigation and analysis of the symbols in which physical judgments are expressed and in which they first take on their appropriate form, will, it is to be hoped, make intelligible the mode and character of physical objectivity. It was the merit of Pierre Duhem that he first took this road, in his work on the theory of physics. With extraordinary sharpness and clarity, this work discloses all the ideal mediations through which we must pass if we are to gain physical theorems and judgments from a mere observation of individual appearances. THIRD shows that it is the construction of a determinate world of symbols that first opens up access to the world of physical reality, Realität. Each particular symbol that is created here presupposes, however, the originary symbol of real number as its actual foundation. What at first sight appears as a purely factual manifold and as a factual diversity of sense impressions takes on physical sense and value only in that we picture, ableton to map, it in the realm of number. Of course, we shall not do justice to this picturing, Abbildung mapping, and the highly complex law of Formgesetz, under which it stands if we understand it in a purely contextual sense. If we start from the assumption that to enter into the world of physics, it suisses that we substitute the contents of a diarrhea mode and imprint for the contents given in perception. Every particular perception class is simply assigned to a particular substrate, which is only the complete expression of its truly physical reality. What presents itself to the sense of temperature as a sensation of heat would then be recognized in its physical truth as molecular motion, what is given to the eye as color would be defined as vibration of the ether. However, this mode of transference, in which the content of immediate perception is transformed, by piece, as it were, into another, mediated content, is far from exhausting the basic sense of physical method. For the physical method is concerned, rather, with relating the reality of sensible appearances, color, tone, tactile, and temperature sensations, as a whole, to a new spiritual standard and in this relation elevating them to a new dimension of consideration. In principle, therefore, we can never compare the individual sensation with its determinate objective physical substrate. What can be compared to each other, what can be measured against each other, is rather, on the one hand, the totality of the phenomena of observation and, on the other hand, the total system of concepts and judgments in which physics expresses the order and lawfulness of nature. There was a period in the history of physics when it was believed that we could overcome scientific materialism by substituting the representation of a unitary elementary matter, Grundstoß, with another representation that was also tangibly substantially grasped. Substantial matter, materie, was replaced by substantial energy or substantial ether. However, an actual epistemo-critical deepening was never achieved in this way. This comes about only when the concept of the physical picturing, Abbildung mapping, is analyzed more closely and its significance and its capability are determined. For it now became evident that picturing, Abbildung mapping, can never leap immediately from an element, in the perceptive series to an element, in the series of physical concepts and examine both for their direct similarity or correspondence. Rather, such a correspondence may be sought only between the totality of the data of empirical observation and the totality of the theoretical conceptual means, the physical laws and hypotheses. Through an increasing awareness of this state of affairs and its logical consequences, modern physics has overcome materialism, not only in an ontological sense but in a more comprehensive methodological sense. More and more, it has abandoned the form of the explanation of the appearances of nature, which consisted solely in replacing certain groups of concrete sensible phenomena by their abstract geometrical representatives, Repräsentanten, or mechanical models. The turn away from this form of explanation signifies, however, only an apparent step toward the positivism that sees in physical laws nothing more than a mere description of the natural events. The difference immediately became evident as soon as we, instead of stressing only the negative element, turned toward a positive determination, as soon as we reflected on the specific particular nature of their means of description. These means are far removed from the kind of factuality, Tatsächlichkeit, that positivism regards as the sole criterion of reality. They belong to the same sphere as the formations, Gebilde, of pure mathematical thinking. The recognition of this original duality is the necessary condition for an understanding of the harmony that the natural scientific concept demands and institutes. This harmony signifies something more than and something fundamentally different from mere agreement. It is a genuinely synthetic act, which connects opposites together. Such a synthesis of opposites is included in every genuine physical concept and in every basic physical judgment. For physical concepts and judgments are always concerned with relating two different forms of manifold to each other and, as it were, permeating them with each other. The starting point is a merely empirical, a simply given multiplicity. However, the aim of theoretical concept formation is to transform such a given multiplicity into a rationally comprehensible, constructive multiplicity. This transformation is never concluded, it is always begun anew, with increasingly complex means. The basic epistemological question concerning the possibility of applying mathematical concepts to nature goes back ultimately to this state of affairs and to the problem it comprises. The difficulty of this application is based on the fact that it seems possible on the basis of a conscious muet transition to another genus, that it may be said to force the phenomena into another type of order than that to which they originally belong. Yet if we take the standpoint not of a realistic metaphysics but that of the philosophy of symbolic forms, then this transformation that we have before us loses a large part of its paradoxical character. For what the philosophy of symbolic forms has shown, and what it has confirmed from the most diverse angles, is that all spiritual life and development operate through transformations and intellectual metamorphoses of this kind. The beginning and possibility of language was conditioned by such a metamorphosis. Language too cannot simply designate given impressions or representations. Rather, the act of mere naming always at the same time comprises at the same time an alteration of form, a spiritual transposition. We have seen how this transposition becomes more and more accentuated as language progresses, to the degree that language, as it were, comes into its own. Language gradually breaks away from its confinement to the given, its similarity to the given from the phase of mimetic and analogical expression. It progresses to purely symbolic forming, formung. Scientific cognition repeats the same process in a different dimension of contemplation. It too gains nearness to nature only by learning to renounce it, by moving the given into an ideal distance. Here too, the problem does not lie as such in this distancing, Entfernung, in this spiritual positing of distance, Distanzsetzung. It is, however, a matter of clearly determining the particular direction in which the work of physical thinking progresses and distinguishing it sharply from other basic directions of forming, formung. Insight into this difference can be acquired only by apprehending in its universality the goal toward which this thinking strives, but, in addition, by breaking down the path that leads to it into its individual stages. We should not be put off from pursuing this path, as it were, step by step. Only by measuring it in this way will we be able to describe it. In speaking of the presentation of great human beings, Goethe once said that the source can be described only in that it flows in a general sense. This is valid of any living movement of spirit. The nature of its progress cannot be defined simply in stereotypes and abstractions but rather must be seized in its actuality, in the energy of the movement itself. The methodological law of procedures can be rendered explicit only through the concrete process itself, through its inception and subsequent development, its turn and transformations, its spiritual crises and peripetia. Dogmatic empiricism as well as dogmatic rationalism both end in failure because they cannot do justice to this actuality, this pure process character of cognition. They sublate this character in that they disown the polarity that is the true driving force, craft, of cognition, the principle of its movement. This polarity is annihilated if, instead of relating the opposing moments, momenta, to one another and connecting them intellectually with one another, we seek to ascribe the one to the other. Empiricism does this by merging the constructive concepts into the given. Rationalism, conversely, does it by reducing every givenness as such to the form of its conceptual determination. In both cases, however, we have a leveling down of the basic oppositions whose conflict truly constructs the objective domain of physical cognition. Fruitful correlativity is replaced by naked coincidence. This is to misunderstand the generative, truly creative factor of the concept as well as that of experience, because concept and experience develop the forces inherent in them only by measuring themselves one against the other. The sequence of perceptions, the empirical serial form of coexistence and succession, presents the question that is to be solved by means of the conceptual, constructive serial form. Experience sets up a coexistence and succession that will progressively be transformed into each other. A totality of members A, B, C, D, that are at first given solely in their thatness, das, in the factuality, Tatsächlichkeit, of their spatio-temporal being together, Zusammensein, are to be recognized as belonging, Zugehörig, together, are to be connected by a rule on the basis of which the merging, Hervorgehen, of the one from the other can be determined and foreseen. This law of emergence is never immediately co-given, mitgegeben, in the same immediate way that perceptions are there, designed. It must be injected into them in a purely intellectual, hypothetical way. We attempt to order the elements, elemente, A, B, C, D, in such a way that they can be thought of as members in a sequence that is characterized by a determinate general member. When particular magnitudes are appointed for this general member, the individual case results in the strictest sense. This result, however, never exists absolutely. Rather, it must always be gained and ascertained anew through increasingly refined methods of sequencing, Rehung. The process of relating the empirical serial form to the mathematical ideal form is a process that never ceases. However, at no point do they ever transition immediately into each other. Rather, in their structure, both remain clearly separated from each other. In this interconnection, We once again discern in what sense the form of mathematical physical concept commences, and Entspringen arise, with experience but does not arise, Entspringen, from it. Experience comes first in that it formulates the task. However, the solution to this task cannot be expected from experience, rather, the solution must follow from the basic tendency of mathematical constructive thinking. Platonically speaking, perception is and remains the paraclete of this thinking. However, it does not produce the forces that it awakens. The object world of physics arises and is armed through such an interplay of forces. Time and time again. The contact with empirical intuition and its immediate reality has led the mathematical physical concept to its own development, compelling it to yield up its own latent possibilities. And in this process of self-unfolding, the concept is soon carried beyond the boundaries of the initial question. It not only provides a scaffolding for present empirical problems but also reaches out into the future. It prepares the intellectual means for possible experiences and points the way by which this purely theoretical comprehended possibility can be translated into reality. This twofold movement is already evident even in the construction of the realm of numbers itself, which we have considered as the prototype of a purely constructive groundable order. The realm of real numbers could not have been constituted in the form it has taken in modern analysis if the whole number, comprehended by the Pythagoreans as the originary principle of thinking and being, had not pressed continuously beyond its own boundaries, if it had not been progressively extended. The necessity of such an extension of the original posited numerical concept arose from the fact that this concept attempted to answer questions that had not originated from within its own sphere but that were propounded by the intuitive world, the world of magnitudes. It was primarily the problems connected with the measurement of distances that compelled number to burst its original limits and lead to the discovery of the irrational. The irrational itself, as the term suggests, was at first regarded as something alien to number and to its inherent logos. It is an absurd and unspeakable. It was through this opposition, however, that number discovered its own intellectual force and inner wealth. The subsequent development consisted not merely in juxtaposing the world of magnitudes to the world of numbers as a new and inerrant world but in transforming the progress that was initially provoked by an outward impetus into an inward necessity, into a required conceptual progress. Modern analysis stands at the end of this logical process. As the foundation of his entire theory of irrational numbers, Dedekind states the proposition that it is possible, without any representation of measurable magnitudes, to create the pure, continuous realm of number by a finite system of simple logical operations, and he states that this intellectual auxiliary means first makes possible the development of the representation of continuous space. This view also constitutes the principle and driving motive for the construction of Cantor's theory of the continuum. It is, thus, characteristic of the number concept as it was formed in modern analysis that it preserves its unconditioned autonomy over against the domains of concrete intuitive being, with which number would seem to have been closely interwoven throughout its spiritual history. Henceforth, so far as its grounding is concerned, number ought to stand entirely by itself. The same relation, which emerges here in a classical example, governed the relationship between constructive and empirical concept formation, between experience and mathematical physical theory. Empirical intuition has repeatedly proven to be the element, elemente, that fertilizes theory. On the other hand, however, the process of fertilization requires a vigorous germ in theory itself. Contact with the world of intuition does not drive thinking outside of itself but rather leads it deeper within itself, into its own ground. And out of this foundation, it develops the new forms that can do justice to the complex framework, Gefüge, of intuitive being. The history of exact natural science teaches us by ever new examples that only that which has in this way emerged out of the ground of thinking has ultimately proven equal to experience. We may say, with an image borrowed from the language of chemistry, that sensible intuition performs as an essential catalyst performance for the development, Ausbildung, of natural scientific theory. It is indispensable for the process of exact concept formation. However, it is no longer contained or discoverable as an independent component in the product that emerges from this process, that is in, as it were, the logical substance of the exact concept. The further this concept progresses, the more the sensible intuitive determinations from which it started, though not forgotten or annihilated, seem, however, to be taken up into an entirely new kind of Formung. And this change of form is not merely an outward relation between the otherwise unaltered elements, elemente, of sensible intuition. Rather, it seizes the elements, elemente, themselves at their root and gives them a new significance and in this a new being. To render this path of intellectual symbolic Formung visible, we will take up an example in which the general tendency of the path can, as it were, be immediately seen. Physics cannot construct its distinctive object world without the help of another basic constitutive concept beside the basic concept of number, the concept of space. Both elements, elementae, can be active only in their reciprocal penetration, and the interpenetration between them is so close that even the original discovery of the scientific concept of number takes place entirely in their signs. For the Pythagoreans, the motive of number is still inseparable from that of space. The relationships of numbers themselves can be developed and depicted in no other way than by being exhibited as spatial relationships, as relations between points. However, as significant and fruitful as this synthesis of space and number has proven for the history of mathematical and natural scientific thinking, it contains within it, considered purely logically, the germ of a problem and dialectic that in Greek philosophy had already burst forth in the aporias of Zeno. For even if we assume that space, that the form of outward intuition, submits to the sovereignty of logos, the logos of space is still necessarily different from that of number. In their intellectual structure, both are sharply and clearly separated from each other. The manifold of spatial points and positions does not immediately confront consciousness as a freely produced, synthetically constructed manifold. We cannot, as with number, start here from the determination of a general form of order, with the form of order of sequence, and from it derive the whole wealth of particular relations, in a strict and unbroken interconnection of mental steps. Compared with this kind of derivation, space always seems rather to retain a character of the illogical that cannot be exhausted through the pure activity of ordering, distinguishing, and relating. There remains an indissoluble residue. The specific form of space cannot be produced constructively but can only be accepted as a mode of givenness. We thus have a barrier here that no rationalization, however far it is carried, can surmount, but that must necessarily be recognized at some point in its development. And even the tendency toward a thoroughgoing logicalization of mathematics that dominates the modern development of analysis does not seem to have eliminated this barrier but only more sharply recognized it as such. For Russell, who admits of no dividing line between the realm of numbers and that of purely logical form, whose whole effort is instead directed toward proving that the concept of number can be constructed from purely logical constants, a kind of logical hiatus opens the moment that the problem of space appears. Abstract geometry is for him a purely mathematical and hence strictly logical formation, Gebilde. Its object is distinguished from that of the pure theory of numbers only insofar as it investigates more complex serial forms, investigates the series of two or more dimensions. This purely conceptual, hypothetical deductive system of geometry contains, however, no determination with regard to real, actual space. Rather, this determination can be taken only from experience, so that the science of space becomes, understood in this ultimate sense, a branch of physics, of empirical natural science. However, precisely where the two domains part, where pure thinking seems, as it were, to have come to the end of its forces, its sense and goal are manifested in a new direction. For the same basic relationship that we have generally found to be valid between constructive and empirical manifolds now prevails in the problem of space. The law of an empirical manifold cannot be established, cannot be found by experience, except insofar as it has already been sought theoretically and in a specific respect anticipated theoretically. Without such an ideal anticipation of the manifold, empirical perception would never concentrate into a spatial form. The experience in the spatial and of the spatial is itself possible only if we underpin this particular experience in certain general systems of order and measure. We possess such systems of order and measure, of diverse intellectual types, in the various kinds of projective, descriptive, and metric geometries. All these systems initially contain no statement of any kind concerning actual things or factual states of affairs. They state nothing other than pure possibilities, other than the ideal readiness for the order of the factual. Experience as such contains in itself no principle for the production of such possibilities. Rather, its role is limited to effecting a choice between them in order to apply them to each concrete individual case. Its actual achievement lies not in constitution but in determination. The larger the realm of possibilities that thought has independently and spontaneously constructed becomes, the less thought is immured, so to speak, in itself, and the more it stands open to experience and its determining function. The hypothetical deductive systems of geometry thus stand as such on the same logical plane as the pure numerical concepts. Experience, as a constitutive factor, no more enters into its foundation, into the setting up of its axioms, than it does, for example, into the creation of the realm of complex numbers. If these systems, independent of experience, are to be made fruitful for experience, if a relation is to be created between the conceptual elements, elementae, of geometry and the data provided by observation, then a definite intellectual mediation is first of all required. For one series cannot be immediately compared with the other or examined for similarities. between empirical and ideal elements, elemente, as the discoverer of the ideal, Plato, clearly recognized and stated, there is no possible relationship of similarity, of total or partial coincidence. Whatever community, whatever a sharing, or s, a presence, can be promoted between them does not negate the fundamental character of alterity, of t difference, between them. Here, similarity or congruence is replaced by the specifically proper and new basic determination of participation. This participation of the physical and the arithmetical and geometrical can be achieved and grounded in only one way with certain physical things or occurrences. We correlate, zuordnen, certain mathematical concepts, in such a way that this correlation does not imply a relationship of identity, identität, between them. Once the general basic concepts and axioms of certain geometries have been established, we may ask whether there are any elements, elemente, of physical experience and which ones are in agreement with these concepts and axioms. Thus, for example, a certain process, the process of the propagation of light, is used to acquire a physical analog to what is defined as a straight line in a certain hypothetical deductive system of pure geometry. It is through such analogical relations that the concept of measurability first achieves an almost unrestricted sense. It is through them that a determinate order of measure first follows from the ideal arithmetical order of number and the general geometrical order of space. This order of measurement arises at exactly the point where, through the linking of geometrical concepts to physical experiences, these concepts depart from the stage of abstract detachment and enter into a definite bond with the actual, with the existence of physical phenomena. This bond, however, has no bearing on the validity of the concepts and axioms as such. It applies only to the use we make of them in the determination of the elements, elemente, of experience. We do not base the presuppositions and principles of Euclidean geometry on the experiences of rigid bodies, rather, we make use of these experiences to gain physical correspondences for the ideal statements of this geometry. According to the mode of these correspondences, according to an altered decision as to which bodies we wish to regard as rigid and which motions as rectilinear, our basic determination of measure changes and with it the form of geometry. In this sense, but only in this sense, every concrete geometry, every geometry that is characterized by a fixed determination of measure, comprises certain physical presuppositions and postulates. However, the fact that it can be filled with empirical content only, Gehalt, by way of such requirements in no way signifies that it is logically grounded in this content, Gehalt. There must first be progress toward the universal order of number and a universal geometry as the science of possible spatial forms in general, before a determinate physical order of measurement can be constituted. It was in this way that Leibniz determined in the most pregnant and clearest sentences the methodological relationship between the abstract and the concrete. Arguing against Locke, he wrote, Quoi equals suavre quen concevent le corps, on consoit quelque chose de plus que l'espace, il n'y sans sut point qu'il y a deux étendues, celles de l'espace et celles du corps car c'est comme lorsqu'on concevent plusieurs choses à la fois, on consoit quelque chose de plus que le nombre, savoir res numeratas, et cependant il n'y a point deux multitudes, l'une abstraite, savoir celle du nombre, l'autre concrète, savoir celle des choses nombres. On peut dire de même qu'il n'y faut point s'imaginer deux étendues, l'une abstraite, de l'espace, l'autre concrète, du corps la concrète n'étant tel que par l'abstrait. Even though it may be true that in conceiving body one conceives something more than space, it does not follow that there are not two extensions, that of space and that of body, for it like when conceiving many things at once one conceives something more than number, namely the res numeratas, and yet is not two multiplicities, the one abstract, namely that of number, and the other concrete, namely that of the things numbered. One can even say that one must not imagine two extensions, the one, abstract, of space, and the other concrete, of body, the concrete existing as such only through the abstract. The strict idealist inference is drawn here. The realm of the idea is recognized in its independence, in its original significance, without that the recognition of the content, Gehalt, of this significance implies that pure space leads to some separated existence, alongside the empirical corporeal world. Once again, we have here a confirmation of the fact that the relation between the world of pure forms and the world of things never produces a correspondence of an individual form to an individual thing, but rather, the two frameworks, Gefüge, can be related to each other and measured by each other only as a whole. This seems to make for an almost arbitrary freedom in the determination and stipulation of individuals. Whether in order to give a determinate physical content, Gehalt, To the concept of the rectilinear we connect it with the process of the propagation of light, or whether we select another stipulation seems at first sight to be purely a matter of choice, of free association. Even this association must be grounded in some way. It must, to speak in scholastic terms, have a fundamentum in re. The foundation, however, cannot be disclosed in any individual thing, in an individual this or that, but rather follows only from the totality, Gesamtheit, and the synthetic connection of experiences. We select those assumptions on the basis of which we can formulate a simple and systematically complete explanation of natural appearances. And since both the simplicity and the systematic completeness are always relative, there always remains the possibility that we may arrive at another and more satisfactory result through a suitable variation of the original assumption. This renunciation of absolute validity does not, however, deprive the intellectual symbols of mathematics and of the exact science of nature of any of their objective significance. For this significance is acquired not from transcendent objects, objecte, that stand behind them and that they picture, abbilden, but through their achievement, their function of objectivization. Even though this function may never achieve its end, may never arrive at a non plus ultra, its direction is established. The interminability of the path does not negate the determinacy of the direction. It is precisely through their relation to infinitely distant points that directions are defined. In this interconnection, we see again how all our cognition of nature, insofar as it is a question of a cognition of nature, that is, of an ideal goal and an ideal task, rests ultimately on an act of freedom, on a standpoint that reason gives itself. True freedom, however, is not the opposite of obligation but rather its beginning and source. The first act, the choice of certain empirical elements, elementae, that we take as correspondences to certain constructive formations, Gebilde, is free. However, in the second act and all subsequent acts, we are servants, unless thought, by a new act, sublates the whole fabric of inferences and begins with a new assumption. For of course it lies in the nature, Wesen, of the empirical manifold itself that it can never, in a strict sense, be sublated into a pure constructive manifold. It is never constructed to the end, however, it must always be thought of as indefinitely constructible. Thus, in its relation to the empirical givenness, the thread of thought never breaks so, nor can it be spun to its end. Such a conclusion would not signify the completion of the fabric but its veritable destruction, because it would run counter to the sense of experience as a progressive process of determination. At the same time, the dimension of thought in which we are moving here may be elucidated and distinguished from other dimensions in reference to the problem of natural space, the space of objective physical measurement. Space as such, comprehended as a mere possibility of togetherness, has no determined and unambiguous form but stands equally open to the most diverse modes of forming, Formung. In his philosophy of nature, Plato called space the P?T? T? The first that can receive. For him, space is absolutely receptive and plastic, the substratum, Unterlage, of all determination, which receives shape, Gestalt, and determinacy only through the law bestowing of the idea. The construction of the philosophy of symbolic forms has given us a still broader notion of this inner plasticity that inheres in the motif of space. For while in its basic principle, the philosophy of symbolic forms does not limit the sphere of the ideal to the domain of theoretical cognition, in that it traces the force and icocy of the ideal back into other, deeper strata, particularly the domains of linguistic and mythical thinking, and it finds that a distinctive mode of spatiality corresponds to each of these domains. The form of togetherness is always subject to a configuring law, without which it could not be constituted, but in each instance the process of configuration takes a dierrant path. At the present juncture, we are concerned with understanding the transition leading from empirical intuitive space to the conceptual space of theoretical physics. We recall that this empirical intuitive space proved to be already imbued and permeated with certain symbolic elements, elementae, that the form of linguistic thinking in particular played a role in its configuration and how deeply it determined its whole structure. With intuitive space, we have left this sphere of mere givenness far behind us. Once language has coined, pragen, its first indicative, hinweis and adverbs for the here and the over there, the near and the far, the process of construction has already begun. With the progress to the space of abstract geometry and the space of objective cognition of nature, however, this coinage, pragen, assumes a new character. Here too, we start from certain elementary diarrhences of togetherness, which characterize space as a system of purely topological determinations. We apprehend relationships of proximity of points, of the apartness, of the bisection of lines, of the incidence of surfaces or segments of space. From this manifold and complex fabric, however, thought gradually detaches definite threads. It brings its own presuppositions and own demands to intuition, and in this way it creates a new system of orientation. According to the modality of these presuppositions, a projective or a metric space develops from the original topological space. The form of metric space is contingent on a positing of measure that appears freely chosen in the sense considered earlier. We determine a body considered as rigid, as being invariable in its measurements. We ascribe the character of straightness to an empirically existing line. Through such a positing of measure and straightness, different spaces arise, each being distinguished by a particular framework, Gefüge. Even the purely topological view comprises a theory of the connections of spatial formations, Gebilde. Here too, a simply interconnected surface is distinguished from a multiple interconnected surface, and definite mathematical criteria are given for this difference. Our consideration dwells, however, exclusively on the relations of contiguity or of unbroken interconnection between the spatial formations, Gebilde, without forming a definite concept of their magnitude or shape, Gestalt. Both size and shape, Gestalt, become determinable only with the appearance of a new positing of thinking, a new hypothesis, whose particular nature constitutes each particular form of geometry. If we now look back once again over the whole development of the motif of space, we perceive the whole extent of the oppositions that must be traversed. There is no single basic tendency or basic force of spirit that has not participated in some way in this vast process of formation and dominated it in certain phases. Sensation and intuition, feeling and fantasy, and productive imagination and constructive conceptual thinking are all equally at work, and in each instance, the manner in which they interlock and condition one another creates each time a new shape, Gestalt, of space. At the same time, however, we find that with all its inner multiformity, this whole process always preserves a certain constant direction. In it, the confrontation, Auseinandersetzung, between the I and the world becomes ever clearer and more vivid in consciousness. The mythical consciousness of space still remains wholly enclosed in the sphere of subjective feeling and spun into it as it were. And yet already in it, an image, built, of certain oppositions of being, Seingegensetzen, an opposing, Gegeneinander, and a sundering, Auseinander, of the cosmic forces, unfold from the elementary oppositions in the primary live feeling. Language carries this separation further and deepens it. Mythical expressive space transformed through its mediation into presentation space. However, only conceptual, geometrical, and physical thinking ex the last, decisive step. All the purely anthropomorphic components are more and more energetically suppressed and replaced by strictly objective determinations that result from a general valid method of counting and measuring. And with this repression not only are all the elements, elementae, that arise from the sphere of feeling and willing neutralized, but even the images, the pure schemata of intuition are progressively eliminated. A transition takes place from expressive space and presentation space to a pure signification space. The possibility of this transition requires a whole series of other important mediations. The history of mathematics and the mathematical science of nature show that this process of transformation, though consistent, has been gradual. We shall not follow the historical course here but shall attempt, through the system of the cognition of nature presented in modern physics, to select and point out the individual moments that throw light on the goal toward which this process strives and the means it employs. The principle and method of physical series formation. Physical concept formation does not begin with a wholly amorphous material, with a manifold in general that is given to it only as such, without any kind of order. As long as we remain in general within the sphere of phenomena, we never encounter any such wholly structureless manifold. Even the most elementary sensible stratum to which we can go back owes us a multiplicity determined by some sort of serial principle. The physical concept would possess no point of attack for the work it has to perform if it could not start from this series in the sensible phenomena themselves. True, it does not stop at the form of the series that it finds here. It does not content itself with a descriptive fixation of this series but instead transforms and refashions it. This refashioning, however, would not be possible if perception did not already contain certain structural elements, elementae, within itself. It splits up into certain spheres of perception, within which there exists no mere togetherness, beieinander near or with one another, but rather an original togetherness, zueinander to one another, of the individual determinations. Relations of similarity or dissimilarity, of einity or contrast, of gradation and organization crystallize. Thus, not only is the sensible manifold, purely as such, given as an aggregate of diverse individual elements, elementae, but in their simple consistent existence, they also express a certain type of manifold. The world of colors, for example, shows itself to be organized into three respects, inasmuch as tone, brightness, and saturation may be distinguished in every color. The totality, Gesamtheit, of the relationships that can exist between colors on the basis of these original relational elements, can, as we know, be represented by certain geometrical schemata, for example by the color octahedron. The sense of these schemata does not lie in a reduction of the phenomenon of the color manifold to something diurent and wholly outside its sphere, to a system of geometrical forms such schemata give us, rather, a purely symbolic presentation of relations that are distinctive to color as such, that are implicit in its basic constitution, in its sensible intuitive being a certain way. For us, there is no single sensible datum that does not, though in varying degrees of shaping, stand in such interweaving with others, and that is not thereby inserted in a general, though at first purely sensible intuitive, order. In this sense, it is a prejudice, from which the traditional theory of rationalism suffers no less than sensationalism, to suppose that the sphere of universality begins with the concept, which is here taken as the logical generic concept. For even within the concrete particularity of sensible phenomena, certain connecting threads run back and forth from one particular to another, and through these threads, the particulars are woven into a whole. Even strict sensationalism, whose basic epistemological intention is directed toward breaking down the world of perception and intuition into its individual elements, elementae, into the atoms of sensation, was unable to disregard this original totality in the factum. In Hume's first statement and grounding of his main guiding epistemological principle that no idea can be given that is not grounded in an original impression, he found himself compelled to recognize a circumstance that provides a scarcely controvertible argument against this basic principle of all sensationalist psychology. If this principle, Satz, were valid to the full extent, then consciousness would be reduced to a mere reproduction. Every power of construction would be denied at once and for all. And yet this radical inference does not seem to be confirmed by experience, even if we remain within the ambit of merely sensible consciousness. For sensible representations can be shown that are not simply copies, copien, and reprints of previous sensations but that comprise a production, however modest, of new impressions. If two color tints are set before us and we are asked to imagine a third that lies between them, we are able to project an image of this intermediary color quality, even if we have never before experienced this quality as an immediate sense impression. This makes it evident that the manifold of impressions comprises a kind of inner form, a rule of connection that permits us within this manifold not only to line up actual to actual, one actual sensation to another, but also to reach out from the actual to the possible. By pure achievement of the imagination, we are also able to inject a determinate content into parts of a sensible totality that have been left empty by direct experience. Hume brings up this problem merely to thrust it aside, the single exception that forces itself on his attention, and which he admits, cannot, in his opinion, controvert the validity of the general principle that representations are nothing other than copies, copien, of impressions. However, the historical continuation of the psychology of elements, which ultimately led to its systematic overcoming, began at precisely this point. This was the starting point of the theory of indirect representing, developed by the school of Brentano, and here too lie the germs of a new and deeper psychology of relations, Relationen, in which the basic forms of relation, Beziehung, are apprehended in their independent significance and recognized as objects of a higher order. Psychology achieved a true clarification of the basic content, Gehalt, of relations, Relationen, only to the extent that it achieved the insight that pure relations, Beziehungen, present a problem sui generis, that the elements of form that they include in themselves can never be reduced to mere elements of content but rather form the constitutive presuppositions on the basis of which this content, as determinate content, can be given to us. It is with the simple basic relationships of similarity and dissimilarity, of nearness and remoteness, as they can be shown in the sensible phenomena themselves, that the formation of linguistic concepts begins. On the other hand, we have seen in the course of our investigation that with these concepts, a new change of the total point of view, Gesamtaussang, sets in. For the act of naming signifies at the same time a new organization that the phenomena undergo linguistic designation goes hand in hand with an inner reconfiguration of the world of perception. Now one certain, concrete impression does not simply stand beside another, rather, the flowing, always identical series is divided in a characteristic way. It develops certain centers to which the manifold is referred and around which it is grouped. The name red or blue functions as a name only in that it points to such a center. It does not mean this or that individual nuance of red or blue but rather expresses a specific way in which an indeterminate multiplicity of such nuances is posited into one that is seen and thought. The red and the blue are no longer names for individual lived experiences of color, rather, they are designations for determinate color categories. As we have seen, The distance between this categorical framing and formation on the one hand and immediate sensorily coherent lived experiences on the other becomes particularly sharp and pregnant when we consider the alterations brought about in the structure of the world of perception by pathological disturbances of the linguistic function. Nevertheless, language does not as such reach out beyond the sphere of the intuitively representable. It singles out and fixes certain basic elements in intuition itself, without, however, transcending them. To be sure, the red or the blue no longer possess any correlate directly corresponding to them in the world of sensible impressions. However, there are nevertheless an indeterminate number of color impressions that concretely fulfill the significance of red or blue, that can be disclosed as particular instances of what the general name intends. Even this bond between the general and the particular dissolves, however, as soon as we enter into the domain of mathematical physical concepts. The very approach of these concepts displaces us into another sphere. The given itself is not only divided here in a determinate way and gathered around fixed centers but is recast in a form that is directly opposed to its original mode of givenness. For nowhere in the sensible phenomena as such can we arrive at truly exact determinations. Rather, a certain vagueness lies in the very nature, Wesen, of these phenomena. If we distinguish and isolate them from one another, every difference we encounter here nevertheless has a difference threshold, a boundary beyond which it cannot be carried without becoming unrecognizable and insignificant. The mathematical physical concept begins by eliminating this fact of the threshold. It posits and demands sharp boundaries, where perception discloses only fluid transitions. The new ordinal form that thus arises is by no means a picture, opbuild, of the former but belongs to an entirely different comprehensive type. This divergence is manifested in distinctive paradoxes, which appear as soon as we attempt to translate the relations that prevail in a sensible manifold immediately into the language of mathematical physical concepts. If, for example, we designate those elements, elementae, of the manifold as equal that are not distinguishable in the manifold itself provided that it is taken as a sensible manifold, then this determination of equality is separated by a gulf from the ideal sense of the concept within mathematics. The equality that can be stated concerning sensible contents fails to fulfill the decisive condition under which mathematical equality stands and by which it is first truly constituted. A perceived content may be indistinguishable from another content B and the latter in turn from a content C such that A and B and C would then have to be designated as equal, gleich, in the earlier mentioned sense, without concluding from this that A and C are indistinguishable. The validity of equations, Gleichung, A equals B and B equals C does not imply here that A equals C. The equality, Gleichheit, is not, as in the realm of numbers and in the domain of exact thinking in general, a transitive relation. From this one example, we may see that in the transition from mere perception to mathematical physical determination, we do not merely replace differences in the given by differences of thought, but rather, the total point of view, the measure of observation as such, undergoes a transformation. Wherein consists this transformation, and through what individual phases does it pass? The first step was already designated when it was a question of apprehending the aim and tendency of purely mathematical concept formation. We have seen it to be characteristic of this concept formation that even where it relates to intuition, it does not stop at intuition. Here lies the core of the axiomatic method whose specific significance and central importance have been increasingly recognized in the modern development of mathematics. Axioms are not valid for given intuitive elements, elementae, rather, in accordance with the earlier mentioned formulations of Felix Klein, they are postulates, by means of which we raise ourselves above the imprecision or the limited precision of intuition to an unlimited precision. This character of postulates is not borrowed from intuition, rather, it forms an original determination of thinking, which is held up to intuition as a norm. The validity of an axiom is not based on a pre-given constitution of elements, elementae, rather, it is in accordance with the axioms that the elements are posited and determined in their nature and essential being. Thus, in Hilbert's axiomatics, for example, there are no longer any independent contents that we determine as points or straight lines and that later turn out to be valid for certain basic geometrical relations, relationen, rather, what precisely a point or a straight line is first established through these relations, relationen, themselves. The sense of the elements, elementae, does not enter into the axiom but is first constituted by the axiom. Thus, in setting up, Aufstellung, an individual axiom or a system of axioms, we do not merely designate the how of the connection between previously known and in some way intuitively given contents. Rather, it is through the axioms that we acquire and logically ascertain the one of the elements to be connected. The logical character of the postulate inherent in the axiom cannot be directly fulfilled in any sensibly or intuitively available, vorhanden, content. However, the lacuna is compensated for by the fact that this same postulate determines and literally defines a content appropriate to it. Although this kind of implicit definition may sue us for pure mathematics, this does not, however, answer the question of how it can be made fruitful for physics. Mathematics may content itself with the separation, the mu, of the purely intellectual from the intuitive, however. Physics demands a relationship of participation, of mu, the one and the other, between the two. This participation is possible only if we can see the given itself subspecie of the postulated. True, there can never be a simple relationship of congruence between them, however, it must be possible to draw up a certain series in the given, which when continued will lead to those elements that thought, in its purely constructive work, has established as the foundation of determination in general. This relation becomes possible only in that in place of the individual serial values that we can establish by observation or empirical measurement, we substitute the value boundary toward which the series as a whole converges. No physical law can be stated and strictly grounded without such a process of substitution. The classical theories of natural science are us instances of this process of transition to the boundary at every step. As examples of the prevailing methodology, we need only mention such concepts as those of the rigid body, the ideal gas, the incompressible liquid, the perfect circular process, etc. It is only through the spiritual metamorphosis that they undergo in this method that the contents of immediate observation first become possible. Original determination of thinking, which is held up to intuition as a norm. The validity of an axiom is not based on a pre-given constitution of elements, elementae, rather, it is in accordance with the axioms that the elements are posited and determined in their nature and essential being. Thus, in Hilbert's axiomatics, for example, there are no longer any independent contents that we determine as points or straight lines and that later turn out to be valid for certain basic geometrical relations, relationen, rather, what precisely a point or a straight line is first established through these relations, relationen, themselves. The sense of the elements, elementae, does not enter into the axiom but is first constituted by the axiom. Thus, in setting up, Aufstellung, an individual axiom or a system of axioms, we do not merely designate the how of the connection between previously known and in some way intuitively given contents, rather, it is through the axioms that we acquire and logically ascertain the one of the elements to be connected. The logical character of the postulate inherent in the axiom cannot be directly fulfilled in any sensibly or intuitively available, vorhanden, content. However, the lacuna is compensated for by the fact that this same postulate determines and literally defines a content appropriate to it. Although this kind of implicit definition may sue us for pure mathematics, this does not, however, answer the question of how it can be made fruitful for physics. Mathematics may content itself with the separation, the mu, of the purely intellectual from the intuitive, however. Physics demands a relationship of participation, of mu, the one and the other, between the two. This participation is possible only if we can see the given itself subspecie of the postulated. True, there can never be a simple relationship of congruence between them, however, it must be possible to draw up a certain series in the given, which when continued will lead to those elements that thought, in its purely constructive work, has established as the foundation of determination in general. This relation becomes possible only in that in place of the individual serial values that we can establish by observation or empirical measurement, we substitute the value boundary toward which the series as a whole converges. No physical law can be stated and strictly grounded without such a process of substitution. The classical theories of natural science are us instances of this process of transition to the boundary at every step. As examples of the prevailing methodology, we need only mention such concepts as those of the rigid body, the ideal gas, the incompressible liquid, the perfect circular process, etc. It is only through the spiritual metamorphosis that they undergo in this method that the contents of immediate observation first become possible. Strictly fixed in number. The world of the physicist is also divided and organized at first according to the diarences that sensation immediately hands us. At the outset, the physicist preserves the diarences, diarensen, that are already found, vorfinden, here and constructs an architectonic schema of scientific cognition in accordance with them. Optics is the theoretical authority correlated with sensations or light and color, thermodynamics with sensations of heat, and acoustics with sensations of tone. However, once again, before the sensible contents can enter here into the newly created schema, they must undergo a thorough transformation. The indeterminate more or less, nearer or farther, stronger or weaker that we can immediately apprehend in the sensations themselves must be replaced with a scale of numerical values, a gradation of degree. Sense sensation as such is not capable of any such strict separation into degrees but must first undergo an intellectual transposition. Through such a transposition, for example, the concept of temperature takes form from the mere sensation of heat, the concept pressure from mere tactile and muscular sensation. The vast intellectual work that is contained in such transformations is unmistakable, and it cannot be overlooked even by a strictly empiricist-oriented epistemology. The example of such a work as Ernst Mach's Principles of Thermodynamics shows clearly how wide a difference there is between the simple sensation of heat and the strict concept of temperature developed by modern thermodynamics. Complex as this achievement is and as difficult as the intellectual mediations it requires may be, theoretical physics does not stop with this achievement. Its specific and most difficult task does not consist exclusively in raising sensible qualities to mathematical, exactly definable magnitudes. Rather, it is only after this preparatory work has been done that its specific question arises, the question of the interconnection and functional connection of the individual spheres of qualities. They must not be apprehended in their mere apartness or juxtaposition but rather be thought of as a lawfully determined and dominated unity. Planck followed, in his lecture on the unity of the physical worldview, the historical course by which physics has progressively approached this goal, and he showed how this decisive methodological advance could be achieved only insofar as theoretical thought progressively freed itself from the limits that were set by its initial connection with the immediate content of sense sensation and the organization prevailing in this domain. Only to the degree that it cast out these accidental bonds was theory able to progress to its true essential form. Planck summed up his conclusions in this way. The signature of the whole development of theoretical physics up to now is a unification of its system, which has been achieved through a certain emancipation from anthropomorphic elements elementi. If we consider, on the other hand, that sensations, as has been generally recognized, form the starting point of all physical research, then this conscious turn away from the basic presuppositions must seem astonishing and even paradoxical. And yet in the history of physics there is no more evident fact. Beyond a doubt there must be inestimable advantages to compensate for so fundamental a self-alienation Selbstentauserung. The paradox indicated here is mitigated if we consider that it is not inherent in physical concept formation alone but rather that it discloses an essential and basic feature of logos in general. To come to itself, logos must always go through such a seeming process of self-alienation Selbstentauserung. The development of language has already shown us how speech can penetrate to its own essential form, the form of symbolic presentation, only by turning away from the sensible image. However, from the epistemo-critical perspective, the essential benefit of this turning away for physics consists in the fact that through it physics arrives at its specific subject matter Gegenstandsproblem and its specific concept of the object Gegenstandsbegrip. Here lies the boundary line separating the object-object as defined by physics from the mere thing of sense perception. Indeed, even the object of perception is of course as such sharply divided from the mere content of perception it is itself never felt or perceived but comprises an act of purely intellectual synthesis. The synthesis that holds together its diverse determinations is, however, of another and, as it were, more modest kind than the form of the unification that is undertaken in the physical concept of the object-object. In the thing of naive intuition, the individual elements elementae, the individual properties, are indeed related to one another, but they still form in this relation a relatively loose framework Gefüge. One property stands beside another, they are related by no other bond than that of accidental empirical being together, particularly being together at a determinate point in space. Hegel, in his Phenomenology of Spirit, regards this outwardness and looseness of association of properties as the characteristic of the empirical phenomenal thing. This salt is a simple here, and at the same time manifold it is wide and also tart, also cubical in shape, also of a specific gravity, etc. All these many properties are in a single simple here, in which, therefore, they interpenetrate. None has a different here from the others, but each is everywhere, in the same here in which the others are. And, at the same time, without being separated by different heres, they do not eke each other in this interpenetration. The whiteness does not eke the cubical shape, and neither ekes the tart taste, etc. On the contrary, since each is, itself a simple relating of self to self, it leaves the others alone, and is connected with them only by the inherent also. This also is thus the pure universal itself, or the medium, the thinghood, which holds them together in this way. Strict empiricism has always attempted to hold the thing concept at its first stage. Just as the eye appears to it as a bundle of perceptions, so too does the thing appear to it as a mere bundle of separate and dissimilar properties. And the empiricists also stress that the object-object concepts of strict science do not sublate this state of affairs, that they are never able to transgress the set limit. Locke finds herein the fundamental and unsublatable difference between the world of pure mathematical objects and the world of physical objects. Mathematics, according to him, is governed by the principle of necessary connection. The simple ideas Idean from which a complex formation Gebilde is constructed do not merely stand next to one another here, rather, we conceive in full rigor and with intuitive certainty how the one issues from the other and is grounded in the other. A grounding and a coherent interconnection of this sort are denied us, however, when it comes to determining an empirical object. No matter how much we may enhance and refine our intellectual instruments of apprehension, no matter how much we may advance from immediate sense perception to general concepts and theories, we are in the end left with a statement about mere coexistences, which we must simply accept as such. The fact that the substance that we are in the habit of designating by the name gold possesses, along with its yellow color, a certain degree of hardness, a certain specific weight, etc., that it reacts in a certain way to other substances, and that it is, for example, soluble in aqua regia, must be taken simply from experience, with no way of understanding the ground for this connection. Locke writes, "I deny not but a man accustomed to rational and regular experiments shall be able to see farther into the nature of bodies, and guess righter at their yet unknown properties, than one that is a stranger to them. But yet, as I have said, this is but judgment and opinion, not knowledge and certainty. This way of getting and improving our knowledge in substances only by experience and history, which is all that the weakness of our faculties and this state of mediocrity we are in this world can attain to, makes me suspect that natural philosophy is not capable of being made a science. We are able, I imagine, to reach very little general knowledge concerning the species of bodies, and their several properties. Experiments and historical observations we may have, from which we draw advantages of ease and health, and thereby increase our stock of conveniences for this life. But beyond this, I fear, our talents reach not, nor are our faculties, as I guess, able to advance. If we inquire whether and to what extent this prediction of Locke's has been fulfilled and confirmed in modern theoretical physics, then we can, on this point, once again make it clear just how far removed the statements of empiricism are from the facts of real, concrete empirical evidence. True, they do agree on one purely negative element: the rejection of a certain metaphysical ideal of cognition. Modern physics has also given up the aspiration of penetrating the inwardness of nature, if by this inwardness we understand the ultimate substantial originary ground ergrund from which empirical phenomena are derived. It sets for itself no higher and no other task than the task of spelling out appearances in order to be able to read them as experiences. On the other hand, it draws a far sharper boundary between sensible appearance and scientific experience than did the systems of dogmatic empiricism, whether we have in mind Locke and Hume, Mill and Mach. In the pure factuality Tatsächlichkeit, the matter of fact, described by these systems, there is no essential methodological difference between the factical Fachschicht of the theoretical science of nature and the factical Fachschicht of history Geschichte. In the passage we have just quoted from Locke, the two determinations mingle with each other and merge into one another. This leveling down, however, cuts at the root of the true problem of physical factuality Tatsächlichkeit. The facts of physics are not on the same footing as the facts of history Histoire, because they rest on entirely different presuppositions and intellectual mediations. If we set aside the ensemble of these mediations, we do not disclose the pure core of physical factuality Tatsächlichkeit, but instead destroy it by taking away its specific signification. Here we find a distinctive dialectic in the development of empiricism itself. For the blow that empiricism thought it was striking against the rational falls back on itself. Empiricism believed that there was no other and no better way to establish the right of experience as the actual foundation of all cognition than to ground it purely in itself. Experience, Locke once declared, must no longer rest on a borrowed or begged ground but must be recognized as a fully independent and autonomous source of cognition. However, this declaration, which was intended to liberate the sphere of the a posteriori sharply and clearly from that of the a priori, strikes not only at the a priori elements but also at the form of empirical concept formation itself. In view of the thoroughgoing correlation between the particular and the universal, the factical Fachschicht and the rational, any attempt to separate one of these factors from the general intellectual association in which it stands is equivalent to destroying its positive significance. For the factical Fachschicht never consists in itself as a pre-given, fully undifferentiated material of cognition. Rather, it enters as a categorial element into the process of cognition. And this element receives its sense only through the other pole to which it refers, through the structural form at which it aims and which it plays a part in constructing. It is from this point of view that the whole wealth of determinations that are grasped in the concept of the factical Fachschicht clearly emerges, that the abundance and subtle differentiations that it contains within it clearly emerge. According to the form with which it is integrated, the basic signification of pure factuality Tatsächlichkeit changes. The rational is not the logical opposite to the factual but one of its essential means of determination. The factual itself is filled with a diherent spiritual content Gehalt according to the transformations of these means of determination. It becomes a factum of physics, a factum of descriptive natural science, and a factum of history according to the theoretical question that is asked of it and according to the particular presuppositions that enter into each of these characteristic forms of the question. If we limit ourselves here to the physical framing of the problem, it becomes immediately evident that the given of sense perception undergoes a thoroughgoing transformation through the original and basic trend of physics. For the data of physics are no longer simple sensations as such any more than the objects objecte that it deals with and whose existence it asserts can be dissolved into mere associations of sensible qualities. As long as we stand on the ground Boden of the mere perceptual consciousness, there seems to be no serious development of the thesis there is no serious objection to SE equals percipi. Within this sphere the object, though it can never be disclosed in the form of a single perception, it nevertheless appears to be definable as a mere aggregate of simple ideas. Accordingly, the unity of the object appears here to be no more than a nominal unity. As Berkeley says, by sight I have the ideas of light and colors with their several degrees and variations. By touch I perceive hard and soft, heat and cold, motion and resistance, and of all these more and less either as to quantity or degree. Smelling furnishes me with odors, the palate with tastes, and hearing conveys sounds to the mind in all their variety of tone and composition. And as several of these are observed to accompany each other, they come to be marked by one name, and so to be reputed as one thing. Thus, for example, a certain color, taste, smell, figure and consistence having been observed to go together, are accounted one distinct thing, signified by the name apple. Other collections of ideas constitute a stone, a tree, a book and the like sensible things. However we may judge this nominalistic dissolution of the object of perception, it does not eke the object of physics, because in it something entirely diherent from a simple interconnection of sensible ideas Idean is intended and posited. It, too, forms a complex whole. However, this is not a whole of impressions but an ensemble of determinations of number and measure. Every component of this object must, before it can be used for its construction, undergo a kind of transubstantiation. It must be transformed from a mere impression of the senses into a pure value of measure. It is not tastes or smells, auditory or visual sensations, that form the building blocks of the object here rather, such sensations have been replaced by elements elementae of an entirely diherent kind. The thing as individual thing has ceased to be a concrete togetherness of sensible properties, it has become a totality of constants, each of which characterizes it within a determinate system of magnitudes. It no longer consists in smell or taste, in color or tone rather, its consistent existence and individual diherence from other things are grounded in such pure values of magnitude. The nature of a body, in the physical sense of the word, is determined not by the manner of its sensible appearance but by its atomic weight, its specific heat, its exponents of refraction, its index of absorption, its electrical conductivity, its magnetic susceptibility, and so on. Surely, this transformation in the predicates of the thing seems at first sight to have no bearing on the subject itself to which all these determinations are comprehended as adhering. For the mode of combination between the individual physical and chemical constants would appear at first sight to be no more firmly grounded than the combination among sensible properties. Once again, it would seem that we must content ourselves here rather with the simple acceptance of a coexistence and togetherness without being able to look more deeply into the why of it. And yet the entire development of physics and chemistry, particularly in the last few decades, shows that they have not given up inquiring into this why. They have not contented themselves with the pure empirical establishment of the togetherness of constants, but they have gone on to setting up of general systematic interconnections, through which they attempted to render the appearance auftreten of certain complexes intelligible. This intelligibility does not mean, in the sense of a dogmatic concept of substance, that accidents and modes are to be derived and comprehended from the nature Wesen of substance, but that certain universal laws are to be sought that determine the interconnection of diherent kinds of constants. On the basis of such laws, domains that had previously been regarded as utterly dissimilar were now seen and configured from a single point of view. The seemingly most heterogeneous was recognized not only as analogous but as virtually identical. Hesitant at first and limited to individual problems, this basic intellectual tendency in modern physics soon emerged more consciously and more decisively with the turn into the general and most general Allgemeinuntergemeinst. At first, the constants that describe the physical and chemical behavior of the particular matters still moved closer to each other. It is possible to connect one of them with another through fixed relations. As early as Dulong and Petty, for example, found that there exists a completely determined relation between the atomic weight of a fixed element and its specific heat. The specific heat of an element is inversely proportional to its atomic weight. This relation found its theoretical confirmation and explanation when Richards succeeded in deriving it from the kinetic theory of heat. Nevertheless, there still seemed to remain a tension between theory and experience when it was discovered that certain solids of low atomic weight show a deviation in the product of their atomic weight and specific heat, which according to the law of Petty and Dulong should have been identical for all elements elementi. These deviations became comprehensible only when Einstein situated the observation given here in a new theoretical general context, in that he applied the basic view of the quantum theory to that of the thermic theory of solid bodies. Based on this approach, a new interconnection arose between the specific heat of solid body and absolute temperature, as formulated in Debye's theorem. An analogous moving together of constants occurred when Maxwell established the relation between the constants characterizing the optical behavior of certain substances and those governing their electrical behavior. Based on the electromagnetic theory of light, the dielectric constant of a medium was found to be equal to the square of its exponent of refraction. At first, however, this relation also had only a limited empirical validity. Exact empirical confirmation was attainable, for example, only for gases and not for alcohol or water. Yet once again, the exceptions that experience seemed to overhear could not invalidate the rule established on the strength of general theoretical considerations, but instead, it actually promoted a more exact determination of the rule itself. The seeming deviations were explained when the concept of the dielectric constant was more sharply framed and determined through the electron theory of dispersion. Another particularly striking and, in a purely methodological respect, informative example of the progress that has been achieved by the identification of constants that had customarily been regarded as disparate is to be found in the interconnection that Einstein's theory of gravitation established between the concept of weight and that of the inertia of masses. The purely empirical interconnection had long been recognized and confirmed by the experiments of Eötvös and Zeeman with the torsion balance. The decisive factor in Einstein's theory, however, was that it brought an entirely new intellectual interpretation to the equivalence of inertial mass and gravitational mass, which had hitherto been regarded as an uncomprehended factum, a kind of curiosity. The equivalence of inertial mass and gravitational mass, which in the old theory appeared to be a mere accident, was raised by Einstein to the level of a strictly valid principle, and through this principle, he arrived at a basic law that embraces the appearance of inertia and that of, in all these relations and connections, it is the general schematism of the numerical concept that plays the decisive role of mediation. Number functions, so to speak, as the abstract medium in which the diverse sensible domains encounter one another and in respect to which they cast their specific heterogeneity. Thus, for example, the phenomenon of light is identified with electrical phenomena in Maxwell's theory, because the same relation is manifested in both phenomena once we attempt to express them and exactly formulate them in numbers. The gulf that seems to exist between optical appearances and electrical appearances as such closes as soon as we recognize that a definite constant c, which appears in Maxwell's equations, is exactly identical to the measure of the velocity of light in a vacuum. It is through the form of this purely numerical relation that the heterogeneity of sensible properties is bridged and a homogeneity of physical nature Vaison established. Planck thus notes, admittedly the nature Vaison of electromagnetic processes is no way more comprehensible to us than that of optical. Anyone who counts it as a disadvantage of the electromagnetic theory of light that it replaces one riddle by another fails, however, to understand the significance of this theory. For its achievement consists precisely in uniting two domains of physics, which had previously been treated separately, so that now all statements which are valid for the one domain are directly applicable to the other, an advance which the mechanical theory of light did not and could not accomplish. The identity toward which theoretical physics aims is not an identity of the substantial originary ground urgent of appearances but rather an identity in their mathematical presentation and thus its symbolic representation. Therefore, the more it perfects its system of signs, the more completely it succeeds in encompassing the totality of appearances in this system and assigning to each individual phenomenon a specific place in it, the further it has advanced in its own distinctive method of explanation. This progress in explanation, which is based on nothing other than a strict serial connection and presentation, is today demonstrated by the fact that there actually seems to be one basic series by which the manifold of everything that may be designated as a physical event is apprehended and encompassed. The concept in modern theory of radiation has enabled us to group together domains and processes that were previously far apart. First of all, it was recognized that all the laws that are valid for light rays, the laws of reflection and refraction, interference and polarization, emission and absorption, are applicable in the exact same way to heat rays then, within the sense of the general conditions previously considered, an intellectual union was founded between the two sets of radiations through which the qualitative diarans of sensations known as heat and light was overcome. Since then, the two have been distinguished, in the objective sense of the physical judgment, by nothing other than a pure numerical and positional value, by a determinate index that designates the wavelength of the two kinds of rays. This union between light rays and heat rays was then augmented, at the other end of the spectrum, by the chemically active ultraviolet rays, and finally, through the discovery of Hertz's waves at the one end and of X-rays and gamma rays at the other, the domain of radiation processes underwent a new broadening, which brought with it a deeper and more significant unification. As a result, the totality of radiation processes can be represented in a strictly unitary form. All cases of radiation involve electromagnetic waves that are distinguished from one another only in their magnitudes or periods. The process domain that is immediately attested to by sense perception and immediately accessible to it appears as a mere segment within this total system and a small segment relative to the whole. The visible spectrum that embraces the colors of the rainbow from red to violet occupies the space of a single octave within the total spectrum, whereas the sphere of the X-rays begins only 8 to 16 octaves beyond the violet, while the domain of radio waves begins only some 30 octaves beyond the red. It is the consequent working out of the specifically physical thought form and of the symbolism that this form has created as its appropriate language through which this immense broadening has been achieved, through which the boundaries of sensation as merely accidental anthropomorphic boundaries can be recognized and as such eliminated. The independent part played by symbolism in this whole development, the significance of the formation of a scientific language of formulas too. The establishment of a universal systematization of natural objects and processes, can also be shown from another angle. What has made chemistry an exact science is not only the steady refinement of its methods but above all the sharpening of its intellectual instrument, its progress from the simple chemical formula to the structural formula. Generally speaking, the scientific value of a formula consists not only in its grasping together given empirical facts but also in its eliciting, as it were, new facts. The formula sets up problems of interconnection and of connections and the formation of series that far outdistance immediate observation. Thus, it becomes one of the most outstanding means of what Leibniz called the logic of discovery, the logica inventioniz, a logic of inventing. Even the simple chemical formula that merely points to the type and number of atoms contained in a certain molecule seems to be filled with fruitful systematic indications. In the language of this formula, we have here proof of the cognitive value that inheres in every methodically constructed scientific language as such. It is never a mere designation for the given and present Vorhanden but also a way showing Wegweise to a new, hitherto unexplored domain. It leads to a process of interpolation and extrapolation. André Job, from whom I have taken the just mentioned example, from this we see step by step how the language of chemical formulas creates a closer accord between symbols and reality, and how this language, which was originally intended to describe only the composition of matter so in accordance with their weight relations, now describes, and urges us to an insight into, the manner of their production. It no longer concerns a process of designation, but rather a guide to discovery and a method of synthesis. Our classification takes on a new look. It no longer signifies an order that we accept just as it is presented by nature or the accident of observation but becomes an order created by ourselves, a deductive order. And this contributes to giving chemistry its distinctive character. This character becomes still clearer when we consider the chemical formula at the stage of its development when it becomes an actual constitutive formula. A constitutive formula, such as that given by Bayer for indigo, replaces mere empirical description with a genuinely genetic construction. It becomes a statement not of the that but of the how, in that it, as it were, lets the compound in question rise up before our inner eye. That this turn toward genesis is not merely an isolated motif that appears sporadically in particular domains of science, that it must, rather, be regarded as a basic feature in physical and chemical concept formation itself, becomes clear as soon as we consider the greatest systematic achievements of this concept formation in the course of the last century. The setting up of the natural system of elements, as it was attempted in by Lothar Meyer and Mendeleev, intellectually and methodologically forms an important turning point. For here, the requirement was stated more sharply and more consciously than ever before that we not simply accept the manifold of elements elementae and the diversity that is expressed in their physical and chemical properties but that we discover a point of view from which this manifold can be surveyed and organized according to a fixed principle. As such, atomic weight was first chosen as an ordering principle. If we list all the known elements elementae according to ascending atomic weight, each element in this series is assigned to a certain position, which is designated by its characteristic number, its atomic number Ordnungszahl. With this grouping of the elements elementae according to their atomic number, a distinctive periodicity is disclosed in the most important properties of the elements elementae. They are not scattered promiscuously over the whole domain but rather follow a fixed rule of recurrence. The well-known curve of atomic volumes set up by Lothar-Meyer shows with intuitive clarity the consistence and the mode of this rule. The elements elementae that occupy analogous positions on this curve, on its rising or descending branch, at its maxima or minima, also prove to be analogous in their most important chemical and physical properties, in their valence, volatility, ductility, electrical and thermic conductivity, etc. From the beginning, the discoverers of the periodic system presupposed that this dependence of the properties on the atomic number must have a deeper systematic ground, that it must in some way be rooted in the nature of the atom itself, and this presupposition served them as a real motive, as a heuristic maxim of their research. At first, however, this maxim was far from a real constitutive significance. For the interconnection between the atomic weight or the atomic volume of an element and its chemico-physical behavior had itself been established merely as a fact without providing this fact with a satisfactory theoretical account. Thus, in the tabular presentations of the natural system, the atomic numbers that were assigned to each element functioned simply as conventional marks by which within certain boundaries the properties of the elements elementae were read but which conveyed no definite physical sense. The further progress of the theory consisted, however, in recognizing and working out this sense in ever greater detail and of the conventional order being transformed into a systematic order. The first step in this direction was the acquisition of a new, more accurate ordering principle, which was provided by Röntgen spectroscopy. If one ordered the various elements according to their characteristic Röntgen spectra, then within this series the shift of individual lines from one element to another in the direction toward an increasing index of vibration disclosed a regularity far surpassing that of the classification by atomic weight. According to the law formulated by Moseley in the square of the vibration number of a characteristic Röntgen line is almost exactly proportional to the atomic number of the chemical element. From the outset, this fact led researchers to suppose a profound physical significance of the atomic number according to the basic intuition of modern theory. The Röntgen spectrum originates in the place of the nucleus of the atom, whereas the optical spectra and chemical properties spring from more external, peripheral properties of the atom. The acquisition of further empirical facts, particularly the discovery of isotopes and the working out of the isotope theory, soon led to the fact that the concept of atomic weight, which had served as the starting point for the organization of the natural system, lost its dominant position in chemistry, which now passed to another concept, the nuclear charge. Moseley had already set this concept at the heart of his systemization. He had interpreted the atomic number simply as the number that gave the positive charge of the atom's nucleus. The magnitude of the nuclear charge appears now as the real and final serial. The number that an element in the periodic system bears, its atomic number Ordnungszahl, was now simply replaced by the number Zahl of its nuclear charge, and this in turn was indicated by the number Zahl of electrons surrounding the nucleus van den Broek. The physical significance of the atomic number was now found in the assumption that formed the foundation of Bohr's atomic theory, namely that the positive electrical charge of the atomic nucleus increases by 1 unit from element to element. The atomic structure is uniformly regulated by electrical agency from the inside outward to the periphery of the atom, by the magnitude of the nuclear charge. Sommerfeld sums up, in his work Atombau und Spektrallinie in Atomic Structure and Spectral Lines, the spiritual gain of this development. We have reached a goal which 10 years ago still seemed nebulous and remote, a theory of the periodic system. If we consider the purely logical character of this theory, we recognize that although this achievement holds strictly to the sphere of what can be observed and empirically established, it nevertheless goes far beyond the resigned empiricism put forward by Locke in his theory of substances. It does not define the substance as a mere aggregate of properties that possess no connecting inner bond. On the other hand, it does not take this inner bond in the sense of the vinculum substantial, a substantial chain in the sense of a dogmatic metaphysics, but rather inquires solely into the necessity of the connection in the sense of a thoroughgoing universality and lawfulness. This lawfulness can never be arrived at by the observation of isolated facts, however far such observation is carried. Rather, it can be found only through clearly determined constructive presuppositions and principles. These principles cannot be imposed on the empirical material, nor can they be directly derived from it. Accordingly, the concept formation of physics and chemistry proves to be just as genuinely genetic as the concept formation of pure mathematics. This genesis may be said, however, to be of a hypothetical rather than categorical character. We do not start with a general serial law and produce the manifold of the elements element from it. Rather, we content ourselves with experimentally introducing an ordering principle into the given manifold in various intellectual approaches and thus, step by step, transform the mere empirical multiplicity into a rational multiplicity. This principle is never simply given to us, but arguably, it is continuously given up. And one of the essential achievements of all natural theory consists in the ever-perfect solution of this task. The historical development of the modern form of this theory throws clear light on how the transition from individual constants to universal constants constitutes one of the most important and fruitful motives in the whole process of natural scientific cognition. Thus, for example, the beginning of modern spectroscopy is marked by the law that Balmer established for the hydrogen spectrum. This law states that the wavelengths of the diarrhent lines in the spectrum can be expressed in the formula NNRN, which R signifies a constant and N a whole number. Balmer still regarded the magnitude that appears in this formula as a basic number peculiar to hydrogen, and he made it the future task of research to find analogous numbers for other elements elementi. Meanwhile, subsequent research into the problem showed that the same basic number that had been established here for hydrogen recurs in the spectra of all other elements elementi. Balmer's formula now appeared as a mere special case of a generally valid law that, in the form Gestalt given it by Rydberg and Ritz, became the foundation of all spectroscopy. The number R means a universal constant, which applies to the spectra of all elements elementi. Thus, this Rydberg-Ritz number no longer designates any particularity of hydrogen but points to a general interconnection. The nature of this interconnection could be determined, however, only by a further broadening of the whole problem context. When Niels Bohr, in his article Über das äußerste Spektrum on the hydrogen spectrum, proceeded to investigate the laws of the spectrum not only in themselves but above all in their interconnection with other properties of the elements elementi, he was led to a view of atomic structure that linked the experiences gained through the study of heat radiations and the study of radioactive phenomena with the data of spectroscopy, and this view enabled him to interpret all these experiences from a single fundamental viewpoint. We arrive here at a strict theory of Balmer's series, whose greatest success consisted in the fact that not only was Balmer's formula derived but also the universal constant was exactly calculated. With this calculation, the constant lost all its contingency from then on, it was recognized as necessary within the hypothetical presuppositions on which Bohr's theory is based. And in the end, this necessity only signifies that from now on it does not stand for itself and on itself but is carried back to other numerical magnitudes of universal significance. Balmer's number, as well as the Rydberg-Ritz number, became, strictly speaking, intelligible only when they were fitted into the general intellectual framework Raman of the quantum theory and linked with the magnitude h of the so-called Planck energy quantum. Contrary to this, a dogmatic empiricism will perhaps argue that next to nothing has been gained by this whole development, that Planck's quantum itself is a mere factum factum, a fact Tatsache that we can only accept and cannot in any profound sense comprehend. Apart from the fact that such an objection would prejudge the future development of physical theory and set an arbitrary limit to it, this argument completely misconstrues the characteristic logical trait of physical theory. For although this physical theory cannot surpass the factual in general, its sense and value nevertheless consist in the fact that it teaches us to know and finally distinguish varying degrees and levels of facticity within this domain. Theory loses all its gains when we allow all these diarrhences to flow together. It is theoretical thought that determines the diarrhent levels of the individual appearances and that by virtue of their diarrhences diarrhency and level enables us to order and organize them. What still lies close together in the synthesis, which the popular thing concept carries out, is clearly and sharply differentiated in the object-object concepts of theoretical science, which are based on the exact concepts of law. This increasing separation is everywhere the essential outcome of the seemingly antithetical process, the process of progressive generalization Verallgemeinerung. As to the question of wherein consists the real objective of nature, the modern physicist can give no other answer than that he makes notable the universal constants arrived at by his research and, on the other hand, that he traces the path leading from these universal constants to the individual constants, to the particular thing constants. At the summit of the physicist's system stand certain invariable magnitudes, such as the velocity of light in a vacuum, the elementary quantum of energy, etc., which are free from any merely subjective conditionality, since they prove to be independent of the constitution and standpoint of the individual observer. The path of physical objectivization of appearances consists in ascent from mere material constants, from the particularity of thing unities to the universality of comprehensive lawful unities. The course that modern quantum theory has taken is especially typical of this. Planck himself, in a general survey, on the origin and development of the quantum theory, has pointed out how his first basic considerations and his first experiments were connected to Gustav Kirchhoff's law of heat radiation. This law established that in a vacuum bounded by emissive and absorptive bodies at a constant temperature, Heat radiation is unaffected by the special properties of these bodies, and he thus proved the consistent existence of a universal function depending only on temperature and wavelength and not on the specific properties of any substance. Further investigation of the physical problem involved, however, the determination of two other important universal constants. According to the law of Stefan and Boltzmann, according to which the emissivity of a body is proportional to the fourth power of its absolute temperature, the ratio between these two values is identical for all bodies. This ratio was designated as Stefan's constant, and the law of displacement, formulated by Wien, disclosed a new constant, defined as the product of wavelength and absolute temperature. All these questions, which had thus far been taken up separately, were, however, joined together and given a surprising solution through which the seminal conception of quantum theory is developed by Planck in. The general law of radiation that Planck developed on the basis of his fundamental theory provided two equations that connected the empirically ascertained values of Stefan and the constant of Wien with two fundamental magnitudes, the elementary energy quantum and the mass of the hydrogen atom. A wealth of particular domains and problems were thus interpreted and understood on the basis of one theoretical motive. It is only if we understand the foundational physical concepts as expressions not of mere facts but of such a motive that we can appreciate their achievement in an epistemo-critical sense, in particular, in that we can recognize the primacy of these concepts over the thing concepts of the naive view of the world. Whereas thing concepts can at most combine, physical concepts can connect, whereas thing concepts create a togetherness of properties as mere particulars, concepts of physics go on to posit truly universal unities. This synthesis, this new ordinal form, first opens up to us the world that we call the world of physical bodies and events, and it indicates the vantage point from which we can survey them as a whole, as a self-contained framework, symbol and schema in the system of modern physics. Let us now pause in our analysis of the natural scientific concept formation to look back and connect the results of this analysis to our general basic problem. We have seen how the form of physical series formation and the new order that is created through it posit and ground at the same time a new relation to the object. The basic physical concepts are genuinely synthetic concepts in the sense defined by Kant. They are concepts of connection and thereby of the object itself. If, however, the demonstration Aufweisung of this reciprocal relation between concept form and object form, between nature and the formal and material significance, is suicide for the critique of cognition, the philosophy of symbolic forms must, from the start, envisage this problem in a far wider ambit. If we inquire into the possibility of the mathematical science of nature, we look upon this science only as a special case of objectivization in general. For the philosophy of symbolic forms, the world of exact science does not appear as the beginning but as the end of a process of objectivization, whose roots reach down into other and earlier strata of configuration. The task now arises for us to compare the ideal consistent existence bestand of the physical world with the consistent existence bestand of those earlier strata, to inquire into their connections and separation, their community and the specific diarents. Is there any common originary motive in the construction of the three form worlds that we have examined up to now, and what are the spiritual transformation and transmutation, the characteristic metamorphoses that this motive undergoes in the transition from mythical concepts to linguistic concepts and from these in turn to the physical concepts of law? In all spiritual becoming, we can discern a twofold determination. It is related to natural, purely organic becoming insofar as both are subjected to the law of continuity. The later phase does not signify over against the former something absolutely estranged, rather, it is only the fulfillment of what was intimated and laid out in the former phase. On the other hand, this intertwining of individual phases does not exclude a sharp and clear opposition between them. For each new phase raises a distinctive and pregnant requirement and sets up a new norm and new idea of the spiritual itself. Continuous as the progress may be, the spiritual accents of significance are forever shifting within it, and each of these displacements gives rise to a new total sense of reality. We may characterize the tendency of this shift of accent in the process of symbolic configuration in a short formula in which we distinguish three stages and as it were three dimensions. We have already distinguished the sphere of presentation from the sphere of expression. A third domain, however, is now alienated with both, just as the world of presentation disengaged itself from that of mere expression and set up a new principle in opposition to it, so too ultimately does a world of pure signification grow out of the world of presentation. It is through this transition, as we shall now attempt to show, that the form of scientific cognition is first truly constituted, that its concept of truth and reality definitively breaks away from that of the naive view of the world. Once again, however, the separation, as in the progress from expression to presentation, does not occur all at once here. Rather, as with clutching organs, Thought clings desperately to the domain of presentation even though driven beyond it by the inner law and necessary tendency of its own unfolding. The world of the natural scientific concept is constructed in this conflict of two movements, in this dialectic. This concept does not immediately break away from the sphere of intuition and that of linguistic presentation, however, to the degree that it permeates them with its own form, it likewise imprints Prägung and other character on them. The mode of this transformation on Prägung emerges most clearly when we do not content ourselves with considering its mere results. Rather than demonstrating it through its mere product, we must search the heart of its producing itself and pursue it from within the mode and direction of this producing. The separation becomes truly visible and comprehensible only when we look beyond all the mixed and transitional forms that are presented to us by what is finished, by the worked Gewerk to the formative forces themselves, and situate them in their Werkwirken before us, if we direct our question not toward the mere ergon but rather toward the energies on which the new form of configuration rests. The first form in which a sensing and feeling subject has an environmental Worldumwelt consists in the possession of this Worldwelt as a manifold of expressive lived experiences. The environmental Worldumwelt was structured in this way long before it was given to the subject as a complex of things with objective characteristic traits, with fixed qualities and properties. Whatever we call existence or reality is initially given to us in no other way than in the pure determinacies of expression. Thus, even here we are beyond the abstraction of sheer sensation, which dogmatic sensationalism tends to assume as its starting point. For the content, which the subject experiences or as confronting it, is in no way a mere external one, such that it, to speak with Spinoza, resembles a mute picture built on a slate. It is, as it were, transparent in its existence Dasein and its being a certain way Sein. It immediately gives us tidings from an inner life that shines through it. The forming acted in language, art, and myth starts from this originary phenomenon of expression indeed. Both art and myth remain so close to it that one might be tempted to restrict them wholly to this sphere. High as myth and art may rise in their configurations, they remain on the soil of primary, wholly primitive expressive lived experiences. Language makes the new turn, the transition into a new dimension recognizable more clearly than the other two, though we cannot doubt its connection with the world of expression. There is always a certain expressive value, a certain physiognomic character in words, even in those of highly developed languages. This designates, however, only a single motive, and language must reach out beyond it in order to constitute its proper spiritual existence bestand. For not the word but the sentence is the truly fundamental formation Grundgebilde of language, in which the form of linguistic statement is fulfilled. And every purely declarative sentence includes within it a certain positing it aims at a certain objective state of airs that it strives to describe and arrest. The is of the copula is the purest and most pregnant manifestation Ausprägung of this new dimension of language, of its pure presentation function. It is also true, of course, that, however high we must also measure its purely intellectual value, it too in the beginning still remains, as it were, imprisoned in bodies. All linguistic presentation remains bound to the world of intuition and returns to it again and again. There are intuitive characteristic traits that the process of linguistic naming singles out and holds fast to. Even where language progresses to its highest, specifically intellectual achievements, even where, instead of naming things or properties, occurrences or actions, it designates rather pure relations and relationships, this purely significative act does not, by and large, surpass certain limits of concrete intuitive presentation. Over and over again, an image, a schema of intuition imposes itself on the logical determination. Even the is of the predicative declarative sentence is for the most part designated linguistically in such a way that it preserves a secondary intuitive sense. The intellectual relationship is replaced by a spatial one, a being here design or being over there dort sein, and the validity of relation is replaced by a statement of existence. Thus, all logical determination belonging to language is originally contained in its capacity and power of demonstration. The linguistic process of objectivization begins with the demonstrative pronouns, the designation of a specific place, of here or a over there. The object toward which it aims is a this, fully specified particular in the Aristotelian sense as something that stands in the presence of the speaker and can be pointed out with a finger. At this stage, even substantivization, the positing of things, makes use of linguistic formations, such as the definite articles, which are nothing other than a continuation of the demonstrative pronouns. Language may be said to gain its first foothold in the domain of space, whence it progressively extends its sway over the whole of intuitive reality. In this progress, we have distinguished three stages. In the first stage, language holds fast to the relation Bezug to the intuitive world in that it fills itself immediately with its content, which it allows, as it were, simply to flow into itself. Sometimes, it attempts to recall a certain objective occurrence in onomatopoeic formations. At other times, it holds fast to certain physiognomic characters that it encounters and makes them known through certain elementary phonetic diaerences, through the sharper or duller consonant, or through the higher or lower intonation of the vowel. And even where language renounces such direct proximity to sensible values of impression and feeling, even where it treats the phonetic world as a world in its own right, an aspiration is still inherent in it to express relationships between outward objects by relationships between sounds. Mimetic expression transitions into analogical expression. However, the true intellectual conclusion of the process of language formation leads beyond this phase. It is only here that language becomes purely symbolic expression, where even the appearance of any direct or indirect similarity between its world and the world of immediate perception has vanished. Only where it has gained and holds on to this sharp and clear withdrawal, this distance, has language completely come into its own. Only now can it prove itself as an autonomous formation of spirit and as such understand itself. If to this development of linguistic form we now compare the development of the conceptual form in natural scientific thinking, we find ourselves from the outset on a diarent level. The most evident diarence is that natural scientific concept formation, even in its earliest stage, has fundamentally surpassed the world of mere expression. The task of a cognition of nature already includes, with the imperfect means it has at its disposal, a conscious detachment from this world. Nature, as an object of knowledge, an object of thoughtful consideration and investigation, is given to the human being only once the human has learned to execute a cut between nature and its own world of subjective feeling. Nature is the constancy and uniformity that is experienced in its recurrence, that is detached from the stream of lived experiences and that confronts them as a being vazen with its own consistent existence. At first, however, the detachment from the sphere of subjective activity leaves the sphere of immediate sensation intact. The subject seems unable to break away from the sphere of sensation without at the same time losing all contact with reality and any hold on it. Once the distance between the I and the world has been posited, once it has been recognized as such, there seems to remain no other way of surpassing it than the way shown by sense perception. It is perception insofar as we do not see in it only our own constitution but become aware of the objective form, the being of the object itself. In its beginnings, the theoretical concept thus clings to perception as though to exhaust it, as though to gain possession of all the Contentgehalt of reality contained in it. The progress toward this goal leads, however, to the distinctive peripeteia that Plato experienced and that he described as the necessary fate of all theoretical cognition. Rather than turning toward the things, toward the mueta, there occurs the return to the ideas, the return to the gulf is once again torn open, the bond between concept and reality is consciously cut. A new realm arises beyond reality as the reality of appearance, the realm of pure signification, and, henceforth, it is in this realm that all the certainty and consistency, all ultimate truth of cognition, are grounded. On the other hand, the world of ideas, of significations, although it renounces all similarity to the empirical sensible world, cannot dispense with all relation to it. The modern founders of exact science, the modern Platonists like Galileo and Kepler, not only insisted on this relation but instituted it in a new way. They started from certain basic concepts, from presuppositions and hypotheses, which as such possess no immediate correspondence in the sensible actual but which nevertheless claim to disclose the framework Gefüge, the thoroughgoing order of this reality. This achievement falls not to the individual concept and to the individual presupposition but to the system of these presuppositions. Once again, we find here that modern science becomes truly systematic only by resolving to become symbolic in the strict sense. The more it seems to lose sight of the similarity with things, the more clearly and tangibly aware it becomes of the lawfulness of being and events. However, even the founders of classical mechanics, even Galilei, Kepler, Huygens, and Newton, stand only at the beginning and not at the end of this development. Their achievement consists essentially in taking the step from empirical intuition to pure intuition and taking the world not as a manifold of perceptions but as a manifold of shapes Gestalten, figures Figuren, and magnitudes. There was still inherent in this figurative synthesis a certain limitation, that of the givenness of pure space. It is pure space that serves as the model and schema for the construction of all the geometrical and mechanical models to which classical physics reduces the multiplicity of empirical appearances and in which it sees the actual prototype of all scientific explanation of nature. The progress from the mechanical view of nature Natranchoing to the modern electrodynamic worldview takes us one step further. It creates a type of comprehension of nature in which the particular sense data are excluded but in which the dependency on the world of intuition and showing in its earlier form is also abandoned. The supreme universal concepts of nature are now configured so as to evade any possibility of direct intuitive illustration Verandsgleichung. The function they fulfill, their specific sense, resides in the general and most universal principles of correlation, whose content Gehalt is not capable of any immediate presentation in intuition. Thus, if we turn to the development of the form of the natural scientific concept, the categories to which our consideration of the form of language has led us, though this can of course be done only with a certain methodological reservation, we find at the beginning a kind of mimetic phase, which is followed by a transition through an analogical phase, until at length the truly symbolic form of concept formation is achieved. Admittedly, however, we have gained with this nothing more than an abstract schema which stands in need of confirmation and concrete fulfillment. We will not attempt this fulfillment here by following the historical course of the cognition of nature, but only by considering, as it were, its reflection in philosophical systems. We can summarize the progress of the general theory of nature and its logical form with three great names: Aristotle, Descartes, and Leibniz. Aristotelian physics is the first example of a true science of nature in the strict sense. Admittedly, one could think that this Ernst might be claimed not by him but more rightly by the founders of atomism. Although atomism, with its concepts of the atom and of empty space, created a seminal conception and a methodological framework common for all future explanations of nature, it was not destined to fill in this framework Rahmen. For atomism in its ancient form Gestalt was not able to master the true and fundamental problem of nature, the problem of becoming. Atomism solved the problem of the body by reducing all sensible properties to purely geometrical determinations, to the form Gestalt, position, and arrangement of atoms. It possessed, however, no general means of thinking for the presentation of transformation, no principle by which the reciprocal act of the atoms could be made intelligible and lawfully determined. Aristotle, for whom nature, physis, was characterized and distinguished from the mere product of art by the fact that it possessed an inherent principle of motion, was the first to advance to a true analysis of the phenomenon of motion. Considered methodologically, however, this analysis bears a twofold and distinctive contradictory character. Its orientation is wholly logical. It explains becoming by reducing it to the ultimate and most general conceptual determinations in Aristotle's metaphysics, to matter, stow and form. On the other hand, to make these supreme categories applicable to the concrete natural phenomena and fruitful for their explanation, it must everywhere link them with observations and experiences that are taken simply from the sensible sphere. Essentially, the Aristotelian theory of elements elementae does not fundamentally go beyond this domain. It orders and classifies the sensible data, and it collects them together into groups, but it undertakes no true Gestalt switch, no intellectual transformation of them. In this respect, the basic concepts of Aristotelian physics scarcely go further in their function and achievement than the pure linguistic concept of characteristic traits. Language already partitions the manifold of sensible phenomena into certain spheres of characteristic traits. It creates pairs of oppositions between heavy and light, cold and warm, moist and dry, etc. Aristotelian physics is tied throughout to these binary oppositions. For it, they are valid as ultimate determinations, neither needful nor susceptible of any further analysis, and on them, it constructs a theory of basic components, that the combination of the qualities of warm and dry produces fire, that of warm and moist produces air, that of cold and moist produces water, and that of cold and dry produces earth. And to each of these elements elementae corresponds a definite type of motion, which is not merely accidental to it but arises from its inner nature Wesen, its substantial form. Fire, as the absolutely light element elementae, tends upward by nature. Earth, as the absolutely heavy element, downward, while to the ethereal substance, from which the unchanging and imperishable heavenly bodies are formed, Aristotle attributes an eternal circular motion, without beginning and without end. In this physics, as we see, sensible experiences, which are taken up from direct observation, logical determinations, and teleological principles and norms, still form a relatively undifferentiated unity. Perhaps it was this indifference, this immediate concretion of the empirical and the purely intellectual, that for centuries assured Aristotle's system of nature its leading position and its centuries-long supremacy. It represented something other and more significant than a merely individual accomplishment. In it, a certain thought form through which natural scientific concept formation had to necessarily pass in order to arrive at its typical, truly classical manifestation. Modern philosophy begins by dissolving this thought form, by challenging not its results but its presuppositions. The new criterion of truth on which Descartes' philosophy is constructed destroys the domination of the worldview of substantial forms. Truth, genuine cognitive value, can be claimed only by what can be seen clearly and distinctly. Clear and distinct insight, however, can never be gained from the sensible as such. Sensible content as such can thus no longer enter into the formation of the genuine concepts of nature. It must be eradicated down to the last trace and replaced by purely mathematical determinations, that is, the determinations of number and magnitude. The way Descartes set out to accomplish this is well known. All qualities of sensation are banished from the objective picture built of nature. They express solely the state of the perceiving subject, not the state of the object. Not only are smell, taste, color, and tone thus eliminated as objective characteristic traits, but also such states such as hardness or heaviness have ceased to be necessary and constitutive properties of the natural body. What we attest to with these names stands in principle on one and the same lines as all the other sensible qualities that we tend to grant the natural body on the direct testimony of perception. If we exclude subjective tactile sensation and muscular sensation, we must also exclude heaviness and hardness. In a world where all bodies that we attempted to touch receded from us with the same velocity at which our hands approached them, we could gain no representation of hardness or resistance. And yet even in this world, the objective definition of a body would be the same as in ours, since this definition includes only the purely geometrical determinations of length, breadth, and depth. The pure character of being of what we habitually call matter is thus reduced to space, to extension. And with this, a new norm has been established for all exact knowledge of nature. We can speak of a comprehension of nature, of a true insight into its being and lawfulness, only where we succeed in rendering present the fullness and diversity of its content by a manifold of form, through a geometrical schematism. All the elements elementae of sensation are replaced in this schematism by elements of pure intuition. In Descartes' first methodologically seminal work, in the Reguli ad directionem ingenii rules for the direction of the mind, he called for this replacement of sensation by purely intuitive schemata. And his whole physics, from Le Monde to the Principia Philosophiae, may be said to be nothing other than the pursuit and consequent development of this one main basic and guiding idea. The path to a rational analysis of natural phenomena leads through spatial intuition, where spatial intuition forsakes us, where the geometrical constructibility of phenomena ends, our insight into them ceases. It is precisely at this point, however, that Leibniz's critique of Cartesian physics sets in. For Leibniz originally came not from geometry but from arithmetic, and he regarded the arithmetic itself as only a special branch of combinatorics. From this standpoint, the concept of form assumed a new and universal content to halt for him. It is by no means essential to form that it must manifest itself as spatial form. Rather, it is fundamentally and primarily logical form. A strict lawfulness of form, which may serve as a basis for exact apprehension, exists wherever a manifold is governed and determined by any ordering relation, however it is conditioned. To establish the ensemble of these relations and with systematic completeness and to determine the structure, the general logical type of each one of them, becomes the task of Leibniz's theory of science Wissenschaftslehre. This places from the beginning the problem of the natural object and of cognition of nature in a far broader intellectual framework. Raman. The realitate of the phenomenon, its subjective state, no longer rests on merely geometrical determinations but is achieved by a far more complex mode of determination. In the phenomena we neither possess nor are justified in demanding any other criterion of realitate than that they should accord with one another and with the eternal truths. To seek any other truth or reality Wirklichkeit than what this contains is vain, and skeptics ought not to demand any other, nor dogmatists promise it. Among these eternal truths, the axioms of geometry form only a special branch, which we are not justified in making into a touchstone or norm of cognition of nature in general. From this newly gained standpoint, Leibniz subjects the foundation of the Cartesian system of nature to a critique no less sharp than that to which Descartes himself had subjected the physics of Aristotle. Whereas Descartes had criticized the Aristotelian explanation of nature for failing to recognize the limits of sensible sensation as such and to transcend them in principle, Leibniz attacks the Cartesian definition of substance for remaining wholly within the boundaries of that which can be presented intuitively and for making the imagination Einbildungskraft the imagination into a judge over the understanding. A true theory of nature, however, could be achieved only if we learn to disregard both limits, the sensible as well as the intuitive. From mechanics we must progress to dynamics, from mere intuition to the concept of force that eliminates not only all sensualization but also all immediate visualization. Let no one suppose that he has correctly apprehended the nature of the body until he has recognized that the crude, purely imaginative concept of corporeal substance, according to which it consists in mere extension, is incomplete, not to say false. For in addition to magnitude and impenetrability, we must assume the existence of something in the body, upon which the consideration of force is based. Thus, aside from the purely mathematical foundations accessible to intuition, we must also recognize other, metaphysical foundations, which can be apprehended only through the pure understanding, and to the material mass we must add a higher, as it were a formal, principle. For the totality of truths about corporeal things cannot be derived from merely arithmetical and geometrical principles, from the axioms of the whole and the parts, of big and little, of figure and position. Rather, we need other theorems about cause and effect, doing and undergoing. As a consequence, Leibniz's reproach is that the Cartesian theory is still confined to bodies, to the image of extensive mass. His physics should have taken the last decisive step. It should have freed thought from the constraints of sense perception and from the inhibition of the figurative Bildlich. In this way, the way to a universal cognition of nature would have been opened. This would have proven the merit of the basic principle of Leibniz's theory of cognition: nihil est in intellectu, quod non entia foret in sensu, excipi nisi ipse intellectus. There is in the intellect nothing which would not have been previously in sensible perception except the intellect. The ultimate statements about the nature wesen of reality would be grounded in purely intelligible truths. The philosophical requirement that was posited here, however, initially had no great effect in the history of physics. What Leibniz gave to empirical physics was essentially limited to his formulation of the principle of the conservation of active force, which prepared the way for the discovery of the principle of the conservation of energy. As for Leibniz himself, however, his concept of force led him in a different direction. It brought him not to the problems of matter, materia, and to that of the physical body, but to the problem of the monad. This metaphysical turn could have no immediate profit for the progress of the scientific thinking of nature. This thinking in its historical course followed rather the stricter methodology of induction as it was taught by Newton in his mathematical principles of natural philosophy. And the next great philosophical systematist of the cognition of nature invoked Newton and not Leibniz. This initially meant a peculiar reversal in the progress of philosophical principles. The Leibnizian tendency toward intellectualization was confronted by Kant's concept of pure intuition. The unconditional rule of geometrical construction, which Leibniz had contested, seems to be rehabilitated here. For no concept of the understanding can lay claim to empirical truth, to objective validity, unless it is schematized in intuition. And this realizing schema is at the same time a restricting schema. It confines the concept within the limits of spatiotemporal presentability. There now arises the reciprocal relation and determination between the transcendental aesthetic and the transcendental logic, which determine the whole construction of the Critique of Reason. On the other hand, however, Kant, as a logician, as an analyst of the pure understanding, could not fail to define the function of the pure concepts of the understanding in such a way that they received a broader and more general sense, that they seemed limited in their use, but not in their significance, to the domain of intuition. The concept of substance, for example, comprises only the form of an intellectual synthesis that is such as of a non-intuitive nature. It is supreme among the pure concepts of relationships, which constitute the object of experience. It belongs to the analogies of experience, through which alone the totality of sensible phenomena can be joined into a unitary framework, Gefüge, into a context. However, to be able to accomplish this achievement, a connection with certain spatiotemporal schemata is required. Thus, persisting, in the form of spatial constancy and thing constancy, becomes the necessary condition under which phenomena alone can be determined as objects in a possible experience. A philosopher was asked, how much does the smoke weigh? He replied, if you take away from the weight of the wood that was burnt the weight of the ashes that are left over, you will have the weight of the smoke. He thus assumed as incontrovertible that even in fire the matter substance never disappears but rather only suffers an alteration in its form. However, this equating the basic systematic principle of substantiality with the assumption of matter materia as a permanent something by which all its temporal transformations can be recognized as the same, as identical with itself, represents one of the internal difficulties of the critical system. For the principle on which Kant supports his transcendental deduction of the categories does not in itself sue us to ground this equation. According to him, nature, as appearing nature, consists of nothing other than relationships. However, among these there are persisting and abiding relationships, through which an object is given to us. In itself, this kind of constancy requires nothing more than the possibility of singling out certain consistent relations in the flow of becoming, of fixating certain universal invariants. And this requirement is by no means synonymous with the positing of a material substrate that we must regard as the foundation for all alterations. The representation of something permanent in existence, as Kant himself often pregnantly said, is not identical with the permanent representation. If Kant was nevertheless able without difficulty to transpose the formal principle of substance into the concept of matter, into the assumption of something spatially invariable, It is essentially because of his historical relationship to the Newtonian theory. Wholly in line with this theory, he declared material substance to be that substance in space that can be moved independently separately from everything else that exists in space. The axiom that space itself and what fills space, what is materially stellic actual in it, are in this way detached from one another, that they may be split conceptually, as it were, into two sharply divided modes of being, is taken from the system of classical mechanics. However, with this, of course, Kant's theory of pure intuition and with it the entire relationship that he assumes between the transcendental analytic and the transcendental aesthetic, runs into a difficulty that was clearly bound to become apparent as soon as this axiom itself began to be questioned, as soon as the transition from classical mechanics to the general theory of relativity was carried out. Up until now, we have contented ourselves with an indirect consideration of our methodological problem whose development we have pursued here. We have attempted to apprehend its reflection in the philosophical systems. If, however, we follow the problem into the 19th century, this guiding thread forsakes us. For in the 19th century, there is no longer any great representative philosophical system of thought in which we can discern the status of the theory of principles and methodology of natural science. A philosophical synthesis has now been replaced by a profusion of individual approaches that at first sight disclose no direction toward a common goal. And, on the other hand, it was theoretical physics, in its own imminent progress, that gained as it were a new line of sight, through which it gradually and more clearly worked out a new norm for a total view over and above the splintering of individual theories. This norm is characterized primarily by the fact that in it the relationship between concept and intuition receives a new determination and undergoes an essential displacement away from the ideal of natural scientific cognition established by classical mechanics. At first, of course, the requirement of the intuitive maintained its primacy in every respect. The comprehension of a natural phenomenon was equated with its presentation in an intuitive model, and physics seemed concerned far more with the extension of all the individual models than with the inquiry into their connection and their systematic compatibility. Not infrequently, one and the same thinker, in attempting to explain the same phenomena or closely related spheres of phenomena, simply set totally different figurative bildlich presentations side by side. In a fundamental respect, even such a seminal work as Maxwell's Electricity and Magnetism does not shun such a listing of wholly heterogeneous images, which in a colorful sequence pass before us in an almost kaleidoscopic array. Maxwell himself continues to follow here a tradition even though his own work contains the initial and important germs of its fundamental overcoming. The true sense of William Thomson's question, do we understand a process of nature or do we not understand it? Which he writes concisely and sharply in formulating this traditional view, seems to me to be tantamount to the other question as to whether we can construct a mechanical model that will render this process in all its parts. There was no lack of intellectual forces in 19th century physics that were antagonistic to this view from the very start. If one wants to designate the total spiritual structure of this physics, then one would have to call them less a physics of images and models than a physics of principles. The true and essentially methodological issue concerned principles, not images. It concerned the combination Zusammenfassung of the different forms of the lawfulness of nature into one supreme, all-embracing rule. In this respect, a definite and unmistakable intellectual line of development runs from the principle of the conservation of energy to the general principle of relativity. A principle, however, has from the start an entirely different status than a mere concept of nature vis-à-vis the possibility of its purely intuitive grounding and interpretation. As pertains to the latter, the attempt can always be made to interpret such a concept as a mere abstraction from immediately given sensible intuitive data and thus, in accordance with the prevailing view of such abstractions, to dissolve it into a mere sum of such data. However, a principle for the explanation of nature, however it may be provided in details, belongs, in terms of its universal logical dimension, to another sphere of validity. It expresses itself not in a concept but in a judgment. It is initially expressed in a general proposition thoughts. And every such proposition comprises a specific mode of positing. Its relation to the world of intuitive phenomena is mediated throughout, that is, it passes through the medium of signification. The sense of a principle must ultimately be fulfilled empirically and therefore intuitively. This fulfillment is, however, never possible directly. Rather, it can occur only in such a way that other propositions are derived by a hypothetical deduction from the assumption of the principle's validity. None of these propositions, none of these individual stages in a logical process, need be susceptible of direct intuitive interpretation. Only as a logical totality can the series of inferences be related to intuition and confirmed and justified by intuition. If we wanted to compare physical thinking to linguistic thinking, we might say that the progress from model to principle accomplishes an analogous intellectual achievement similar to that of language when it advances from the word to the sentence. It is with the recognition of the primacy of the principle over the model that physics begins, as it were, to think in sentences, sets and principles rather than in words. In 19th-century physics, the competition between the two motives can be shown in immediate clarity in a number of isolated concrete cases. It is, above all, the diverse tendencies in the apprehending and grounding of the principle of energy that most clearly reveal this competition. In Helmholtz, the principle of the conservation of energy appears as a simple inference from the basic presuppositions of the mechanical view of the world. This is fixed a priori. It is a condition of the comprehensibility of nature. The task of physical science, in this view, is to reduce natural phenomena to invariable attractive and repellent forces, whose intensity depends on the distance between masses. If we start from this postulate as well as from the validity of Newton's general laws of motion, then the essential content Gehalt of the principle of the conservation of energy seems to be reduced to the mechanical principle of the conservation of living force lebendige Kraft. This reduction, however, is not the goal that Robert Meyer sets for himself in his presentation and proof of the principle of the conservation of energy. This law signifies for him nothing other than a universal relation that connects all the diverse domains of physical appearances, which makes them quantitatively comparable and commensurable. The validity and truth of this relation does not depend on a reduction of all particular phenomena to mechanical processes. The principle states the fixed numerical relationships according to which heat is transformed into motion and motion into heat. However, it in no way asserts that heat in its physical nature vazen is nothing other than motion. According to Meyer, the value of the law of the conservation of energy consists, rather, in that it enables us to draw an exact comparison between diarrhent things, without sacrificing their diarrhentness. Motion is transposed into gravitational force and gravitational force into motion, but we cannot infer that the two are identical, and the same is true for the domains of phenomena that the law of the conservation of energy teaches us to connect by fixed numerical measurements, by definite equivalences. As we know, 19th-century energetics started from this observation of the first discoverer of the principle of energy and went on to unleash what might be called an iconoclastic builder's term controversy in the domain of physics. However, the critique that is directed, for example, by Wilhelm Ostwald in this context against the kinetic theory of heat, quite aside from the physical significance of this theory, misses, in a purely epistemo-critical respect, the real core of the question. For this question relates not so much to the content of the theory of nature as to its form, its construction and logical framework. Gefüge. There can be no question of excluding mechanical hypotheses in general or denying their fruitfulness in certain individual cases. The question is, rather, what position we should accord these hypotheses in the total system of physics and what logical rank should be ascribed to them. Are they necessary conditions of physical concept formation and necessary general principles Obersatze of all physical theorizing in general, or are there still higher principles by which they must be measured? The long controversy over this question can, generally speaking, be regarded as decidedly settled today. Perhaps the change in the basic view that has been gradually and steadily effected can best be illustrated by the example of Planck. In his first work, The Principle of the Conservation of Energy, Planck remained wholly within the mechanical view of the world. He still regarded it as the regulative principle of all physical research in general. Nevertheless, Planck has already renounced here any actual mechanical derivation of the principle of energy. When it was a question of establishing the hierarchy of principles and their position in the progress of deduction, he decided on the primacy of the principle of conservation in its most general form, a form unrestricted by any special interpretation. When we consider that the mechanical view of nature played for ages a significant role long in natural philosophy before the discovery of the principle of energy, when we further survey how very plainly the definition of the concept of energy, the formulation and finally the proof of the principles were given from the mechanical standpoint, it is quite understandable that this proof should have gained preeminence among the deductive methods. And nevertheless it seems to me that we should be more justified in making the principle of the conservation of energy the basis for the mechanical view of nature, than conversely in making the latter the foundation for the deduction of the principle of energy, since after all this principle is far more securely grounded than the assumption, however plausible, that all transformations in nature can be reduced to motion. A quarter of a century later, Planck determined the relationship even more sharply than here. In his lecture The Place of Modern Physics in the Mechanical View of Nature, the decisive methodological conclusion is drawn, and the primacy of principles over models is recognized and carried out from every angle. The true standard for the evaluation of a physical hypothesis, it is now expressly emphasized, can never be sought in its vividness, only in its efficiency. It is not the simplicity of the image built that is decisive but the uniformity of the explanation, the subsumption of the totality of natural phenomena under supreme comprehensive rules. From this consideration now arises a construction of the theory of nature whose universality exceeds not only the postulates, on which the mechanical view of the world was grounded, but even the principle of the conservation of energy. The first step toward such a theory was implied by the principle of relativity, according to which the four dimensions of the physical world are fundamentally equivalent to and interchangeable with one another. As the supreme physical law, as the crown of the whole system of nature, it then proves to be the principle of least effect, which contains the four world coordinates in a perfectly symmetrical arrangement. From this central principle four fully equivalent principles radiate in four directions, corresponding to the four dimensions of the world. To the spatial dimensions corresponds the threefold principle of dynamic magnitude. To the temporal dimension corresponds the principle of energy. Never before was it possible to trace the underlying significance and common origin ursprung of these principles so far back toward their roots. And indeed the principle of least effect gives a new and comprehensive aspect of the totality of nature, since the principle of the conservation of energy may be inferred from it, whereas conversely the principle of least effect cannot be derived from the principle of the conservation of energy. Both in its significance and in its application, it proves wholly independent of the relationship to the mechanical worldview. It has been particularly fruitful in its application to the domain of extramechanical physics. Larmor and Schwarzschild, for example, were able to derive the basic equations of electrodynamics and electronics from the principle of least effect. The physics of the 19th century and the early 20th century could not have achieved this advance to principles of ever-increasing breadth and universality, could not have attained its present intellectual heights, if it had not steadily freed itself from the limits, not only of sensible sensation but also of intuition and geometrical mechanical presentation. The fact that this liberation did not involve a turning away from the world of intuition in itself is self-evident, in that of course in intuition all physical theory must seek its ultimate confirmation. Physical thinking, however, can arrive at this confirmation, this enrichment and fertilization of intuition, only because it does not confine itself a priori to intuition but learns to know and assert its own self-legislation, its distinctive autarky, with ever-increasing depth and purity. There is, in the history of modern physics, perhaps no clearer example of this state of affairs than the development of the theory of ether. Almost every phase that physical thought has passed through here likewise constitutes a characteristic stage in a general methodological process. Newton's emission theory explains the process of light propagation by directly relating it and reducing it to the process of material motion. Light consists of infinitesimal material particles that are emitted by the light source in all directions with set velocities that are diarrhent for each color. New observations show this form of explanation to be untenable. The phenomena of interference necessitated a reversion from the emission theory to the undulation theory, which had already been formulated by Christian Huygens. The general tendency, however, continued to search for a clue for an explanation for the unknown in the empirically known and the intuitively tangible processes that was manifested in the phenomenon of light. The game of the forming of analogies was repeatedly brought to bear at this point. It seemed possible to comprehend the motion of light only by comparing it with the spreading of a wave on the surface of water or the vibrations of an elastic string. Meanwhile, the more comparisons of this kind were adopted, that is, the more they were spun out, the greater the difficulties they encountered. The more refined the intuitive descriptions that were given to its constitution, the more paradoxical light ether appeared. In time, it became a veritable wooden iron deformation gebilde that should unite properties that appear to conflict with each other based on all other experiences. Every attempt to eliminate these contradictions by introducing new ad hoc fabricated supporting assumptions led only deeper into the labyrinth. The ether became the problem child of mechanical theory. And yet, basically, the Ariadne's thread that would ultimately lead out of this labyrinth was found once Maxwell had defined light as an electrodynamic process. For the most important fundamental step had now been taken, the transition from the physics of matter to pure field physics. The reality realitate that we designate as a field is no longer thought of as a complex of physical things, rather, it is the expression for an ensemble of physical relations relationen. If we extract certain elements elemente from these relations relationen, if we consider individual positions of the field for themselves, this nevertheless never signifies that we can also factually separate them in intuition and disclose them as isolated intuitive formations gebilde. Each of these elements elemente is instead conditioned by the whole to which it belongs. In fact, it is first defined through this whole. It is no longer possible here to detach an individual part, a substantial particle, from the field and follow the movement of these particles for a certain time. The method of defining a determinate physical object by a mode of pointing, this, Fully specified particular, however refined, is precluded from the beginning. This form of demonstration fails, and must be replaced by a far more complex form of physical deduction. In the ether of modern physics, as Eddington expressed this state of affairs, we can no longer set our finger on a definite place and maintain that this or that one of its parts was in this place a few seconds ago. Accordingly, the numerical identity that we otherwise regard here as one of the essential determinations of the thing, including those of immediate experience and mechanical masses as the substantial bearer of motion, can no longer be maintained. On the other hand, the objective validity and objective significance of the physical concepts is in no way jeopardized by this abandonment of this form of thingness. Rather, it is now grounded in a deeper and more general sense. True, the single position in the ether can no longer be designated and distinguished from others by any sort of concrete characteristic traits. Rather, each of these positions is defined abstractly by two coordinates, by the magnitude and direction of the electrical and magnetic vector. And the nature phase of light no longer consists of something comparable to an undulation or a vibration in the intuitive sense of the word, but in the periodic alterations of a vector, whose direction is always to be comprehended as perpendicular to the direction of propagation. It was this formalistic theory of light that first succeeded in eliminating the contradictions that inevitably clung to every picture built of the ether. Only once physics renounced in principle this intuition of ether as a kind of elastic solid body was the way laid open for a new view that would change the concept of matter from the ground up. And this transformation shows once again an inner consequence, a strict methodological continuity. It seemed at first as though physics could content itself with simply setting the newly acquired concept of ether alongside the concept of matter. There rose a dualism between matter and field. Ether and matter formed two different and separate essential beings, which, however, are connected by a continuous interaction. This dualism was sublated, however, by the theory of relativity. Now matter no longer appears as a physical existence alongside the field but is reduced to the field. It became a product of the field. Faraday already prepared the way for this turn already for him. The reality of matter ultimately dissolves into lines of force. In Mia's theory of matter, the opposition of body and field is eliminated altogether. The body itself is constructed purely of electricity. If in this way matter appears, as it were, to be a product of ether, then it would obviously be a latter form, or if we were to attribute any properties analogous to those of matter to the ether itself, we must think of it, relative to matter, as propertyless, in order to arrive at a true derivation of the material properties. If we still wish to continue to speak of a particular object, then this object must be thought of not as a substantial background for determinate relations but solely as their expression and embodiment in degree. Einstein declared in his Leiden lecture Ether and the Theory of Relativity that even the general theory of relativity did not have to abandon the concept of ether. It must only cease to attribute any definite state of motion to the ether, since the ether may justly be said to be at rest in any system, however moved. An ether of the sort, that it may be said neither to be at rest nor to move with a determinate velocity is, however, obviously no longer an individual thing that can in any way be realized in representation and endowed with certain intuitive characteristic traits and properties. The ether in this sense has no other determinations than those belonging to the field itself, and thus is distinguished from the field only by name. With this, a distinctive dialectical process in physics reached its conclusion. The consequent construction of the representation of ether led to the sublation of this very representation. Physics has with this definitively left the realm of presentation and of presentability in general for a more abstract realm. The schematism of images has given way to the symbolism of principles. Of course, the empirical origins, Ursprung, of modern physical theory has not been eked in the least by this insight. Physics, however, no longer deals directly with the existent as the materially actual. Rather, it deals with its framework, Gefüge, its formal condition. The tendency toward unification has triumphed over the tendency toward illustration. The synthesis, which is accomplished by the pure concepts of law, has shown itself superior to combination, Zusammenfassung, in thing concepts. Order has thus become the actual, absolute basic concept of physics. The world itself is no longer depicted as a togetherness of thing unities but as an order of events, Ereignisse. According to Whale, intuitive space and time may not serve as the medium in which the physics of the external world is constructed, but are replaced by a four-dimensional continuum in the abstract arithmetical sense. Whereas for Huygens the colors were in reality vibrations of the ether, now they appear only as mathematical, functional processes of a periodic character, and in the functions four independent variables appear as representatives of the spatio-temporal medium related to coordinates. Thus, what remains is ultimately a symbolic construction in the exact sense as that carried out by Hilbert in mathematics. And in another respect as well, Huygens may provide a deeper insight into the mode and direction of the development that leads from classical mechanics to the worldview of modern relativistic physics. For Huygens embodies a certain methodological summit within the classical theory. He was the physical thinker who first carried through a purely kinetic view of world events with true universality and scientific rigor. All the phenomena of nature were subjected to this viewpoint. For Huygens, there was no opposition between the realm of living forces and of forces in tension, between kinetic and potential energy. Rather, for him, all natural events merge into the actual motion of infinitesimal material particles, which themselves are regarded as invariable substantial individual beings. Einzelwesen. The physics of the ether that he projected and the physics of ponderable masses were identical in this respect. According to Huygens, we can explain light and gravitation only if they are reduced to motions, to spatial translations of the smallest independently existing particles of ether. And he regarded the law of the conservation of living force as the fundamental principle that determines and regulates the interaction between moving particles. All actuality in nature consists of a change in the spatial distribution of kinetic energy, whose sum remains invariable. To gain a complete picture of the world events, intuitable in all its components, we must, as it were, follow this translation of energy from place to place. Where immediate observation shows us, as in the phenomena of inelastic collision, a loss of living force, we are compelled, in order to obtain a satisfactory systematic explanation, to regard this loss as illusory. The energy that is lost in sensible perceptible bodies is transformed into another form, into the motion of the ether atoms, whence under certain conditions it is transferred back to corporeal masses. The supply of kinetic energy, Bewegungsenergie, that has gathered in the ether as in a great reservoir flows back from it into the atoms of bodies. Thus, it is in the law of collision that Huygens finds the model and prototype of all natural laws. And the collision itself is not regarded and described simply as a sensible phenomenon but is carried back to purely rational, mathematically formulable general principles. The validity of such principles, along with the hypothesis that the atoms as the ultimate parts of matter must be invariable and absolutely solid, forms the necessary condition in which alone a science of nature can be grounded. In his History of Atomism, Lauswitz gives an excellent exposition of Huygens' basic theory and also connects this presentation to a general consideration in which he attempts to give an epistemo-critical legitimization, a transcendental deduction, of this theory. According to him, the kinetic theory of atoms does not represent one particular basic physicalistic view, which can be set alongside other explanations as relatively equal in right, but rather, it is the norm and prototype of the exact comprehension of nature in general. Here, for the first time, the diverse means of thinking that are indispensable for detaching a permanent physical being, an objective nature, from the flux of our conscious lived experiences are placed in a perfect ideal balance. The first of these means of thinking is the category of substantiality. It expresses the first basic relation of unity, which consists in the predicate's adherence to a subject as a close determination and makes it a perceptible individual thing with given properties. The scientific expression for this individual thingness is the concept of the atom as the fixed, indestructible bearer of all transformations. So far, however, the transformations themselves are not yet posited and determined. The event in its true sense is not so much grounded as negated by substance. Another principle is thus required here before changes and variation of determinations as such can be objectified. Just as substance relates to space, so too does this new principle relate to time. It establishes a lawfulness that connects the various successive states of one and the same substance. We require a means by which to think the given as becoming. Science discovered this new means of thinking, that of variability, only when, by means of the basic concept of the analysis of the infinite, it rigorously defined the concept of variable magnitude and learned how to give exact mathematical expression to the relation between diverse variable magnitudes. Here we are dealing with that unitary relation of consciousness that connects the sensible given in such a way that it does not, as in the substance, obtain identity with itself through its predicate, however detached from the interconnection with all other givens. Rather, it is comprehended as a fulfillment of time, though it is marked as a unitary element, in a continuum. However, it is not separate from that continuum as a position that independently contains within it a law of becoming, of continuation, Fortsetzung, by which the further lawful fulfillment of time is guaranteed. It is through this new means of thinking that a relation is established between substances, that a causality between them becomes definable. And Huygens' theoretical construction of kinetic atomic strikes Lauswitz as one of the high points of the modern scientific thinking of nature, because here the two basic requirements of this thinking, which are separated in the epistemo-critical analysis, work together in an exemplary way in their achievement. Huygens objectified the sensible fact of the transformation of bodies into the principles of mechanics as a continuous and reciprocal causal determination. The invariable bearer of motion is provided by the concept of the rigid atom, and the reciprocal act between the individual elements of the corporal world is supplied by the law of the conservation of the algebraic sum of kinetic magnitudes and by the law of the conservation of energy. There is no more talk here of the sensible representation that had accompanied atomic theory throughout the whole course of its history, the representation of atoms as small, hard bodies. Huygens made the corpuscular theory into a science by this advance, by overcoming this sensible representation and replacing it with rational, mathematically formulated concepts. The absolute atom and the totality of moving atoms are conceptual formations, Gebilde. Their coincidence in space no longer signifies the anthropomorphism of a collision, but the geometrical determination of a place at a given time, and their behavior after the so-called collision is not derived according to the analogy of the bouncing back of sensible bodies, but determined by the mathematical formula that regulates the distribution of velocities. The epistemo-critical deduction that is given here of the system of physics is a hypothetical deduction. It goes back to a certain historically given state of research and takes it as the basis of the factum of science. Clausewitz himself, as a strictly critical thinker, is far from regarding this factum as immutable and definitive. Never may critical philosophy presume to determine the conditions of experience and the principles of physics a priori. Rather, it can do this only through the historical process, and just as physical cognition changes, so does the theory historically change what the content of the transcendental conditions of experience are. The essential difference between the transcendental principles and the changing theories lies not in how the principles of scientific cognition are formulated in the consciousness of human beings of a given epoch, but in the fact that they must be formulated, that there is an eternal determination for the direction of consciousness, a supreme law of objectivization. What means of thinking will be newly discovered, which ones will vanish from the consciousness of human beings, is an insoluble question at suis, as if each cultural epoch becomes conscious of its own means of thinking as the synthetic unities which guarantee the possibility of scientific experience amid the vacillations and gropings of the special investigations and hypotheses, by showing the shifting theoretical content to be dependent not only on empirical accident but also on an enduring tendency of consciousness. If we approach modern relativistic physics with the general philosophical attitude that is expressed in these lines and compare it to the picture, built, of kinetic atomics as Clausewitz historically sketched it and as he had tried to establish it epistemo-critically, then the basic motives of the theoretical transformation, which physics had undergone in the last decades, stand out in a particularly incisive and instructive manner. Modern physics can also not do without the two means of thinking that Clausewitz applies: substantiality and variability. In making use of these means of thinking, it at the same time moves them, however, into a new systematic relationship. It can no longer separate them from each other by relating substance essentially and primarily to space and alteration essentially to time. For this separation would imply that space and time can themselves be sharply separated from one another in the description of the physical world, that they confront each other as independent basic forms in the construction of physics. The contesting of this assumption forms, however, the beginning of relativistic physics. According to Minkowski's well-known formulation, space for itself and time for itself sink here into shadows, and only a kind of union of the two proves independence. What is given by phenomena is only the four-dimensional world in space and time, a world in which the projection in space and time can still be undertaken with a certain freedom. It follows from this that we may not, as Huygens does in his derivation of kinetic atomics, simply take the motives of permanence and alteration as contrary motives, which can indeed complement one another but must remain sharply separate in their basic significance. There is, rather, one principle here that determines permanence as well as alteration and connects the two in a thoroughgoing correlation with each other. The world is no longer taken as a world of constant things whose properties change in time. Rather, it has become a self-contained system of events, each of which is determined by four equivalent coordinates. And now, there is no longer an independent world content that is simply taken up into the finished forms of the space and the time. Rather, space, time, and matter are indissolubly linked and are definable only in respect to one another. In the physical sense, we may now regard as really valid only the synthesis, the reciprocal relation and reciprocal determination between space, time, and matter, whereas each taken for itself has ceased to be anything more than a mere abstraction. Spatiality, temporality, and materiality are still elements in physical reality. However, these elements can no longer be treated, as in the older outlook, like pieces from which reality is pieced together. There is no longer, as in the Newtonian theory, an empty space into which the materially, stallic, real moves as into a ready-made apartment house. The concept of the metric field has provided a unitary and supreme concept that draws together the particular viewpoints of space, time, and matter, materie, in an entirely new way. The world is defined in a systematic unity as a dimensional metric manifold. All physical field phenomena are manifestations of world metrics. Energy is also no longer the indestructible object as Robert Meyer has, for example, described it, and that as such formed a kind of counterpart to a likewise indestructible mass. The dualism between mass and energy is sublated by Einstein's principle of the inertia of energy. The principles of the conservation of mass and the conservation of energy are united into a single principle by the theory of relativity. The principle of energy is indissolubly connected to the principle of the conservation of impulse. It is only the time component of a law that is invariant with respect to Lorenz's transformations, and whose spatial components state the conservation of impulse. This framing of the law of conservation discloses a substance of an entirely new kind and order. And this perhaps is the supreme triumph of the pure thought of substance over the mere representation of substance. What we define as the ultimate physical real has cast away all semblance of thingness. There is no longer any sense in speaking of one and the same matter at different times. And yet, once again, this abandonment of thingness does not impair the objectivity of physics here but rather grounds it in a new and deeper sense. For this objectivity is not a problem of presentation, rather, it is a problem of pure signification. What we call the object is no longer a schematizable, a realizable something in intuition with definite spatial and temporal predicates. Rather, it is a point of unity to be apprehended in a purely intellectual way. The object as such can never be represented in accordance with a definition that can't worked out clearly in principle. It is a mere X in relation to which representations have synthetic unity. In an earlier investigation, I set out to show that this progress from thing concepts to relation concepts, Relationsbegriffen, from the positing of constant thing unities to that of pure lawful constancy, is characteristic of the whole natural scientific worldview of modern times, beginning with Galileo and Kepler, and to show that this universal logical tendency was already at work in the system of classical mechanics. The last phase of physics, which was ushered in by Einstein's special theory of relativity, was not included in this investigation. We may say today that this phase drew the ultimate consequences from the preceding development, which in a purely methodological sense may in a way be said to form its conclusion. Everything substantial is purely and completely transposed here into the functional. True and definitive permanence is no longer imputed to an existence propagated in space and time, but rather, those magnitudes and relations of magnitudes now form the universal constants for every description of physical events. It is the invariance of such relations and not the existence of any particular entities that forms the ultimate stratum of objectivity. There remains only one domain of modern physics that at first sight seems to stand opposed to this basic view of the inner law of its progress. Although atomics, in the form that the classical system has given it, has been abandoned, although the purely kinetic worldview, as it was constructed by Huygens, has been given up, the concept of the atom as such has experienced a brilliant resurrection. The theory of the atomic structure of matter has been confirmed on all sides and is among the most certain conclusions of modern physics. Since the findings of spectroscopy made possible an insight into the interior of the atom, since Lowy, for example, using crystals as a point lattice, obtained his well-known diffraction patterns, there has been a growing impression that the world of the atom has been unlocked and made accessible to direct intuition. Even the extraordinary fruitfulness of Bohr's atomic theory seemed to be due above all to the fact that it united a vast wealth of empirical facts into one view and presented them in a simple model of supreme intuitive clarity. Nevertheless, it is precisely in the difference between Bohr's atomic model and the manner of representing it that had prevailed in the classical form of atomics, that one can appreciate the change in the general methodological approach. For as it has rightly been pointed out, the atom has now become a thoroughly extensible relative concept. The old concept of a rigid little ball with a determinate mass, and invariable properties has once and for all totally disappeared. Instead we have a highly complicated system of electrical charges and fields in continuous motion and change. This is a completely dynamic worldview. Matter has become a process, and what we habitually designate as its fixed properties are a function of processes. Even the most fundamental properties of all matter, such as inertia and weight, are regarded and derived as pure field phenomena. While, for the older theory, the atom was absolutely indivisible, while it signified a non plus ultra of analysis, it has now become a system that is comparable in its inner diversity and complexity to the great cosmic systems. The atom is a planetary system, the planets are electrons that circle around the nucleus as a center. And the electron has become the actual element of physical reality, though it cannot, like the absolutely hard atom of the older theory, arm itself in rigidity. For it continues to be thought of as an individual being, Einzelwesen, it is bound to the field and cannot be detached from it as an independent substance. Essentially, the electron appears to be nothing other than a point distinguished in a field, a position into which electrical force lines flow from all sides. For atomics in its original form, Gestalt, the dualism between matter and the space in which it is situated and moves is unsublatable and necessary. Democritus differentiated the absolutely full being of the atom from empty space and contrasted the two as irreducible modes or being. Even where atomics passes over from its mechanical form to its dynamic form, this opposition was generally retained. Even the simple atom, in the sense of Boscovich's theory, remains in this simplicity a being, seen, in itself and as it were enclosed in itself. It is and exists only in order to subsequently enter into relation with other equally independent physical individuals, with other simple points of force. Such a view does not apply to the electron as defined by modern physical theory. The electron does not precede the field but is first constituted by its relations to the field. Accordingly, even mechanics, compared to the strictly kinetic view, must also adopt another form. The development of quantum mechanics discloses a tendency to adopt an increasingly abstract shape, Gestalt, and in its most recent form, it seems to renounce altogether every presentation of the processes within the atom and every spatial picture built. Even this renunciation, however, in no way signifies a purely negative achievement. It is rather the beginning, the first and necessary step toward a new form of an intellectual unity formation, Einheitsbildung. However, it is of course implicit in the character of this unity formation that the objectivity toward which it progresses and aims can never be conclusively determined. Although the thing of naive intuition may appear as a fixed sum of definite properties, it belongs to the very nature, Wesen, of the physical object, Objekt. Then it can be grasped only in the form of a limit idea, Grundidee. For here, it does not concern the demonstration of the ultimate, absolute elements, elemente, of the actual, in the contemplation of which thought may rest, as it were, but of a never-ending process through which the relatively necessary takes the place of the relatively accidental and the relatively invariable take the place of the relatively variable. We can never claim that this process has attained to the ultimate invariance of experience, which would then replace the invariant consistent existence of things. We can never claim to grasp these invariants with our hands, so to speak. Rather, the possibility must always be held open so that a new synthesis will instate itself and so that the universal constants, in terms of which we have designated the nature of certain large realms of physical objects, will come closer together and prove themselves to be special cases of an overarching lawfulness. This forms, then, the true core of objectivity. It must, however, also expect to be prepared to be recognized in its merely contingent universality and be replaced by a still broader universal relation. I have attempted to formulate this basic relationship in another context. The one reality can only be indicated and defined as the ideal boundary of the many changing theories. However, the positing of this boundary itself is not arbitrary, but indispensable, insofar as it is only through it that the continuity of experience is established. No single astronomical system, the Copernican as little as the Ptolemaic, rather only the whole of these systems as they continuously unfold a certain interconnection can be taken as an expression of the true cosmic order. Physical concepts are valid, not in that they picture a fixed, given being, but in so far as they contain a design, Entwurf, for possible positings of unity, which must be progressively verified in practice, in application to the empirical material. However, the instrument itself that leads to the unity and thus to the truth of thought, must be in itself fixed and secure. If it did not possess a certain stability, in itself, no sure and permanent use of it would be possible. It would break at the first attempt and be resolved into nothing. We do not need the objectivity of absolute things, but rather the objective determinateness of the paths of experience itself. It is precisely this basic character of theoretical physical thinking that demonstrates how requisite, how inwardly necessary to such thinking, is its bond with determinate symbols. It thus follows from this, however, in what way these very symbols themselves permeate one another in a way and are constructed on one another, how they render visible the objective framework, Gefüge, of the physical world as a pure ordering framework, Ordnungsgefüge. The most striking evidence of this interconnection lies before us in the construction of the general theory of relativity. Physical thinking has risen here step by step to ever higher spheres. In so doing, however, it has not loosened but rather tightened its bond with physical reality. Every new sight, Sicht, that this thinking achieves proves, of course, to depend on the specific viewpoint, Gesichtspunkt, on the intellectual horizon from which it has been acquired. The dierent modes of this sight, Sicht, however, follow one another according to an immanent lawfulness and not accidentally. They are conditioned and determined in their succession not only by the empirical material that flows in from outside but also by the development of the physical thought form itself. Each higher stage of objectivization delimits the preceding stage. However, in this demarcation, it does not annihilate the earlier phase, rather, it encompasses it and takes it up into its own perspective. The aim followed here consists precisely in increasingly disregarding the particularity of the perspective, in progressively excluding everything that belongs not so much to the object, objecte, itself as to the accidental standpoint from which it is regarded. The worldview of the older physics shows itself to be not absolutely valid but comprehended from a determinate standpoint, the standpoint of observers who are relatively at rest in relation to one another. If instead of this standpoint, we introduce systems of reference that are in motion relative to one another, all the fixed property concepts that were valid for this worldview must undergo a shift, a variation. Not only do the so-called sensible qualities show this kind of dependency on the state of the perceiving subject, but according to the special theory of relativity, the magnitude, shape, gestalt, mass, and energy content of the thing also change with the observer's state of motion. This process of relativization draws in broader and broader spheres, and over again, the center of the physical concept of reality is shifted to another position. The ancient physicists regarded the place of a thing as a physical property certain emanate out of certain individual places that belong to no other place. Thus, from the center of the world, in which rests the earth, radiate forces that drew heavy bodies to this point as to their natural place. This view was overcome by Copernicus, who stated the relativity principle of place. The relativity principle of classical mechanics drew the same inference for velocities, and finally, the general theory of relativity went still further, relativizing motion as such and showing that one can always transform any point in a mass to a state of rest. Thus, we see time and time again that certain determinations that we attribute to the object, as its states are in general definable only if we add a certain index, if we indicate the system of reference according to which they are thought to be valid. Now motion and force, mass and energy, and length and duration are no longer in themselves, rather, they only signify something, and in general, they signify different things for observers who are in motion relative to one another. With this, admittedly, the question inevitably arises as to whether it is not possible to eradicate this last remnant of contingency, of subjectivity, from the description of the natural events. Is there not some world concept which is free from all particularities, which will describe the world as it is, not from the standpoint of this individual or that individual but from the standpoint of no one? However, insofar as this question is admissible to begin with, it is in any case directed toward an infinitely distant point that is attainable at no given stage of science. We are dealing here with a genuine transcendental idea in the Kantian sense, and no definite individual experience can accord with it. We shall also have to impute to this idea an excellent and indispensably necessary regulative use, directing the understanding to a certain goal respecting which the lines of direction of all its rules converge at one point, which, although it is only an idea, focus imaginarius, a point from which the concepts of the understanding do not really proceed, since it lies entirely outside the boundary of possible experience, nonetheless still serves to obtain for these concepts the greatest unity alongside the greatest extension. Physics acquires this unity and extension by advancing toward ever more universal symbols. In this process, however, it cannot jump over its own shadow. It can and must strive to replace particular concepts and signs with absolutely universal ones. It can, however, never dispense with the function of concepts and signs as such. This would demand an intellectual representation of the world without the basic medium of representation. The concept of reality, realitate, of physics should ultimately be grasped in such a way that it unites the totalitat, of aspects as they arise for different observers and in such a way that it explains them and renders them intelligible. However, in precisely this totality, the particularity of the viewpoint is not aced but preserved and sublated. In this whole movement, natural scientific cognition confirms and fulfills, in its own sphere, a universal structural law of spirit. The more it concentrates in itself that which it is and wills, the more clearly does there emerge the element in which it differs from all other forms of comprehending and understanding the world, and the element that binds it with them all, spirit and life in contemporary philosophy. Among the minor works of Heinrich von Kleist may be found a brief essay in which Kleist has succeeded in setting forth one of the philosophical problems of his era with all the brevity and succinctness, all the force and penetration, that mark his incomparable prose style. Kleist attains this pregnancy of thought by capturing its content, Gehalt, in the form of a tale, by disclosing the whole art of the epic poet in its recitation and configuration. He begins from the recollection of an incident that he depicts as one experienced by himself. A youth, who is distinguished by physical beauty as well as by the natural grace of his gestures, loses this grace the moment, Augenblick, that he accidentally becomes aware of it, and once lost, it is lost for good and can be retrieved by no act of the will, through no conscious effort. The implication that Kleist draws from this is that nature and consciousness as well as grace and reflection belong to different worlds and stand in a relationship of polar tension and opposition to each other. Insofar as the one element comes to the fore, the other must give way. Before the bright daylight of consciousness, before the ray of reflection that it meets, grace must become pale and vanish. We see in the organic world that as reflection grows dimmer and weaker, grace emerges more brilliantly and more decisively. But just as the section of the two lines arrives from one side of the punct, suddenly it reappears again on the other side after the passageway through the infinite, or just as the image in a concave mirror suddenly emerges again directly before us after it has gone into the infinite. Thus, so too, once cognition has, so to speak, gone through the infinite, grace once again returns so that it will at the same time appear in its purest form in that human physique that either is without consciousness at all or has an infinite consciousness, i.e., it will appear in the marionette or in God. For the human being, who has been banished from the paradise of immediacy, who has eaten from the tree of knowledge, archantness, and therewith has forever left behind the limits of mere natural existence, of life, which is unconscious of itself, it follows that the human must traverse its particular sphere in order at the end of its passage to find its way back again to its beginning. That is the fate imposed by our ring-shaped world. Paradise is bolted fast, and the cherub far behind us. We must travel around the world and see whether perchance an entrance can be found somewhere from the rear. Kleist's essay, on the Marionette Theatre, appeared in the Berliner Abendblätter and it is thus well over 100 years old. However, if someone came upon it today who did not know its original author, he might well imagine that the writer belongs to our own time, so clearly does he mirror the problematic character of our anthropology today, of our philosophical theory of the human. At once, all the well-known names and works of the philosophical literature of the present cry out for comparison. In this feature, we see once again how much our modern and most contemporary philosophical thoughts are rooted in Romanticism, and how, consciously or unconsciously, they all depend on romantic prototypes. Today, the great antithesis of nature and spirit, the polarity of life and cognition, stands anew at the very center of philosophical contemplation. And yet it is still in terms of the conceptual means created by Romanticism, in terms of the categories it coined, that the framing of the problem as well as its solution operate. Admittedly, however, the conflict seems to have intensified since that time. The oppositions seem to stand before us even more definitively and inexorably than in the days of Romanticism. For Romantic philosophy already possessed a definite metaphysical solution and reconciliation for this opposition, however sharply it might be set forth. In the end, by way of various mediations, it also leads into the basic view of identity philosophy. What we call nature, as Schelling puts it in his system of transcendental idealism, is a poem that lies locked up in a mysterious, wondrous script. Yet the enigma could unveil itself if we would recognize the odyssey of spirit within it, which, in seeking itself, wondrously deceived, getäuscht, flees from itself. From any such solution to the enigma, from any such aesthetic harmonizing of the opposition between nature and spirit, modern philosophy is far removed. It recognizes and tolerates, on this point, no purely aesthetic compromise, but rather, it seeks to apprehend and to tear open for us the chasm between the two worlds in all its yawning depth. Thus, especially in the writing of Ludwig Klages, where the problem has been given its sharpest expression, spirit appears as a power that in the ground of its being, Wesen, is anti-divine and hostile to life. In their deepest root, consciousness and life, cogitare and esse, remain separated. While the human is left to the domination of spirit, it has fallen out with life and entrusts itself to vampiric forces that enter into the music of the spheres as a piercing note of discord. It almost seems like a redemption from this magic mythical influence in which Klage's theory of consciousness progressively threatens to entangle us, when we shift our attention from this to the basic ideas of Max Scheler's anthropology, as Scheler developed them in his latest philosophical writings, particularly in his book, Die Stellung des Menschen im Kosmos, The Human Place in the Cosmos. A presentation, interpretation, and critical examination of these basic ideas remains indeed an audacious undertaking. For Scheler's anthropology remained fragmentary. And we still do not know whether we shall ever possess it in all the breadth and fullness in which he had originally planned and conclusively envisaged it. Only one short sketch of the project as a whole was published by Schiller. Only a few of the major guidelines of reflection were expounded and established by him. We must try to hold to these guidelines in order to use them as way showing, Wegweise, to the new world of ideas that had opened up to Schiller in the last few years of his life. What makes Schiller's solution so distinctive and, at first glance, so paradoxical and foreign is that in no way does he attempt to overcome or reconcile the dualism between life and spirit, that he nevertheless does sketch out from the signification and sense of this dualism a completely other picture, built, of this original direction of being within itself than does traditional Western metaphysics. From this tradition, he parts company in two respects. On the one hand, he absolutely forswears any and all attempts at a monistic identity philosophy, be it of the speculative or of the empirical scientific variety. According to Schiller, there is no development leading from bare life to spirit. There is no gradual emergence of the latter sphere out of the former. He thus emphasizes the new principle which makes the human truly human stands beyond what can be called life, in the broadest sense of the term. That which makes the human human is a principle opposing all life in general. The human as such cannot in general be traced back to the natural evolution of life. That this is so, that in all the performances that we usually encompass with the term spirit there is found no simple continuation of the functions of life as such, nor, as it were, a tranquil emergence from them, but rather a resolute reversal of life's basic direction. According to Schiller, this much is shown, above all, in that just these performances, measured in terms of bare life, are not positive but negative in kind. What makes itself felt in them is no intensification of the natural forces of life, but rather their inhibition, a giving pause and a turning aside from everything toward which life is oriented, when life is comprehended purely as impulse, purely in its own sphere and according to the principle of its own dynamic motion. The human is wholly human only where it carries out this turning away, Abkehr, where the human is no longer harnessed and bound fast to the wheels and engines, work, of purely vital events, but is able to behold it outwardly and downwardly. The basic determination of a spiritual being, Wesen, according to Schiller, is consequently its existential disengagement, existentielle Entbundenheit, its freedom, its release, Ablosbarkeit, from the spell of, the pressure of, and its dependence on the organic. Such a spiritual being, Wesen, is no longer bound to impulse or to the environmental world, Umwelt, but is free from the environment world, Umweltfrei, and, as we should like to call it, world open. Welten. Such a being, Wesen, has a world, Welt. It is able to raise to the status of objects those centers of resistance and reaction originally given to it by its environment, in which the animal is ecstatically absorbed, is able to grasp fundamentally itself the being a certain way, Sein, of these objects, without the limitations experienced by this world of objects or its givenness through the vital system of impulses and the sensible functions and organs. Hence, spirit is objectivity, Sachlichkeit, determinacy through the being a certain way, Sein, of the things, Sachen, themselves. And such a being, Wesen, is a bearer of spirit, whose principal communion, Verkehr, with reality outside itself has dynamically reversed, Umgekehrt, itself completely in its relationship to the animal. In his highly original and epistemologically weighty and fruitful trains of thought, Schiller seeks to show how precisely the fundamental cognitive functions, those functions to which we are indebted for the construction of an objective world in any proper sense, which are measured purely by reference to life's system of reference, exhibit a negative sign, Fortseichnungen. Pure space and pure time, for example, are nothing but schemata, i.e., empty forms of cognition. Manifestly, neither one has any positive content, neither are they objects in the sense that EX flow from them or that EX can be exerted upon them. On the other hand, they are clearly not absolute nothing, rather, in their negativity, in their basic opposition to anything actual, they possess an entirely determinate significance, a necessary function for the theoretical configuration and for the theoretical cognition of reality. This function depends on the fact that empty space and time are pure forms of order that not only apply to the actual but also extend beyond that to the possible. Space, as Leibniz already defined it, is the order of all possible togetherness, just as time is the order of all possible succession. This concept of the possible, already for Leibniz, actually first opens the region of the ideal, the region of eternal truths, and it from the standpoint of philosophical anthropology now reveals itself as a quite distinctive, a specifically human, concept. What perhaps separates the human most clearly from the animal, according to Schiller, is that the human is not bound to the specific reality that surrounds it, and that the human is not captivated by it but instead is capable of the free intuition of the possible. The animal is no more able to separate the empty form of space and time from the specific congenial nature, Inhaltlichkeit, of environmental things, as it is able to abstract number from the greater or lesser quantity of things themselves. It lives entirely in the concrete reality of its current present, Gegenwart. Only when the drive expectations, transforming themselves into impulses of motion, gain the ascendancy over everything that is the factual fulfillment of the drive in perception or sensation, does there take place in the human the exceedingly unique phenomenon that spatial emptiness and analogously temporal emptiness appear as preceding and as underlying all possible contents of perception and of the whole world of things. Thus, once again, we see that the opposition between life and spirit stressed as sharply as possible and rigorously carried out, in the determination of the basic relationship of the two to each other, the sign, Fortzeichen, so to speak, has nevertheless now been changed. For Schiller has not the slightest doubt concerning the superiority and superordination of spirit in the metaphysical hierarchy and order of values. He emphasizes only one thing: this superiority in point of value be in no way equated with superiority in point of being and active action. Rather, we encounter here another peculiar opposition, one that seems at last destined to trace the dualism of spirit and life down to its deepest roots. Schiller most resolutely opposes the theory that the higher value, in the totality of being and events, must also be endowed with the greater power. Over against this optimistic outlook, he sets the sharply opposite thesis: spirit, the idea in which a supreme value seems condensed and concentrated, is precisely because of this fact by no means commensurable in terms of power, of immediate reality and act, with life and with the purely vital forces. As we have seen, the human was defined by Schiller as the living being, Lebewesen, who is capable of assuming a fundamentally ascetic attitude toward its own life. Compared to animals, who always say yes to being actual, wirklich sein, even when they abhor and flee it, the human is the being who is able to say no, neins again Connor, the ascetic of life, the everlasting protesting against all mere reality. Here, however, arises the decisive question: does spirit first arise out of asceticism, repression, and sublimation, or does it merely derive its energy from these? In the answer to this question there lies, in a decisive sense, a parting of the ways. It is my own conviction that the being of spirit is in no way conditioned by this negative activity, this no to reality, but only, as it were, gains its supply of energy and therewith its ability to manifest itself. Thus, spirit, as Schiller understands it, is originally absolutely powerless. All the power, Kraft, of which it can avail itself in its struggle, Kampf, with life stems not from itself. It must rather, in a unique roundabout way, wrest it from the realm of life itself, step by step, through just that act of asceticism and impulse sublimation. Erroneous, according to Schiller, is that theory that originates in the Greek conception of spirit and of the idea, the theory of the inherent power of the idea, its inner force and activity, its independent active capacity. True, spirit may gradually acquire power, Macht, to the degree that the drives of life enter into its lawfulness. However, from the outset and originally, spirit has no energy of its own. Thus, spirit must be content with pointing the forces of life toward a particular goal, in terms of the structures of its own ideas and sense. However, it is not spirit's own task to produce this goal. The promised land to which it points is and remains a land of mere promise. At no other point, perhaps, does Schiller's theory diverge so clearly from that of Hegel's, which comes to a focus precisely in this one thought, the conviction that the idea is not merely a task but also a substantial power, Macht. Human spirit and human volition, Schiller emphasizes in contrast, can never signify more than guidance and direction. And this signifies simply that spirit, as such, holds, Verhalten, ideas up before the powers of the drive, but not that it introduces any original potency, Kraft, of its own for the realization of these ideas. Consequently, this is how the goal and the true sense of the development of the human now appear. The mutual penetration of the originally impotent spirit and the originally demonic impulses, i.e., one which, as over against all spiritual ideas and values, is blind, and the simultaneous empowering, i.e., enlivening, of spirit is the final end and goal of all finite being and events that theism mistakenly posits as the point of departure. Two questions, however, arise here to which, as far as I can see, this firmly joined and internally coherent system of Schiller's anthropology no longer affords any answer. First of all, if life and spirit belong to entirely different worlds, if they are completely foreign to each other in their being, Wesen, as well as in their origin, how is it possible that they can nevertheless accomplish a perfectly homogeneous achievement, that they cooperate and interpenetrate in the construction of the specifically human world, the world of sense? Is this interpenetration, to use a word that Lodz once coined in another epistemological context, nothing more and nothing less than a happy accident? How can it be understood that the forces of life, the purely vital driving forces in Schiller's sense, permit themselves to be diverted from their own paths and to take that other, precisely opposite direction, that the decree of spirit demands of them? Schiller emphasizes the fact that spirit by no means directly breaks in or infringes on the world of life, that it has no forceful power of its own to set over against the forceful power of life, but that it is content with a merely symbolic function, with the function of pointing and showing. The ideas are not ejective, they merely lead and direct, they illumine the path of life, but they do not compel life to take a certain path. However, in spite of all this, how is life capable of even seeing the ideas that spirit holds up to it and of directing its way by them, as by starry constellations, if its original nature, Wesen, be defined as mere drive, i.e., as spiritually blind? If we are to gain an answer to this question within the framework of Schiller's anthropology, we must, it seems, risk a leap, sprung into the dark. We must refer back to the unity of the metaphysical world ground, the ground that nevertheless connects what for us is and remains absolutely heterogeneous and unites it into a single whole. Schiller himself, at one point in his essay on Die Stellung des Menschen, the place of the human, has pointed the way towards such a solution. He stresses that spirit can absolutely never be derived from life or explained in terms of life, since it is rather a principle standing in opposition to all life as such, so that it must fall back, if on anything at all, on the supreme ground of things. No matter how divergent spirit and life may be for us, in all their phenomena and forms of appearance, there always remains nonetheless the possibility that the two may meet at some infinitely distant point, that they may, in some manner unknown to us, be held together in that X which is the ultimate ground of the worlds, Welt und Grund. With such an answer, however, the Gordian knot is not so much untied as cut. It is remarkable that Schiller, with all the originality that marks and characterizes his last philosophical works, is thrown back here on problems that belong to the oldest stratum of metaphysical thinking and the metaphysical self-determination of the human. Already his concept of spirit as such, in its whole framing, in its original definition, is unmistakably reminiscent of Aristotle's. And Schiller confronts us with the same internal difficulties in which the Aristotelian theory of spirit finally ensnares us. Aristotle's spirit, nous, is related to the lower mental forces, Kräften, to the forces of the purely vital sphere, to sensible perception, memory, and representation, not as a member belonging to the same developmental series but rather as superordinate to them all. That is, it enters into the world of life and into the world of psychic existence from without. Here, however, burst into us all of those questions with which the entire metaphysics and the whole psychology of the Middle Ages, and thereafter the psychology of the Renaissance, wrestled on, and which even today, as the construction of Schiller's anthropology shows, does not as yet seem to have been definitively silenced. How is spirit able to actively act on a world to which it does not itself belong, and how can the transcendence of the idea be reconciled with the immanence of life? For Aristotle himself, the answer to this question is given in his system of teleology. The Aristotelian God, who is comprehended as pure spirit without an admixture of the material stew, stolic, as actus purus, as a thinking of thinking, nevertheless moves the world. He does not, however, move it in a mechanical way nor through any external impetus, but rather, he moves it because, as the supreme form, he also constitutes the purpose toward which the world itself is striving as the goal of its own self-realization. God thus moves the world not through physical force but as the beloved object moves the lover. As profound and beautiful as it is in itself, this view of the relationship between God and the world, between idea and life, is, however, no longer useful to Schiller in the last phase of his philosophy. It is, for him, antiquated and overcome. He charges the classical theory of spirit, as developed in ancient Greece, with precisely this in its consequences. It has led to the untenable nonsense of a so-called teleological Weltanschauung as it has dominated the whole theistic philosophy of the Occident. But failing this classical, theistic teleological solution of the problem, what other solution remains? How is it to be understood that life follows the model set before it by the idea if there did not exist in life itself an immanent tendency toward the idea, Zugzuride, if, to speak in Platonic terms, a yearning for the idea and striving toward it were not already prevalent in the world of appearances? Rather, is not life something other and something more than mere urge, more than a drive into the indeterminate and the aimless? Does there not exist originally within life itself the will to attain its own self-presentation, its own objectivity, its own visibility? And on the other hand, even if we ascribe to spirit no original energy of its own, Even if we confine its performance merely to the inhibiting of the natural, purely vital forces, must spirit not, even in this inhibiting, still be something positively determinate and something positively active? How could even this stoppage, this unique damming up of life's forces and life's impulses ever succeed, if spirit was from the beginning entirely impotent? The problem of the opposition between life and spirit, as posed in modern metaphysics, is strikingly reminiscent in more ways than one of that set of problems in the older metaphysics that centered on the mind-body problem, Leib-Seele problem. As greatly different as is the mere content of the questions in these two cases, the essential, purely methodical motives repeat themselves in both instances in a distinctive way. Thus, immediately alongside Schiller's answer to the question concerning the unification of life and spirit, we may place Descartes' answer to the question of the unification, the union, of body and mind, Seele. Descartes assumes that the mind, Seele, can neither beget any new force in the field of corporeal events nor destroy any force already extant. The corporeal world forms a uniform, tightly closed, causal nexus, which is determined by a strict law of conservation, by the law of the constancy of momentum in the cosmos, Weltall. Thus, the mind, Seele, of itself, can neither create any kinetic energy, Bewegungsenergie, nor destroy the kinetic energy already in existence. Only one possibility remains to the mind, Seele, according to Descartes, and this is that it may determine and, under certain conditions, alter the direction of these movements, Bewegungen, operating in the corporeal world, and it is supposed to be precisely this change of direction that marks the mind's, Seele, influence on the lived body into which this effect is limited. The objection that remains standing against this solution of Leib-Seele problems, and that was at once raised by Leibniz, lay just in the fact that even this mere change of direction necessarily demands a certain positive expenditure of energy, without which it is unimaginable. Quite analogously, even that process of mere inhibition that, with Freud, Schiller calls the sublimation of life would be incomprehensible and impossible, were spirit, which is to effect this result, in its essence to be thought of as totally impotent. Even this inhibition must ultimately go back to some positive element and to a positive impulse. If we take spirit exclusively in the sense of Schiller's original definition, it will never be able in any form to effect anything beyond itself. Of it, Faust's saying would hold strictly true. The God that dwells within my heart can stir my inmost depths, I cannot hide rules all my powers with relentless art, but cannot move the world outside. Once life has been determined as the absolutely other, as the contradictory opposite of spirit, it becomes impossible to see how this opposition can ever be sublated, how the call of spirit is not to fade away into emptiness but is still to be heard, gehört belong, in the sphere of life and to be understood there. And with this, we now likewise arrive at a general question that must be put to Schiller's projected Entwurf, philosophical anthropology. Does there really exist a relationship of a strict opposition, a completely logical disjunction between the classical theory that Schiller combats in his own basic point of view, between the view that grants spirit absolute substantial power, Macht, over all actuality and the view that sees in from the beginning an impotent, Allmächtig, principle? Such would be the case only if the concept of power, Macht, were a completely distinct and in every respect logically determined concept, so that we could be quite certain that it was being taken in exactly the same strictly circumscribed sense in both theses of the disjunction. However, precisely this presupposition seems not to be fulfilled here. A sharper analysis of Hegel's, as well as of Schiller's concept of power, Macht, seems to me to indicate that an equivocation exists that must first be cleared up if we wish to lay bare the real basic problem here. Schiller does not distinguish between the energy of active action and that energy, which might be called the energy of forming, bilden, that of pure configuring, gestalten. And yet between the two, there is an essential and specific difference. The energy of active action, Wirken, is directed immediately at the environment, Umwelt, of the human, whether it be to apprehend it as it actually is and take possession of it or to alter its course in some definite direction. The energy of forming, bilden, however, is not directed at this environment but rather remains self-contained within itself. It moves within the dimension of the pure image, Bild, and not in that of reality, Wirklichkeit. The human spirit does not directly turn here against things but rather weaves itself into a world of its own, a world of signs, of symbols, and of significations. And with this, it really forfeits that immediate unity, Einheit, that links observing and acting in animals. This is perhaps one of the most characteristic features of the animal world, of its organic steadfastness and its inner organic health in it. This unity is most strictly preserved. The world of spirit, on the contrary, arises only when the flood of life no longer merely flows on but instead is held back at certain points, when life, instead of unceasingly giving birth to new life from itself and consuming itself in its own births, gathers itself together into enduring shapes, Gestalten, and sets forth these shapes out of itself and before itself. Herein seems to me to lie the truth of Schiller's basic outlook. By no mere quantitative augmentation, by no mere enhancement or potentization of life, can we ever attain the sphere of spirit, but to gain entrance into this sphere a turnabout and return, a change of sense and of direction are necessary. From this, however, it by no means follows that in its distinctive, constitutive principle spirit would have to be understood as absolutely powerless, craftless, as utterly static and as the ascetic of life. Indeed, spirit would not be capable of bringing life to this relative standstill, which in a certain sense marks the inception of all understanding, Verstand, if it did not have some power, craft, of its own to set over against life, power that it does not borrow from life but Appendix. Draws from its own depth. The mediated, mittelbar indirect, activity of forming, bilden, is distinguished from the immediate, unmittelbar direct, active action and doing in the direction that it strikes out on and in the goal at which it aims. However, it is pure activity, actus purus, no less than the other. Genuine ideas, Spinoza thus says, and this is valid not only for the ideas of pure cognition but also for the creations of language and art, of myth and religion, do not stand there, like silent pictures, gemälden, on a blackboard but bring themselves forth into being, hervorbringen. In this, their act of procreation, they aord at the same time an emergence of a new intuition of objective reality. From this functional character of pure form, from the fact that it exists only ever insofar as it continually recreates itself anew, it first becomes entirely clear that and why each form is antithetical in itself, why a necessary polarity must be inherent in it. It is always a double movement that works itself out here, a continuous interplay of the forces of avidity and rejection, of attraction and repulsion. There is no surer way of evading the world than through art, so says Goethe, and there is no surer way of connecting oneself to it than through art. This double determination applies to every kind of configuration, every kind of symbolic forming, Formung. This act of forming, Formung, always begins by moving the world, as it were, into a distance and by erecting a barrier between the I and the world. In the purely vital domain, such a separation does not yet exist. Here, action immediately follows action. The act is followed by counter-act, from which again a new act arises. Even relatively complicated instinctive actions of animals appear to be nothing other than such reflex chains. However, with the first dawning of the spiritual world, Welt, in the human, this kind of immediacy is gone. Henceforth, the tension between the I and its environment, Umwelt, is not discharged with a single stroke, and the spark between the two no longer leaps over directly. Rather, it is mediated in a way that instead of leading through the world of events and active action, leads through the world of forming figures, Bilden Gestalten. Only at the end of this long and difficult path, Weg, of inner configuring, Gestalten, does reality again come into the purview of the human. Kuhler has shown in his research into anthropoid intelligence that perhaps the highest achievement of which the animal can be expected is the art of the Dieter, Umweg, and that. Even the highest animals learn this art only with great difficulty and to a limited degree. Compared to this, the world of the human spirit, as it is constructed in language and in the use of tools, in artistic presentation and conceptual cognition, is nothing other than the persistent, continuously expanding, and refined art of the detour. More and more, the human learns to set the world aside to draw the world to itself, and more, these two basic antithetical directions of active action come to merge, for the human, into one uniform activity, both sides of which, like inhaling and exhaling, reciprocally condition one another. The human must retreat into the world of unreality, into the world of semblance and of play and order, in and through it, to conquer the world of the actual. In the theory of aesthetics, this basic insight was set forth above all by Schiller and developed by him in all its ramifications. From this point of view, Schiller's Letters on the Aesthetic Education of Humanity looms up as one of the seminal works on which modern philosophical anthropology is also constructed. Here is the root of that famous clarification of a conceptual definition in which Schiller seeks to express the proper nature, Wesen, of the human. The human plays only where, in the fullest significance of the word, it is human, and the human is only fully human there where it plays. This pregnant explanation of the being of the human, Menschentum, is, however, expressly limited by Schiller to the aesthetic sphere. According to him, the human should only play with beauty, but also the human should play only with beauty. If, however, we take the concept of play as broadly as possible, This limitation proves that what this concept is capable of is not as conclusive or as necessary. One may venture, rather, the paradox that not only the sphere of beauty but also that of truth is first wholly disclosed to the human through the function of play. In one of the deepest and most fruitful sections of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, the function of the pure understanding, if it is not to remain empty, has need of another function as its completion and necessary correlative, a function that Kant designates by the name of the productive imagination. And he went on to infer that everything we are accustomed to call simple sensible perception is most closely connected with this function, that the productive imagination also forms an ingredient of every possible perception. If this is so, then what we call the intuition of the actual does not occur without the foresight. Vorblick, and outlook, Ausblick, into the possible. What is more, then, the construction of the objective world of experience depends on the original forming forces of spirit and the basic laws according to which these forces act. We cannot enter into the important and decisive epistemological consequences that follow from this basic view. If we once more return, instead, to our starting point, to the framing of the problem by Schiller's philosophical anthropology, we shall then be able to determine more sharply the basic thesis of this anthropology, both positively and negatively. What Schiller saw and what, even in the brief sketch of his anthropology that is all we possess, he had succeeded in working out with his extraordinary dialectical power and mastery is precisely that tension, that unsublatable diarence, that antithesis between the region of spirit and that of life. He successfully dismisses here every attempt at a comfortable monistic solution. Schiller does not stop, however, at the methodical and fundamental opposition that is proven here. Rather, he immediately goes on to another metaphysical opposition that for him arises out of the former, an opposition not between functions but between real potencies of being. The metaphysical concept of being is marked, however, by this peculiarity, that it possesses a strongly absolutistic character. Within it, there is basically no room for a being, Sein, of a diarent stamp and type of significance. Rather, we are led sooner or later to a simple either, to that crisis between being and non-being before which the first great thinker of Western metaphysics, Parmenides, already found himself confronted. In Schiller's philosophical anthropology, as well, this fate of metaphysics repeats itself in a rather strange and peculiar way. What Schiller gives to spirit he must take away from life, what he allots the latter he must deny the former. Thus, for him originally, a spirit estranged from life and a life blind to ideas stand confronting, gegenüberstehen face, one another only in order then to be drawn to each other after all and, as if by a miracle, to find their way back to each other. Spirit, powerless in itself, and without a contingent of its own forces, through its mere existence, Dasein, and its being a certain way, Sein, ultimately steers life into its sphere, and life yields itself to spirit. It follows the ideas that are held up before it, even though these ideas, seen purely from the standpoint of life itself, signify nothing more than a diversion from its own goal and consequently a definite weakening and inhibition. The highest, indeed the only power, craft, that the human can bring to bear, in order to rise up beyond the merely vital sphere and attain its specific being and its specific value, is accordingly the power, craft, of asceticism. The fact that Schiller should impute to asceticism this moral spiritual power, craft, is perhaps the only, but at the same time an extremely significant, symptom of the fact that even the final ascetic form, Gestalt, that his theory is given is related, as if by invisible threads, to the earlier period of his philosophizing. However, it is just here, it seems to me, that the inner substantive consequence of Schiller's basic thought clearly points even beyond the point to which he had pursued it in his last works on anthropology. For while it can indeed be understood that asceticism clears, as it were, the path for already existing and autonomous forces, it cannot be understood that it calls these forces forth as if out of nothing, that it is able to endow an inherently impotent principle with force. For in truth, that asceticism that is viewed by Schiller as the precondition and as the point of departure for all basic phenomena of spirit, when more closely considered, bears not so much an absolute as a definitely relative character. Plainly, it is no turning away, Abkehr, from life as such but rather an inner transformation and turning back around, Umkehr, that life undergoes in itself. This turning back around, Umkehr, in the pathway from life to the idea, does not mean that rest stands over against motion. There is no quietistic, inherently inactive principle over against a restless becoming. Rather, it is energies of a diarent order and, as it were, of a diarent dimension that here stand confronting one another. The most comprehensive concept of spirit set down by Schiller consists in the fact that for him spirit signifies objectivity, Sachlichkeit, determinability through the being a certain way of things themselves, Sachen selbst. In its actions, the human is presumed to be determined not like the animals, which is by the mere sensation of resistances, but rather by the intuition of objects, and this elevation above the circumstantial to the objective, this pure object being is the most formal category of the logical side of spirit. However, as soon as this definition has been agreed to, a further question must at once be raised: how precisely is this basic act of objectification possible, and by what is it conditioned? The totality of its conditions, it seems to me, can be surveyed and exhibited only by entering into the realm of the in-between, Zwischenreich, of the symbolic forms, by considering the diverse image worlds that the human interposes between itself and reality, not to remove and thrust the latter from the human but, in this moving away, to bring it into the field of vision, to raise it from the merely tangible, which demands immediate proximity, to the visible, Sichtbarkeit. Language and art, myth and theoretical cognition all collaborate, each according to its own inner law, in this process of spiritual oppositing of distance. They are the great stages on the path that leads from the space of grasping and deactive activity, in which the animal lives and remains, as it were, spellbound, to the space of intuition and thinking, to the spiritual horizon. Viewed from this perspective, the polarity of spirit and life that forms the basic thought of Schiller's anthropology is by no means cancelled. However, methodologically considered, it now appears in a different light. Even in his last works, however radical a transformation of his views they may contain, Schiller still speaks the language of a certain realistic metaphysics. He sets spirit and life over against one another as originary potencies of being, as real forces that, as it were, contend with one another for dominion over the whole of reality. In doing this, however, a purely functional opposition is reinterpreted into a substantial one, and a difference, which is demonstrable in phenomena, is thereby immediately advanced to an assertion about the transcendental originary ground, Urgent. To be sure, Schiller even remains here far removed from Klege's mythicizing and demonizing of spirit. For Schiller, spirit is demarcated and distinguished precisely by the fact that it can be exhibited never as a substantial existence but only in its pure enactment, Vollzug, in its living actuality. Just because the principle of objectification, Vergegenstandlichung, can never itself become objective, Gegenstandlich, does not mean that it cannot be grasped and apprehended in the manner of any objective existence. However, in spite of this disclaimer and this critical demarcation, spirit, even for Schiller, still remains, as it were, a kind of substantive. For him too, the metaphysical interest in the end takes precedence over the purely phenomenological. Spirit becomes a being sui generis that stands over and above the being of mere life. If, instead, we apprehend life and spirit not as substantial essential beings set over against one another and take both of them in the sense of their pure enactment, Vollzug, then the antithesis between the two immediately acquires a different significance. Spirit need no longer be considered as a principle foreign or hostile to all life. Rather, it may be understood as a turning, Wendung, and turning back around, Umkehr, of life itself, a transformation it undergoes within itself, insofar as it passes from the sphere of merely organic forming and configuring into the sphere of form, the sphere of ideal configuration. Thus, at this point, the basic view of objective idealism maintains its full rights over against the critique that the Lebensphilosophy of the 19th and 20th centuries has urged against it. Especially as concerns Hegel, it would be a complete misunderstanding of his system to bring against it the reproach that by reason of its panlogistic tendency, it denies the rights of life, that it has sacrificed the vital sphere to that of logic. Even a glance at the historical development of the Hegelian theory is suicide to invalidate this reproach, because it is precisely in the writings of Hegel's early period that, in connection with his considerations in the philosophy of history and the philosophy of religion, a new, systematically, in the highest sense of the term, most fruitful concept of life is coined. In the To the Phenomenology of Spirit, however, Hegel then, in propositions of a truly classical character, carries out the progress and final breakthrough. He now demands that the self-contained and closed substantiality of life open up, that it spread out and expose itself, Auslegen interpret, because only in this process and by virtue of it can mere substance acquire its being for itself, can it become a subject. The force, Kraft, of spirit is only as great as its expression and manifestation, Äußerung, its depth is only as deep as it dares to spread out and lose itself in its exposition, Auslegung interpretation. The realization of this principle demands not only that spirit and life come to know themselves as opposites but that, at the same time, on account of this very opposition, they seek and require each other. The polarity between the two remains, but it loses its semblance of absolute estrangement, Entfremdung. Indeed, If we pass in review the whole series of accusations that the modern Lebensphilosophy has raised against the usurped supremacy of spirit, 1. Objection immediately obtrudes itself. Who exactly, it must be asked, is the plaintiff and who the defendant in the trial here getting under way? It seems as if life were here brought to the bar against spirit, in order to defend itself against the latter's encroachment, against its violence and its conceit. And yet this appearance, shine, is deceptive, for life as such is self-enclosed, in sich Verschlossen, and in this closed reserve, Verschlossenheit, life is mute. It has no language other than that which spirit lends it. Hence, wherever it is summoned against spirit, the latter, in truth, is always both assailant and defendant. It is plaintiff and judge in one. The real drama plays out not between life and spirit but rather in the midst of the domain of spirit itself, indeed at its focal point. For every accusation is a form of testimony, every condemnation is a form of judgment. Testimony and judgment, however, are the basic and originary functions of logos itself. In Greek, it is one and the same word, one and the same term, the term, that expresses accusation as well as testimony in general. All of the passionate speeches of accusation against spirit, in which modern philosophical literature is so rich, cannot make us forget the fact, therefore, that here in truth it is not life striving against spirit but the latter striving against itself. And this conflict is really its own fate, its everlasting pathos that it cannot escape. Spirit exists only in so far as it turns itself against itself in this manner. Its own unity is thinkable only in such contrariety, Zwiespaltigkeit. Spirit, therefore, is not only, as Schiller defines it, the ascetic of life, not only that which is able to say no to all organic reality but also the principle that within itself may negate, vernein and deny, say no, itself. And the paradox of its nature, Wesen, consists precisely in the fact that this negation, Verneinung denial, no saying, does not destroy it but first truly constitutes it. Only in the no with which it opposes itself does spirit break through to its own self-affirmation and self-assertion. Only in the question that it presents to itself does it become truly itself. Montaigne said once that the human being is the enigmatic animal who is capable of hating itself, an anomaly and an absurdity for which no precedent exists anywhere else in the realm of nature. Nature knows sewering and death, destruction and annihilation. However, it knows nothing of that self-destruction whereby the human turns against itself. As the being, Wesen, who alone is capable of questioning, the human is also the being, Wesen, who is and who remains thoroughly problematic to itself, a being, Wesen, forever worthy of questioning, fragwürdig. In this sense, those who, in the name of life, bring the idea before the court remain, to speak with Hegel, the agents of the idea, since just this passing of judgment on itself is nothing but an originary phenomenon and an imperative, a categorical requirement of spirit. And from this setting of the problem, it necessarily follows that precisely spirit's own accusers must in the end become its custodians and its witnesses. This basic relationship emerges most clearly and most definitely, perhaps, if we endeavor to apprehend it by way of language and to throw light on its basic and distinctive spiritual structure. As long as there has been a philosophy of language, there has also been a critique of language. That the insight into the positive force, craft, and the positive sense of language has always been followed by skepticism, as by a shadow. And this doubt about language, indeed this despair regarding it, remains by no means limited to philosophy. It is not even foreign to the great poets and to the greatest coiners of language in the realm of poetry. In a well-known Venetian epigram, Goethe complained of the fact that, bound as he was to the medium of a German language, he unfortunately had to corrupt both life and art by having to use this worst of matter, Stowe. Among his works, however, there is also to be found another poem, Language, which, compared with this epigram, figures as its polar opposite and palinode. What rich and poor? What strong and weak? Is rich what buried in the urn bowels? Is strong the sword in the arsenal? Grasp gently, then, and benign fortune flows, Godhead, out from thee. Grasp on to victory, power, the sword, and fame over neighbors. Here again, the feeling of the true creator of language breaks through the feeling that, essentially, language is only what the momentary impulse, the animating and life-giving moment, makes out of it. Its sense and value depend not on what it may be in itself, in its metaphysical nature, Wesen, but on the manner of its use, its spiritual employment. For it is not the rigid substance of language, but its living, dynamic function that determines this sense and value. Language is misjudged if it is taken in some way or other as thing-like, ding-aft, as a substantial medium that interposes itself between the human and its surrounding reality. However, even if we were then to define this medium more precisely, it would always appear, nevertheless while wanting to be the connecting link between two worlds, as the limit that separates the one from the other. However clear and however pure a medium we may then see in language, it always remains true that this crystal clear medium is also crystal hard. However transparent it may be for thought, it is still never wholly penetrable. Its transparency does not remove its impenetrability. This misgiving vanishes, however, as soon as we remember that basically we are dealing here with a self-created difficulty, that the antinomy is grounded not so much in the nature of language itself as in an inadequate metaphorical description of its nature, Wesen. If, instead of likening language to an existing thing, we understand it in the sense of what it really does, if we take it, in accordance with Humboldt's injunction, not as an ergon, work, but as energia, activity, then the problem immediately assumes a diarrhent shape, Gestalt. Language then is no longer a given, rigid form, but now becomes a form creating, which at the same time has to be a begetting of form and, admittedly, which at the same time must be a destroying of form, a breaking of form. Even the world of grammatical and syntactical forms is not merely a kind of firm dike and dam, against which the forming, the truly creative forces of language continually break. It is, rather, the original, creative force, Skapkraft, of language that also floods through this world and that supplies it with ever new momentum. In this process, the hardened melts down again, so that it cannot clothe itself in rigid armor. On the other hand, it is only in this process that even the momentary impulse, the creation of the moment, Augenblick, receives its continuity and stability. This creation would, like a play, have to dissolve before every breath of air if it did not, in the midst of its emerging, entstehen, and becoming, encounter earlier formations, Gebilde, already originated, entstanden, and having become to which it may cling and hold fast. Thus, even this emerging is for language not simply matter, sto, against which foreign and ever stranger matter, sto, is ever pressing, but also the product and attestation of the same formative forces, Kräfte, to which even language itself owes its existence. Every single act of speech flows again back into the great river bed of language itself, yet without being entirely lost and perishing therein. Rather, the stronger its own individuality borrowed from the individuality of its creator, the more it maintains itself and the more strongly it transmits itself in such a way that, through the new momentary impulse, the current as a whole may be altered in its direction and intensity, in its dynamics and rhythm. To be sure, it is evident that all these turns of expression can be nothing other and nothing more than metaphors. But, if at all, only in dynamic metaphors like these and not in any images, builder, borrowed from the static world, the world of things and thing relationships, that the interconnection between the particular and the universal in language, the relationship between life and spirit therein, can they be properly described. And the same basic relationship demonstrated here in language is repeated in every other genuine symbolic form. The inner antithetical opposition, the polarity that necessarily dwells within every such form, does not rend or demolish it. Rather, it forms the condition whereby its unity may again be established out of that opposition and may thus again present itself to the outside,